Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 70. The deck of a magnificent ship. A man wearing a square transparent hood on his head is lying comfortably on a deck chair, basking in the sun comfortably. Beside him, several servants in black suits were waiting respectfully aside. From time to time, I wiped his sweat and fed water for him, and reported something to the man by the way. St. Chalves. The group of human traffickers is rushing to the Sabayati archipelago. It is said that there are a lot of fresh goods on their ship this time. I believe you will be satisfied. Yet. The last shipment was not bad, but if it doesn't make me feel refreshed this time. Don't worry, those people know your preference is best, don't they? St. Chalves nodded in satisfaction. Leaning his head forward slightly, he took a sip of the drink handed over by the servant. Eat it in one gulp. His brows frowned slightly. It was because of his reaction. The servant immediately threw the drink into the trash can. Replace with a new one. Seeing this, his brows relaxed. How far is it from Sabayati archipelago? St. Chalves, about 3 more days. 3 days? Let them go faster, don't waste my time. Yes. The servant had just left for a moment. The ship suddenly trembled slightly. Very slight. But St. Chalves, who had nothing to do, still felt it. Looking around suspiciously, his face sank in an instant. Why did the speed slow down instead? Shouldn't they be quicker? Sorry. The servant seemed a little angry when he saw St. Chalves. He was so frightened that his mind was torn apart. He hurried over and explained. St. Chalves, there's a boat in front of us. We have to slow down. Boat. St. Chalves was stunned for a while, and then showed extremely dissatisfied eyes. Who's in the boat? The 3 of them didn't hang the pirate flag, so they probably aren't pirates. Although the pirate flag is not flying, how dare the inferior people dare to be so rude and stand in front of the ship of the god? Go, get my toys. The servant responded, and quickly moved a long box. He opened it with ease, took out a special rifle from it, and handed it to St. Chalves. This is a special rifle he asked world government to make for him. This is the only one in the world. It has always been his favorite. Can be used for hunting. Since you dare to be rude, then use your life to pay for your rudeness. As he said that, St. Chalves seemed a little impatient. He walked to the bow of the ship, aimed at the boat below, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Maybe it was practiced. Or this kind of thing is already familiar. The bullets he fired were aimed at the boat accurately. Boom! At this moment, a bullet was also fired from the boat at unknown time. Unexpectedly, it accurately hit St. Chalves, and the bullets fired were on the top of the bullet. 2 by 2 collided. In an instant, there was a violent explosion. How dare you resist if you don't surrender? St. Chalves was stunned, and then he was very dissatisfied. Go, aim all the cannons on the boat at that boat. Yes. Following his order. Creak creak. I saw the cannon rising from the hidden place on the side of the giant ship, and they all started to move, making harsh noises. It seems to be adjusting the angle of launch. Soon, all the cannons were aimed at the small boat in front of the giant ship. Boom! In an instant, more than a dozen cannons on the giant ship were fired out in a flash. St. Chalves looked at this scene, and said with enjoyment. The inferior people can enjoy this kind of fireworks, most of them will die without regrets. However, a huge slash appeared out of thin air. All the shells fired are all cut into 2 by this slash. Still only in mid-air. Due to the damaged shell, a violent explosion occurred. Boom 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 boom. What? St. Chalves looked at this scene, his face instantly became ugly. Just wanted to say something. Poof. Suddenly, there were a few sounds of objects falling to the ground behind him. When he heard the movement, he hurriedly turned his head, only to realize that at some point, there was a figure on the deck, looking at him with great interest. This look, celestial dragons. This figure is none other than Linley, asking for flowers. Just now, he was still practicing on the boat. Then I found a huge ship coming from behind. As usual. Naturally, they will not bother. If you are sensible, you will bypass them, and everyone will live in peace. If you don't have eyes, it's just a knife anyway. Then, just watched the giant ship heading straight for them. It didn't slow down until it was close. Then there was the scene just now. First, there was a friendly bullet greeting, and then a warm exchange of shells. Originally, Linley directly wanted to solve it with one knife. But this giant ship is indeed too luxurious. It can be said that it is the most luxurious ship that Linley has seen so far. Therefore, there was no such ruthless hand. Instead, I plan to come up to see what kind of ship it is. Inferior, do you know what you're doing? Obviously, the servants on the deck all fell to the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. St. Chalves didn't seem to worry about his own safety at all. On the contrary, he said with confidence. Kneel down, and I will give you a chance to serve God. Linley was taken aback for a moment, really happy. It is said that the celestial dragons are a group of morons with no IQ. Now it seems that it is so. Kneel down? That's fine. As soon as the thought came to mind, a strong and targeted Conqueror's haki fell on St. Chalves. The latter couldn't hold on for even a second. Poof! Just kneeling on the ground straight up. For the sake of your sincerity, don't worry about trying to bombard my ship. Only. Linley turned his head and looked at the two extra figures on the deck. It was Beckman and Smoothie. Obviously, the two of them had already dealt with all the enemies who were still standing on the ship. What should I do with you? It's a celestial dragons after all. Chapter 71. As we all know, offending celestial dragons is a notorious taboo. Celestial dragons once offended. Marine Admiral or CP0 must be dispatched for protection. Look at it this way. Marine Admiral, as the highest combat power of naval headquarters, is also a symbol of marine justice. It's a bit pricey indeed. To be able to be mobilized by a group of morons. That so-called justice is really ridiculous. No wonder Garp scoffed at the position of Marine Admiral and had no interest at all. Someone will say. Marine still protects civilians anyway. Pirates are the most heinous people in this world. Nothing to produce, only plunder. Linley doesn't exactly deny that. In fact, in this deformed world, Marine, or world government, is actually the biggest pirate group in the world. How can 107 be better than pirates? When it was time to slaughter, you didn't see mercy, did you? The evil deeds he has done are even worse than those of pirates. In comparison, pirates can be regarded as small troubles. Under existing rules, everyone is not a good bird. There is no such thing as being on the side of justice in the true sense. Maybe all along, all those encountered in the sanctuary of Chalves were respectful and obedient. Even if you can't open your eyes, it will also be resolved by the guards around. Rarely, will the Marine Admiral be mobilized. It's rare for someone like Linley to appear. He didn't take his status as a nobleman in the world into consideration at all. It can also divide 2 by 3, 5 by 3, and solve all the guards. I was a little panicked for a while. In addition, at this moment, it seems that there is a huge boulder on the body. Immobilize him. Tears and snot came out completely uncontrollably. Even so, the whole body is soft, but the mouth is still hard. You low-class people! Damn it, dare to commit! Smoothie gave him a disgusted look, and didn't bother to listen to his bickering, just went up and kicked. Just hearing plop, St. Chalves fell down in response. Look at the imbecile who fainted. Beckman sighed with a headache. Well done, Yuanran will meet celestial dragons. This is really... I don't know whether to say they are lucky or not. It's not even Sabayati Archipelago yet. Let's say you meet celestial dragons in Sabayati Archipelago. That's really nothing to be surprised about. So normal. After all, it is not too far from the holy land of Marie Joyce. There will be celestial dragons, which is also a common occurrence. But isn't there still a few days left for the voyage? Can this all be hit? And also launched an attack on them. Otherwise, everyone is safe and sound, so there is no such thing. This guy, how to deal with it? Although he and Smoothie solved everything except the deck in the first place. But it's hard to guarantee before then. The message was not delivered. After all, some of the people who were dealt with were judging from their clothing. Mostly agents or something. In just a few seconds, it is by no means difficult to deliver the message. Do you want to kill it? Smoothie is clearly eager to try. After all, he is a world noble. It will definitely be a great sense of accomplishment if you kill it, right? Linley thought for a while, but still shook his head slightly. From the point of view of avoiding trouble. Kill this imbecile. Then, together with the entire giant ship, it will be destroyed humanely. Probably the best choice. Even if the news of the attack on the celestial dragons has already spread. Marine or CP0 may not be able to find out what they did. In this way, a lot of trouble can be saved. After all, although not afraid. But if Marine is biting like a mad dog. But it will be delayed. But looking at this imbecile in front of me. Linley gradually fell into deep thought. Celestial dragons? World nobility? Sabayati Archipelago? These words are connected together. Let his train of thought gradually begin to become clear. It's fine if we don't meet. Since we met. Maybe, we can attack this imbecile. What is the purpose of their trip to Sabayati Archipelago? Find out the whereabouts of Abyss Cold Iron. If you can find this stone directly in Sabayati Archipelago. That must be the best outcome. But this kind of thing is impossible even if you think about it. Kozaburo has lived for most of his life, but only encountered one piece. How could it be easily found in Sabayati Archipelago? Originally, he still thought, after the Sabayati Archipelago. If you go through the normal channels, there is really nothing to gain. Inevitably, some tough measures must be used. For example, the underground forces of the Sabayati Archipelago. Pull it out for a walk. By the way, let Doflamingo expand its power. But now with this imbecile in my hands. Why bother? Was attacked. As a victim. The point is not too much compensation, is it? Thinking of this, he said to Beckman. Got to collect all these people's phone bugs. See if there is a special line that can directly contact CP0 or Marine. People. It is not necessary to kill. But compensation, there must be. So, Beckman and Smoothie set out to search for phone bugs with the whole ship. Soon. Looking at the rows of phone bugs. Linley picked up the most delicate of them all. This is probably a special line, right? Naval Headquarters. Admiral's Office. Since more than 10 years ago, Zephyr was greatly stimulated because his family was killed by pirates. Admiral was transferred from Admiral to Instructor, who was only responsible for cultivating the new generation of Marine. No longer responsible for the specific affairs of Admiral. Thus, Admiral of Headquarters, Sengoku is the only one left. And because Garp repeatedly refused to promote Admiral's appointment. Therefore, Admiral's affairs are all on Sengoku's body. He was so exhausted that he could hardly breathe. And because of the alliance between Beast's Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. Let 5.8 he was in the G1 branch of New World some time ago and stayed for a while. Later, I saw that there was really no movement in the alliance. Coupled with Marshal Kong's call, Sakazuki was left to continue to garrison, and he himself returned to Marineford. At this time, Sengoku, who had just finished some business, finally wanted to take a breather. He happily made a cup of tea. Just wanted to take a sip. The phone bug rang. Poropo. It's coming again. It really doesn't make people clean. That Garp guy, he really doesn't have a sense of loyalty, and he doesn't know how to share the burden for me. Mouth complained. The body is honest. Sengoku still answered the phone bug obediently. Hello. What? When he heard the voice from the phone bug, the whole person is dumbfounded. Chapter 72. What did you say? Saint Chalves was kidnapped. Rubbing his ears, Sengoku made sure he heard right. The brows are about to form a well character. The other party wants to exchange it with a stone called Abyss Cold Iron. What is the origin of the other party? Don't know? You tell me you don't know. Sengoku was so angry that he almost cursed. On the other end of the phone is CP0, known as the highest cipher Paul. As a result, I don't know what to ask now. Suppressing his irritability, he knew that now was not the time to be annoyed, so he continued to ask. Where is the transaction location? Sabayati Archipelago. Pat. Hang up the bug. Sengoku stared blankly at the ceiling. His gaze remained motionless. Seems lost in thought. Exhausted. Celestial dragons being kidnapped. How long has it been since this happened? Since he became admiral. I can count on one hand that the celestial dragons were offended to do this. Now that someone has offended you, don't say anything, dare to come and ask for conditions? What is the cold iron of the abyss? He had never heard of this stuff. How could one be crazy enough to take such a big risk to kidnap celestial dragons in exchange? Crazy 23. Shaking his head, Sengoku simply suspected that the guy who dared to kidnap the celestial dragons was out of his mind. Don't they know? What will you face next? Only. Sengoku let out a long sigh. He really can't get away now. Naval headquarters, only one admiral, after all, too few. It's fine when you're free. When I get busy, I can't be too busy at all. And the reason why I received a call from CP0 just now. It's nothing more than asking him, Admiral, to go out. He naturally doesn't need to worry about other preparations for ransom. Think about it. I feel like I can't do everything alone. He immediately got up and walked towards the marshal's office. Come in. Is it Sengoku? In the office, the expression on Sora's face, who was drinking tea, was not surprising at all. Sengoku's arrival seemed to have been expected for a long time. Don't bother with this matter, leave it to Polisalino and Kuzan. Sengoku was taken aback. He didn't expect that when the other party opened his mouth, what he said was exactly what he wanted to say. In addition to Sakazuki, the three of them are the elite of Vice Admiral, and I plan to promote Admiral as a backup in the near future, to take on Admiral's responsibilities to a certain extent. Hearing this, Sengoku couldn't help but shine. Immediately he said cheerfully. Marshal is wise. Thus. Can he be more relaxed? Kong obviously ignored the meaning of his compliment, and his expression became dignified unknowingly. Compared to this matter, on the contrary. I originally thought that the alliance between the two groups of forces would probably not make any big moves. So when Crane returned from North Blue, immediately, Sengoku, who was stationed in the New World G1 branch, was called back. After all, it is just a word to spread the power to the whole world. Don't let the dignified admiral stay in the New World. Whoever thought? It's Whitebeard who is making big moves now. The spy agency has recently heard some intermittent news. It seems that part of the crew of the Roger pirates appeared in Whitebeard's territory. This is not a good sign. It is said that Pluton Rayleigh, also appeared. As for the Whitebeard pirates, there has been a lot of movement recently. The affiliated pirate groups all started to become restless. So, I judge. Sora stared at Sengoku solemnly. In the near future, I am afraid that something big and unexpected will happen in New World. At this time, as Admiral, you must be stationed in the G1 branch. Whitebeard pirates. Gently shaking his head, Sengoku's expression was serious. But it seems to have been expected. After all, the Whitebeard pirates have been restless recently, and it is not a matter of a day or two. It's just that he didn't expect that the situation would be so serious. An unknown island on the Grand Line. The three of Linley are supplying supplies on the island. Originally, there were still 3 days of voyage to Sabaody Archipelago. Naturally, there is no need to resupply. It's just that now there are more hostages in hand. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Not long ago, after searching the phone on the giant ship, immediately picked up the most delicate one and got in touch with the opposite party. Originally Linley thought it would be Marine. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a CP organization. Only for him. Anyway, everyone is the same. First, they strongly condemned the actions of celestial dragons. Then explained the rationality of his own self-defense. And most importantly compensation. Or the question of ransom. Then there is not much useful information left. Hang up the phone quickly. Naturally, it was impossible for him to declare himself as soon as he came up. That's totally pointless. In fact, if it wasn't for thinking about finding the Abyss Cold Iron with the help of the world government, I'm afraid that imbecile has already followed that huge ship and was destroyed by humanity. No matter how bad it is, throw it into the sea to feed the sea kings. How can you still live until now? Give people a chance to survive. It can definitely be regarded as his great mercy. At this time, that imbecile had already been dressed up as a slave. From his body, there is not even a trace of the nobility of celestial dragons. It's not Linley's bad taste or anything. It's just that this imbecile's previous outfit was not only too conspicuous, but also made people uncomfortable. Now this pair of slaves looks like undoubtedly more pleasing to the eye. Beckman looked at Charles Ross St. strangely. The latter was following behind them with a dull expression, not saying a word. It's like sleepwalking. Looking at this scene, Beckman finally couldn't bear it. What kind of torture did he suffer? It turned out to be this half-dead look. It's nothing, it's just a trick to his brain. Anyway, he's always been an imbecile, hasn't he? Beckman put on a new cigarette speechlessly, and put it in his mouth. Will it be too risky to do so? Although using the power of the world government to find Abyss Cold Iron will definitely be much easier than they have already found. But think about it. Once the transaction starts, there is absolutely no shortage of nets in the place of transaction. Just wait for them to enter the net and catch a turtle in a urn. Although Smoothie on the side didn't speak, judging from his expression, he probably thought so too. What's this? Linley obviously didn't care. We're the ones taking the initiative now, aren't we? This is also 273. Beckman nodded. It's just that the Sabaody Archipelago is too close to the naval headquarters. If you are not careful, you may be surrounded. At that time, we must be more cautious. It's really weird, just change the place. Besides, the Sabaody Archipelago is so big, is it possible that the Marine can surround it all? This is obviously impossible. And Linley raised the newspaper in his hand. Didn't you notice? The reports on me recently are too frequent. Isn't that just beating Big Mom? How long ago has it been? Need repeated reports? The World Economic News Agency has finished reporting. World government came to pick up again. Although the content of the report is different. It's nothing more than promoting his threats or something. But there is a vague meaning that he is tied with Whitebeard and Kaido, or even above the two. Logically speaking, world government will not overpromote the threat of a pirate. Thankless. Wouldn't it be equivalent to building momentum for him? Linley keenly sensed that something was wrong. But I can't tell where the problem is. After all, this is for him. There's no real downside other than making him famous. Indeed. It's fine if you don't deal with it coldly, but you actually do the opposite. Beckman is also quite puzzled by this. It's a good time to take this opportunity to find out what Marine has done recently. By the way, find a suitable partner for Beckman again. In this way, it might be possible for Guns to become a great success at any time. Chapter 73. What the hell is the cold iron in the abyss? This moment. CP0 headquarters in the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. Most people are going crazy with this question. 4 days ago, they were contacted by St. Chalv's exclusive phone bug. It exploded right away. 171. How dare anyone kidnap celestial dragons? No matter how high-sounding the other person said. What was attacked by celestial dragons, passive counterattacks, and the like. From their point of view, this is not a problem. On the contrary, disrespecting the celestial dragons is treason. Unfortunately, the development of the situation does not depend on their will. The other party only informed the news that St. Chalv's was kidnapped, as well as the requested compensation and the timing of the transaction. Just hung up the contact. Let them take a while, and there is no way to find out the kidnappers. Even if the flight trajectory of St. Chalv's is clear. But when they arrive, in addition to the wreckage of the ship and the bodies of the guards, no more useful information could be found. At this point, in addition to making a fuss about the agreed transaction place, in any case, they must rush to prepare compensation before the transaction time. That is to say, get ready for abyss cold iron. The issue is, if it comes to assassination or intelligence gathering, of course they are good at it. But in such a short time, I found a stone that I had never heard of. That would be a bit embarrassing. But what can they do? As an institution directly under celestial dragons, it is known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you still have to look for it. Then, since these 4 days, in addition to CP0 looking for it through various channels, it even used a huge underground force. It's a pity that since I only know the name, I don't know whether this stone has other names, or even its shape. So in a short period of time, there is nothing. Until the 5th day. It was only from Vegapunk that I learned the detailed information about abyss cold iron. According to Dr. Vegapunk, abyss cold iron is a rare forging material. Special methods are required to match specific forging materials. Only in this way can the characteristics of this kind of cold iron be brought into play and forged into weapons. It's easy to know the news. Talk about rare treasures. Is there any power in this world that can be compared with world government? Soon, based on drawings provided by Vegapunk. From the treasure house of celestial dragons, find a piece of abyss cold iron that is half a meter in size. Only. What makes them unable to figure out is that. How dare you kidnap celestial dragons just for something like this? As for whether celestial dragons will cause trouble first. This kind of problem. It is not within their consideration. And abyss cold iron is rare. But no matter how rare it is nothing more than a forging material. Is it worth losing your life for something like this? Just bring back the kidnapped St. Chalv's. What happens next? Almost imaginable. On the 7th day. That is, the day before the transaction. CP0 finally arrived at Sabayati Archipelago ahead of schedule with abyss cold iron. And Marine, as early as the day after receiving the news that St. Chalv's was kidnapped. Led by Kizaru Vice Admiral and Aokiji Vice Admiral, they came to Sabayati Archipelago's troops early. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of the transaction. Because the Sabayati Archipelago is composed of 79 alkaman mangrove trees. The ground is the roots. Early in the morning, Kizaru and Aokiji are in the shadows of the trading place. That is to say, in the town built on the 27th alkaman mangrove tree. At this time, in a certain treehouse full of surveillance cameras, which can be monitored, and every corner of the Sabayati archipelago, Kizaru was counting flies bored. He turned his head and looked at Aokiji beside him, who was expressionless and silent. It seems that the atmosphere is a bit serious. Oops, how dare you kidnap celestial dragons? Maybe it will be some kind of strong man. Sengoku Admiral pushed such a difficult matter to us, really. Aokiji leaned on the recliner, rolled his eyes, moved his body, and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Old hermaphrodite. What you say and what you actually say are often two different things. It's scary, but in fact, I hope that the other party will not be too weak. Otherwise, his speed of light kick might not be useful. Kizaru sees Aokiji like a bored gourd. Completely ignored what he meant. I just feel that the interest is bleak and extremely boring. Brother Kyuzan, you are really boring. He was 9 years younger than Kyuzan. It's not too much to call someone a little brother. Perhaps because of being disturbed by Kizaru's noise, Pheasant finally spoke. It was a boring job. Rescue celestial dragons or something. He is not interested at all. If you have that time, you might as well put on the blindfold and sleep comfortably. Thinking of this, I yawned unconsciously. And the Marines in the room who were staring intently at the monitor heard this. All of them were quite speechless. These two big guys have so much personality. One loves to sleep. A lover of outfit comparison. Looking at it this way, Sakazuki Vice Admiral is more reliable. Sudden. One of the Marines looked at the monitor and exclaimed. The #1 swordsman in the world. How did this guy appear here? Hearing the movement, even Aokiji, who was dozing off, woke up immediately. He hurried to the surveillance office. It's really unexpected. During this period of time, the world government was vigorously promoting Linley's threat, leading to Linley's fame. Basically, in naval headquarters, there is no one who doesn't know his name. Is he alone? Yes. Then Marine pointed to the screen and said, Qian Wangzhao. I didn't see any companions appearing beside him. So, Kizaru and Aokiji look at each other. Is it a coincidence? Just learned that Linley was in the Sabayati archipelago. They thought Linley was the kidnapper who kidnapped Saint Chalves. In fact, these days, including them, they are all guessing who the kidnapper will come from. It's so headstrong. Unfortunately, due to lack of information, it is impossible to guess. Now, on the day of the transaction, he met the world's #1 Sword Zero toilet. If I hadn't seen him alone, it's really hard to convince myself that it's a coincidence. How long is it until the transaction time? 2 hours. That's it. Kizaru seemed to be interested, turned to Aokiji and smiled. I'm going to test it out. What is the purpose of this guy coming here? Chapter 74. Some time ago, under the unanimous opinion of Sora, Sengoku, and Crane, using the power of the world government media, Linley's threat theory was vigorously promoted. Trying to make his reputation more and more high, and gradually surpass Kaido. There are two purposes. 1. Making Linley self-inflated. 2. Differentiate the relationship between Lei and Kaido. According to human nature, while prestige brings benefits and convenience, it is often easy for people to lose themselves. Unable to recognize oneself correctly. Doing stupid things that shouldn't be done. Secondly, if a force, or an organization, Once the prestige of the number 2 person exceeds that of the number 1 person, the latter is very likely to fear the former. And the end of the former is usually not very good. Even the former may not still be willing to be number 2. These reactions are all human. That's how the word Gong Gao Zhenzhu came about. Certainly. How about this set on Kaido and Linley? Not good for now. But the first and greatest influence is undoubtedly marine itself. Just imagine, the most powerful force in the world is always preaching how powerful an enemy who is not as good as itself is. It will only make the people inside become more afraid of this enemy at the same time. More and more eager to defeat it and completely eliminate this threat. This is similar to the threat theory of a certain country in Linley's previous life. It can be said. Sora, Sengoku, Tsuru 167's plan serves multiple purposes. It can also bring a direct rival to Marine in this period, thereby acting as an incentive. At least, that tactic worked for Kizaru. At least half of those who can be Marines hate pirates. Of course, Kizaru knew that Linley's record of defeating Big Mom was absolutely genuine. There was never half a lie. So what? It's nothing more than defeating a slightly stronger pirate. The ruler of this world is still the world government, the Marine. He can be called a monster in Marine, and he is never afraid of any enemies. At the age of 38, he can be said to be at his peak. How can you be afraid of a teenager? And the ant in this period, in Marine's eyes, obviously cannot be compared with 20 years later. The other side. Linley logged into the Sabayati archipelago alone. But Beckman and Smoothie sneaked in quietly with hostages who had changed their appearance after disguising themselves. Not being afraid of Marine is one thing. But it is impossible to foolishly take the hostage and go directly to the island. After all, there is no need to guess. CDDC, Marine must be in the Sabayati archipelago, fully prepared. Just waiting for the transaction to start. It seems that my whereabouts have been exposed. Not long after landing on the Sabayati archipelago, Linley was aware of this. This is because he has seen many surveillance phone bugs in various locations on the island. Only, since he chose to act alone, of course he is not afraid of any surveillance. Because the Sabayati archipelago is the only way to the New World. So when Linley was walking on the number 1 street with people coming and going, I saw many pirates, merchants, and bounty hunters. And people of different appearances from all over the world. Sabayati archipelago, also known as the Island of Decay. Obviously, it is so close to naval headquarters and the Holy Land Marie Joyce. However, a large number of 3 religions and 9 streams can be gathered here. If this is not the result of being deliberately laissez-faire, it just doesn't make sense at all. As far as Linley knows, the owners of this island are the celestial dragons. Think about it this way. You can understand why the Sabayati archipelago is so prosperous and decaying. Celestial dragons, there's got to be somewhere to have fun, too. And here is so close to the naval headquarters, there are even Marines stationed on the island. Naturally not afraid of any pirates. In the original book, Luffy's encounter in the Sabayati archipelago. If not for Rayleigh and the bears, I'm afraid the end has come. While thinking, Linley stopped at an auction house. It is said that there are a large number of auction houses on this island, and there are many auctions, such as population auctions, devil fruit auctions, etc., everything that one expects to find. Think here. Linley, who didn't plan to go to the transaction on time anyway, felt that it was necessary to see and see, so he went into the bottle. The waiter at the door saw that although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he had an extraordinary temperament and his appearance was beyond the mark. There is even a great sense of oppression in every gesture. I had to hurry up to greet and ask if I needed a private room. In this regard, Linley naturally has nothing to do. Backstage at the auction. Boss, the auction has already started, have you decided? Keep this shipment reserved for St. Chalves, or sell it? The man known as the boss seemed to be a little confused. And no answer. These days, they have been waiting for St. Chalves to arrive. Couldn't even get in touch at all. This made their stay at Sabayati archipelago longer than expected. As a businessman, due to voyage and vessel size limitations, each shipment is fairly limited. Generally speaking, after selling quickly, he can leave in time and return to the voyage to prepare commodities. If it has been delayed here, for the time is money businessmen. Every second you stay, or the goods are sold out 1 second later, is a huge loss. And now, they have stayed for a few more days. Now that I have already greeted St. Chalves in advance, of course they dare not break the appointment. Boss, just got a piece of news. St. Chalves, something may have happened. Hey? What's going on? Boss, think about it, we have provided the top-ranked goods to St. Chalves, not once or twice. It's usually with his guards. But now I can't get in touch at all, can't it explain the problem? And in the past few days, Marine's movement is too great. It's like wanting to arrest someone on this island. In my opinion, it's better to deal with it quickly and leave the place of right and wrong. Perhaps it was these words that convinced the man known as the boss. Coupled with the gains from the auction, it will definitely exceed the gains from direct sales to celestial dragons. He no longer struggled, and immediately said decisively, "Go and tell the owner of the auction house that I want to add a batch of auction goods. And tell him that this shipment will be a hit." "Got it, boss." After about half an hour, the auction has finally started. The first auction item on the stage really left Linley speechless. This auction house actually auctions people? What's the point of putting those fancy things on the door? Is the ad scam? Originally Linley wanted to leave. But now, I thought about it. I think it's all here, so I might as well take a look first, and pass the time by the way. As the auction items appeared one after another, he actually saw a familiar, but still very young figure in it. Chapter 75. Isn't this the green-haired sister next to Hancock? Can't remember the name though. And now it looks quite immature. But Linley can be sure that the figure just pulled out on the stage is definitely related to Hancock. It seems, is it a coincidence? He remembered it in the original book. Boa Hancock once had the experience of being a slave of celestial dragons. The cause was that it was abducted from the ship of the 9 snake pirates by human traffickers and sold to celestial dragons. But I can't remember exactly when it happened. Unexpectedly, when I came to Sabayati archipelago this time, I happened to run into it. This guy's here. Hancock's gotta be in. Thinking of this, Linley became interested for a while, so he suppressed the idea of leaving, intending to wait and see what happened. It's just, didn't you say it was sold directly to celestial dragons? Why did you put this up for auction? Linley looked suspiciously at the crowd in the hall through the window of the private room. He looked at the rest of the private rooms on the second floor. Since the windows of the private rooms are transparent, the guests inside can be seen through the windows. No celestial dragons. Come to think of it, this auction is not the kind of super large auction once a month. Otherwise, the celestial dragons, who are the masters of the Sabayati archipelago, will definitely be there. Thinking room. The host on stage did not start introducing the green-haired girl. Instead, a curtain on the stage was lifted again. I saw a girl with orange hair, with her hands tied, slumped on the ground, looking at the guests around in horror. This girl is another sister of Hancock. Pulled by the staff, the two were pulled onto the display stand to be auctioned together. Wow, are they sisters? It's really a rare item. Hurry up and start the auction, I can't wait. The guests below all started to shout with golden eyes. Don't worry. The host is obviously used to whetting people's appetites, and said mysteriously. Guests should know that sister flowers are always relatively rare on weekdays. But today, Sisters are not just these two, but 3. As he spoke, he pulled off a piece of cloth again. As expected. This time, it was the young and immature Hancock who appeared. Pulled by the staff. She, too, was brought weakly to the side of the two sisters. For a moment, the sisters hugged each other tremblingly. It seems that such a move can alleviate the fear in their hearts. Sister, I'm so scared, woo. Don't be afraid, sister is here, sister is here. Hancock gave a few words of comfort with a bitter face. But these 2 words of comfort sounded so weak. She knows very well that falling into the hands of human traffickers means losing her freedom completely and becoming a commodity in exchange for Bailey. And they are weak, apart from accepting their fate, they have no room to resist at all. Now. The crowd cheered louder. These are 3 sisters. It would be fun to buy it back as a slave. Seeing that the atmosphere is almost set off. The host gave an introduction, raised expectations again, and immediately announced the start of the auction. Seeing this, the crowd below immediately started quoting prices one after another. 250,000 Baileys. 280,000 Baileys. Linley watched this scene boredly. No idea of getting up to bid at all. After all. As a pirate, just grab what you fancy. What money? Besides, the business of auctioning people is not an above-board business. Where will Linley follow the rules of these people? Soon, the bidding price soared from the initial 200,000 Baileys to 1.8 million Baileys. And the upward trend still hasn't stopped. At this time, crunch! The door of the auction hall was slowly opened. Several figures walked in from it. The one who walks in the forefront, wears the unique costume of celestial dragons and wears resin bubbles. Such an alternative dress, who else is it not celestial dragons? The figures following him were all wearing black suits. Apparently his entourage. One of them was holding a rather expensive-looking box. Wow, Saint Roswald is here. It seems that we have nothing to do this time. When the guests of the auction house saw the person coming, they couldn't help but howled in a low voice. Whenever there is a product that Celestial Dragons likes, no one else did anything at all. This is the experience gained from countless bloody lessons. In Sabayati Archipelago, no one dares to compete with Celestial Dragons for a long time. Roswald St did not choose to go up to the private room on the second floor. Instead, they went directly to the auction stage. Looking at the 3 Hancocks on the stage, they showed excited eyes. We came at a good time. Saint Roswald, it looks like today is your lucky day. The attendants echoed one after another. Just snapped 2 interesting things from next door. I didn't expect to come across such an interesting product when I came here. It seems that you are going to return home with a full load today. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Saint Roswald couldn't help laughing. After that, he couldn't wait to join the auction. 15 million Baileys. As soon as he opened his mouth, it directly surpassed the price by nearly 10 times. No way. Celestial dragons are rich and willful. As soon as the price was announced, almost all the guests could see that he was determined to get it. Even a customer with a rich family, considering his status, dare not continue to make an offer. After waiting for a while, no one offered a higher price. So, with the host's hammer down, the 3 Hancock sisters were officially auctioned off by Roswald St. At this time, Linley's attention was on the top of Hancock's head. There, with the sudden appearance of the celestial dragons, a golden exclamation point suddenly appeared. Golden exclamation point again. Is it more talented than Jack? This is already the 4th golden exclamation mark he has encountered. It has to be said that among the goals of his current contract, the ones with the golden quality are the most. Contract targets: Yamato, Gold, Black Maria, Blue, Jack, Purple, Katakuri, Gold, Smoothie, Purple, Beckman, Gold, Kuina, Red, 7/9. Carefully examine the golden exclamation mark on Hancock's head. Linley not only showed interest in his eyes. Character, Boa Hancock. Opportunity, if you eat the sweet fruit that originally belonged to the target of the contract, or the snake fruit, bamboo yetching form, in the same box, you can achieve the conditions for a breakthrough upgrade. Sweet fruit. Bamboo yetching form. Linley's gaze immediately fell on the box in the hands of Roswald's squire. Originally, he planned to save the person. Anyway, it's just a little effort. In this way, the future empress will owe him a great favor. Now that you see the golden exclamation mark, it is even more impossible to let it go. No doubt. For Linley, there is no doubt that there is an excellent opportunity in front of him. Asking for flowers. A chance to verify yourself for a second ability. Before, he was not in a hurry because he planned to test it on Black Maria. Since she is not going to let her eat that ancient seed. Naturally, a better devil fruit must be found for her. In this way, if the conjecture is verified, the reward obtained will be more selective. But now the opportunity at your fingertips is in front of you. He has no reason to miss it. So, he immediately got up and left the private room, and went downstairs. After St. Roswald photographed the 3 Hancock sisters, he asked the guards to hold the reins. He dragged the 3 of them forward without any compassion. At this time, they obviously understood their future destiny. His eyes dimmed. Subconsciously, under the lead of the reins, he walked forward dully. It seems that he is ready to accept his fate. At this time, St. Roswald had just reached the landing. Just coincidentally pretending to be upright with Linley, who was walking upstairs and downstairs. The former's weak physical fitness, how can he be safe after being hit by Linley like this? He was knocked to the ground immediately. Keep crying. 0. Seeing this scene. For a moment, the audience seemed to explode. This guy is doomed to hit celestial dragons. It's really unlucky, there happens to be a blind spot, and I guess we couldn't see the celestial dragons, so we bumped into it, right? Where is the bad luck? Don't you know that in Sabayati Archipelago, the last thing you can offend is the celestial dragons? Some people gloated, but others cast a sympathetic look. Even the 3 Hancock sisters saw this scene. Looking at Linley's eyes, they were full of sympathy for each other. This young man must be too miserable. At a young age, life is about to change drastically. BD, you inferior person, dare to offend the great St. Roswald. Seeing this, the guards of St. Roswald were undoubtedly terrified. Hurry up and help the master up. Cursed at Linley. Unexpectedly, Linley completely ignored the chatter of these guards. Instead, he stared condescendingly at St. Roswald, and said in an unhurried tone. What a shame! How dare you block your way? As compensation for being rude, can those little sisters and the box in his hand be given to me? In this case, maybe I will feel better next time, so I won't care about it with you. Wow! As soon as the words came out, the audience was stunned for an instant. The common thought of almost everyone is, does this kid know who he's talking to? Some people think Linley looks familiar, but after a while, they don't recognize him. More people feel, Linley is definitely drunk. How many peanuts? Drink like this. At this time, the door of the auction hall opened again. From behind Linley, an extremely lazy voice suddenly came. Even if you are the #1 swordsman in the world, you can't be presumptuous here, Lin Fu. I saw Kizaru's figure quietly appearing from the gate at some unknown time. What? Is this young man the #1 swordsman in the world? Before everyone was shocked, Kizaru asked again. Also, I want to ask you a question. Brother Linley, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Chapter 76. Kicked by the speed of light. Listen to this classic line from Kizaru. Linley couldn't help laughing dumbfounded. He showed a look of interest. Why, you want me to experience the experience? I didn't expect you to be as wretched as ever. It's just that, isn't it too contemptuous? Just a vice admiral, dare to shout in front of me. If you want to deal with me, at least Sengoku will come, right? As he spoke, he turned his head and smiled at Saint Roswald, who had just been lifted up. Don't try to escape. Otherwise, this yellow monkey alone can't stop me. Yet. It's really scary. Kizaru obviously didn't think he was wretched and habitually raised his hands in a gesture of "I'm so scared." But the anger in his eyes clearly betrayed him. Who do you look down on? Call him yellow monkey? Even the world's #1 swordsman. You can't be so arrogant. Being so underestimated by a teenager. It is conceivable how upset he is at the age of nearly 4163. And listen to the conversation between the two. Everyone in the auction hall looked at each other in disbelief and shock. These two big men, are they going to do it? One is the world's #1 swordsman at a young age. One is the famous Marine Vice Admiral known as the Monster. Unexpectedly, a small auction house would come up to meet these two big men. With the help of the guards, Saint Roswald finally stood up in embarrassment. Damn it! How dare an inferior person be so rude? What's up with you, Marine? Why is it not Admiral, but you, Vice Admiral? Don't you take me too seriously? Forget it. Quickly kill him. As celestial dragons. He doesn't care about the #1 or #2 swordsman in the world. To him anyway, except for the celestial dragons, everyone else is inferior. To be so humiliated by lower people. How could he let it go? Hearing this, Kizaru's face was undoubtedly a little green. It's okay to be looked down upon by the world's #1 swordsman. Even the protected object. All come to such a back attack? Only. Anyway, to some extent, it is the underestimation from the master. He didn't dare to say anything to refute. The #1 swordsman in the world. Marine Vice Admiral Kizaru. And in just a few seconds, Hancock felt like he was on a roller coaster. The first is resignation. Reluctantly accepting the fact that he is a slave to the celestial dragons. Then, Linley suddenly appeared and knocked Roswald St. She couldn't help feeling sympathetic to each other. He felt that this handsome young man was unlucky just like himself. Immediately afterwards, I heard that the boy, acting like he was insane, dared to make that kind of extremely arrogant request. Until the appearance of Marine Vice Admiral Kizaru. Just discovered. It turned out that the clown was me. This boy, is he really not joking? The world's #1 swordsman. The strongest among swordsmen. The gold content of this title, even if she is only 12 years old, she has a heart-to-heart thumbim. Take them from the celestial dragons as compensation. Not to mention whether it is possible. But is it too much? Nothing too much. In this way, wouldn't the three sisters be able to escape the Li Tian dragon people? Even if it is the same as being a slave. To be the #1 swordsman in the world, and to be the slave of such a handsome young man. At least it can make her more accepting in her heart. Thinking of this, a kind of light called hope could not help showing in his eyes. While she was thinking wildly, seeing Linley walking past Kizaru calmly, he left a sentence in an understatement. Being kicked by the speed of light has never happened before, can you let me experience it? Okay. Kizaru waved his hand, naturally he would not refuse. He is here. It was originally to test Linley's strength and the purpose of this trip. Tat. The two came to the grass outside the auction hall one after another. Linley's right hand was held onto the handle of second-generation Onitsu's knife at some point. I heard that you Marines have paid special attention to me recently. Even spare no effort to build momentum for me. Do I have to thank you all properly? You are welcome. Kang. See, Linley's second-generation geisha has been unsheathed. He unhurriedly condensed the photons in his hands, forming a sword of light. It is his signature ability of sparkling fruit. Amazon Cloud Sword. After all, at such a young age, he is considered by the president of the World Economic News Agency to be the strongest swordsman in the world today. We Marine can't be too cautious, can't we? Kizaru has been by Sengoku's side for many years. Undoubtedly know a lot of inside information. But since it is an inside story, it is naturally impossible to openly and honestly inform Linley, the enemy. Yet, seeing that Kizaru's answer is so official, Linley didn't take it seriously, but smiled lightly. Correct. Do you know what it means to cut the speed of light? The speed of light was cut. Kizaru was taken aback. He suddenly felt. It seems that my lines have been plagiarized and tampered with? The smile on Linley's face remained the same. It is you who become the light. Then the speed of light was cut by me. The words just fell off. Linley appeared in front of Kizaru instantly. The second generation Onitsu who is entwined with armament haki and tyrannical. With pink flowing light and bursting dark red lightning. Chop hard. Boom. The streamer and lightning are unusually dazzling at this moment. Although Kizaru subconsciously blocked it with Amazono sword. But it is clear that there is still a long and not short distance between second generation Gish and Tiankanjai Unjian. Kizaru seems to have suffered an inexplicable blow. He was blasted out with almost no resistance. His body in midair quickly elementalized. But it was still unavoidable to be blasted into a building not far away. Suddenly, the wall collapsed and broke into a pile of stones, burying Kizaru in it. Wow! Seeing this scene, the onlookers undoubtedly exploded. Saint Roswald's face turned green, and he was trembling with anger. Trash! You were beaten like this when you came up. Careless! He climbed up from the pile of rubble in embarrassment. Kizaru's face was full of dignity. He suddenly felt that he had lost his mind. The world's #1 swordsman who knows his opponent. The strongest among swordsmen. He, who is not considered a pure swordsman, actually wants to compete with his opponent in swordsmanship? Thinking of this, the figure slowly lifted into the air. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Obviously, he suffered a big loss when he came up, and immediately gave up the swordsmanship competition with Linley. Instead, it uses a large AoE. With the thumbs and index fingers of both hands closed together, his hands are crossed together. In an instant, dazzling rays of light condensed where the fingers were close together. Immediately after, countless photons appeared. 0.0 fired countless dazzling light bullets at Linley. For a moment, dense light bullets, like a light net, filled all the directions around Linley. As expected, this is the true strength of marine monsters. Among the onlookers eating melons, someone said with emotion. To this, Linley just smiled lightly. Then he swung a huge slash casually. Boom! In an instant, all the light bullets hit by the slash will be split into two. Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion occurred. For a time, the midair was like fireworks blooming. Just in broad daylight, there was a visual feast for everyone walking out of the auction, as well as passers-by nearby. Just when everyone was immersed in the visual feast. Boom! A loud noise woke everyone up. I don't know when. Kizaru was blasted into a nearby building again. Buried again by rubble. Chapter 77. The screen returns to the previous second. I saw a huge slash, which split the light bullet above Linley in half and exploded. He didn't just sit around. A flash appeared in front of Kizaru instantly. It was chopped down with a domineering knife again. Kizaru obviously didn't expect his reaction to be so fast. In other words, I didn't expect that he couldn't wait for a moment. So eager to fight back. Although observation haki is not weak. But obviously it has not reached the level of foreseeing the future. So even if Linley was found, turn on elementalization for the first time to escape. Still at Linley's speed, unable to fully elementalize. He couldn't escape this sudden blow. Thus, the scene of the first fight reappeared. Watch as Kizaru is buried under the rubble. Saint Roswald, who had finally gained some confidence in Kizaru, became furious again. Look, look! I just said, Admiral has to come over. How dare Marine treat me like this? The issue is, Ben 23 came after Kizaru Marines. Hear Roswald ST's brainless complaints. AC Soldier's brain became hot, and he was filled with righteous indignation and complained for his superiors. Even if Admiral wants to come, it will take time. What's more, Kizaru Vice Admiral arrived almost as soon as you were attacked. With this kind of efficiency, who else can this be complained? These celestial dragons are the son of ABCH. Obviously. Maybe the sailor just joined the marine not long ago. Still not sure how to get along with celestial dragons. What do you want to talk about? UBD. Seeing someone dare to refute himself boldly. Roswald ST seems to have finally found a punching bag. It doesn't matter if he's a marine or not. He took out a pistol from his pocket and aimed a shot at the sailor. Bang! Puff! With the sound of gunfire, the sailors who spoke fell down. Seeing this, the marines around were all furious, but they dared not speak out. Under the command of a marine with the rank of sergeant, 4 people walked out of the team immediately. Quickly picked up the fallen sailor and ran towards the hospital. As for the rest, although they were very angry at what happened to their companions, except for cursing in my heart, he didn't even dare to have an expression of dissatisfaction on his face. Everyone knows that what the companion said is true. But if you really want to count, refuting celestial dragons is indeed offensive. Even marine. In front of celestial dragons, they are not much different from outsiders. It is called dog at every turn. Take a look at the entire marine. Except Vice Admiral Garp dared to go against the celestial dragons. Who else dares? Cut. Saint Roswald glanced at the marines with disdain, and finally felt a little better in his heart. The onlookers were completely speechless by his actions. Can be speechless. This kind of thing is so natural for celestial dragons. See you a lot. It's no wonder. Linley, who flew Kizaru again, noticed the scene when he heard the movement. Can't help but feel sad for the marines. I don't know what justice these people are for. The feeling of being a dog is so enjoyable. To change him is marine. Whatever celestial dragons are not celestial dragons. Dare to draw a gun on him. A direct backhand is a knife. Hey, what about you, a trash who only knows how to live in the nest? Didn't I tell you to stand there obediently? Who told you to show off your might? As he spoke, Linley walked towards Roswald St unhurriedly. Let an imbecile show off his power in front of him. That feeling is simply not too bad. Inferior, your tone is really infuriating. Roswald St obviously didn't understand the situation. Seeing Linley walking towards him, he raised his pistol and aimed a shot at Linley. Bang! Day! However, the bullet was pinched by Linley with only 2 fingers. Are you provoking me? Linley asked very seriously. With the hostage in hand. There is no need for a second one at all. Anyway, 1 or 2, same for Marine and World Government. Not good. Just then, Kizaru finally crawled out from the rubble. See Linley walking towards Roswald St. Although disdain for the latter, but still didn't dare to delay for a moment, turned into a beam of light and shot towards Linley. Oh! With Linley's observation hacky, it is impossible not to detect the behavior of the yellow monkey. Seeing this, he immediately raised the 2nd generation Kitoru. Aim at that beam of light and chop it down with a single knife. Boom! It was another huge slash. Due to the inability to integrate demon power. Therefore, it is compared to the slash with the combination of demon power and armed color. Both the momentum and power are inferior. But now the armed color is promoted to advanced. It also pulled back a lot of distance. The beam brings great speed at the same time. It also means that it is difficult to turn corners. Therefore, it is almost an instant effort. The slash collided with the beam of light formed by Kizaru. Number F sharp. Due to the induction in advance, he was able to take the initiative to elementalize and divide his body into several sections dangerously. Finally, he escaped the slash. It's scary. This sentence. He dared to touch his conscience and say. Absolutely speaking from the heart. Literally. Instead of pretending. And his move successfully diverted Linley's attention. Brother Kuzan, why haven't you come yet? Just fight for a few rounds. Kizaru judged Linley's strength, which was beyond his imagination. He couldn't take advantage of it at all. Now we can only hope for the arrival of Aokiji. Join forces with him against the enemy. Sure enough. Sparkling fruit is really hard to deal with. Linley said with deep emotion. He was chopped off twice in succession. But Kizaru didn't seem to be hurt. It is true that the armed color can hit elementalization. But if it is the position to be hit, it will be transferred elsewhere through elementalization in advance. 093. Free up the original position. Can avoid the attack of armed color. At this point, it's not hard for Kizaru to do it. Kizaru was dumbfounded when he heard Linley's words. Is he also called difficult? Please. Is he the one who gets beaten up from start to finish? You can really joke. Hee. Linley shook his head, too lazy to talk nonsense. A flash appeared in front of Kizaru again. So next. The battle between the two quickly turned into a chase. Passively foreseeing the future due to knowledge. Let Linley judge Kizaru's foothold anytime and anywhere. And the silent displacement can make him appear in front of Kizaru instantly. EXTO. What about the speed of light? In a way, but at ultimate speed. But he is teleporting. Crushing of Conqueror's haki. From the beginning until now, I have been pressing Kizaru and playing. And Kizaru doesn't owe much money at the moment. Seems to finally figure it out. Do you know what it means to cut the speed of light? The true meaning of this sentence. Unless he turns into a beam and runs away. If he only relied on slashing, he could indeed dodge him. But if he has the intention to stop. The moment he almost stopped, he found that Linley had appeared in front of him. It can't go on like this. Be aware of this. Kizaru immediately made a gesture of holding the ball with both hands. Chapter 78. 8-foot mirror. I saw the dazzling, pure and flawless light ball like a mirror quietly appearing in Kizaru's hands. Then it quickly flung it into the surrounding air. In just a few seconds, at least 10 of them were thrown out. After doing this action, Kizaru's whole body turned into countless light particles, which directly entered one of the ministers of the light mirror. Immediately afterwards, this light mirror began to continuously split into new light mirrors. Linley would have liked to follow the routine. Let's do the knife first. But the next moment, more and more light mirrors are aligned with each other. Through the refraction of light, connect the mirrors all together. A three-dimensional grid-like optical network is formed. And with the addition of light mirrors, this optical network is becoming denser and denser. This made it impossible for Linley to judge Kizaru's foothold for a while. He knew that with the division of the light mirror, Kizaru must no longer be in the original light mirror. There were two ways he could attack Kizaru before. First, it judged the time when Kizaru landed, appeared at the same time, and then launched an attack at a speed that Kizaru could not react to at all. Second, if Kizaru turns into a light beam and shoots at him head-on, you only need to snipe from the front. In addition, if Kizaru only wants to escape, or large-scale elementalization without revealing the real body. Just like now. I'm afraid there is really no good way to win it. Face the former. Silent displacements are short-range displacements. As for the flight of light, in terms of long-distance flight capability, I am afraid it is inferior to the light beam transformed by Kizaru. After all, sparkling fruit, even in Logia, is extremely buggy. Compare lava fruit and frozen fruit, although each has its own characteristics. Either it is the peak of Logia's attack power, or it has super control ability. But compared to running away, sparkling fruit is probably unmatched. B. Like the red hair in the original book, using the ultra-high-level Conquerors, the Logia ability user is forcibly exited from the elemental state and face the latter. I'm afraid Kizaru also found out once he showed up. Immediately there will be an attack. Only then did he hide in the light mirror and not appear. While Linley was thinking about how to get Kizaru out, I saw that each light mirror was connected to each other at the same time. Tong Tong began to gather light. Shoots laser beams at Linley. Chirp chirp chirp. For a moment, the light mirror seemed to become a laser gun. Laser light is continuously being emitted towards Linley. That's what makes it interesting. Seeing this scene, Lin Fu's eyes undoubtedly brightened. Kizaru is a Logia-capable user. Naturally, a large-scale elemental attack can reflect the value of Logia. Whether it is Tien Kanjiun sword or Bakakayan Guyu. From Linley's point of view, that's waste of money. The former played swordsmanship with others. The latter is more harmful to Guashat. And the dense laser light in front of him is enough to face Logia. Thinking room. The figure is also dodging countless laser lights quickly. Boom 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 boom. And his original position. With his disappearance, the densely packed potholes left by laser light bombardment appeared on the ground. For a time, the dust overflowed. Diffuse in the air, even affecting the line of sight. If a patient with intensive phobia sees the tragic situation on the ground, he will definitely feel deeply uncomfortable. Boom! With a wave, the huge slash was swung out. Linley tried to clean more and more mirrors. However, since the light mirror split, it quickly drifted toward the periphery. The range that the slash can cover is really limited. Barely equal to the splitting speed of the light mirror. But Linley also had to dodge laser attacks. Even in front of Linley, who has the skill of silent displacement, the light mirror must lock on the target after he appears, and then emit laser light. But laser light is light after all. Maybe it can't reach the real speed of sunlight in nature. But it is also undoubtedly extremely fast. Because the laser light covers a wide and dense area. Just listen to. The onlookers were afraid of being affected. Quickly evacuate to the periphery of the battle. Roswald St was escorted by bodyguards and marine, and followed the crowd to leave. Just when the guards wanted to take the opportunity to run away with their master. This scene was obviously seen by Linley. Next second. Swish! On the ground in front of St. Roswald and the others, a gully formed by the slash appeared. Blocked their way of escape. After completing this action, Linley withdrew his mind and dealt with the attack of laser light. Originally Hancock, seeing that Linley was restrained by such a terrifying move by Kizaru, and St. Roswald and others took her to escape. Despair flickered again in his eyes. After all, Kizaru's trick, in terms of visual effects, undoubtedly too shocking. It even made her feel fearful. Is this Logia? It's really unreasonable, it's terrifying. The dense three-dimensional optical network in the air, as well as the continuous emission of laser light. It even gave her an idea. I'm afraid no matter who can deal with this kind of battle, it's going to be tricky, right? Just when she thought she was about to be taken away. Ravines in the ground. As in the despair in her eyes, Ju and hope are divided into two. That boy, even if he was restrained. But still keep an eye on their every move. Come to think of it, this celestial dragons will never be let go. Realizing this, Hancock felt a little relieved. Just then, the green-haired Sander Sonia whispered in Hancock's ear. Sister, it seems that the situation of the world's #1 swordsman is not good. A person with Logia ability is too incomprehensible. The orange-haired marigold on the other side of her also nodded softly in agreement. After all, people with Logia abilities can transform into elements, which undoubtedly has a lot of fault tolerance. Hancock listened to the analysis of the sisters, but did not speak. Instead, he clasped his hands together, showing prayerful eyes, and looked at Linley's back in the battle. For her. That boy is the only hope for her and her sisters. Saint Roswald and the others were obviously attracted by the gully in front of them. And he himself was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the whispers of the three sisters. In that case, maybe just dodging made Linley a little impatient. He finally stopped blinking. The figure appeared at the very center below the optical net. With a wave. Demon Chi Bomb. The long-awaited Demon Bomb. The last time it appeared was before Katakuri Fruit awakened. But now the demon power has more than doubled. The Yaokai Bomb has also been enlarged by at least 10 times. I saw a gigantic ball that was shining with lightning. Appeared in midair in an instant. For a time, the scene of covering the sky and blocking out the sun appeared. Like dark clouds. The surrounding light seems to have dimmed a lot. Swish swish swish. Because the Yaokai bomb is too huge. Almost all the laser light fell into the demonic energy bomb. Then the stream flows into the sea, soundlessly. Perhaps a critical value has been reached. The gigantic monster bomb suddenly exploded violently in the air. Endless white light swept across every corner of Fang Yuan for several kilometers in an instant like daytime. Boom 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 boom. The line of sight was blocked, but violent roars continued to sound from it. Trademark Hui. Due to the special shape of Sesshomaru, Linley, whose sight was not obstructed at all, clearly saw the dense network of light. Affected by the fluctuations generated by this violent explosion. Almost the vast majority of them all turned into light particles and disappeared. And the yellow ape was at the moment when the explosion was about to spread. Break away from the light mirror in time, turn into a beam of light and shoot out of the range of the explosion. Just as he landed and stood firm, he breathed a sigh of relief. After that, a figure came out. Yellow monkey, I finally caught you. As soon as the words fell, with a domineering knife, he slashed heavily at Kizaru's shoulder. This time, it really exceeded Kizaru's expectations. He didn't expect that Linley's vision was completely unaffected. Therefore, such a short time is only enough for him to complete half of the elementalization. He was chopped down heavily by Linley. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted from his shoulder. At the same time, he has just completed elementalization. Into countless light particles. Hugging his shoulders, he appeared not far in front of Linley with an extremely ugly expression. How old is it? Since he ate the sparkling fruit. I haven't shed any blood yet. Today, is the first time since he became a capable user. As expected of the #1 swordsman in the world. Even if you don't want to admit it. But your strength is indeed above mine. At this point, he has understood a fact. Confrontationally, unless the fruit ability is awakened. Otherwise, definitely not an opponent. With the first wound, the second road is not far away. But if you use the fruit awakening ability, permanently change the surrounding environment. The consequences. Celestial dragons may not accept it. But if not, if you continue to entangle with it, maybe there is a real risk of being killed. Thinking of this. He is already thinking about it. I was thinking about how to act in a play to make my exit reasonable. As for the celestial dragons? Don't you think he's just a vice admiral? Love whoever. At this time, an indifferent voice sounded. La 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 Shin. Brother Kizaru, Linley, you are in a mess. Aokiji. Hearing this voice, Kizaru couldn't help but change his face. Because he just wants to be an actor right now, and he doesn't want to fight anymore. Laozi is already injured. Is that salary enough to pay for medical expenses? Chapter 79. Another Vice Admiral. An Aokiji, one of the three monsters. If there is any place in the world, I know marine best. There is no doubt that it is the Sabayati archipelago. How close is this to naval headquarters? And there are always marines stationed there. Therefore, among the 3 teachings and 9 streams who come and go on the island, there is almost no one who does not know the 3 marine monsters. See, now there is another one. Almost all expectations disappeared in an instant. What to expect? It wasn't just Hancock who expected Linley to win. In fact, even the vast majority of other spectators are the same. They can say bitter celestial dragons for a long time. In the Sabayati archipelago, everyone is inferior except the celestial dragons. Now it is hard to have such an opportunity to watch the so-called superior people be cleaned up. That feeling is simply not too cool. Although it is also shocking in this world, there are actually people who are not afraid of death and dare to play celestial dragons. But isn't it a big deal to watch the excitement? Wouldn't it be illegal to watch the show? It seems that not only is he embarrassed, but he is also seriously injured. It was found that Kizaru's face was extremely ugly. 29-year-old Aokiji, who obviously cannot read minds, cannot read Kizaru's true thoughts. Kaika. Hearing this, Kizaru just smiled awkwardly. He cursed secretly in his heart. This kid came to 090 at the wrong time. Don't come early, don't come late. Just when he wanted to retreat. If only come earlier. Maybe he won't get hurt and quit. Come later. He played a wave of drama, pretending to be knocked into the sea by the world's #1 swordsman, and then never returned. Others would only think that he was suppressed by the sea water and passed out in the sea. As for how the Roswald Church was treated, none of his business. He really has no temper. It's not easy to confront each other in full view, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have little emotions. In this way, even if the dead fat pig was slaughtered, what does it have to do with him? If you want to take the blame, you are also a marshal. It's not what he wanted to come. Besides, at first I just wanted to pretend to be tough, but now I want him to work hard? This kind of behavior is somewhat inconsistent with his life values. Now it's time to team up with Aokiji. It's good to win. What if we lose? Then it would be embarrassing and embarrassing. Interesting. See, even Aokiji is coming too. Not only did Linley not have the slightest fear. On the contrary, it is quite eager to try. There is no doubt that Kizaru's routine has been almost mastered by him. Unless you want to escape. Otherwise, the situation will only get worse. Otherwise, it is the ability to display the fruit awakening. Linley didn't believe it. Kizaru, who is 38 years old and almost 40, has not mastered fruit awakening yet. As for why not just now? As far as he knows, Logia's awakening can basically change the environment permanently. Where is Sabayati Archipelago? Playground by celestial dragons. Changing the environment here permanently, isn't it crazy? This is killing 800 enemies and damaging yourself 10,000. Besides, even if he uses it, he won't be afraid. And now Aokiji is here. 1 against 2. The situation immediately reversed. Even he is not completely sure. I don't know where this rumor came from. No one can deal with 2 admirals at the same time. Although it is a rumor. In fact, there is still some truth. Well known. The combat power ceiling of One Piece world is 4 emperors and admiral. Perhaps there is a difference between strength and weakness. But there is no grade difference. It is indeed unrealistic to deal with 2 opponents of the same level at the same time. And the current Kizaru and Aokiji may not necessarily reach the fighting power in the original book. However, the combination of the two cannot be underestimated. The current him, compared to when he was singled out with the ant, his overall strength has undoubtedly improved a lot. Conqueror's haki basically reaches the advanced level. But the explosive power has dropped. At least 3 means of decisive victory are missing. Even so, on his face, there is still a monstrous fighting spirit. It won't be long, the two of you, and Sakazuki will be able to become admiral, right? How fortunate to be able to fight against the 2 future admirals today. Sorry. Even though I'm reluctant, it's something I can't help. Aokiji glanced at the injured Kizaru. Even if he is no longer willing to join forces with the enemy. But now Kizaru, who is stronger than him, is injured. You don't have to think about it. I did. If he had fought alone, the result could not have been better. Fine. Linley waved his hand with a sincere face. You are a marine, and I am a pirate. In the face of the enemy, it is not too much to take any means, don't take it to heart. Besides, you are much more polite than that yellow monkey. In comparison, it is Kizaru who has been kicked by the light. Aokiji apologized as soon as he opened his mouth. At least he is better educated than that monkey. This can't help but make Linley have a good impression of him. For the sake of being so polite. Take it easy later. He sighed silently. Reluctantly, Kizaru unleashes Amanoun sword again. A sword of light condensed by photons appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Aokiji breathed out a breath of cold air, and also formed an ice skate in his hand. The two looked at each other. Superior. Ice Age. Light speed cut. Seeing that the ground was covered with cold air at an alarming speed. And Kizaru slashed at Linley at the speed of light. There was no panic in Linley's eyes. Leap lightly. While avoiding the air conditioning cover, he slashed at the light beam. Boom. The slash and the light beam collided fiercely. A violent explosion occurred in mid-air. Frozen time capsule. Seeing Linley lift into the air, Aokiji suddenly slapped Linley in his place. I saw a shock wave composed of cold air, attacking Linley with lightning speed. Meanwhile, Kizaru is not to be outdone. Turning into a beam of light speed, he quickly approached Linley, creating a chance for Aokiji's cold air to freeze. Now that they have joined forces, it has become an unchangeable fact. Then this battle must never be lost. Otherwise, the 2 alternate admirals actually lost to the world's #1 swordsman? How much gold will that bring to this title? It's too late to say it. Since the 2 were in different positions, they attacked Linley at the same time. Therefore, it is obviously difficult to take care of both at the same time. Unless he leaves the combat range with a silent displacement. Think about it this way. In a flash, he appeared behind Aokiji. Reproduced as the scene when suppressing Kizaru. Sword pressure. Conqueror stalks 2nd generation Anato at the same time. An invisible pressure wave pressed on Aokiji's body like a mountain. It is self-evident how strong Linley's sword pressure will be now. Even Aokiji was briefly affected. Just when Linley's 2nd generation Onitsu was about to hit Aokiji, a beam of light has quietly come to Linley's side. This made him realize that if he cut down completely, he would definitely be hit by the beam. In this regard, the extremely short time to think about it made him quickly make a decision. Immediately, he flashed again and avoided Kizaru's attack. Be careful, this guy is elusive, pay attention to his approach. Kizaru reminded loudly from the side. No. Aokiji nodded solemnly. If it wasn't for Huang Yuan's timely rescue just now. If he can't react in time, he may suffer a loss. So next. Because of Linley's flash, he was fully on guard. Under the cooperation of the 2 who can take care of each other at any time. In a short period of time, Linley didn't take advantage of much. Just as the 3 of them were fighting fiercely. The appearance of a bullet interrupted the fierce battle of the three. Chapter 80. Caught off guard. Facing the bullets that hit him, by the time Kizaru found out, it was already too late. Hastily, enter elementalization decisively. Still half a beat behind. A bullet wrapped around armament Haki. It hit the already injured shoulder directly. The moment of touch. Suddenly there was an astonishing big explosion. Boom. Who? Kizaru, who reappeared as a spot of light, clutched his shoulders, making him feel dense and angry. Just now, all the observation Haki hit Linley. Always be on guard against Linley's sudden approach. The result of this is to make him ignore the threats from the surroundings. This was a big loss. In this way, the already injured shoulder will be even worse. It is absolutely impossible to say that it will have no effect on his next combat effectiveness. At this moment, he only felt that this trip was a big loss. This month's salary is probably not enough to recuperate. Thinking about it this way makes me even more angry. Oh! Linley turned to look. The person came with a cigarette in his mouth, with a ponytail and Zoying hanging down his bangs. Who is it if it's not Beckman? How did you come? Didn't he arrange for Beckman and Smoothie to sneak in with that imbecile and lurk for now? If I don't come again, you are not very good. Beckman saw the three people fighting stopped, and walked quickly to Linley's side. Originally, he and Smoothie disguised themselves and sneaked behind the Sabayati archipelago with the Moron. It didn't take long to discover the movement coming from here. After thinking about it, I think Linley is the only one who will do it at this time. Immediately left Smoothie to watch over the imbecile. And he came alone to inquire about the situation. Who would have thought that Kizaru and Aokiji played 2 against 1 just as they arrived? Can he bear it? Although I didn't take advantage of it, I didn't suffer a loss. Linley smiled lightly. In fact it is. Despite his flash, he was guarded to death. As a result, he was unable to open the situation for a long time. But Kizaru and Aokiji will have nothing to do with him for a while. Although that is the case, this place is too close to naval headquarters after all. If Admiral is brought in, the situation will not be good. Indeed. Linley doesn't deny that. If Sengoku comes too, then he really had to run away. In this case, leave the injured one to me. I don't know why. Beckman looked at Kizaru strangely. So just arrived. Without even thinking about it, I gave him such a meeting gift. Kizaru? That's fine too. Anyway, Kizaru was injured. It is impossible to say that the combat effectiveness is still in its heyday. Hand it over to Beckman. Aokiji in this period is obviously not too difficult for him. Maybe we can end the battle as soon as possible. After all, it would not be a good thing to delay and attract Sengoku. A companion is here. Didn't this guy land on the island alone? Look at Beckman standing with Linley. Kizaru and Aokiji's faces were serious at the same time. Even if it was just 2 against 1. Still didn't take advantage of anything. Although the same is true for Linley. But for them, this is definitely not the ideal result. It would have been embarrassing to play 2 against 1. The key is... At first they all thought Linley came alone. But if there is a partner, why didn't they walk together when they landed on the island? This has to be thought-provoking. Could it be? Kizaru and Aokiji exchanged glances. At the same time, I understood the meaning in the eyes of the other party. Could it be that Linley had something to do with the Celestial Dragon's kidnapping? The partner of the world's #1 swordsman is here. Now there's a good show to watch. Originally, the audience saw that the 3-person battle had reached a stalemate. Emotions also fell into anxiety. Can you FK Admiral and clean up the heavenly beings? They almost killed them. If only. Can you exit your bad breath today and add chicken legs to dinner to celebrate? If not. How about love? Very good. 2 against 2, that's fair. Sander, Sonia and Marigold couldn't help cheering at the same time. Even Hancock, who is relatively calm, does not consciously have a look of joy in his eyes. Hey, have you forgotten your identities? Saint Roswald finally regained his strength, and when he heard that the three slaves dared to speak for disrespectful inferiors, he was furious. Walked over and just wanted to make a move. Suddenly, I felt a chill coming from behind. Can't help turning back stiffly. The guards and Marine on the side seemed to be afraid that the owner of that gaze would do something. Quickly ran forward and blocked Saint Roswald behind him. Even knowing it is useless. But this kind of attitude, but dare not do it. Damn it! Saint Roswald clasped his hands tightly, his face twisted in anger. Zhong felt extremely aggrieved. As celestial dragons, when have you ever been treated this way? So he asked the guard in front angrily. Have you contacted Admiral yet? Call him over quickly. Called, but. Saint Roswald's tone was extremely dissatisfied. Sengoku Admiral has gone to New World, only Vice Admiral Garp and Great Staff Crane are left in Naval Headquarters. What? Garp? Forget it, let the Crane come over. She's already on her way. At this time the two sides at war. After each other has determined their opponents. Fight together again. Without the care of the yellow ape. Aokiji, who played against Linley, undoubtedly fell into a disadvantage from the very beginning. After all, frozen fruit is not as fast as sparkling fruit. Rather, it is strong in control and defense. Facing Linley's slash, he could only keep using the bone-piercing ice wall to block it. Asking for flowers. Besides, Fang Yuan was hundreds of meters above the ground with him at the center. It has all turned into ice. And in the most central position, countless ice spears rose. From the very beginning, he adopted a strategy of waiting to attack. He knows it well. With Linley's exaggerated flash, it is simply impossible to freeze it. And the other side. Beckman also officially confronted Kizaru. Bang bang bang. Beckman, who realized within moments of the fight that Kizaru was better than speed, was constantly wandering around from the start. It didn't stay for even a second at all. Bullets kept firing from his flintlock rifle. It takes almost 3 seconds to change the magazine. Boom boom boom. Obviously just bullets. But once it hits the target, it will explode immediately. I don't know, I thought it was a cannonball. And Kizaru is not to be outdone. While dodging bullets at high speed, it continuously swung its beams at Beckman. 0. At the same time, holding the Tian Kanjiun sword, he was constantly trying to get closer. After all, for a shooter, melee combat ability is mostly not as good as far combat ability. This is common sense. This is not good. As the chase between the two entered a fierce battle, cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the wandering Beckman. He had to admit a fact. Even if the bullet is wrapped with armed color, still hard to hit Kizaru. Even if it hits, he will elementalize and hollow out the hit part, causing the bullet to pass through. Importantly, yes is limited after all. But Kizaru's speed of light can be infinite. It seems that the bullet must be saved, and his trajectory must be calculated to grasp the most appropriate timing. If only, bullets could bend. Thinking of this, he seemed to have a feeling. My mind became clearer than ever. Linley, who was attacking Aokiji on the side, still had the energy to pay attention to the battle between Beckman and Kizaru. In case Beckman loses, go to support in time. After all, Logia's fruit ability is really dominant in the early stage. If you compare the two powerhouses standing at the apex together, one ate Logia, another incompetent. The strength of the former in the early stage will definitely far exceed the latter. Especially the bug ability of sparkling fruit. Even Kizaru and Beckman haven't reached their prime yet. But at present, Kizaru is undoubtedly far ahead of Beckman. That is, Kizaru is injured, and the Beckman regiment has a chance to match him. In the original book, Beckman also has a lot of accumulation, and he has the qualifications to rival Kizaru after 20 years. Just when Linley was about to decide the outcome with Aokiji, suddenly, a system notification sounded in my ear. The target of the contract, Beckman, in the battle, will master the firearms technique he has learned in the past years, master it, improve it to a higher level, and reach Dachin. Chapter 81. It's finally done. Hearing the system's prompt, Linley was really moved. Half a month ago, while still at Dongquixote family base camp, it can be known from the golden exclamation point. At that time, Beckman's gun skills were almost perfect. Dragged on until now. It was finally done. Thinking about it, it was so close to the door. In the battle, meeting an opponent of Kizaru's level is naturally a matter of course. More than half a month, it is not out of line with the description of recent. While suppressing Aokiji, Linley took the time to look at the introduction of gun art. Firearms art, Dachin death mark. The gun art at its peak, when it hits the target, it is attached with a death mark, which can keep track of the enemy's movements at any time. Once triggered, it will explode according to the energy attached to the bullet. Corresponding power. In other words, can it cause secondary damage? As for being able to grasp the enemy's movements at any time, it must be because of the ability to sense the existence of the death mark. Having obtained a great gun skill, Linley's heart can be said to be calm. After all, at the beginning, I just wanted to verify whether the combat skills such as firearms skills could also obtain the new contract quota. After that, it has been confirmed by Kuina's 773. The answer is self-evident. However, even if he likes to fight in close quarters with this fighting style, it might be a good thing to have one more means. It seems that I really want to develop in the direction of an octagonal warrior. The octagonal warrior also represents omnipotence in the field of combat. No weaknesses. Kaido was once known as hexagon warrior. It is because of fruit ability, Conqueror's haki, physical fitness, and speed. All properties are full. The octagon naturally has more fighting skills, as well as corresponding special methods and so on. In addition, after obtaining the great accomplishment gun art, he obtained 2 new quotas again. Presumably it was because of the firearms technique, which had already reached its apex. As a result, the number of places that can be contracted is now as many as 4. It can be said to be quite abundant. Come to yourself. Glanced at Beckman. Perhaps it was precisely because of his mastery of firearms that he gradually recovered some disadvantages in the chase battle with Kizaru. All kinds of rounded bullets show off Kizaru's face in a fancy way. The expression on his face was a little confused for a while. Don't understand why Beckman's bullets. Such a big change all of a sudden. Although still dominant. But Beckman's difficulty was beyond his expectation. And the battle between Linley and Aokiji. Before the system sent a prompt, the winner was about to be decided. Ever since the two started fighting, there is no doubt that the pheasant has been in a passive state of being beaten. It can almost be said that it can't pose much threat to Linley at all. After all, Linley just needs to do one thing. That is to avoid being frozen by Aokiji. The latter has nothing to do with him. In contrast, Kizaru's flash ability brought him much pressure. And Aokiji's Ice Age. Although the scope is huge. But Linley's big deal is not to land. He has the ability to fly. In the air, the combat power is still not reduced by half. It's time to end. A battle with Kizaru, Aokiji, and the two. A long time has passed. And naval headquarters is quite close to Sabaody Archipelago. Like Beckman said, it would be bad if Admiral Sengoku was brought in. After all, it is the sphere of influence of naval headquarters. It's better to keep a low profile. Think here. Flowing pink light, and dark red lightning, attached to second-generation geisha again. At the same time, a huge and incomparably slashed from the sharp edge of second-generation geisha. Boom! Wherever it goes. Whether it's icicles, ice walls, or ice spears, all of them are divided into two. Seeing this, Aokiji waved his hand, and several ice walls immediately rose from the ground, trying to block the slash. At the same time, Linley's figure flickered, appeared quietly beside Aokiji. Although the latter has been guarding against his approach, and took a lot of defensive measures, but still can't achieve much. From the beginning, it was basically how much he produced and how much was destroyed by Fu's slash or Yaokai bomb. At this time, being slashed attracted attention. Although he still noticed Linley's appearance at the first time, but the latter's reaction speed is obviously faster than his. Boom! Second generation Onitsu with bursting special effects. A heavy slash on Aokiji's back. Obviously haven't touched it yet. Aokiji was attacked first. For a moment, the whole person fell to the ground like shattered ice cubes. Wait until he rejoins from the ground. The military uniform on his body is covered with bloodline. Linley's second generation geisha refers to Aokiji's throat. Let's stop here. Aokiji looked at Linley with complicated eyes. Did not continue to do it. He also knew that unless he used Fruit Awakening, he would definitely not be Linley's opponent. Even if it is used, it may not be able to achieve much in the face of Linley's speed. In a big deal, people just flash people and it's over. Of course, if Linley wanted to kill him, it might take a lot of effort. Impossible. After all, dealing with Logia ability users, defeating and killing them are two completely different concepts. I lost. Aokiji obviously can afford to let go. Frankly admitted his defeat. Even now he still has fighting power. It is an indisputable fact that Linley cannot be threatened. Only celestial dragons, you can't kill. He glanced at Saint Roswald not far away. Disgust flashed in Aokiji's eyes. But as the duty of Marine Vice Admiral, his tone must be firm. Of course, why should I kill him? But if you offend me, do you have to pay for it? Otherwise, where will I save my face? Aokiji doesn't deny this. Obviously adopted a tacit attitude. In fact, he knew very well that if Linley really didn't care about it, he insisted on killing the celestial dragons. He can't stop it. The reason why he didn't kill him was because he didn't want to make things too big. One more. If that's the case, he can only die endlessly. Only, since 2 years ago, because of the O'Hara incident. Seeing Akainu's actions made him feel lost and confused about the justice that Marine upholds. For the justice that persists, it has changed from burning justice to lazy justice unconsciously. In fact, if Akainu were present today, I am afraid there is no possibility of compromise. On the other side, the battle between Beckman and Kizaru continues. Linley flashed to Beckman's side in an instant, and said with great interest. Rest, leave this guy to me. Beckman stopped in his tracks, thinking Linley wasn't enjoying himself enough, he couldn't help but shook his head. By the way, lend me your hair rifle. Beckman froze with question marks all over his face. After a while, even though he didn't understand what Linley meant by this move, he still handed him the flintlock rifle in his hand. I saw Linley casually shooting a shot at Kizaru not far away. Also just one shot. Immediately afterwards, he saw a horrified scene. I saw the trajectory of the bullet, erratic, appearing and disappearing from time to time. In the blink of an eye, he came to Kizaru, who was also full of question marks. Just when the latter judged the position where he was going to hit himself. When elementalizing that part in time, the bullet flashed suddenly and disappeared without a trace. Then suddenly, it appeared again, and hit the original injured part of Huang Yuan accurately. Boom! An astonishing explosion came from Kizaru. Kizaru, who was injured again, had question marks on his face, and his face was so gloomy that water could almost drip. There is no doubt that his shoulder injury is even more serious. This time, what a loss! Just when he was about to say something, just saw Linley return the flintlock rifle to Beckman. Then turned his back on him and walked towards Roswald St. Then, Kizaru, who was completely unexpected, was directly blown away by the sudden explosion. When he is recondensed from photons, more and more bloodlines will not be mentioned for the time being. The whole person is called a 1.0 in a mess. Seeing Linley walking towards Roswald St., he wanted to step forward to stop him. But I saw Aokiji walking over, blocking me with a blank expression. Forget it. As long as the celestial dragons are safe, the mission is complete. Although the heart is very angry. But Kizaru, who was originally planning to be an actor, thought it was really reasonable. Plus it was proposed by Aokiji. Someone is taking the blame. So it went smoothly. Even if, the incomparable hope in his heart could make Linley feel hurt. Is it a coincidence? Sluggishly, he took the flintlock rifle from Linley. With a stiff neck, he turned his head to look at Linley's back. Beckman was completely dumbfounded. The world's #1 swordsman. Firearms skills are actually stronger than him? Does this really make people alive? See both sides truce. The onlookers were stunned. CO authored, the world's #1 swordsman, master of both swords and guns? Chapter 82. Leave those 3 girls in the box, and get out. Linley took every step closer. St. Roswald's guards and marines will protect him and take a step back in fear. Damn it! St. Roswald still wanted to make a fuss. But the guards beside him were all terrified. Roaring in the heart. That's pretty much it. They don't care if you're a celestial dragons. Didn't you see that both admirals can't help? Little life is in danger. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and kill me. Poof. Pointing to Kizaru and Aokiji's Roswald-san, the words are not finished. The whole person was frightened by a gaze and directly collapsed on the ground. It was like having a terrible nightmare. Somewhere got uncontrollably wet. The guards resisted the stench and helped him up. Under all kinds of persuasion. Under the escort of the guards, Roswald left the area of the auction house in a hurry. Kizaru and Aokiji sighed almost simultaneously. Seeing that Linley really didn't do anything. The two, who felt ashamed and humiliated, didn't have the nerve to stay here to suffer. So I followed the disgraceful get out. Thus, the boxes in the hands of the 3 Hancock sisters and Roswald St. Guard fell into Linley's hands. The onlookers saw that the winners were actually Linley and Beckman. The joy in his eyes was barely concealed. Perhaps the scruples were liquidated. No one dares to cheer loudly. The purpose is achieved. Nature cannot stay for long. Linley immediately brought the 3 Hancock sisters to Smoothie's hiding place. Along the way, Hancock saw Linley and Beckman, just chatting about something she didn't understand. Didn't care about them. Although a little confused about the next fate. But he didn't dare to ask more questions. However, looking at Linley's back, his eyes couldn't help but be filled with gratitude and admiration. The same goes for Sander Sonia and Marigold beside her. It's just compared to the 2 sisters. In Hancock 23's eyes, there is an emotion called longing. Today's encounter, for her, undoubtedly an experience that will never be forgotten in the future. The first is extremely desperate. And now full of hope. All this stems from the figure in front of him. Obviously age doesn't look much older than her. But he can easily control his own destiny. It even changed the fate of the 3 sisters. If you don't meet him today, Hancock himself can think of what will meet him. While looking forward to it, she couldn't help feeling emotional in her heart. If only you could do the same. Due to the Celestial Dragons kidnapped event. The Sabayati archipelago is infested with surveillance phone bugs. Nothing along the way can escape Linley's eyes. With the knife in hand, everything turned into residue. Thus, in a short time, it is impossible for Marine to find their traces again. Consider Kizaru and Aokiji's compromise. Mostly only temporarily. In the final analysis, it is to prevent him from killing, thus saving the celestial dragon's life. Once you wait until Sengoku arrives, the situation is different. Therefore, we must hurry up before this. Complete the Abyss Iron deal. Of course, he didn't know that at this time, Sengoku had already gone to the G1 branch of New World to garrison due to the big move of the Whitebeard pirates. Are you back? What's the situation now? Seeing Linley and Beckman coming back, Smoothie couldn't wait to step forward and ask. But when he saw the three Hancock sisters following behind him, he couldn't help but be puzzled. They are. The poor man that the auction house met was probably abducted here by human traffickers. Since I saw it, I will save it. Linley responded casually. That's it. Smoothie looked at the three Hancock sisters suspiciously. Can't see why at all. After all, Hancock, who is only 12 years old, is still relatively immature and has not yet grown up. The appearance of the world's #1 beauty in the future is even less visible. How to deal next? Most of the trading places have already been covered by a net. Smoothie asked worriedly. No need to worry. Beckman checked the time on his watch. Judging from the situation just now, Marine's highest combat power here is estimated to be the two vice-admirals just now. Sabayati Archipelago is only an hour's flight away from naval headquarters. At least half an hour has passed since Linley and Kizaru started fighting. So, to be on the safe side, the original method may be too late. Just bring this imbecile to show up above board, and deliver the goods with one hand. Then evacuate as soon as possible. Linley nodded. He thought so too. Originally, there was naturally another, more secure plan for how to trade. That set of plans can completely prevent Marine and CP0 from knowing that he did it. But now obviously there's no need to be too thoughtful. Kizaru and Aokiji, beat them all. Celestial dragons, grab and grab. Add another charge of kidnapping. So what? Anyway, in the eyes of Marine and even the world government, his threat level will be greatly increased in the future. It is estimated that the bounty will also increase by such a big wave. After making a decision, in order not to happen unexpectedly, Linley opened the chest obtained from Roswald St. Guardhouse. Inside the box, there are 2 devil fruits of different shapes. Handed the one, obviously paramecia, to Hancock. This is devil fruit. If you eat it, you will gain some self-protection power. If you don't want what happened today to happen again. Perhaps it was out of trust in Linley for saving their sisters from suffering. In addition, we can know from the conversation between Linley and Smoothie just now. Linley didn't mean to take her as a slave. Just save it. Grateful Hancock, almost without a second thought, took a bite. Suppressing the disgusting taste, he ate the whole thing. Contract target Hancock, eat the sweet fruit, return 18 times. Since the form of dog fruit, phantom beast species and Sesshomaru has not yet awakened, the return will be changed to, the form's skill, sound confusion, and, awakening degree of fruit in the form of killing pill, 5%. Oh! It was beyond Linley's expectations. Originally, he thought that if the target of the contract ate the devil fruit, he should also return the new devil fruit ability. Unexpectedly, because the Sesshomaru form has not yet awakened. As a result, the refund has changed. Sound confused. Sound confusion, when you don't speak, you can increase your own charm. When you speak, you can control the unsteady people through your voice, making them obey the controller's orders. The length of control depends on the will of the controlled person. Control. Ignore the messy things in front of you to increase your own charm. Originally, Linley's appearance was already off the charts. The charm is naturally not small. Seeing this description, Linley couldn't help but shine. Because this skill can be said to be just right. In this way, there is no need to show up above board. Instead, just control the imbecile. The goal can be easily achieved. Thinking of this, I immediately changed my original mind. You take the three sisters on board first, and go to sea first, and I will come later. Beckman and Smoothie were taken aback at the same time. I don't understand why Linley suddenly changed his mind. I suddenly thought of a better way. If you leave first, I can plan better. This may be out of trust in Linley. Plus knowing that Linley has the ability to fly. Therefore, the two of them agreed without much hesitation. But Hancock, on the other hand, looked concerned. Isn't it too risky to leave you alone? Although I am very happy to be out of the sea of suffering. But she didn't want any surprises for her benefactor. She still thinks that when she grows up, she can repay Lin Fu's kindness. Be good, be obedient. Obviously only 3 words, and the tone is very light. It seems that he just said it casually. But Hancock blushed instantly. She hadn't heard a voice so soft since she was born. Wait for Beckman and Smoothie to evacuate with the 3 Hancock sisters. Linley immediately opened his mouth and cast a spell on the imbecile. Town number 27. The agreed place of transaction. Kizaru and Aokiji returned here for the first time. The reason why he decisively chose not to continue to entangle with Linley. Hitting is one thing. Saving Roswald Saint's life was another thing. But more important. This is undoubtedly their main purpose this time. Assist CP0 with Abyss Cold Iron, and trade Chalv Saint with Kidnapper. After confirming the safety of Saint Chalvs. Kill these kidnappers in one fell swoop. At this time, either CP0 or Marine. They all surrounded the town in the dark, inside and out. Even in the nearby towns, a large number of troops have been deployed. Just wait for the kidnapper to arrive with Saint Chalvs. Come and catch a turtle in an urn. Has the monitoring not been fixed yet? Sorry, not yet. The Marine soldier looked puzzled. It is estimated that the number 1 swordsman in the world didn't want us to know his whereabouts, so he destroyed the surveillance phone. But in this way, it will have a great impact on our future work. There are many places that cannot be monitored. In case the kidnappers come from these places. That would be passive. Kuzan, do you think it's possible? Kizaru, who had a bandage on his shoulder, raised his mouth at Aokiji with lingering fear. Aokiji understood. Clearly understood what he meant. In fact, during the battle with Linley, the two already had such suspicions. Otherwise, they never believed that Linley just appeared by such a coincidence. If it's really him, that's it. Kizaru felt extremely helpless. If it's really Linley, what can I do? Is it possible to do another fight? The issue is, he is injured now. Even if it is considered a work-related injury this time, it can be reimbursed. But no one wants to have 2 more wounds on their body, right? How much salary is a month? Is it worth working so hard? And they've all lost face and lost their hair. Could it be possible to ask him to put his face close to slap others? This behavior must be too crazy, right? Just when the two of them looked helpless, hoping that it would never be as they guessed. Marine, who was staring at the monitor, suddenly stood up excitedly. Saint Chalvs appears. What? Kizaru and Aokiji immediately stood up and walked quickly to the surveillance office. Then, new questions follow. Why only Saint Chalvs? Where's the kidnapper? Could it be because you discovered our arrangement and took the initiative to release Saint Chalvs? Kizaru and Aokiji exchanged glances. Both puzzled. At the same time, in my heart, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it has nothing to do with Linley. At this time, the controlled Saint Chalves seems to have regained his former glory, and changed back to the celestial dragon's attire. Walking swaggeringly on the streets of the 27th town. Soon 190 came face to face with several CP0 agents. Saint Charles, are you all right? What can I do? Saint Chalves said with a strange face. Am I not doing well? But where's the kidnapper? Just let you go like this? Didn't you specify that you need the cold iron from the abyss to trade? Oh, are you talking about this? Saint Chalves took it for granted. There are no kidnappers at all. From the beginning to the end of this incident, I directed and acted on my own. I just wanted to see if you, CPO and Marine, take our celestial dragons seriously. Looking at it now, it's really good and worthy of praise. Everyone in CP0 heard this. Without exception, they were all covered. I was angry and annoyed. But I dare not show it on my face. The face under the mask was flushed red. Goddamn self-directed and self-acted. Just this fat pig with this IQ? They didn't dare to question Saint Chalves, so they had to bite down the grievance and swallow it in their stomachs. By the way, what about Abyss Cold Iron? Facing Saint Chalves' inquiry, everyone dared not answer, so they had to respectfully say. It's ready, right here in this town. Very good, then, help me deliver this stone to this place. As he spoke, Saint Chalves took out a note from his pocket. There is an address written on it. This stone is also what I want to use, it is of great use. After sending it there, remove your people. I don't want your little secret to be discovered by you, understand? Although quite speechless, it is also quite annoyed. But due to helplessness, CPD and others also agreed to do it. Wait for Kizaru and Aokiji to get the news of self-directed and self-acted. People are so stupid. Celestial dragons, are you playing them like monkeys? Thus, Linley obtained the half-meter-sized abyss cold iron so easily. Although I don't know if Saint Chalves will be because of this ridiculous move. Being investigated by the Knights of God. But no matter. For him, it doesn't matter. If only Saint Chalves was safe in the end. Presumably with the willpower of Saint Chalves, the ability of confounding is enough to control him for a long time. In addition, he left his contact information. Replenish control anytime, anywhere. He can also be arranged to do things anytime, anywhere. This is equivalent to planting a nail in the world government. Waiting for him to quietly fly back to the ship with Hantai. Smoothie and Hancock et al. Haven't cheered yet. Just happened to be sailing head-on with Crane's boat. Momuzagi-jun, who was on Crane's boat at this time, met Lin Suilei's eyes. Chapter 83. Crane's warship and Linley's boat fell into silence at this moment. Except for the sound left by the sea breeze and seagulls. Nothing else. Two people facing each other. There are completely different emotions in the eyes. What Zaiwan saw was complicated and at a loss. I don't know what to do at this moment. On the voyage to Sabayati Archipelago. She and Staff Officer Hida continued to receive information from the Sabayati Archipelago. Almost knew everything in detail. Logically speaking, as a Marine, there is no reason to face pirates. As long as you see them, you should be arrested and brought to justice. Abide by your responsibilities as a Marine. Last time, it was on the island where the Don Quixote family headquarters was. Due to the huge difference in combat power between the two sides, Crane didn't want to fight to the death. Based on this premise, she asks her idol and target for advice. Although it is a bit out of date, it is not too much. And this time, the reason for the Sabayati Archipelago event. It also made her extremely entangled. She had thought. Even if Linley is her ultimate goal as a swordsman, she is the Yuxiang who aspires to surpass. But once you make a move that endangers the world, she will fight it at all costs. No mercy. Even if you lose to the enemy, you will pay the price of your life, and you must stick to the justice in your heart. J.A. Does offending celestial dragons count as endangering the world? It's not like she hasn't dealt with celestial dragons before. Know more about the virtues of celestial dragons. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a group of rotten fish and rotten shrimp. If it weren't for the realization of one's own ideals and ambitions and the implementation of the reasonable justice in one's heart, she can't stand the behavior of celestial dragons. Dr. The reason for the offense, apart from Linley's need to protect his face as the world's #1 swordsman, was to save a few slaves from suffering. What kind of harm is this? As the #1 swordsman in the world, Saint Roswald opened his mouth and kept his mouth shut as an inferior person. Isn't he shameless? Besides, originally, buying and selling slaves was extremely inhumane. If this kind of thing happens, let yourself bump into it. In other words, all the evil deeds done by celestial dragons were caught by themselves. What will do? In the dead of night, she had thought about this question countless times. Since you claim to be righteous, when you see injustice, should you succumb to power, or stick to the justice in your heart? How to do? How should I choose? She does not know. Perhaps, this is also something she deliberately avoided in her heart. In other words, in the entire naval headquarters, all Marines with a bit of conscience, except Garp, are more or less avoiding this kind of thing deliberately. Now, maybe she still doesn't know what to do. But she knows a little bit. I couldn't pull out Jinpira by myself, so I aimed at Linley. Crane seemed to see her struggle. With a long sigh, he finally broke the silence. Let them go. Zywin has no intention of fighting at the moment. And what can she do alone? Count on a group of subordinates? What's more, even Kizaru and Aokiji are no match for Linley. Join forces, but still can't win. When his companion arrived, the situation quickly turned. She asks herself, she is definitely not Kizaru or Aokiji, anyone's opponent. What would happen if war started now? The answer is self-evident. If only Garp came. Crane can only feel so emotional. But, she also knew it was impossible. At naval headquarters, Garp heard that the celestial dragons were offended. Instead of being filled with righteous indignation, he gloated and even praised Linley as the culprit. As soon as they heard that they needed support, they immediately refused. Guess he can't wait for celestial dragons to learn more lessons. Totate. Sengoku went to the New World again. In this way, except for letting them go, when they didn't see it. What else can I do? At this moment, Linley seemed to be looking forward to it too. Will Zywin, the little fangirl, hurt Kizaru and Aokiji because of the celestial dragons and herself, and do it to herself? Waited for a long time. The two ships almost passed each other, but there was no movement from the warship. Linley couldn't help laughing dumbfounded. I don't know what to feel in my heart. But soon, he couldn't help feeling suspicious. Why isn't Sengoku here? An accident happened to celestial dragons, shouldn't it be Admiral? In the beginning, there were only Kizaru and Aokiji. He can understand. After all, it is the Admiral of the future. The current status in Marine is estimated to be only under Sengoku, Garp and Crane. Zephyr has turned instructor after all. Ignored commonplace things for a long time. But it's not Admiral who came to support, so it's a bit incomprehensible. Of course, the strength of Crane and Zywin is not weak. If Tsuru cooperates with Aokiji, Ji-Yuan cooperates with Kizaru. Linley himself will definitely not lose. But Beckman is doomed. At that time, it would be 4 against 1, and he would be the opponent. In the end, he might have to escape. Thinking about it this way, although I am still puzzled, it is not completely incomprehensible. So it's them. Seeing it wasn't Marine Admiral, Beckman and Smoothie were relieved. The former took a puff of smoke, exhaled it slowly, and watched the warship getting farther and farther away from the boat, and asked in a deep voice. "Shall we go straight back to East Blue now?" "No, let's take them home first." Although Linley knows that Hancock's hometown is in Daughter Island. But he obviously didn't mean to say it directly. Instead, Smoothie asked the answer in a friendly manner. So, the boat headed for Daughter Island in Calm Belt first. Taking advantage of his spare time, Linley opened the system interface. Host, Linley. Age, 13. Fruit, Inugu Fruit Phantom Beast Sesshomaru form, Awakening degree 43%. Skills, Flying, Silent Displacement. Audio Confusion. Haki, Observation Haki, Foreseeing the Future, Passive, Armament Haki, Advanced, Emission, Conqueror's Haki, Entanglement. Physical Arts, Swordsmanship, Introductory, Physical Arts, Introductory, Firearms, Dachin Death Mark. Contract Target. Kuina, Hancock, 8/11. The reason why the upper limit has been changed from 9 to 11. It's because Beckman's body has returned the Dachin gun art. 2 places were given at one time. As for the return of Hancock, no new spots have been added. Linley was also quite surprised by this. Presumably, this is because the Sesshomaru form has not been awakened, and there is no ability to obtain new fruits. But this is also reasonable. Otherwise, if the Sesshomaru form is not awakened, you can get the new devil fruit ability. Number BA. Once you find the right devil fruit for Beckman and Black Maria, Kuina. If you get the refund again, wouldn't you have the power of 3 devil fruits at once? In this way, the number of places will inevitably increase by 3. This is somewhat unreasonable. At that time, what kind of fruit ability should the return of awakening degree be returned to? If it is shared equally, the shape of the killing pill is enough to wake up. And Hancock's return, in addition to gaining the ability of confusion, also gained 5% of the awakening degree. Not much though. But don't forget, Katakuri fruit awakened, returned 89 times, and only increased the awakening degree by 38%. Now you can get 5% just by eating devil fruit, which is quite a lot. Moreover, this also enhanced Linley's constitution and demon power a lot. A few days later, the boat entered the Calm Belt and stopped at Daughter Island. Originally, the 3 Hancock sisters wanted to invite the 3 of Linley to go to the island, so that they could show their friendship as landlords. But Linley only wants to return to East Blue as soon as possible at this moment, and turn Yan Shengzhong into a supreme sword. He politely declined. However, the snake fruit bamboo yeching form, this ordinary zoan. He left it to Hancock, and let her distribute freely. In fact, except for the golden exclamation mark over Hancock's head. Her 2 little sisters, Sander Sonia and Marigold, also have exclamation points over their heads. Only green. Only slightly better than white. The exclamation mark level from low to high is white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Linley naturally didn't like it. Not even blue. Black Maria is the only exception. The weight in his heart is not the same. As for the ordinary Zoan devil fruit, he even looked down on it. I don't know when I will go back to Ghost Island, and it's too troublesome to take it with me, so I just invested in Hancock for a small amount. For this, the 3 Hancock sisters are naturally grateful. While on the boat, they knew the meaning of devil fruit. It's not as resistant as the original book when I was young. So I reluctantly bid farewell to the 3 of Linley. The 3 of them set sail again, heading towards East Blue. The journey was not smooth, but there was no threat. After more than 10 days, the boat finally returned to the village of Shimatsuki in East Blue. Along the way, Linley spent most of his time studying the particularity of Abyss Cold Iron. Trying to find a way to combine demon power and 2-color haki outside Yan Mo. It cannot be said that there is no gain at all. But the harvest is not as big as imagined. In this regard, Linley also knows that this needs a process. Naturally, such a terrifying skill cannot be mastered easily. Wait until you return to Yuxin Gymnasium. Let's not mention Kuina's cheers and excitement for now. When Kozaburo saw such a big piece of abyss-cold iron, his eyes almost popped out. The eyes staring at that Hantai were full of longing. It's like staring at your dead wife. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his mouth. The cold iron given to the old man back then is less than a quarter of this piece. In this way, the old man can almost be said to be 90% sure of turning Yan Mo into a supreme sword. That's hard work, master. It's okay, the old man should thank you. It was you who made this old man fulfill his wish before he died. It should be said. Kojiro on the side laughed and chimed in. Father, you and Mr. Linley are perfect for each other. Indeed, the curator is right. Both Beckman and Smoothie agree with him. That's the truth. Recreating Yan Mo, the old man estimates that it will take at least 7 days, please wait patiently. It's okay. Linley shook his head and laughed. Anyway, when we went to look for Hanti, the few of us decided that after we found it, we would stay in the village for a while and enjoy the tranquility here. That's right, now I can finally get what I wanted. Smoothie was clearly delighted. Holding Kuina, playing happily in the open space. And Beckman also watched this scene with a smile on his face. That would be all the better. Just when the three of Linley thought they could stay in Shimatsuki village with peace of mind for a while. The next day, Lin Fu was slapped in the face by Guang. In the guest room. Bolu Bolu. Hello. Linley pressed the phone bug's answer button. Only to hear Yin's dignified voice coming from it. Linley, now I found something, it's not good. What happened? Hearing this, Linley immediately frowned. Can make Yin say such words? I am afraid that what I encounter is by no means simple. Even though Big Brother Kaido told me not to tell, Zhao Lihao, to you, but after thinking about it, I still feel the need to tell you. Some time ago, we found many spies in the capital of Flowers. After being tortured, it was revealed that he was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard Pirates? Good. Yin's voice became more and more dignified. At first, we didn't take it to heart. But recently, spies stationed overseas have received information. Pluton Rayleigh and some of the original Rogers crew, such as Copper, Jabba, gathered in the Whitebeard Pirates. And, at this moment, it is approaching in the direction of Wano Kuni. What? Linley was taken aback for a moment, and immediately his face changed drastically. What the hell are they trying to do? I don't know, but it must be that the person who came is not good. Okay, I see, hurry back now. Hang up Linley of the phone bug. His eyes were full of frost. Whitebeard Pirates. Roger Pirates. Is it for Kojiki Odin? Apart from him, Linley couldn't think of any possibility that would bring the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger's remnants together. And the target is also Wano Kuni. It seems. I can't wait for Yan Mo. The situation is so urgent. Linley couldn't have waited 7 days before leaving. Even, this time rushing back, I couldn't take Beckman and Smoothie with me. With my current physical strength, if I rely on flying, I estimate that my physical strength is barely enough. Thinking of this, I immediately called Beckman and Smoothie. Wano Kuni has changed dramatically, and I must rush back now. You stay here, and after Yan Mo is rebuilt, bring me back to Wano Kuni. Chapter 84. After an explanation. It was too late to say goodbye to Kuina and the others. Then it turned into a ball of green light without stopping, and disappeared into the sky. Linley, who was flying at high speed, had a serious expression on his face that was ultimate. Whitebeard. Rayleigh. Jabba. Even without considering other people. With these three alone, the beast's pirates are hard to beat. Even counting him is the same. Whitebeard, needless to say. In this current period, the strongest man in the world is also the strongest among known strongmen in the world. This point was at least acknowledged by Golden Lion, who was also one of the 3 great pirates. After Golden Lion escaped from prison, he went to the ship of Whitebeard pirates and had such a talk with Whitebeard. From now on, it will be the era of Whitebeard. It's only been 2 years since this happened. What about Rayleigh? Rayleigh in this period is undoubtedly still in his prime. Combat power is definitely stronger than Odin. How much stronger is open to debate, but there is no doubt that he is stronger than him. As for Jabba, Roger's right-hand man, the 3rd in command of the Roger pirates. In the 4th year when Odin went to sea, the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates fought on an island for 3 days and 3 nights. Jabba and Odin also singled out for 3 days and 3 nights. No difference. Even though Odin improved faster later, Jabba is also unlikely to stand still. Now even if it is slightly weaker than Odin, it will not be too weak. Basically in the same class. That is to say, the top combat power, the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger remnants, have 3. Look at the Beast's pirates side. At the same level, only him and Kaido. Moreover, whether it is him or Kaido, I am afraid that there is still a distance from Whitebeard. This point, he knows it well. So this fight, no matter how you look at it, the situation is quite dangerous. Even bring Beckman on. I am afraid that there is still a big gap between the current Beckman and Jabba. Tar. Bringing a person to fly will undoubtedly consume a huge amount of energy. Fly back to Onishima from East Blue Shimatsuki village. Almost half of pirate world is separated. In case of exhaustion, the consequences could be disastrous. The top combat power that decides the outcome of the great battle is still so. Not to mention under the top combat power. Now the backbone of the Beast's pirates, the 6 volleys have not yet grown up, and some have not even appeared. As for the 3 disasters, there are only Yin and Quinn. 090 on the other hand, what about the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger remnants? Same level. At least a dozen of them. At least. Any 4 besiege Yin and Quinn. The rest of the people were almost one-sided massacres against the rest of the hundreds of beasts. He won't take chances, let alone get stuck in the door and think that Whitebeard is just going to Kaido, his former companion, to reminiscing about the old days. If this happens 7 days later. Linley was also a little more sure. With Yan Mo, who can be included in the 12 skills of the Supreme Sword, Linley's combat effectiveness can undoubtedly be enhanced a lot. But the reality is often less than ideal. He looked at the small piece of abyss cold iron in his hand. This is what he cut in advance before handing over the half-meter-sized piece of cold iron to Kosaburo. Even while flying, he also doesn't want to waste time groping. But for the ability to master the method of integration, in a short time, there is not much hope. We must think of some way, otherwise, we will definitely lose. Think here. Linley, with an ugly face, immediately shifted the flight route slightly. Logically speaking, the best flight route should be to fly directly from East Blue over Red Line, and then enter New Century via North Blue. In this case, it is almost a straight line. But after some consideration, Linley decided to enter the Grand Line first, and then fly over the Red Line from the Grand Line to enter the New World. On board the Moby Dick heading towards Wano Kuni, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Jabba, and others, as well as a group of captains, were sitting on the bow of the boat drinking while discussing the battle plan. Our movement is not small, I'm afraid we can't hide it from anyone, Whitebeard said in a solemn voice. But one thing is for sure, we have taken the lead. The battle plan is very simple, cut the mess quickly. Our main ship will land on the island first. After killing Kaido, take care of the Independent Sons, and drive the Beast's pirates out of Wano Kuni in one fell swoop. Before the Big Mom pirates come to support, end the battle early. When the time comes, go find Odin's missing family members and return Wano Kuni to them. Yes, as it should. After taking a sip of the wine in the jug and putting it down, CDFJ, slowly, both Rayleigh and Jabba nodded one after another. The former adjusted his glasses and said, Wano Kuni, we've all been there. How to enter the most dangerous sea area and the waterfall that goes straight into the clouds. We are quite experienced. They Roger pirates, just went twice. One time, Tianyu Toki, Momonashuk and Hiri were sent back to Daxia. Another time, after the Roger pirates were disbanded, Odin was sent back to the country. Without exception, both times entered Wano Kuni unharmed. At that time, the only thing to worry about is the ambush. Presumably Kaido and the others have already heard about our movements. It's inevitable, too. Whitebeard shook his head slightly. We're getting too much attention in the world. Any large-scale battle cannot be done quietly. However, with your participation, the odds of winning this battle will be greater. As long as Kaido is defeated as quickly as possible and his head is removed, casualties can be minimized. In fact, without the addition of Rayleigh and other Roger remnants, he may not be able to make up his mind to avenge Odin. The reason is simple. The Beast's pirates have two top players. Even if he is confident in anyone, it is impossible for him to be his opponent. But as long as one of them holds him back, another to deal with Marco and other captains, I am afraid that the casualties must be extremely heavy. Even if it is a victory in the end, it must be a tragic victory. He cannot afford such a price. It's different now. In terms of top combat power, the two sides have reversed. And the backbone. I am afraid that in this world, there is no pirate group that can compare with the Whitebeard pirate group. Coupled with some crew members of the Roger pirates, they are also at this level. The backbone is almost a one-sided trend. Thus, the entire Crusade Alliance. It can be said to be unprecedentedly powerful. Even compared to the Ununited Rocks pirates, it will not be inferior too much. After thinking about it, Whitebeard made a final decision. Kaido, leave it to me to deal with it. Then, the so-called number one swordsman in the world, leave it to me. Although news has been received recently, he has appeared in Sabayati archipelago. But it is said that that kid has the ability to fly, and he will definitely rush back when he receives the news. Rayleigh took up the words immediately. Originally he wanted to kill Kaido with his own hands. But considering Kaido beat Odin after all. And he's better than Odin, but by a limited margin. Not quite sure. Letting Whitebeard come is undoubtedly the safest choice. It wasn't just Whitebeard who wanted fewer casualties. So did he. He really didn't want to see any of his companions die again. The scene of parting from Odin in the past is still vivid in my mind. You guys are really seeing that the two chose the strongest opponent respectively. Jabba was obviously helpless. But he also knew that this was the most reasonable arrangement. Actually, apart from us, Shanks also clamored to come, and said that he found a reliable partner, but I refused. Thinking of Roger and the intern he saw so much, Rayleigh shook his head and laughed. It's the one with the red hair, right? It's him. That kid, I'm afraid there will be a place for him in the future. Whitebeard's eyes are bright. Now, there is no need to get involved. Also, except Kaido and Linley. According to the information received, the Beast's pirates' worthy opponents are only Flame Ember and Plague Quinn. These two are left to you, Jabba. What about us? Marco and the others asked enthusiastically. The stronger ones were all allocated by the three big bosses. What are they doing? Except for the four mentioned just now, the rest will be handed over to you. As long as you dare to resist, the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven. But be careful, try not to hurt the people of Wano Kuni. Our purpose is to avenge Odin, not destroy his country. These captains do not need to intervene in the battle of the top powerhouses. In this way, relying on the lower combat power of the beast's pirates. I'm afraid, there is almost no chance of hurting them. Got it, father. Although the captains felt a little regretful, they still nodded in unison. The captain of the 16th squad, Yi Zhang, nodded his head, and his eyes flashed with engraved hatred and the excitement that his revenge would be avenged. In his heart, he thought crazily. Master Odin, soon we will let you down to see you. All in all, everything is safe, and the main thing is to protect yourself. Whitebeard urged again. Seeing that the captains nodded seriously. This is complete peace of mind. Rayleigh was listening on the sidelines, doubts gradually appearing on his face. The strange thing is, Big Mom Pirates, it seems that Charlotte Linley has not been seen for a long time. Instead, her son, a guy named Katakuri, presides over everything in the world. There. I'm afraid there is something inside. I think so too. Whitebeard nodded. In my impression, she is not the one who is willing to form an alliance with the enemy after being defeated. But now is not the time to waste your mind on her. As long as the battle ends before the Big Mom Pirates' support, there is nothing to worry about. Determine the battle plan. The whole group is full of enthusiasm and fighting spirit. The captains shouted loudly. Odin, here we come. The other side. New World, Marine G1 Branch. Sengoku and Akainu, West are summarizing the information they have gathered recently. Are you sure, Akainu? Yes, the direction of the Whitebeard pirates' voyage has been confirmed, it is Wano Kuni. Akainu's face was stern, and he responded meticulously. Since he came to the G1 branch, just keep an eye on everything in New World. Initially, the main targets were the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Always be on guard against these two major forces, whether there is any move to spread the influence out of New World. Unfortunately, it has been silent all the time. In the end, it was Crane who discovered Dongquixote family in North Blue, which seemed to be incorporated by Beast's pirates. And in New World, it's be the first to discover what's happening with the Whitebeard pirates. What happened? Sengoku was really puzzled at this moment. I don't understand why the Whitebeard pirates have been silent for a long time. As soon as he took the shot, he aimed at the Beast's pirates, who are also the three major forces. It can't be a land grab, can it? With his knowledge of Whitebeard, this is absolutely impossible. After all, his relationship with Whitebeard, like Garp and Roger, know each other quite well. Not sure. Akainu frowned slightly, and said with rare delay. Maybe, something to do with Kojiki Odin. The samurai from Wano Kuni. If it's him. I remember this warrior, who was once favored by Whitebeard and Roger, and boarded the ship of both. If there is anything else that can unite these two forces, I am afraid that is the only reason. After all, Wano Kuni is that samurai's country, and Kaido is now occupying it. Sengoku almost thought for a while, and guessed it was close to 10. It's just that he wasn't sure if that was actually the case. So, Sengoku Admiral, are we doing something? Akainu's eyes seemed to be quite eager. How about taking this opportunity and waiting for both sides to lose out, and then I will swallow it together. Sakazuki, it's not as simple as you think. Sengoku shook his head. If it is really like what Akainu said, if you can lose both sides, that would be great. But he doesn't like Beast's pirates. After all, no one knows the strength of the Whitebeard pirates better than him. Now add the Roger remnants. Scary to think about. If their marine takes action, there will be more people, and the control of other areas will decline. When there are fewer people, then it is time to send. There is no doubt about it. In case the worst happens. Fighting against each other, the two forces found that Marine was stalking him. Is it possible to join forces to destroy Marine first? These are all things to consider. However, it is impossible to remain indifferent. Go to it for sure, but the scale of the trip can't be too big. At the same time, Ghost Island. Kaido, Yin, and Quinn are sitting in the meeting hall of Onijima. His face was extremely gloomy. Chapter 85. Face unprecedented enemies. This moment. In the meeting hall of Ghost Island, the air was filled with extremely tense atmosphere. Brother Kaido, Linley already knows. Now, it is estimated that they are on their way back. After thinking about it, although Kaido thinks that there is no need to inform Linley, Yin still speaks out of his self-assertion. Kaido frowned slightly, and the expression on his face was obviously dissatisfied. But after thinking about it, in the end I didn't say anything reprimand. Maybe. It was said that there was no need for Linley to come back. Just being a lousy to save face? One more. Just in case something happens to you. At least it won't be wiped out. In fact, even Yamato, who had planned to temporarily send Wano Kuni. Wait until all the dust settles. If you can defeat the Whitebeard pirates, then bring them back. If not, with Linley's help, at least the bloodline can continue. But now, since Linley is coming back, it doesn't matter whether you send it out or not. If something happens to him and Linley, Yamato, who is only 8 years old, I'm afraid. Forget it. Thinking of this, Kaido suddenly stood up. The originally gloomy face was completely empty. It's like a cloud-covered sky has become clear. The fighting spirit suddenly rose. I haven't seen Newgate for many years. If he still thinks that I, Kaido, is still a trainee on the Rocks ship, it's a big mistake. World's #1 man? So what? If you use your name, you can defeat others without fighting. In this world, there are not so many disputes. And he, Kaido, is he afraid of powerful enemies? Big deal, fight to the death. See who has the last laugh. You don't need to be too nervous. Wano Kuni, there is a natural danger to defend. Even for the Whitebeard pirates and Roger's remnants, there may not be too many people who can finally pass through that waterfall. In terms of numbers, we still have the advantage. That's the way it is said. Just as Quinn was about to say something, Yin interrupted him. Now is not the time to talk about frustration. If we're going to be safe, our regiment will leave Wano Kuni. But in this way, years of planning and accumulation will be destroyed. I cannot accept. Brother Kaido will never accept it. Linley, I won't accept it. Besides, if the Whitebeard pirates and Roger's remnants come, we will be frightened and get out of here, and spread the word. What face do we have to hang around in this sea? That's right, Yin is right. Kaido raised the wine gourd, poured a few sips of wine into his mouth, and said with murderous intent. Want to avenge Odin? Then be prepared to die for it. From now on, temporarily suspend the export of sea stone weapons. Let the people below equip all these weapons and arm them to the teeth. Sea stone bullets, unlimited supply. Saying that, walk more to Wanakuni's map in the chamber. Pointing to the July area. From the waterfall to the territory of Wano Kuni, the first place to log in is in the Gyuri area. That's the closest login location. But there is also the possibility of going straight to Ghost Island. We don't know how much they know about Wano Kuni. So we have to be prepared. 9 Mile region in Ghost Island, you must prepare an ambush. 1. Poison. Quinn, I'll leave this to you. In the past 2 days, we must hurry up before they log in, and produce as many highly poisonous bullets as possible. Understood, to Ocean Palace. Quinn nodded seriously. Secondly, the artillery unit. Yin, I leave this to you. Ambush them at the most likely landing site. As for the large army, stay on Ghost Island for now. Wait until the time comes to determine where they will choose as the login location, and then go to assemble in advance. Certainly. I won't let them get into Wano Kuni that easily. said, Kaido couldn't help but put a sneer on his face. By the way, Big Brother Kaido, the reinforcements of the Big Mom pirates have already set off. But, due to the sudden incident, it may not be possible to catch up in time. No problem. It's the best if you can catch up. If you can't catch up, there's nothing you can do. After all, it's our beasts pirates' business. After some discussion, the three of them immediately prepared various arrangements intensively. Queen Mother Anthem. Katakuri and Cracker stood at the bow with serious expressions and anxious eyes. It seems that some are dissatisfied with the speed of the anthem. Katakuri muttered to himself. I don't know if I can catch up. When he received the message. When I learned that the Whitebeard pirates invaded Wano Kuni together with the Roger remnants. Immediately held an emergency meeting with the brothers and sisters. During the meeting, there are those who agree or disagree with supporting allies. But under the unanimous resolution of him, Ross Parrott, and Cracker, the decision to go to support was passed immediately. And, he leads the team himself. Finally, I have the opportunity to repay Linley's kindness. And they are allies. How could he miss such a thing? The only worry now is not being able to catch up. I can only do my best and obey the destiny. Cracker leaned against the wall of the bow and sighed softly. We have already set off at the first time, if we can't catch up. Even if you can't catch up in the first time, with Linley's strength, you will never lose in a short time. At this moment, Dafu, the third son of the ant, came from the cabin. Katakuri, don't worry too much. You should have some confidence in him, after all, he beat Mom. That's true. Hearing what Daifuku said, Katakuri finally felt relieved. But I still pray secretly in my heart. Linley, Smoothie, you guys, don't worry. The big move of the Whitebeard pirates and Roger's remnants. At the beginning, it was only circulated among the three major forces of Marine and New World. Asking for flowers. But at some point, it quietly spread to the first half of the Grand Line. Known by more and more people. Upon receiving the news, Morgans, president of the World Economic News Agency, immediately ordered the reporters stationed in the waters near Wano Kuni to rush to Wano Kuni at full speed. In order to collect first-hand information after the start of the war. Since Roger's death, nothing like this has happened in the world. Who will win? It's really exciting. Anyway, I believe this time, the newspaper will be a big hit. Thinking of this, a golden light representing Pele appeared in Morgan's eyes. Before. The reason why he gave a special report to Linley. This is also one of the important reasons. Sabayati Archipelago. Hawkeye heard that Linley was here. Almost upon hearing the news that Linley and his companions defeated the two marine monsters and offended the celestial dragons, they rushed here immediately. Unfortunately, when he arrived, Linley had already left. Just like his trip to the world not long ago. The two missed again perfectly. It appears, he has returned to Wano Kuni. Apparently, Eagle Eye, who was at the Sabayati Archipelago at the entrance of New World, also heard the news. Although going at this time, it's a little inappropriate. And, if it's Whitebeard. However, it's really not reconciled to not being able to see him. Hawkeye thought about it. Although I feel that the beast's pirates may not be able to survive this disaster unharmed. If so, Linley is one of the beasts. How can it be an exception? After thinking about it, he finally made up his mind to take a trip. It is impossible to fight against the world's #1 swordsman today. Determine the gap between each other. Or even just meet up. No matter what, he couldn't be reconciled. Anyway, if you want to practice, where can you not practice? Thinking of this, it didn't take long after landing on the Sabayati Archipelago, and Hawkeye embarked on a journey again. Naval Headquarters. Marshal's Office. At this time, Sora was communicating with Tsuru, Garp, and Sengoku in the G1 branch through the phone bug. Preliminary determination of the next marine action plan. At this moment, Zaiwan broke in suddenly. On his face, he was obviously quite anxious. I'm going to Wano Kuni. Such a great opportunity, surely our marine will not let it go. Hearing this, don't mention the stupefied Sora and Garp. He stood aside, took a deep look at her, and sighed silently. In the next few days, more and more people's eyes gathered on Wano Kuni, eager to witness this big event enough to be recorded in the history of pirates. Some people may wonder why this big event happened. But now, more people are eager to know the final result in the first place. Meanwhile, Marine and other forces launched corresponding actions with different purposes. Time flies by. On this day, the Moby DK finally came to the sea off Wano Kuni. Bulletin. Chapter 86. Wano Kuni offshore is ahead. The water is turbulent and intricate. If you choose the wrong current, not only will you not be able to get close to Wano Kuni, but you may be caught in the vortex and damage the boat. Marco held up the binoculars, turned around and said with emotion to the crowd. It's like when we first came to Wano Kuni. At that time, I stayed in the July area for 2 full weeks before the Moby DK was repaired. It was also that time that I met Odin, who was still a daimyo in the Gyuri area, and became our partner. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates heard this. There is nothing but a smile on the face. In the past, Odin went through 3 days and 3 nights of trials, and finally became a family with each other. I just feel like I can see it now. It seems like yesterday. Thinking of some of the interesting things, the corners of his mouth can't help but rise slightly. Odin also told us about this. Rayleigh walked up to Marco and patted him on the shoulder. Without you, maybe we might not have met Odin. Roger's dream may be far away. Speaking of which, thanks to you. Not bad. 090. Jabba and other members of Roger's remnant group also echoed. Affection for Odin. They asked themselves, no less than the Whitebeard Pirates. Although we were only on the ship, we had been together for a year. But such a fantastic year. Enough to make them unforgettable in this life. These years, after the Roger Pirates disbanded. It is these good memories that make their retirement life not too boring. You guys have the nerve to say that you only borrowed Odin for a year, but you never came back. Ha 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 ha. This is Odin's own choice, and there is nothing we can do about it. Rayleigh, who was laughing with everyone, shook his head, his voice became lower and lower, and the upward curve of his mouth disappeared. In the blink of an eye, everything is a bandit. Odin's death, in their minds, was very different from Roger's. The latter itself is dying. In order to start the Great Pirate Era, he voluntarily surrendered himself. Although they are reluctant, they are also willing to respect Roger's will. But what about Odin? Was killed by someone. Obviously when we parted, we still meant goodbye to each other. When I received his message again, it was already an eternity. Thinking of this, looking at the turbulent current ahead, the idea of revenge in my heart became more and more vivid. At this moment, Whitebeard heard the movement, and walked forward with Kong Yunki in his hand. With a firm gaze, he said with a firm tone. Because of this, only after Kaido's head is cut off, can we have the face to worship in front of Odin's grave. Good. This time, Kaido's head must be decapitated. The day we meet Odin is not far away. Or rather, close at hand. At this moment, everyone on the Moby DK. Whether it's the Whitebeard Pirates or the Roger remnants. They all believe in this. Just when the helmsman chose the best sea current and drove into Wano Kuni quickly, a huge monster appeared in the clouds ahead. I saw a giant dragon hovering between the clouds. 2 red lights burst out from the dragon's pupils. Roar! Dragon chant resounded through the sky at this moment. It's Kaido. From the moment the giant dragon appeared, everyone who had discovered its traces immediately entered a state of alert. Whitebeard's face was calm, and there was no surprise in his eyes. As expected, Kaido will not let us land easily. Marco, implement according to the plan. Got it, father. Marco responded, and immediately flew towards the fleet not far behind the Moby DK. According to the plan. In the beginning, you only need to log in from the Moby DK. And the number of subsidiary fleets is too large. It is an easy target to be attacked. Naturally, there is no need to rush forward. Fortunately, we let Nemuel coat the Moby DK in advance. Even if you fall into the sea, you can sail freely. Nemur, the captain of the 8th team of the Whitebeard Pirates, is a Murloc who has mastered the coding technology. It can be said that in order to crusade against Kaido, everyone is well prepared. It's not like when you first came to Wano Kuni and didn't know anything about Wano Kuni and the surrounding waters. Not good. Izzo, who had been staring at Kaido, suddenly shouted. I saw crimson energy constantly accumulating in the mouth of the giant dragon. The purpose is self-evident. No need to make a fuss. Jabba calmly patted him on the shoulder. Kaido will come to stop you, didn't you expect it a long time ago? Leave this to Newgate and Rayleigh. During the conversation, Whitebeard and Rayleigh were not idle. The latter pulled out his long knife straight away, and Kaido, who was full of frost, slashed towards the cloud. Swish! The incomparably huge sword energy is like a crescent moon. With lightning speed, he directly slashed towards Kaido in the air. Boom! At the same time, the enthusiasm in Kaido's mouth has also been accumulated. A giant shock wave that was several kilometers long and filled with flames spewed out from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the shock wave collided fiercely with that round of crescent moon. I saw the incomparably sharp meniscus. At the moment they touched each other, everywhere they went along the way, they all split the giant flame shock wave into two. And at an astonishing speed, gradually approaching Kaido. Boom! Kaido is not to be outdone. The hot breath in his mouth continued to spurt out of his mouth. Perhaps it is because of the constant flow. However, although the crescent moon is extremely sharp and indomitable, it has no follow-up power. Finally, within a short distance from Kaido, he was melted by the heat. Afterwards, that huge flame shock wave directly blasted towards the Moby DK. Kika. Seeing this, Whitebeard punched the air. Dense cracks quickly appeared all around. In an instant, the sky above the Moby DK seemed to be approached by an invisible vibration. The heat blasted in it, and all of them were scattered without exception. It turned into rain of fire and fell on the surrounding sea one after another. But none of them landed on the Moby DK. Whitebeard sneered, he didn't mean to reminisce with his former partner at all, and shouted at Kaido in the cloud with murderous intent. Use any other tricks, more. Once we land, it will be your death. Hey! Sea heat interest did not achieve the desired effect. Kaido didn't care about it either, not to be outdone, and said. It depends on whether you have the ability. Want to avenge Kojiki Oden? Let's talk about logging in. As he spoke, the dragon's body spun rapidly like a spinning top. Even the clouds were involved in his actions. Kaido's entire dragon body is thus exposed to everyone's sight as a minister. In a blink of an eye, with Kaido's high-speed rotation, there are several huge tornadoes around. Rolled up the turbulent waves, like several dragons in the sea, surrounded the Moby DK in all directions. And approaching with astonishing speed. This, how do you deal with it? With a cold snort, Kaido stared fixedly at the Moby DK. Let's wait and see. Seeing that the violent tornado was about to hit, everyone on the Moby DK didn't intend to panic at all. Whitebeard stood at the bow and gave the order without hesitation. Sink to the bottom of the ocean. So, under the control of the well-prepared helmsman, the Moby DK plunged headlong into the water. Disappeared without a trace on the sea. Sure enough, 2.8 is coming. Seeing this scene, Kaido's eyes flickered and became dignified. Of course, dignified is dignified. Of course he wouldn't be so naive. By itself, it is enough to block the Whitebeard pirates and Roger's remnants in front of Wano Kuni. It seems that we can only wait for them at the waterfall. Scanning the distance to the sea, there is still a huge fleet of ships some distance away. He thought about it. After all, I have no interest in competing with these insignificant minions. So as not to be held back here, let the Moby DK take the opportunity to log in. After all, the main ship can sink into the sea. Can't the ships in the fleet? A long time. The Moby DK suddenly jumped out of the sea in front of the waterfall. Looking straight ahead into the clouds, the uncanny waterfall. There is nothing but a passionate shout. Kaido is close at hand, Beast's pirates are close at hand. Today is their end. Everyone! Let's remove the Beast's pirates from this sea. Kill. Chapter 87. Tongtian Waterfall is the last pass before landing in Wano Kuni. Because it is at a right angle of 90 degrees. Therefore, very few ships can ignore the laws of physics and go vertically upwards. But Moby DK is clearly not on this list. Accompanied by the turmoil of the people on board, the fighting spirit was like a rainbow. The Moby DK seemed to be a sharp knife piercing the enemy's heart. Also like the ferocious sea kings swimming in the sea. At an astonishing speed, it is rushing towards the right-angle waterfall. At this time, Marco did not know when he returned to the ship, and volunteered. "Dad, I'm going to keep an eye on Kaido." On the entire Moby DK, only Marco has flying skills. Ask him to stare at Kaido, Whitebeard will naturally not refuse. He knew that Kaido would not let them land easily. They will definitely find ways to stop them under the waterfall. As expected. Marco had just left when he saw Kaido, who had turned into a dragon, emerge from the clouds again. Coming. At this time, BB was still on the sea. If you are not careful, you may be swept into the sea. In this way, falling from a high altitude will start all over again, and the ship will be damaged. Naturally, Whitebeard couldn't just sit back and watch this happen. Then he snorted coldly. "Wano Kuni is so close, how can you stop us here?" As he said that, he immediately shouted at Marco who had just taken off. "Catch me later." "Got it, Dad." "Don't you want to?" Rayleigh on the side seemed to see his plan, and raised his hand holding the long knife, as if he was eager to try. 23. Whitebeard nodded grimly. Next second, the whole person shot straight into the sky like a cannonball. Boom! Kika. The resulting recoil even made the deck of the ship full of cracks. From this we can see how much recoil force caused by Whitebeard's move. You know, although the Moby DK was not made of the precious tree atom wood. But even if it is inferior, it will not be too bad. Especially after straying into Wano Kuni many years ago and damaged it once. Maybe it's because we don't want similar incidents to happen again. It is specially reinforced. To say it is invulnerable may sound like an exaggeration. But it is true. Kaido. Whitebeard exploded like a cannonball, with dark red lightning flashing all over his body. Kong Yung-kut's blade became pitch black in an instant, and a dazzling stream of light flowed on it. Almost in the blink of an eye, Kaido appeared in front of him. Because Whitebeard's burst was too sudden and the speed was too amazing. Kaido, who didn't expect him to make such a move at all, widened his dragon eyes, and didn't have time to respond with enthusiasm. In a hurry, he had no choice but to stretch out his hard dragon claws, which were also entwined with dark red lightning. Boom! Before the dragon claw and Kong Yunj came into contact with each other, an earth-shattering air wave erupted. The surrounding clouds were instantly blown away by this wave of air. Diffusion towards the more distant clouds. Wherever he went, the clouds all disappeared. At the same time, numerous dark red lightnings, like natural lightning in a thunderstorm, staggered vertically and horizontally. The dark red light seems to be a scar that has been torn apart in the sky, it is so frightening. What an amazing collision! Scary conquerors! Even Jabba, the third in command of the Roger pirates, couldn't hide his horror when he saw this scene. He asked himself, if it was him, he would definitely not be able to do this. He is still like this. Not to mention the captains on board at this time. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard, who was hiding in the corner, looked at Whitebeard full of admiration, but murmured unconsciously. As expected of father. If I can get that fruit. Just as a man and a dragon collided in the air and were in a stalemate. The Moby Dick was climbing up at an astonishing speed, and in a blink of an eye the climbing to the sky waterfall was already halfway through. And the two people in the collision. As if stuck in the air. Seemingly indistinguishable. However. On Conqueror's Haki. Known as the strongest man in the world. And this era, all by the name of Whitebeard. Whether it is quality or quantity. In this period, there is no doubt that it is better than Kaido. Conqueror's intertwined collision, in the final analysis, is the collision of quality and quantity. It is also a collision of the spirit of the holder. Whitebeard, in front of the throne of One Piece, completed the dominance. If he intends to succeed Roger and ascend to the throne of One Piece, it can be said to be a piece of cake, at his fingertips. In contrast, Kaido has not yet grown to ultimate at this point. The titles of World's Strongest Creature and Single Up Strongest have not yet fallen on his head. Even his gaze has just started from Wano Kuni to the whole sea. In terms of courage, how do the two sides compare? Therefore, it is clear that Whitebeard is rushing from bottom to top. But Kaido, who turned into a dragon, is condescending. But where the two sides collided, they gradually tilted towards Kaido. Seeing this, Kaido made a decisive decision and stretched out another dragon claw, which was also entangled with dark red lightning, and blasted at the place where the two sides collided. This is the only way to stabilize your body shape. But in the outcome of this collision, Whitebeard still has the absolute advantage. Boom! After a long time, this collision finally reached the limit. Kaido's huge body, under the impact of the aftermath, continuously retreating hundreds of meters before barely stopping. At this time, Whitebeard's rising strength seemed to have reached the limit, and his body began to fall. But he clearly expected it. Both feet stepped on the void suddenly. Kika. The force of the vibration made his falling speed come to a standstill. Even, let him rush towards Kaido like a cannonball again. Seeing this, Kaido let out a long roar not to be outdone, quickly accumulating strength in his mouth. Roar! Next second. Boom! A huge blast of flames aimed straight at Whitebeard, who was rushing towards him. Being in the air is not as good as the ground. Can't move and dodge easily. But Whitebeard clearly had no intention of dodging. Grasping Kong Yunki tightly with both hands, raising it above his head, he slashed down heavily against the flame shock wave rushing towards his face. Swish! I saw an extremely huge slash, with the momentum of thunder, it forcefully split the flame shock wave into two. In the blink of an eye, Kaido's body was hit head-on. Roar! Kaido, who was hit by this blow, only felt his body twitch, and blood spurted out of his mouth uncontrollably. Although no wounds were caused. But that destructive force directly passed through the dragon scales, ignoring the defenses on his body, and directly caused damage in his body. This is where armed colors come to the ultimate application. Even remotely, it can also destroy internally. Kaido, who was spitting blood, not only did not have anger in his eyes, but was filled with excitement, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Good, very good. Newgate, I'll be waiting for you at Wano Kuni. Fight to the death. At this moment, Kaido has realized the dragon form, and it is difficult to compete with Whitebeard. In fact, even against Kojiki Oden, it's going to be tough. What's more, the strongest man in the world who is much stronger than him. Exito. He just wants to use his strongest fighting stance to fight Whitebeard one more time and never die. With that said, he turned and left without hesitation. Next time, I will cut off your head. With a cold snort, Whitebeard returned to the Moby DK safe and sound under Marco's support. Wow! For a while, the cheers caused by driving away the harassing Kaido were almost deafening. Because then, there's nothing stopping them from entering Wano Kuni. Father, the nearest landing place is the July area, are we going to land there? After the Moby DK successfully entered the Wano Kuni inland sea, Marco's face was so excited that it was hard to restrain himself. Can't wait to hold Wanakuni's map and ask. No. Whitebeard shook his head instantly. Go to Ghost Island. The 9-mile area, after all, was Odin's territory back then, and the aftermath is probably not trivial. The land must not be destroyed, let alone the people of Wano Kuni. Yes, we are going to fight against Kaido, we must not involve innocent people. Rayleigh also echoed from the side. Got it, father. So, at the behest of Whitebeard, the Moby DK can't wait to sail towards Ghost Island. Before driving, I saw the destination of the Moby DK who boarded the waterfall. After returning to Ghost Island, he immediately called Yin and Quinn over. Order the submarine force to dispatch. Destroy their ships as much as possible. Gunners, ambushing on the shore of Ghost Island, as soon as the opponent lands, launch an attack immediately. Big troop, stand by at any time. Also, let Yamato and the others go to the flower capital to stay. Yes, brother Kaido. The battle was imminent, and after receiving the order, the two did not dare to delay for a moment, and left quickly. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Kaido couldn't help muttering to himself. That kid Linley should be able to catch up. Original. He saw that the other party was coming straight to the Ghost Island, and he planned to create a flame cloud to float the Ghost Island. But then I thought about it. With the devastating ability of Whitebeard's shock fruit, wouldn't such a huge target become a target? That's why the plan was abandoned. Didn't think about it for long. Kaido turned into a dragon again and flew to Myon Vadeo. After falling to the ground and transforming into a human form, carrying the 8 fasting commandments, the ultimate killing intent flickered in his eyes. Next. The battle that will decide the life and death of the beast's pirates. It's about to start. Chapter 88. The big brother has been away for more than half a year. More than 2 years, well, soon. Yamato needs to work harder. When big brother comes back, we must surprise him. Hee. Yamato, who is sweating hard, is practicing the family stick technique. Even though I feel exhausted. But when he thought of the figure in his mind, a sweet smile appeared on his face. It seemed that that figure could bring her an inexhaustible motivation to practice. When the time comes, I can go out to sea with big brother, right? Hey Thunder 8 trigrams. A stick swung out. Although the mace looks quite out of proportion to her figure. Taller than her. But when it is waved, it still looks good. Obviously. When Kaido is free, he spends a lot of time on his daughter. And not far from her, Black Maria and Jack are also practicing hard, swaying their youth and sweat. It's just compared to Yamato who practiced alone. The two were holding giant long knives and were constantly fighting each other. Dang dang dang! Jack, even Yamato has realized the color of knowledge, and now you haven't. We need to work harder. I know, in fact, I already have feelings. If you put more pressure on me, maybe you can understand. Before Linley left, he gave some suggestions on how the two fought. Therefore, Jack did not use the 2 strange weapons in the original book. Instead, he learned from Jin and used a giant long knife. The same goes for Black Maria. At this time, the 2 people in the fight. Jack is like a big, Clumsy guy. Because I haven't comprehended observation haki yet. Could barely keep up with Black Maria's movements. So even if the hard power is stronger than her. Can't hit anyone. Almost equal to 0. Not long ago, even Yamato realized observation haki. You can imagine how anxious Jack was. Since then, even fruit development has been delayed. Training observation haki with all his might. So far, he actually has a faint feeling. At this time, Yin came from a distance and waved to the three of them. Brother Jin, what's the matter? Because the three little ones are obsessed with cultivation. Therefore, they are unaware of the crisis that the beast's pirates are about to face. Even the chill and tense aura that has become more and more obvious on Ghost Island has not been noticed at all. Maybe it's three little ones on weekdays, almost 2 points and 1 line. It's not about practicing, it's about eating and sleeping. There is very little entertainment. Logically speaking, at the age of the three little ones, they are only 9 or 10 years old. It was almost impossible to calm down. But maybe more than half a year ago. Linley's departure. Let them realize the importance of strength. Only then did he work hard and determined to follow in Linley's footsteps. Leave immediately and go to the inner city of the capital of flowers. Hey? To the capital of flowers? Why? The three little ones were taken aback, completely puzzled. No reason, don't hesitate, leave immediately. Yin's tone was unquestionable, and he explained casually. Onijima is about to be invaded by powerful enemies, you will only get in the way of Big Brother Kaido when you are here. Oh, got it. It is because of strength again. Unconvinced expressions appeared on the faces of the three little ones. But they also know. With their strength, staying here will not only be useless. On the contrary, it is more likely to become a burden. Therefore, without thinking too much, he quickly boarded the pre-arranged ship under the leadership of Yin. On board. In addition to the three little ones, there are also several subordinates who are loyal to Kaido. Strong enemy? Who will it be this time? Fortunately, nothing happened, and Yamato couldn't help being curious. It's not like she didn't ask Yin when she boarded the ship just now. But the latter obviously didn't want to pay attention to her. Seeing them boarding the boat, he casually said a few words and left. I don't know. In short, just don't make trouble. Black Maria, who has always been mature and stable, has traveled from the training mountain to the port. It was obvious that something was wrong. But she may be afraid of Yamato's worry, so she didn't tell her discovery. After all, the matter has become so serious that they need to go to the capital of flowers to refuge. This is the first time this happens. Last time Kojiki Oden's rebellion was resolved without even getting to Onijima. And this time? And who is it that dares to break into Wano Kuni, which is closed to the outside world? Jack on the side seemed to be still looking for the feeling of being knowledgeable. Just kept nodding and didn't speak. Soon, the ship landed in the rabbit bowl area. Because it is not the first time. Therefore, Sanxiao only brought a few men who looked fierce and sinister, and entered Wano Kuni unimpeded all the way. The Wano Kuni people along the way saw everyone, although they were still a little afraid, but some of them were more courageous, so they mustered up the courage to come forward and say hello. In this regard, the three little ones will respond politely. For more than half a year, Wano Kuni has actually undergone quite a few changes. Due to Wanakuni's government affairs, Hagora is now in charge. With his benevolent character, it is naturally impossible to be as cruel as the Kurozumi snake. It can almost be said that we are doing our best to benefit the people of Wano Kuni. With the help of various programs provided by Linley. Almost every month, the number of sea stone weapons required by Beast's pirates has been exceeded. If Linley knew of this situation, it is estimated that there will not be many surprises. After all, efficiency is often not achieved by blind exploitation. Instead, incentives and punishment go hand in hand. more likely to increase efficiency. If the river is exhausted and the fisherman is fishing, people will be tortured to death. Where is the strength to work? The overload of the body is one aspect, and the more important thing is the spirit. For the desperate, maybe being able to die happily is considered a kind of happiness. On the contrary, if it can give people who are already desperate, even a small bit of hope, it will make it feel like grabbing a life-saving straw. I will try my best to catch it. For example, people who used to eat weeds and tree roots suddenly ate steamed buns. And as long as you work hard, you will be able to eat steamed buns continuously. Will he still work hard? They're all starving. In addition, the establishment of a virtuous production cycle is also the achievement of Hagora in the past 6 months. As a result, the environment in Wano Kuni is much better than it was half a year ago. Therefore, under the vigorous reform of factories and people's livelihood. In addition, when Kurozumi Orokai was in power, he suppressed the expectations of the people to the lowest level, laying a good foundation for the reform. In just over half a year, Wano Kuni has taken on a completely new look. At least it is very different from when Kurozumi Orokai was in power. In addition, before Linley left, Tuojin sent a special team to educate the people of Wano Kuni. Perhaps the time is still short, and not much has been achieved. But under the combination of many factors, from the Rabbit Bowl area to the City of Flowers, the smiles on the faces of the people along the way have increased a lot. And some figures, wearing uniforms that are completely different from Wanakuni's clothing. There was a look of pride on his face. Seems proud to be wearing the uniform. All of this is inseparable from the governance plan. Wano Kuni is really different now. Black Maria said with sincere emotion. Both Jack and Yamato had a deeply appreciative expression. Soon, everyone came to the inner city of the capital of flowers. Here, including Kaido, Yin, and Quinn, there are special mansions. Don't care if you can't live. Anyway, Hagora wisely prepared it for them. Also send someone to clean it from time to time. Of course, Yamato naturally also has his own mansion. Hey! Princess Yamato, are you here? A woman with reddish-brown double ponytails and a pink jumpsuit is directing the servants to clean up. Seeing Yamato and others coming, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Xia Ren, why are you here? I have nothing to do, so I have to come to help. Shinobu was originally a member of the imperial family. Since Kurozumi Orokai was killed, and the royal court Fanzhong was incorporated by Beast's pirates, she didn't leave either. Originally, I wanted to stay. Take a look at Linley's support. How will Hyogoro govern Wano Kuni? Let's see now. Really different from before. Just need to complete the task on time. Kaido et al. Beast's pirates leadership. I have no interest in coming to Wano Kuni to hang out. And Bingoro has always been benevolent and righteous. There is no doubt that the days of the people of Wano Kuni are becoming more and more hopeful. In her spare time, she is occasionally arranged to go to Ghost Island to participate in the so-called re-education and training. It was also at that time that I met Only. As time goes by. In the beginning, the royal court Fanzhong also had tasks from time to time. But the further you go, the more leisurely you will be. The role of the royal court Fanzhong itself is equivalent to the imperial guards of the capital of flowers. The capital of flowers is prosperous and peaceful. And the royal court Fanzhong can also be regarded as Beast's pirates to a certain extent. In this way, few people dare to make trouble in the capital of flowers. As for the arrogant and domineering beasts in the past. Also because Kaido was satisfied with exceeding the production quota. It is important to maintain stability. Therefore, the subordinates were restricted. Mandatory requirements cannot disturb the people. So that there were bad incidents that happened on the street in the past. There are very few now. Like a rogue, or some samurai or something. It is almost extinct. Certainly. Maybe in the future, as people's expectations get higher and higher, dissatisfaction will gradually grow. But in a short time, I am afraid this phenomenon will not happen. While Yamato and Black Maria were chatting with Shinobu, Jack suddenly shouted excitedly. I seem to have learned. Black Maria, you can compete with me again. At the same time, over the Yamato mansion, a green light suddenly flashed. Time back to a few hours ago. After Yin sends the three little ones away, immediately rushed to the shore of Ghost Island. Walk over to Kaido. Brother Kaido, everything has been arranged. Kaido nodded, his eyes fixed on the sea level, motionless. There are Murlocs in the Whitebeard pirate group and Roger's remnant group. The submarine attack may not have much effect. In the end, we still have to head and fight to the death. Aren't we already ready? Ember said in a deep voice. Despite the current situation, it can't get any worse. But since we are not ready to give up on Wano Kuni, we have to fight to the death, there is no other choice. Only. At this moment, Quinn, who was smoking a cigar, also arranged all the preparations and came to Kaido's side. It would be great if I could come later on this day. Although the current Beasts Pirates has grown a lot compared to half a year ago. But compared to the Whitebeard Pirates, or the Whitebeard Pirates with Roger's remnants, they are still far behind. It's meaningless to say that now. Yin waved his hand. It's a pity that the spies of the Whitebeard Pirates were caught some time ago, but they were not taken seriously. Otherwise, you can make more preparations. For example, invite the support of the Big Mom Pirates in advance. But, who would have thought? Whitebeard Pirates, do you really dare to come? And Roger's remnant group actually participated in it. If there were only the Whitebeard Pirates, would they be afraid? Quinn, are the bombs planted? Slowly exhaling a mouthful of thick smoke, Quinn said with a ferocious face. We are guests from afar, let them taste the great gift prepared by my uncle later. Between the three of them talking, a huge ship slowly appeared on the sea level. It was the Moby DK. Coming. Sure enough, as expected, the submarine force is estimated to have been wiped out. Too late to feel sad, Kaido immediately ordered. Order all the troops to take their positions, as soon as the enemy lands, launch an attack immediately. Yes, brother Kaido. Ahead is Ghost Island. Sons. Ready to cut off Kaido's head. Holding the whitebeard that cuts the clouds, his face is frosty, and his voice is thunderous. Certainly. We've waited long enough to avenge Odin. Until we kill Kaido, we must not let it go. All the captain's answers were loud and murderous. Seeing this, Rayleigh also drew out the long knife at his waist, and said coldly. Ghost Island is home to the Beasts Pirates. Everyone, after landing on the island, you don't have to show mercy. As long as it is an enemy, there is only one word, kill. Of course. To deal with enemies, no matter how cruel you can be. Everyone in Roger's remnant group. Although the number is much smaller. But the overflowing murderous aura was no less than that of the captains of the Baituan. At this time, the Moby DK was on board. There are about 100, of the king's, people. More than 100 of them are members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Includes Whitebeard, 15 captains, and elites picked from each team, such as Blackbeard and others. And there are only a dozen or so members of Roger's remnant group. But there is no doubt that all of them are elite. There were no more than 30 people in the Roger Pirates back then, but now it accounts for more than 1/3. Marco, once Kaido is defeated, fly to the waterfall and land the fleet. Today, I will never see another Beasts Pirates in Wano Kuni territory. Or die. Either, get out of Wano Kuni. But no matter. Kaido must die. And within Wano Kuni, all foreign forces must be cleared this time. This is the ultimate goal of this crusade against the Alliance. With Marco's nod, At this time, the fighting and killing intentions of the people on board almost condensed into substance. The Moby DK is hundreds of meters away from Fang Yuan, and no sea kings or ordinary fish dare to approach. Soon. Since Kaido didn't arrange any more obstacles, the Moby DK quickly approached Oni Island. Don't rush to log in, be careful. When they were still some distance away from Ghost Island, Whitebeard slammed his fist into the air. In an instant, accompanied by the power of terrifying vibration, the entire surface of the sea, like boiling water, kept churning. Soon a huge wave more than 10 meters high was formed, heading towards Ghost Island. Oh, it's not fun. Kaido shook his head disdainfully, immediately turned into a giant dragon, and spun like a spinning top in mid-air. In the blink of an eye, several tornadoes appeared before the huge waves, constantly rolling huge waves into sky beams. Clatter clatter. In an instant, there was heavy rain in the sky. How much affected a little line of sight. Seeing huge waves didn't help. But a heavy rain will undoubtedly damage Kaido's arrangement. So Whitebeard didn't hesitate any longer. Immediately shouted, "Go to the island and fight." Chapter 89. As the Moby DK docked, more than 100 people on board. At Whitebeard's behest, quickly jump off the boat. Brandishing a weapon, he rushed towards the coast with a murderous look. Kill kill kill. It's time to avenge Odin. Seeing that the target who desires to cut off the head is close at hand, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and Jabba looked at each other, and they all saw the eagerness and killing intent in each other's eyes. Instead of following the usual practice, I chose to let my partners explore the way first. Because for them, the life of every partner is very important. So the three jumped off the Moby DK and landed in front of the crowd, taking the lead, leading more than 100 people behind him. Like a sharp knife, piercing Kaido's heart. At this moment, the bomb that had already been planted on the coast began to explode violently as everyone entered the bomb area. Boom 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 boom. All of a sudden, the aftermath was everywhere, like thunder rolling, and the gravel and dust were splashed, causing thick smoke to spread in all directions. The line of sight, which was already affected by the heavy rain, undoubtedly deteriorated further. For ordinary people, in this situation, if the line of sight is blocked, if one is not careful, they will be blown to pieces in an instant, or even wiped out in severe cases. BDI. These more than 100 people have all mastered observation haki without exception. While moving and dodging, the vast majority of people easily escaped the aftermath of the explosion. Continue to charge without stopping. Although there were still some people who were unable to dodge for a while, they were affected by the explosion. But because he used armament haki to harden his body in time, at most he suffered some minor injuries. Dry bloodline and hold on to your weapon. Stand up again, and continue to follow the background of your partner with unwavering eyes and rush forward. It seems that it does not affect the combat effectiveness at all. Damn it, because of the heavy rain, many bombs were soaked in the rain and turned into duds. Watching this scene, Quinn threw the extinguished cigar on the ground angrily. Step on it. Grinding teeth. If it weren't for this rain, I am afraid that the scale of the explosion will not stop here. At least twice as dense. It is human flesh after all. Even if it is hardened by armed color. He didn't believe that in the face of large-scale and continuous explosions, even a little effect could not be achieved. The next thing is to look at the gunnery corps. Although everything was not going well, Yin's tone remained calm. Not exasperated by small defeats. I saw the words just fell off. Bang bang bang. The artillery units hidden in the forests on both sides of the coast saw that the enemy had already landed, and immediately fired sea stone bullets and poisonous bullets at the target without waiting for orders. Densely packed, overwhelming. Under the cover of the rain, all of them poured down towards the enemy 44 roads. This time, Kaido obviously prepared sufficient ammunition for the artillery unit regardless of the cost. And, at least they're all sea stone bullets. Some of the elites are equipped with sea stone bullets that have been soaked in poison. The combination of the two immediately posed a considerable threat to the more than 100 enemies ahead. Bang 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 bang. In this situation, the charging speed of Whitebeard and others was undoubtedly slowed down by the bullets that were pouring like rain. They waved their weapons one after another, constantly blocking the release of bullets. Ah! Puff! Although all of these more than 100 people are elites. But obviously not everyone has the strength of the captain level. Sea stone bullets are for those with fruit abilities. Undoubtedly a huge threat. Several ability users in the team were accidentally hit. In an instant, his whole body went limp. Even armament Haki didn't have time to harden for a while. In a blink of an eye, he was hit by more sea stone bullets. Among them, those who were hit by highly poisonous bullets. The injured part quickly became pitch black. It didn't take long before, under the highly poisonous Quinn's special formula, there was an embarrassment. See. Quinn finally felt a little comforted in his heart. At least the artillery unit has achieved certain results. Seeing that there have been casualties among the companions, although it has been expected. But when this scene really happened, Fulai's eyes flickered like a raging fire. Think that just with this level of bullets, you want to block our progress. No one can keep your head today, Kaido. As he said that, the flaming gaze shifted to Kaido halfway up the mountain at some point. With the knife in hand, several slashes were directed in different directions. Swish 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 swish. Every slash is aimed at the area with the densest bullets. I saw those crescent-shaped slashes, all along the way, it was like cutting tofu. It doesn't matter what bullets, or boulders in the mountains. Wherever it goes, one divides into two. While allowing the ability users in the team to breathe. Ah! From the forests on both sides, there were endless screams. It's so soul-stirring. Whitebeard wasn't idle either. At the same time as Rayleigh Crescent Moon slash was swung. The left fist has already slammed into the air heavily. Kika. In an instant, there were dense cracks. Densely covered the air wall in front of him. Then, under Whitebeard's precise control, earthquakes strong enough to shake the earth began to diffuse towards the mountains and forests on both sides of the coast. Boom! In an instant, the earth dragon roared, setting off an earth-shattering scene. While the mountains screamed, they turned into countless boulders and rolled down. The jungle collapsed and dust filled the sky. In just a few moments, the forests on both sides of the coast were almost reduced to a pile of ruins. The corpses of countless beasts pirates were half hidden by huge rocks and sharp sands. In this world, the impact of top combat effectiveness. It's too big. It simply cannot be matched by the superiority of numbers. Kaido clearly recognizes this. The gunnery unit has only just achieved a certain record. In a blink of an eye, the two main players, Whitebeard and Rayleigh, broke back. Not only that, but with just a few moves, the artillery unit was completely destroyed. Don't let them go any further. Whitebeard and Rayleigh, Jabba, have to be held back. Saying so, Kaido picked up Beijazai and instantly transformed into a dragon figure. This is his strongest form. Facing Whitebeard, even if he is full of fighting spirit and eager to fight to the death, he still dare not underestimate him. Whitebeard to me. Rayleigh and Jabba. For the next words, he showed a rare expression of embarrassment, and did not continue. Because even he felt it was too embarrassing for Yin and Quinn. Yin, on the contrary, immediately took up the conversation without hesitation. Rayleigh, let me hold you back for now. Quinn, before Linley arrives, Jabba, please. He is very clear. Compared with Rayleigh's own strength, it is undoubtedly the difference between cloud and mud. But at this moment, beasts pirates except Kaido. No one can match the other two main forces of the enemy. They don't get on. Who's on? Quinn looked at Jabba, who was holding a double axe in the distance, and felt pain in his heart. That's the third in command of the Roger Pirates. Great reputation. Almost on the same level as Odin. Only relying on him, I am afraid that there will be no life. But things have come to this, it is even more impossible for him to be a deserter. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Give it to me. As he spoke, he held a long knife in one hand and Gatling loaded with gas bombs in the other. He stared fixedly at Jabba, who was about to rush forward. Shout out! Stop getting carried away by Laozi! As he spoke, Gatling unleashed the gas bomb on Jabba without hesitation. Bang bang bang! Yin, holding a giant katana, shouted loudly behind him. Follow Brother Kaido to kill enemies, kill kill kill! With his order, the large troops ambushing in the depths of the Ghost Island rushed out of the Ghost Island brandishing sea stone weapons one after another. And he turned into a pterosaur and went straight to Rayleigh. At this time, a large force rushed out from Ghost Island. There are more than 2,000 people. If compared from the number of people, there is no doubt that it has an absolute advantage. But how can minions compare with elites? More than 10 members of Roger's remnant group, as well as 15 captains, at least have the strength of the Red Sheath 9 heroes. At least. And the elites of each team. Even if there are less than 100 people. Compared to everyone in the Beast's Pirates, 1 against 10, or even 20, is no problem at all. In an instant. The two sides are like two torrents, one large and one small, colliding with each other. A life and death fight of hand-to-hand combat was launched. Dang dang dang! Boom 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 boom! All of a sudden, the weapons collided, and there were overflowing sounds. Resounding throughout the Ghost Island. The screams are like the roar of the sea. Almost non-stop, continuous. The one who stopped me, was you. Looking at Yin coldly, Rayleigh was obviously surprised that his opponent was not Linley. Accidents are accidents. He moved, CD, his hands, but he would not be soft in the slightest. Almost no nonsense. As soon as the two met, they directly launched a desperate fight. In other words, for Yin, it was a fight to the death. For Rayleigh, it's just a worthless opponent. He obviously didn't intend to give Yin even a chance. A long knife that flows with dazzling light. The move is fatal. The beginning of Yin's confrontation with it. It fell into an absolute disadvantage. For a time, dangers abounded. If it weren't for the racial talent of the Lunaria tribe. Skillfully switch between speed and defense modes. I am afraid that I will lose in an instant. Linley, why not come? Falling into such a dangerous situation, Bo's eyes were extremely anxious. Facing Rayleigh, he really can't last much longer. And against Jabba's Quinn, the situation is even worse than Yin. He doesn't have Yin's racial talent. In the beginning, Jabba was caught off guard by gas bombs. But how can a mere gas bomb threaten the third in command of the Roger Pirates? The venting of the gas bomb, but within a few seconds, Jabba got close. Under the slash of the pair of cold and radiant giant axes, Quinn could barely block with a swing of his knife. Even though he has transformed into Brachiosaurus form, from the very beginning, he was absolutely in a state of being crushed. The fight lasted only a few seconds. Then Jabba's two axes cut 2 wounds on his chest. Blood spurts from black flame. Taking advantage of being blown away by Jabba, Quinn quickly fired laser light from the claws of the mechanical prosthesis. Boom! A huge explosion came from Jabba. When the Beast's pirates who were closer heard the movement, they hurriedly turned their heads to take a look while the enemy was being entangled by their companions. I saw Jabba's original location was covered by a lot of thick fog. Can't help but look happy. Did you kill him? However, the joy on their faces lasted less than a second. It was seen that as the thick fog dissipated, Jabba walked out of it unharmed. Except that the clothes on his body were splashed with a little grey layer. No one could see that he had been affected by the explosion. And at this time, the center of the torrent collision between the two sides, the Dragon Man Kaido and Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, finally officially fought against each other. Whether it is in the Wano Kuni offshore or in the Tongtian waterfall, the confrontation between the two of them was just a taste, it was purely a trial. Kaido in dragon form may be able to cast a large AoE, but it has always been in the form of being beaten. And the dragon people, it is the strongest fighting form. I saw Bagzi, who was flashing dark red lightning, and Kong Yunki, who was also flashing dark red lightning. At the moment of fighting, they collided together. Boom! Stormy waves of air swept out in all directions in an instant. It's as terrifying as a 10-level typhoon. Swept by the air waves, even the fighting movements of the fighting parties became unsmooth. The ground where the two fought was broken into a pile of rubble the moment they collided. The dark red lightning intertwined with each other suddenly charged into the sky with a powerful air wave. Boom! The cloud layer was instantly divided into two by the air wave. The scene of cracking the sky, more than half a year since the last time, appeared over the Ghost Island again. This time, whether it's the Beasts Pirates crowd, or the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger remnants, this scene is obviously not surprising. First time marveling. But the second time, it was not so unusual. The violent fluctuations caused by the collision of the two make the surrounding Fang Yuan at least 100 meters. It became a vacuum. Neither side dared to stay in this area. These years, it seems that you have grown a lot, Kaido. Not seen for many years, Kaido's strength somewhat exceeded Whitebeard's expectations. But that's all. With a sneer, he abruptly stepped back a few steps, and then swung a more ferocious slash towards Kaido. Stop looking down on people. Whitebeard's words, the implication is nothing more than, even if he has made great progress, it is just that he has the qualifications to fight against him. Although Kaido knows he is no match for Whitebeard, but so underestimated, still can't help but make him angry. Therefore, not to be outdone, they fought back. When Bagzi collided with Kong Yunki again. In the blink of an eye, the weapons of the two collided with each other at least 10 times. Whitebeard stared intently at Kaido. Although you and I used to be partners on the same boat. But Odin is my brother. This hatred must be avenged. Today, let's make a conclusion. Defeated me. My head, and even the title of #1 in the world, take it with you. On the contrary, your head will fall to the ground today. For him, the experience in the Rocks Pirates, not something to remember. Although under the leadership of Rocks, they can be called the most powerful pirate group in history. But between each other, there is no so-called friendship at all. Some are just calculations, utilization, and ambitions with their own ulterior motives. It is precisely because of this. Only with the joint efforts of Roger and Garp did they fail miserably. Now the Whitebeard Pirates, all members of the ship are a family. This is what he imagined the pirates would look like. Therefore, even if Kaido was originally under the direction of Rocks, personally recruited into the group, logically speaking, there is some affection. But for him, such an insignificant affection cannot be compared with Odin, whom he regards as his younger brother. To this, Kaido nodded in agreement. It should be right. As a pirate, you will be accompanied by fighting all your life. If your strength is stronger than mine, just take your life. On the contrary, he is the same. The words just fell off. The third generation Yin Naraku. I saw Kaido leaping up, spinning Bagzi rapidly, and accompanied by the bursting dark red lightning, he bombarded Whitebeard below heavily. Whitebeard looked up, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and punched Kaido suddenly, not to be outdone. I saw a round of transparent full moon appearing in his fist. Click click click. Chapter 90. Boom. The vibration force enough to distort and shatter the space, blasted together with Beiji's eye, who was surrounded by dark red lightning. Another burst of earth-shattering fluctuations and roars. The huge movement caused by the fight between the two resounded through every corner of Ghost Island. The aftermath and air waves are spreading around at an astonishing speed. Boom. With the vibration at the center of the collision, the force is getting stronger. It seems that a critical value has finally been reached. The two people in the center quickly retreated backwards. Kaido obviously fell from the sky, but he took more than 10 steps back. And Whitebeard went from bottom to top, that is, only a few steps back. It can be seen that there is a big gap between the two sides. Shock Fruit, as the strongest paramecia fruit. Known by Sengoku as the ability to destroy the world. But plus Haki, who is better than Kaido. There is no doubt that Whitebeard has the clear upper hand from start to finish. And the vitality and endurance brought by the phantom beast species. In this case, obviously cannot play a decisive role. I have to say, I am amazed at how much you have grown over the years. Stop talking nonsense, come again. Kaido clearly has no appetite for nonsense. Even if you are facing the strongest in the world today. But in his eyes, there was no trace of fear at all. Wielding the Beiji's eye again and again, he blasted towards Whitebeard. It's not that he doesn't know that he has fallen into a disadvantage. But so what? This battle. Isn't it the hardy battle he has always dreamed of? Debia. This is a life-threatening battle. The loser will die and lose everything. But he still couldn't stop the excitement surging from the depths of his heart at this moment. It can be said that this excitement has been carved into the depths of his soul. Face the fighting Kaido. Not even Whitebeard dared to underestimate him. On the blade of Kong Yunch in his hand, a dazzling stream of light quickly attached. A dark red lightning flashed in unison with Kaido. A contest of life and death is launched. The two seemed to turn into two streamers of light, one red and one gold. At breakneck speed. They collided crazily everywhere on the battlefield. Boom 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 boom. Wherever it goes, it must be accompanied by aftermath and shock. The gravel flew and the earth was torn apart. On this battlefield. The astonishing devastation the two wrought. It is much, much bigger than the sum of the rest of the people. Kill kill kill. Avenge my brothers. Avenge for Odin. For a short time. Two torrents colliding together. One big and one small. The former is downsizing at an alarming rate. And the latter, although the number of attrition is almost negligible. But it was not without casualties. In this way, the captains such as Marco, Baista, and Jaws will undoubtedly be let out. The killing intent is even more ferocious. Everyone knows. On the battlefield, how can there be no dead people? But for them, the lives of everyone in the Beast's pirates are obviously incomparable with the lives of their own brothers. So under the leadership of the captains and Roger's remnants, everywhere, Beast's pirates standing in front of them. Even if he is holding a sea stone weapon, still powerless to resist, his head was brutally beheaded. Even if there are more than 2,000 people, the number of people occupies an absolute advantage. But like a flock of sheep surrounded by tigers, just one enemy can restrain more than 10 people. If you are facing the captain, no matter how cautious you are, it is difficult to avoid the end of being killed in seconds. With the sudden increase in casualties, it fell down in pieces like cutting wheat. Uncontrollable fear flickered in many people's eyes. We are facing this kind of enemy. Strength is not in one dimension at all. I'm afraid these strong people, apart from Lord Kaido, only Lord Yin and Lord Quinn can compete with him. But let them fight against enemies of this level? How does this not feel hopeless? This battle. It is simply to die. This moment. If Marco and others shouted to surrender, they would not die. I am afraid that there will definitely be many people who are willing to put down their weapons and surrender. After all, knowing that it is a battle to the death, who cannot be afraid? But obviously, Marco and other captains didn't mean that at all. With the death of my brother, new hatred and old hatred came to my heart together. They just want to slaughter the enemies in front of them. To dispel the hatred in my heart. As long as Master Kaido. For all beasts. The only hope now. I'm afraid it's on Kaido's body. As long as Kaido is undefeated. Then there is still hope. Although. This moment. In their hearts, many who came back were revered as gods. In front of Whitebeard, there is no advantage at all. Not to mention Yin and Quinn. I can't take care of myself at all. The latter's body was already covered with wounds. It seems to have become a cumbersome prey played by a hunter. Anytime, anywhere, it is possible to fall down. Hoo. Totally, not an opponent. Panting heavily. Quinn's lips were extremely pale due to excessive blood loss. On the head, blood and cold sweat were intertwined. There was a burst of dizziness in my head. The figure of Jabba attacking him looked so illusory, so unreal. From facing Jabba, a formidable enemy, to the present. In fact, it was only a few minutes. But no matter what moves and abilities he uses, both are easily resolved by Jabba. Instead, he faced Jabba's attack. Totally irresistible. It all ends with adding a wound to the body. If it weren't for the vitality and endurance brought by the ancient species, I'm afraid I can't even last 3 minutes. But now, after holding on for so long, he has really reached his limit. That Linley boy, why didn't he come? In despair, he could only growl in his heart. If Linley really can't make it back, I'm afraid the beast's pirates are going to be over today. Just as Quinn was absent-minded, Jabba's double axes struck, mercilessly chopping on his Gatling. Kaka! How can Quinn, who has already reached the limit, stop it? With Gatling's break, the unstoppable sharp double axes fell on him. Puff! I saw a huge amount of blood spurting out from his chest. This time, I can't hold on any longer. The huge body crashed down. Poof! Aside from the loud vibrations, the whole person completely lost consciousness. The former faced Rayleigh's onslaught. Form is equally at stake. It seems that the so-called number 1 swordsman in the world will never come back. He glanced at Kaido in the distance. Rayleigh's tone was extremely cold. The long knife points to Yin. Before the Kaido's head is cut off, it's up to you to do it. This sentence. Death without embers. As long as he has his hands free. Never stingy about besieging Kaido with Whitebeard. Because, the essence of this battle is revenge. Not a fair fight. Yin heard this, despite wearing a mask. No one else could see his expression at all. But the despair in those eyes is like a vast ocean, endless. He knows. If you let this Rayleigh, who is stronger than Odin, join forces with Whitebeard to siege Kaido. Kaido, who can barely compete against Whitebeard now, is bound to usher in an avalanche. Before Linley came back. No matter what, he tried to prevent this from happening. Think here. It was obvious that he was already in jeopardy. The only way to restrain Rayleigh is to move and dodge reluctantly. Available over time. Even this kind of pinning down to the ultimate level is almost impossible. In front of Pluton. I'm afraid all his tricks have already been seen through. No more hiding. Somewhere, he had a premonition. Next, if you hide again, I'm afraid it will usher in a decisive blow. Only by attacking instead of defending. In order to win the first line of life. Yin made up his mind, when the racial flame from the Lunaria tribe quickly wrapped around the giant katana. At the same time, the flowing light also quietly blended into it. Guard the Fire Dragon Emperor! I saw his giant samurai sword, while slashing heavily, shot out a huge flame in the shape of an oriental dragon. The hot flames are like magma. The surrounding air began to rise. Oh! Finally, are you planning to make a move? Blindly avoid and defend. But it bored Rayleigh. He who sees through Yin's fiction and reality. Already sure of the next move, get rid of the roadblocker in front of you. Zi la. I saw a long knife wrapped with dark red lightning. Facing that flaming dragon, it was like piercing through the sky. Tay! The lightning flashed away. At the same time that the flame dragon was divided into two. Rayleigh has appeared in front of Yin. Kaka! The long knife has not arrived. Just because of the sharpness, he forcibly destroyed the mask that Yin had worn on his face for many years. Yin's true face was completely revealed to everyone. The Lunaria family. Rayleigh was taken aback, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the opponent in front of him was actually the legendary Lunaria clan. Accidents are accidents. Without any hesitation, Yin kicked him in the chest at a speed that Yin couldn't even react to. After receiving this heavy blow, he spit out blood uncontrollably from his mouth. The whole person flew backwards crazily. Is this the end? Yin's eyes dimmed involuntarily in mid-air. Feel the sharp pain coming from the body. The giant samurai sword has been unknowingly taken off the people. He finally realized. TLF. That's really it. Poof. Kaka. Yin smashed heavily into the ground, and his body was filled with dense cracks. Rayleigh stepped forward unhurriedly. The long knife pointed at Yin's throat. Perhaps, you are the only survivor of the Lunaria family in this world. If you want to leave Beast's Pirates from now on, break with Kaido. Asking for flowers. I will, spare your life. Don't even think about it. Teeth were clenched. Jin didn't hesitate to let out his own answer from the depths of his throat. Yet, that would be such a pity. Sigh. Although feel a little pity. But Rayleigh didn't have any psychological burden, and immediately raised the long knife high. Cut down without hesitation. That moment, time seemed to stand still. Maybe everything was Yin's illusion before he died. Out of the corner of his eye, they landed on Kaido and Quinn in the distance respectively. Scenes that have happened in these years are crazily popping up in my mind like a slideshow. Then, captured by Marine, he was tortured in the laboratory. Finally, he met the figure full of hope for him. After escaping from Marine's lab, Kaido has undoubtedly become a hero in his heart. As a Lunaria tribe, he has learned since he was a child that the hero who saves the world, or the hero who can save the Lunaria tribe, is named Joey Boi. So he took it for granted. The Kaido who saved him is Joey Boi. He is the hero who saves the world. The Lunaria tribe is a race that can immediately receive a reward of 100 million as long as they report to the world government. Before meeting Kaido, he suffered countless betrayals. That day, for him, it is undoubtedly the beginning of the extinction of such things as betrayal. Kaido had promised him, will not give him to anyone. Even the world government. Without a doubt, it really did. Even there was a time when Kaido and he were hungry. Obviously, as long as his information is leaked to the world government, you can get 100 million Baileys. 0. You don't even need to hand him over yourself. But what about Kaido? I would rather break into Marine Base and use Marine Base as a cafeteria than betray him. In fact, he is very clear. Kaido is not Joey Boi at all. Not even a hero who saves the world. But so what? Some time ago, during a drunken chat, Kaido asked him what he was thinking. His answer was simple. Sworn to follow. His life belongs to Kaido. Nothing but playing for Kaido. No matter who Kaido actually is. As long as Kaido remains Kaido, he is willing to live and die with him. Betray? Cut in two? These two words. Never in his dictionary. Even if it is death. Even if you betray the whole world and your faith. He is also willing to follow Kaido into hell. Yin, I know who Joey Boy is. Who is it? It's the one who will defeat me in the future. Then he'll never show up. He is not without his own ideals and beliefs. As a Lunaria tribe, waiting for the appearance of Joey Poi is the only remaining hope of the Lunaria tribe. Yin is no exception. But he, for Kaido. Give up your ideals and beliefs. Kaido is a villain. Not a master. Yin knows. But it does not matter. He is willing to stay with Kaido. From Earth to hell. This moment. Yin was unwilling to die just like that, and wanted to buy time for Kaido again. With a sudden push of both hands, he took the initiative to rush towards the long knife that was cutting towards him. Puff. Click. The long knife slashed at Jin's chest. However, Yin pressed it firmly into his chest with both hands. Immediately after, the body forcibly pushed forward. Puff. The chest was pierced through. What? Rayleigh was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Yin to make such a move. Thus, the chest is pierced. It is already dead. Perhaps it was Yin's suicidal behavior that made him relax. Unexpectedly, Jin's body has not stopped. Bah! Yin's hands had already tightly grasped Rayleigh's knife-holding hand at some point. With a miserable smile. Caught it. Thus, he will be able to buy more time for Kaido. St. Die without regret. Looking at Jin's vitality, it was like a candle in the wind. About to go out. Rayleigh was really emotional. Kaido has such a fearless subordinate. Exactly, how can you do it? Although you are a worthy opponent, I'm sorry. Kaido, he must be killed. It is absolutely impossible to be pinned down again. It's too late to say it, but it's too fast. I saw him raise his left hand high. Turned into a hand knife. He was about to cut off Yin's hands. At this time. Click. The arm of Rayleigh's left hand was firmly held by the other hand. You are so presumptuous. Rayleigh. Looking at the beast's pirates who suffered heavy casualties. Looking at the unconscious Quinn and the weak Yin. The person's eyes were full of murderous intent. Then, at an astonishing speed, it swept every corner of Ghost Island. Vice Captain. The Deputy Captain is here. Chapter 91. Very good. The Deputy Captain is here. We are saved. Linley's arrival. Get the attention of everyone present. The killing intent, so intense that it almost turned into substance, filled everyone's heart. Intertwined with the cheers of the Beast's Pirates crowd. The hearts of everyone in the Crusade Alliance couldn't help but feel a chill. The world's #1 swordsman is here. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Linley's reputation did not depend entirely on Morgan's, the president of World Economic News, forcibly touting it. Among them, Marine also has a lot of assistants. It is completely different from the original book where Luffy leaves Cake Island and is boasted as the 5th emperor. Whether it is the world's top strong ant, or one of the 3 monsters in the new era of Marine. All became a stepping stone to Linley's fame. 2. He, the first officer of the Beast's Pirates, is finally here. Although expected. When Linley actually showed up, including Marco and other captains, all of them were shocked by the astonishing momentum and killing intent, and broke into a cold sweat. Is this the aura of the strongest swordsman? Fortunately, Rayleigh and Jabba are here. Otherwise, I'm afraid the consequences will be disastrous. This is the unanimous thought of Marco and other captains at this moment. They finally understood why Dad, in the face of the high call for revenge. It would seem so hesitant. Without Rayleigh and Jabba, I am afraid that their Whitebeard pirates alone are not enough to avenge Odin. Not only can't revenge. On the contrary, it may be severely damaged. Be taken advantage of by marine or other ambitious people. Good. Their father is indeed the strongest man in the world. But even if he is the strongest, he still cannot defeat Kaido easily. And Linley. These captains, who can compete with them? No. This kid is finally here. Kaido still at war with Whitebeard. In my heart, 883 breathed a sigh of relief. The tragic situation of Yin and Quinn. It's not that he didn't see it. Just against opponents like Whitebeard. Do you want to get out of your way to rescue the two of you? Undoubtedly a fool's dream. I can only secretly pray that Linley will come as soon as possible. Now, it's finally fulfilled. As long as he and Linley are undefeated, beasts still have a chance. This kind of genius actually came from the beasts' pirates. Whitebeard, who was fighting Kaido, had a look of envy on his face from time to time. Can't help but feel emotional. If he grows up, maybe he can change the world. Unfortunately, it's an enemy, not a friend. Today, this genius will be killed no matter what. Otherwise, if Linley escaped unharmed today, give him a few more years. How far do you have to grow? Whitebeard didn't even dare to think about it. With the deep hatred of both sides. If not dead, the future must become a nightmare for his sons. Compare. None of his sons can compete with him. And so accomplished at this age. It is no exaggeration to say that there is no one before Kaido. How can he have such an adopted son? Strangle. Just by Rayleigh. Kaido threw his head back into the sky and laughed. It's him. Linley's strength is unimaginable now. Before leaving Ghost Island, he could barely fight against him. After just over 2 months, he was able to defeat the ant who even he was not sure about. Now a few more months have passed. How far has Linley's strength grown? Even he can't tell the difference. Then let's wait and see. The high-end battle strength of Beast's pirates is only Kaido and Linley at the moment. Both Yin and Quinn have lost their combat effectiveness. Whitebeard doesn't think Linley can change the outcome. The other side. The strongest swordsman in the world? I've been waiting for a long time. Despite the clenched arms, Rayleigh's tone remained calm. Not at all affected by Linley's murderous intent. If you don't come again, old man, I can only brazenly join forces with Zygate. Although it is disdainful, as a pirate, there is no need to speak of benevolence and righteousness when dealing with enemies. It's revenge after all. No matter what method is used, it is not too much. Therefore, Rayleigh has no psychological burden at all. So. Linley's eyes were as cold as winter. Aren't I here? Since you have retired, why are you in such a hurry to die? Isn't it good to take good care of your life? Hee hee. Rayleigh smiled. Such an achievement at such a young age. Admirable indeed. It's just that the old man didn't intend to die when he came here. Young man, don't speak wild words. The implication. Just relying on Linley, if you want his life, you can't do it. Follow Roger across the sea for so many years. Encountered countless powerful enemies. Stronger than rocks, or marine hero Garp. He has seen it all. How could he be intimidated by Linley? Cluck. Rayleigh's small arm was now firmly held by Linley. The astonishing power that came made Rayleigh frown unconsciously. The two wrestled silently. Rayleigh tried to pull his hand away. But in the face of Linley's huge power. But he couldn't do it. Yin, let go of him. Glancing at Jin, Linley's calm tone seemed like a volcano about to erupt. So depressing. Yin didn't speak, but nodded with difficulty. When he saw Linley appearing, the big stone in his heart undoubtedly fell to the ground. For him. Linley, it's good to be here. This way, he can feel at ease. Poof. Yin's grip on Rayleigh's knife hand was released. Finally he couldn't hold on any longer, and with a contented expression, he fell straight back. The moment he landed, he completely lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Rayleigh felt nothing but a force coming. It was difficult for him to resist this force. He didn't even care about the long knife caught by Jin's flesh. Was forcibly thrown out. Bang! Pulled Rayleigh's long knife from Yin's chest. Linley threw it in front of Rayleigh. Crouching down, one hand pressed on Jin's chest, and the demonic power poured into it crazily. This action did not last long. After all, this time is on the battlefield. He could only repair Yin's injuries as much as possible. Save your life. The rest of the injuries can't be taken care of in a short time. Wait for him to stand up again. Kang. The second generation nonsense has been drawn out. Tisk tisk. Jabba in the distance saw that Rayleigh and Linley were about to fight. His face was full of envy. Unfortunately, in the entire Beast's Pirates, apart from Kaido and Linley, there is no opponent who can fight against him. Although somewhat regrettable. Even the first battle before completely retiring could not be enjoyed to the fullest. But he wasn't about to sit idle. Walk up to Quinn. About to cut off Quinn's head. At this time. When? Second generation geisha. I don't know when it appeared at the landing point of the double axes. Hold the two axes firmly. No matter how hard Jabba tries. He couldn't move any further down. It's inhumane to deal with an old man. You and Rayleigh, get on it. Linley's sudden appearance undoubtedly surprised Jabba. He didn't even care about the arrogance of his words. Obviously just now, Linley was still in front of Rayleigh, and he was at war with him. But in a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him, holding his weapon. He couldn't see how Linley appeared at all. Although through observation haki, he has been alerted. B. Shocked. Rayleigh. He didn't expect that Rayleigh couldn't stop Linley's attack. Rayleigh, who saw this scene, also had a dignified face. Unknowingly. A little underestimation due to Linley's age. It's all gone now. Boom. There was a huge burst of force. Linley gave Jabba a cold look, and forced him to push back a few steps. He greeted several Beast's Pirates not far away. You guys, protect Yin and Quinn. From this moment on, whoever dares to hit their minds, die. You should know that just the two of you can't stop me. Then speed. Either Rayleigh, or Jabba. Naturally, it cannot be compared with him. Therefore, once he chooses to ignore the two of them. Just staring at the other players in the Crusade Alliance. The crusade against the Alliance will inevitably lead to heavy casualties. Certainly. Linley can do that. Rayleigh and Jabba, of course. It depends on who, the one who is more in the bottom. Yes, my Lord Vice Captain. The outermost Beast's Pirates listened. Immediately trotted excitedly, drove Yin and Quinn to the depths of Ghost Island. And during this process, Linley casually injected demonic power into Quinn's body. In order to avoid further deterioration of the injury. Rayleigh and Jabba watched the scene gravely. There is no option to block. After all. Just based on the moment just now, they judged that what Linley said was true. That being the case. Simply default to it. In their hearts, the lives of everyone in the Beast's Pirates obviously cannot be compared with their partners. The release of demon power. See Rayleigh and Jabba huddling together, shoulder to shoulder. Facing Linley, who is two strong players at the same level. I didn't dare to be careless at all. Rayleigh and Jabba are different from Kizaru and Aokiji who played against each other before. Currently at its peak. In the next battle, we must do our best to have a chance of winning. Even, it's just a chance. Boom. Next second, a huge force erupted from his body to the surroundings. I saw the white part of Linley's eyelids, and in an instant, it seemed to be dyed scarlet red by the petals of rose flowers. That killing intent was like a stormy sea. It was bone-chillingly cold. Kill. Dazzling streamer and dark red lightning. Swaying wildly above the second-generation Onitsu, Linley appeared in front of Rayleigh in no time. Cut it down with a knife. Boom. Huge fluctuations erupted from where the weapons of the two men collided. Ah! Sneered. Pass observation Haki at the future sea level. Linley was keenly aware of Jabba's attack. Immediately drew the knife and flashed. Swing a huge slash towards Jabba. At the same time, the figure appeared in front of Rayleigh again. Sword pressure. In an instant, Conqueror's haki and sword were under Linley's precise control. It fell unmistakably on Rayleigh. Boom. Faced with such pressure, Rayleigh only felt that his actions were restricted, and immediately broke out Conqueror's haki to protest. This makes me feel better. But even so, he still felt as if he was being crushed by a mountain. Don't be careless. Reminding Jabba, Rayleigh's long knife was wrapped with dark red lightning at the same time. Collided with Linley constantly. Boom 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 boom. For a moment, astonishing aftermath and air waves swept towards the surroundings without interruption. It's not even that much worse than Whitebeard and Kaido fighting each other. However, mere slashes naturally couldn't stop Jabba's approaching footsteps. Jabba quickly joined the fray. For a while. Second-generation Geash, with 1 against 3. Constantly parrying Rayleigh's long knife and Jabba's double axes. Dang 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 dang. The sound of 3 people's weapons colliding. Endlessly. Marco and others saw this scene. Undoubtedly, he was even more horrified. Linley. Actually with Rayleigh and Jabba working together. Didn't fall into a rut at all. No wonder it's so pretentious to have Rayleigh and Jabba FK together. Even with the advantage of this speed. But who said speed? Is it not personal strength? Don't hold back, speed up. Marco exclaimed. Let Daddy and the others have no worries. High-end battles. Whether it's Marco and other captains, or the backbone of Roger's team. It's all out of reach. But they can take advantage of this to clear the battlefield. Crack. Linley glanced at Marco coldly. A flash. Lost in Rayleigh and Jabba's siege. He casually waved a giant demon bomb at Marco. Returned to the middle of the two again. This process turned out to be just a moment. Rayleigh and Jabba were about to reverse direction and attack. But Linley turned back immediately. Amazing speed. Number. Just chose to compromise. Otherwise, if Linley wants to attack people like Marco, they may be difficult to stop. Not everyone can withstand the blow that wraps around Conquerors. And Marco looked at the huge energy ball accompanied by thunder and lightning, attacking him at an alarming speed. I just felt a wave of panic. No idea of a fight. Immediately, he flew up and shouted behind him. The Crusade Alliance behind him listened. I just wish I could grow 2 more legs. Quickly rushed towards the 2 sides. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. The huge explosion even attracted the attention of Whitebeard and Kaido 0.1. It's just that the former looked at Marco and others who escaped in time. He was undoubtedly relieved. Continue to plunge into the fierce battle with Kaido. Dang 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 dang. The weapons of the 3 collided. Still going on. Among them, the second-generation Onitoru and the longsword are entwined with Conquerors. And Jabba with twin axes. Although Conqueror's haki is not awakened. But he has cultivated to the pinnacle of armed color. It can also compete with Linley. If we only talk about armed color, Jabba is undoubtedly above Linley. And Rayleigh even more so. Except for knowledge. Linley's armed color and conquerors are probably not as good as Rayleigh. Of course, his greatest reliance has never been haki. It's demon power. Under the increase of demon power liberation. Whether it is strength, explosive power, or even resilience, it is far beyond usual. It can be said. The current state is Linley's strongest moment. Haki consumption is too intense. Although very angry in my heart. I can't wait to kill the two people in front of me. But Linley was clearly not the type to be easily carried away by anger. Fight for a moment. Although not at a disadvantage. But obviously, it also doesn't hold the upper hand. At this time, there were more than 2,000 beasts. Almost lost a lot. There were at least 700 or 800 people who fell. If this situation is not changed, I am afraid that in the end, it may be slaughtered. This is absolutely intolerable to Linley. Thinking of this, I already have a plan in mind. But at this moment, suddenly, a system notification sounded in his ears. Chapter 92. The screen came to the building of Onijima. Yin and Quinn were carried in behind one after another. Immediately, medical personnel stepped forward to treat the two of them. Along the way, it's not that people who didn't crusade against the alliance came to stop them. Are under pressure from Linley. In the reality that if he doesn't care, Rayleigh and Jabba can't stop him. Those who dare to make such a move to die. It takes a lot of courage. Courage to die. Marco's experience is the best example. Just being disgusted and croaking, he ate a demon bomb. Although escaped in time. But if Linley comes, the consequences would have been very different. Often someone has the courage to do so. A look followed. The man stopped with sweat on his face. Don't dare to take a step forward. Hurry up. Hurry up and rescue Lord Jin and Lord Quinn. The medical team on call at any time saw the two people being carried in, and immediately stepped forward and began to work. Master Yin's strength is too strong. Just observed it casually for a while. The medical staff came to this conclusion. Even stronger than Quinn's strength. After all, Quinn has thick skin and thick flesh, and most of the injuries he suffered were traumatic injuries. Although it looked like a big wound, it was actually nothing fatal. It was only due to excessive blood loss and severe physical exertion that he fell into a coma. Of course, if it continues like this, I am afraid that he will eventually lose too much blood and die. Yin, on the other hand, was pierced through the chest by Rayleigh's long knife. If Linley hadn't appeared in time, healed the most fatal wound with demon power. I'm afraid it was already dead before it was carried in. Asterisk 23 Fortunately, the position of Master Yin's heart is intact, otherwise it would be dangerous. And, there seems to be a force that heals the deadliest part. The medical staff were all taken aback by Jin's brutal dominance. Seeing that it is still alive, I can't help but marvel at its vitality. Brother Kaido, Brother Kaido. At this time, Yin, who fell into a coma, was still writing many names. Even with such a serious injury. Lost consciousness. Subconsciously, but still thinking about Kaido's safety. The relationship between Lord Yin and Lord Kaido is really deep. The few who carried the two back couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Of course. You don't even look at our beasts pirates, who is the first member. It is no exaggeration to say that the beasts pirates were established by Kaido-sama and Yin-sama. You all know that Master Kaido rarely manages affairs, and Master Yin is in charge of everything. Even Master Linley thinks highly of Lord Yin. Yes. See this scene. A few people undoubtedly admire Yin even more. Only Master Yin deserves such attention from Master Kaido and Master Linley. Just when the medical staff tried their best to treat the two people, Yin's body began to change unknowingly. I saw his injury, for some reason, was being repaired at an astonishing speed. After a while, the wound almost recovered. The whole person sat up suddenly. His eyes were red. Emotions such as violence and killing frantically emerged in his pupils. But soon, the red pupils became clear again. Then it turned red again. And so on and on. The medical staff were all taken a few steps back by his appearance. They all said in horror, "Master Yin, what's going on?" All the people present were terrified and at a loss. Obviously just started to treat Mr. Yin. But for some reason, Yuanran healed Master Jin's injury by himself. KK. Only Yin's teeth were clenched and rattling. Clenched fists. Due to the excessive force, the palm of the hand was pierced by the nail, and blood overflowed. But he didn't seem to feel pain. Through clenched teeth, a few words popped out. As a Lunaria clan. How can? Controlled by the will of a mere pterosaur. Brother Kaido still needs me. I must never. It's too late to say it. Along with flickering in Yin's pupils. Rapid repetition between madness and clarity. Never. Boom. After a long howl. Powerful fluctuations spread around with his unconscious actions. The people around couldn't dodge for a while. It was thrown away by more than 10 meters by this wave. Fortunately. After patting the grey layer on his body, he got up. Didn't take much damage. But at this time, Jin's eyes gradually regained clarity. Is this the awakened power of Devil Fruit? He stood up and moved his body quickly. Yin discovers his injuries. It has recovered to 7 or 88. And well known. Every Zoan fruit hides its own will in it. Even the phantom beast Nica form is no exception. Awakening is closely related to this will. If the will is not firm, it is easy to be eroded by this will and turn into a beast with only instinct. Just like the jailer beast in Impel Down in the original book. Although it has been fruit awakened, it has completely lost human consciousness. On the other hand, Yin. After a desperate fight at the level of will, he successfully defeated the will of the pterosaur. Take back control of your body. And got the ability to awaken the fruit. There is no doubt that the ancient species has more amazing vitality and resilience than ordinary Zoan. Go get my spare knife. Yes, Lord Yin. Obviously, Yin has just recovered and can't wait to return to the battlefield. After all, even if Linley has arrived, he is still worried about Kaido, who is going against the strongest in the world. Contract target Yin, fruit ability developed to awakening, 54 times return, Sesshomaru fruit awakening degree, 23%. Yin, has he awakened? Hear the system beep. A look of surprise flashed in Linley's eyes. Back when Rayleigh first showed up. Then he found a golden exclamation mark on Yin's head. Almost without thinking. Linley didn't even have time to look at it, so he made contracts with Yin and Quinn one after another. Foolta. Almost gave his life for the beast's pirates. If Linley can't show something, I'm afraid he will feel a little bit sorry for himself. After all, if he came back earlier, Yin and Quinn will not have to face superclass opponents like Rayleigh and Jabba. No matter what kind of return the two will bring him. It doesn't matter to him anymore. The important thing is, through the increase of talent and potential, may the two of you achieve greater success in the future. But he never expected that Yin would bring him such a big surprise. 23% awakening. In this way, the awakening degree of Sesshomaru has reached 66%. The distance is fully awakened. That's 34% short. It can almost be said that close at hand. And 23% awakening degree. There is no doubt that Linley's comprehensive strength. It skyrocketed a lot. At least physical strength and demon power. Doubled again. Now Linley has more or less understood the mechanism of the increase in awakening. Almost every 20% or so. It can make his physical strength and demon power doubled. This is for his next battle. Definitely more sure. It's just, the consumption of haki is real. Think here. Even if the physical strength and demon power are doubled, Linley still had no intention of changing his original mind. Only attack but not defend. Life for life. On vitality and resilience. Rayleigh and Jabba, how can you compare with him? The nature of fighting. In the final analysis, it is the collision of Haki and Fruit 677's ability. Unless they are not that different from each other. Physical strength and resilience are the keys to victory. But obviously, whether it is Conqueror's or Armed Color, Linley is not as good as Rayleigh. If there is no Sesshomaru form, I am afraid that there are more defeats than victories. Maybe facing Rayleigh, through the knowledge of foreseeing the future, he can remain undefeated. But if it is 1 against 2, that is sure to fail. Now even with ease. But if you want to win quickly, there is no other way but to work hard. It is impossible for him to watch the people of the Beast's pirates continue to be slaughtered. Thinking of this, he immediately changed his tactics. Facing Rayleigh's attacking long knife, Linley didn't even hide. Brutally resisted with the body. Puff! Blood spurted from his chest. But in this way, Linley's second-generation geisha. It's like stepping into nowhere. Rayleigh was also countered by Linley. Puff! The same position on the chest was hit directly by a knife. What? Hastily retreating a few steps, Rayleigh clutched the wound on his chest, apparently startled by Linley's posture. Such a desperate way of playing. It was completely beyond his expectations. After all, only relying on the flash and reaction speed as fast as ultimate. Linley was besieged by the two together. Not at all underwhelming. Although it is also unable to gain the upper hand. But there is no need to exchange life for life. Light whip. Keenly aware of Jabba's attack. With the other hand, Linley immediately threw out a yellow-green light whip. Block Jabba's progress. Then a flash appeared in front of Rayleigh again. Second generation Onitsu with armor color and conquerors wrapped around it. Slashed hard at Rayleigh. Chapter 93. Boom. I saw the second generation ghost, who was also flashing with light and lightning, and Rayleigh, who was holding a knife in both hands, collided again. The fluctuations and roars caused will not be mentioned for the time being. When the weapons collide and stalemate, his body is bound to stay where it is. If it was before, his approach is undoubtedly instant. Never stay in the same position for more than a second. To avoid being attacked by two people at the same time. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. But this time, he didn't dodge away. Instead, it's been a stalemate with Rayleigh. Light whip. Poison Daxia claw. The former was thrown towards the Kaba who was attacking him. And the latter, taking advantage of Rayleigh holding a knife in both hands, was in a stalemate with the second generation ghost. With lightning speed. Blast a paw print, attacking Rayleigh's already injured chest. Seeing this, Fulai stepped back decisively. But the speed at which he exploded. How could it be compared with Linley's flash? Almost every time Rayleigh took a step back, Linley followed closely. For a while, it became impossible to escape Linley's entanglement. Seeing that paw print hit. In desperation, Rayleigh dared not hold the knife with one hand. In order not to be liberated by the demon power, Linley, who had an absolute advantage in strength, forcibly broke through. It can only be judged in advance which part is being attacked. Quickly cover armament Haki. Zi la. A poison that easily melts rock or bone. The moment you touch Rayleigh armament Haki, there was a piercing sound. And constantly eroding his armament Haki. Although there are no signs of being broken, you can use demon power to consume Rayleigh's armed color. In the case that Linley's armed color is not as good as Rayleigh's. Definitely a great deal to know. He doubled his physical and demon power, and even his constitution. The demon power is unprecedentedly abundant. Puff. However, Poison Claw hits Rayleigh afterward. Jabba finally split the light whip, and the double axe slashed heavily on Linley's back. Beeb. Make this whack. Linley didn't just have 2 wounds on his back. He also uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. But there was no fear in his eyes. On the contrary, it displayed various attacks more fiercely. Strong blow. Poison Daxia Claw. Light whip. I saw him holding the 2nd generation Geash in one hand. On the other hand, various skills in the form of Sesshomaru, taking advantage of the stalemate with Rayleigh. All to Rayleigh and Jabba. So next. Linley was almost clinging to Rayleigh in the fight. During this process, Rayleigh was hit by Poison Claw several times. Haki consumption, no doubt reached an astonishing level. Facing such a difficult onslaught from Lin Xiao, even Rayleigh, who was at his peak, couldn't help sweating profusely and panting. And Linley inevitably took Jabba's axe. The other side. Dang dang dang. Weapons collided and exploded everywhere. Disorganized noise resounded all over the battlefield. When the war first started, there were more than 2,000 beasts pirates. At this time, almost half of it is about to fall down. Such a staggering casualty rate. Let it be the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, or the elite of Roger's remnants. While slaughtering beasts pirates troops, there is still room to pay attention to the battle between the 2 top powerhouses. Kaido was beaten and retreated, but there was no sign of defeat. On the contrary, Rayleigh, who played 2 against 1, was injured first and was out of breath. This made everyone in the Crusade Alliance change their faces. Not good. Rayleigh, co-captain, is injured. Is the number 1 swordsman in the world really so difficult? Even Rayleigh and Jabba teamed up. Can't even take it. The elite of Roger's remnant regiment. See the vice-captain injured. Under the burning anxiety, he even has the heart to step forward to help. It's a pity that there is a will but no power. Of course they understand that in the face of this level of fighting, if you intervene rashly, I'm afraid not only can't help much. Instead, it becomes a burden. It is the aftermath of the war. It may not be able to bear it. Since nothing can help, he could only grit his teeth and continue to slaughter the large army of beasts pirates to vent their anger. Linley in the battle with Rayleigh and Jabba. See it all. The more anxious I became. The attack in his hand became more and more fierce. Sword pressure. Accompanied by sharp slashes. There is also an invisible fluctuation whose power is also doubled. Again. It gave Rayleigh the illusion of being weighed down by a mountain. This illusion. Not exactly an illusion. It's the real feeling of the body. It's similar to being suppressed by Conqueror's haki. Even Rayleigh subconsciously burst into Conqueror's resistance. But it didn't work at all. With a flash of dazzling green light, the pressure became more and more intense, and soon formed a burst of strong fluctuations. Boom 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 boom. At the same time, 2nd generation Onitsuo and the long sword kept colliding. And Rayleigh is dealing with the 2nd generation ghost. Also keep an eye out for the sudden poisonous claws. But in a state of being suppressed by the sword, it will undoubtedly become more and more difficult to avoid the poisonous claws. After Jabba split the light whip again, do not hesitate to join in. For a while, recruiting a deadly fight, the trio cast observation haki to ultimate. But Jabba hits Linley. Rayleigh will also be hit. Without exception. At this time, the injured part of his chest was attacked by poisonous claws many times one after another. Haki undoubtedly consumes unusually intensely. Look at Linley's chest and back wounds. Unknowingly, it is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jabba without Conqueror's haki, unable to cast hegemony, did not eat devil fruit. For ordinary people, perhaps one axe can cut the whole person in two. But he's attacking Linley. Although the armed color surpasses Linley, But in front of Linley's powerful constitution, as well as the advanced armed color, it can break the defense, but it can't hurt the root. Originally, through the regeneration of demon power, his recovery ability was extremely strong. As long as the demon power is inexhaustible, it can be recovered continuously. Compared with ordinary phantom beasts, his recovery ability has undoubtedly improved several levels. After the demon power is released, it can improve your own strength, speed, spirit, endurance, and other abilities by leaps and bounds. That includes resilience. Thus, trading injuries for injuries is undoubtedly the most cost-effective deal for Linley. I see. Rayleigh finally understood why Linley played differently. Current situation. Completely reversed. From the very beginning, Linley relied on his speed to constantly deal with the attacks of the two. And now, ditch the defense completely. Only attack but not defend. On the contrary, they are similar to Linley just now. Circumvention is more than attack. Of course they know that exchanging injuries with Linley is definitely not a good deal. But the problem is, how can their speed compare with Linley? Gradually, the battle between the three fell into the rhythm of Lin Fu. On the other hand, Linley haki is consumed intensely. And what about Rayleigh and Jabba? Jabba might be fine. But Rayleigh was stabbed in the chest. Although the hideous wound was very serious, it didn't hurt the root. That's because the armed color is covered in time. Subsequent attacks by poison Hua claws followed. Let his haki consume. Among the three, it is undoubtedly the most intense. After all, he blocked almost 90% of Linley's attacks. Whether it is attack or defense, the consumption of armed colors is essential. This kid, the style of play is simply lifeless. No wonder you beat Big Mom. As the deputy of the One Piece team, it was a battle with the Rocks pirates that year. Naturally, he also knew a lot about Ant. Ask yourself, if it is against the Ant, maybe you may not lose, but if you want to win, I am afraid it will be very difficult. Don't confront him. Rayleigh called out to Jabba. The latter immediately understood. This is not the first time that the two have teamed up to defend against the enemy. As the right hand of the One Piece, the cooperation with each other can be said to have reached the level of perfection. This is also Linley's understanding that if the safest method is adopted, even if Kaido is defeated, the two of them will not be able to win. Therefore, they can only be forced to adopt the injury-for-injury approach. After fighting fiercely for a long time, Rao Yufu has physical strength. It is inevitable to feel a little tired. Not fast enough. Want to get rid of Rayleigh and Jabba. Even with this style of play, it still needs a long process to wash and kill two people. He glanced at the massacred beasts. The time he played against Rayleigh and Jabba, more than 200 more fell. He might last until then. But what about the people down there? How to hold on? Thinking of this, I was extremely angry at the same time. Also distressed to the extreme. Beasts pirates can grow to this size. Not an easy task. After this battle, I am afraid that in the next few years, I will have to cultivate my health and rest. On the other hand, Kaido at this time, still a long way from Whitebeard after all. At first, it was at a disadvantage. It can still compete. Can be over time. Whitebeard's attack became more and more violent. Kaido is almost doomed. Undoubtedly defeated. If only Whitebeard was free. Unless he flees in embarrassment, he will die. Think here. Seeing Rayleigh slashing with a long knife, he actually made a particularly risky move. The trajectory of second-generation Onitsu, who was heading towards the long sword, suddenly changed. Puff! The trajectory of Rayleigh's long knife fell without any hindrance, and it slashed directly on Linley's shoulder. Next second, his free hand actually forcibly pressed on the back of the saber. The sharp blade easily cut into the shoulder. Boom! Contained in it. Load up with conquerors, and burst open. Even if Linley burst out with all his demon power and armed defense at the first time. At this moment, the left half of the body was still severely damaged. This kind of damage is completely different from the wounds on the body surface. But he paid such a price, and he definitely didn't take the initiative to seek death. Rayleigh's long knife was pressed against the shoulder, which meant it was immobilized. What? Rayleigh was taken aback when he saw this. The first time he chose to let go of the long knife. Obviously too late. At the same time that the long knife cut into Linley's shoulder. Second-generation Geash also mercilessly pierced Rayleigh's abdomen. Puff bang! Powerful armor and conquerors exploded in his belly. Rayleigh and Linley's choices are no different. The same full force to display the armed color defense. But the result? It is still inevitable that a big hole will be broken. Puff! The blood of the superstar spurted from Rayleigh's mouth. His face at this moment became uncontrollably sluggish and pale. Rayleigh! Seeing this, Jabba slammed the double axes on Linley's back like crazy. 2 scars with deep visible bone appeared. Puff! Even after being hit so hard, Linley had a smile on his face. Eyes fixed on Rayleigh. Next, it depends on whose fate is tough. Rayleigh's long knife was out of his hands at this time. Armed color consumption is extremely intense. He also made a hole in the abdomen. Although Linley himself was also hit hard. For him, it's all worth it. Looking at Linley, who was covered in bloodline and suffered severe injuries, he could still smile. Like a prison blood demon god. It's so strange and impotent. Rayleigh, who clutched his stomach and vomited blood, couldn't help but shudder. I just felt a chill hit my heart. So many years. Follow Roger across the sea. He has never encountered such a fearless opponent. Linley's cruelty was beyond his expectation. Are you all right, Rayleigh? A battered Linley was out of Jabba's reach just in time. The latter did not continue to pursue, and quickly rushed to Rayleigh's side. Asked with concern. Who? Enduring the severe pain, Rayleigh shook his head with a pale face and said. I can still hold on. Don't worry about me. He couldn't be more clear about the armed color and conquerors attached to the long knife just now. No matter how strong Linley's recovery ability is, the wound caused by the double haki is definitely not so easy to recover. The same is true. Although Linley's injured left half of his body is recovering rapidly under Yaeli's frenzied repair. But in a short period of time, the injured left half of the body, including the left hand, can no longer use its strength. Fortunately, he is holding a knife in his right hand. While Rayleigh and Jabba were talking, Linley's figure flashed. Suddenly appear before the entrance to the giant fortress on Oni Island. Call. He let out a sigh of relief. Enduring the severe pain, he shouted in an unquestionable tone. Man of beasts, retreat to the fortress. He really can't watch the people below being slaughtered. Qian Zhao. Everyone in the Beasts Pirates was taken aback. Don't understand why Linley wants them to retreat. But the rules of the Beasts Pirates made them hardly question it, so they reacted quickly, turned around quickly, and rushed towards the fort. Chase, stop them. When Marco saw this, how could he allow these massacred people to retreat? However, the next second. Boom! A powerful conqueror suddenly attacked everyone in the Crusade Alliance. The one that broke out at the same time was even more difficult to suppress than De Wong's. Under his precise control, all of them fell on the more than 100 people in the Crusade Alliance. Hateful! Marco roared unwillingly. But under the double pressure, his body, which was flying in the air, fell down involuntarily. This guy's conquerors, why are there 2 strands? Because their actions were greatly affected, as if they were being pressed by some heavy object, Josie and Vista's expressions were undoubtedly extremely ugly. Stop him! Rayleigh shouted anxiously at Jabba. He was deeply injured at this time, and it was undoubtedly a difficult thing to fight against conquerors. One more. Even if he can resist one of the pressures. But what about the other strand? So the best way, of course, is to interrupt Linley Conqueror's cast by Jabba. No. No matter what purpose you have, I won't let you succeed. Staring at Linley coldly. Wielding the double axes, Jabba charged towards Linley with a ferocious face. Ah! Seeing all the beasts running in from not far away one after another. Linley didn't speak. Just put the second-generation ghost in front of his chest. It was too late to use the moves just now. Now that Rayleigh has been injured, it will inevitably affect the maneuvering and dodging. There has never been a better opportunity. Maybe. This will be the beginning of the collapse of the Crusade Alliance. Accompanied by a low moan. The mysteries of the form of Sesshomaru. After an absence of more than half a year. XX. Appeared in the Ghost Island. Chapter 94. What is that? The sea of thunder that almost swept across the entire coast, and the blue sky dragon hovering in it. Let everyone in the crusade against the alliance. In the eyes, there is nothing but fear and horror. This is simply the power of God. It's hard to even think about resisting. Is this a move that a swordsman can display? It's the strongest Logia devil fruit, it's nothing more than that. He stared blankly at the terrifying scene in front of him. Everyone in the Crusade Alliance felt a chill down their backs. The emotion of regret. Breeding in the heart for the first time. Ti. What kind of enemies did you provoke? To avenge the dead Kojiki Odin. Against such a terrifying powerhouse. Is it really worth it? This question inevitably lingered in the hearts of everyone in the Crusade Alliance. It's different from the terrifying Raid Alliance. All the beasts gathered in the fortress. All cheered loudly. Young Master's move is 10 times more powerful than the one against Fu Lu Shao. If it is swallowed, it will definitely not escape the fate of Fu Lu Shao. Great, let these people also taste the taste of powerlessness. Kang Glongpo appeared. Undoubtedly, it made all the beasts who were already trembling. Fighting spirit and hope regained. The eyes that looked at the crusade against the alliance were full of hatred. So many companions were wounded or killed. Mutual hatred. It is no longer limited to a Kojiki Odin. This battle. It will be your life and death, there is no possibility of compromise. Seeing the sea of thunder spread at an astonishing speed. Marco finally recovered from his horror. Anxiously shouted at the crowd. Get back! Don't be scared, stupid, don't stay where you are. Such a big formation. He clearly realized. If it is swallowed by the sea of thunder. I'm afraid I can't escape the end of being wiped out. Rewind, rewind. Jaws, Vista, and other captains saw this. Also shouted loudly towards the elites of each team. Then, without looking back, he ran desperately towards the sea. Winning with Rayleigh, how can you still perform this kind of move? It was Whitebeard, always calm. See this scene. His face finally changed. It was the scene where Linley and Rayleigh were both hurt. Although he is in a fierce battle with Kaido. But also have a panoramic view. Even if compared to distraught. But he believed that Jabba was by his side. Rayleigh will never be in danger of life. And Linley was hit hard too. Face lossless Jabba. Is it against 527 moves? Dirt. That huge sea of thunder. It broke his judgment, and even more so his fantasy. Even he was horrified by the sea of thunder. It's not just about Rayleigh and Jabba at the moment. Even his sons and the elite of Roger's remnants were affected. Run away. Now, he couldn't bear the worry in his heart anymore. Distraction reminded everyone of the crusade against the alliance. Brahmank. Foza. Suddenly, the exclamation of Marco and others came from a distance. Whitebeard looked over his shoulder. Instantly became dizzy. Anger surged into my heart in an instant. Seeing Bramank and Fossa, they couldn't react in time. Or not good at speed. It was swallowed mercilessly by the sea of thunder that spread. After a burst of piercing screams. In the blink of an eye, it became silent. Except for the sea of thunder roaring like a hurricane. I can't hear any more movement. These two people. One is the captain of the 6th team. The other is the captain of the 15th team. They are all his sons who value him very much and entrust him with important responsibilities. Except for them. The elites of each team, as well as the elites of Roger's remnant group. There are at least close to 20 people. Because the distance is too close. Can't dodge completely. It was completely swallowed up by the sea of thunder and disappeared without a trace. BD. An extremely angry and thunderous roar. At this moment, it resounded through the sky. The scene he least wanted to see. Appeared. Originally thought. Such an unprecedentedly powerful crusade alliance. Definitely be able to destroy the beast's pirates at a very small cost. But now. From the beginning to the present, more than 30 people have died. They are all elites in the Crusade Alliance. How can he bear this? Even the beast's pirates suffered heavy casualties. How could the thieves who invaded Odin's home be compared with his sons? Just as Whitebeard was furious and his attention was diverted. Kaido, who fought with him to the death, would not stop and wait for him to calm down. Therefore, I firmly grasped this opportunity. Roar Thunder 8 trigrams. I saw him holding Beiji's eye with both hands at an astonishing speed. A striding attack on Whitebeard. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of him. One blow. Although Whitebeard detected Kaido's raid in time by foreseeing the future. But in a hurry, he could only quickly set up Kong Yunki to block. Barely covered the armed color. Conquerors, but it's too late anyway, CDFG. Boom. Beiji's eye slammed on Kong Yunki's blade. Facing this majestic blow. Kaido goes all out. But Whitebeard temporarily blocked. The huge force blasted Whitebeard's body hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. He was smashed into the rubble pile severely. In an instant, Whitebeard was buried under the rubble that had previously been destroyed by the shock fruit's ability. Dad. Seeing this scene, Marco and others panicked. Fear, bewilderment, and other emotions came to my mind. If Dad loses, the consequences could be disastrous. They today. Maybe everyone will die here. Distraught, Marco was about to fly to check on his father's situation. But I saw the pile of rubble. It's like being buried with a super large yield bomb. In an instant, it was blasted so that the broken stones shot up into the sky, and fell down densely, like a rain of stones. Some fell into the sea of thunder. Unable to hold on for even a moment, it turned into ashes. Whitebeard holds the figure of Kong Yunki. Get out of it slowly. I saw that his face was extremely gloomy. The aura of the whole body seems to be suppressed in the body. Highly restrained. Just wait for the right moment. Totally broke out. Predictably. Once it erupts, it will be a catastrophe. Did not speak a word. In Whitebeard's eyes, there was a killing intent like a stormy sea. Kaido is completely locked down. At this moment, he has realized. Can't put it off any longer. Must. Defeat Kaido as fast as you can. Even at the cost of suffering. Oh. How could Kaido be afraid of Whitebeard's gaze? Newgate, I knew, this blow won't hurt you. Whitebeard remained silent. Instead, step by step towards Kaido. Kaido doesn't care either. He took out the wine gourd and poured it all into his mouth. Then his eyes became icy cold. The tone is sharp. Take you, the most powerful person in the world, to test the moves you got inspired by that kid. Wine Dragon 8 trigrams. Drunk, killing. Boom. In an instant, Kaido's whole person is like a fighter jet flying at supersonic speed. Between light and shadow flickering, already appeared in front of Whitebeard. The Beiji's eye, entwined with dark red lightning, mercilessly crashed down. The other side. Time went back to the time when Linley had just ghosted second generation and held it across his chest. Watching Jabba come at him, Linley calmly waited for the retreat of the beasts. When I saw that most of them had already left, Jabba also happens to be in sight. Boom boom boom. In an instant, lightning flashes and thunder roars. Countless huge blue lightning bolts rose from the ground to the sky. Standing strong between the two, Zi La. A giant blue sky dragon, much larger than Kaido's transformation into a dragon, was born in the Sea of Thunder. Eyes locked on Jabba. Roar. Longian seemed to bring an extremely powerful oppressive force. It surprised Jabba involuntarily. At this moment, he only felt that he was frantically calling the police. Almost turned into a real power of annihilation. Even without touching him, it still made goosebumps pop up all over his skin. The breath of death is unprecedentedly strong. Not good. Too late to think about it. He rushed towards Rayleigh quickly. By this time Rayleigh had suffered a severe blow. Action is inevitable. If it was hit by the gradually spreading thunder, or that blue sky dragon, must die. He is very clear. Rayleigh at the moment, either haki or physical exertion. Far more intense than him. It may not be safe and sound from such an attack. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh also realized that something was wrong. Ignore the blood that keeps coughing up from his mouth. Even more reckless, he picked up the long knife that Linley dropped on the ground. Quickly running towards the distance to kill. Only the big hole pierced through his abdomen undoubtedly had a huge impact on him. Every step he takes, a lot of blood gushes out from it. In a short time, his bleeding volume surpassed the previous sum. His face became paler. His own situation collapsed like an avalanche. He ran slower and slower. Rayleigh. The speed at which the Sea of Thunder spread was really too fast. Jabba ran frantically towards Rayleigh. Finally caught up with the moment before the Sea of Thunder was about to swallow Rayleigh. Forcibly picked him up. Desperately ran to the distance. But it was his move. Let the Sea of Thunder catch up with his footsteps. Zi La. Countless. The thunder continuously strikes at his back. This makes him seem to have exploded with amazing potential. He ran away like crazy. A long time. Watching the Sea of Thunder swallow him and Rayleigh completely. He threw the Rayleigh he was holding into the distance without hesitation. And while running fast, the amazing armament haki broke out from the whole body without hesitation. Hoo. Wait until he finally escapes the range of the Thunder Sea. I just feel that the whole person is about to collapse. Almost. Just a little bit. He was about to be swallowed by the Sea of Thunder. Even if not. However, the consumption of armament colors simply exceeded his imagination. Originally, when joining forces with Rayleigh and Linley, he can only consume 20% of haki at most. But now, just escaping for your life consumes at least 30%. At this moment, the armed color in his body is less than half of what it was in its heyday. Watching the two escape from the range of the Thunder Sea, a trace of pity flashed in Linley's eyes. Rayleigh, even under Jabba's desperate protection, escaped. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if Rayleigh in this state falls into the Sea of Thunder, even if he doesn't die, at least his weaponry will be exhausted, and his injuries will worsen. Call. He let out a sigh of relief. Such a powerful Kanglongpo. For him, it is not a small burden. What's more, he was seriously injured at the moment. Without any exaggeration. Even with such massive monster power. It's all gone by now. Unfortunately. If Yan Mo, who has been promoted to the Supreme Sword, is in hand. I'm afraid he won't use the injury for injury style of play. Obviously after the awakening degree is activated in the form of Sesshomaru. He found himself savvy. Has been greatly improved. No longer the idiot who can't learn no matter what Kaido teaches. But the fusion skills of Yaoi and two-color Haki are too profound. The last step, it's too late. What's the difference? There's also, the reminder sound just now. Challenge yourself in the life and death fight, Sesshomaru Fruit Awakening Degree, plus 0.1%. It can be said that this notification sound is the most direct proof of his talent improvement. It turns out that the degree of awakening cannot be improved only by getting rewards. It's just that after being hit so hard, he only got 0.1% of it. No wonder it was the first battle with the ant. No response at all. Shaking his head, he cleared away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Linley's eyes fell on Rayleigh's body again. There was a sneer on his face. Kang Long Po, but it's not over yet. Between waves. The blue sky dragon let out a thunderous roar again. Boom straight for Rayleigh. Today. He will kill Rayleigh. It's too late to say it. Rayleigh and Jabba successfully escaped the range of the Thunder Sea. Just took a breath. I saw the blue sky giant dragon rushing towards them. Go. Jabba tugged at Rayleigh's arm, pulling him away. Rayleigh suddenly laughed. Jabba, what a blessing to have been with you for so many years. You. Jabba was taken aback for a moment, not understanding why Rayleigh said this. I'm afraid I can't escape. Nonsense. Jabba had heard that Rayleigh wanted to fight to the death. Hastily exhorted. Don't delay any longer, get out. Even if he wants to avenge Odin again. If it cost Rayleigh's life. Then he would never want to. I can't escape. Rayleigh shook his head. I know my physical condition. If I hide again, until Haki is exhausted, there is no hope at all. That guy, I'm afraid that the devil fruit he ate was all kinds of magic. And, it must have been developed to the point of awakening. I can't believe it, but it's the truth. Compared to consumption. I'm afraid if we drag it on, we will all be finished. Jabba fell silent. He knows. What Rayleigh said was true. As the left and right hand of one piece, if you can't see it. That would be a waste of the name. Rayleigh ignored Jabba's embarrassing expression, and continued. If he is allowed to intervene in Newgate's battle, I'm afraid even Newgate will be in danger. Anyway, they have all retired. Just trade my life for that kid's life, why not? This way, after I go down, I can see Odin with a clear conscience. Besides, if this blow doesn't kill me, I still have to ask you to bring me to Marco. Maybe I can save a little life. As he spoke, he casually picked up a sea stone long knife from the ground. Rayleigh's whole demeanor suddenly changed. In an instant. All languid, pale. It all disappeared on his face. Pluton, kill. The next moment. He seemed to turn into a thunderbolt, or like a shooting star. Armed color. Conquerors. Even turned into a real killing intent. Everything is condensed in the sea stone long knife. His body type. Gone in a flash. Forcibly passing through the body of the blue sky dragon. Appeared in front of Linley. Chapter 95. Shua. Seeing the meteor piercing the sky. Forcibly piercing through the blue sky giant dragon, attacking him crazily. Linley remained calm in the face of danger, and quickly poured the two-color Haki and demon power into the second-generation ghost. Even if the move doesn't blend with each other yet. Demon power, red energy electric damage. A desperate fight. Sucker punch. Linley sneered. How could he fail to see Rayleigh's purpose? For him. Either way, it's all the same. Today, Rayleigh must die. Here. There will be more beasts to die. Once Kaido is defeated. It's all over. To this end. No matter what kind of enemy he is, he will not be soft. It's too late to say it. Not only did Linley not back down. He didn't even leave in a flash. On the contrary, he burst out with unwavering killing intent, and took the initiative to kill Rayleigh. I saw that he also erupted with an astonishing momentum, rolling up and roaring the air around him, turning it into a streamer. Headed straight for Rayleigh, who was coming towards him. Next second. When? Boom! When second-generation Ghost Toru collided with the sea stone long knife. The two-color haki, demon power, and killing intent of the two are intertwined with each other. In an instant. On Ghost Island, an unprecedented explosion erupted. Intense and almost endless waves and waves. Blast away the sea of thunder that was about to dissipate in an instant. The blue sky dragon also turned into a burst of thunder, and disappeared into the air with the dragon's chant. Immediately afterwards, fluctuations in air waves swept every corner of Saidao with lightning speed. The earth is torn. The waves rolled. Countless water jets shot up from the sea. Look up. Sky clouds. Not only is it divided into two. Countless holes were even blasted out by the aftermath of countless soaring waves. This moment. Except for Whitebeard and Kaido in the fierce battle, and Jabba who is full of grief and anger are not affected. The rest of the people all had their feet rooted in the ground, barely resisting the sweep of this wave of air. The aftermath is still so amazing. Not to mention Linley and Rayleigh at the very center. For the latter. This is a fight to the death. Just one hit kill. Kill Linley's great threat. Thus turning the tide of battle. For the former, the purpose is equally clear. Stop Rayleigh and kill him. Both of them have gone all out, so far, there is no possibility of holding hands. Puff 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 puff. At this time, Linley's body was injured by the countless air blades that erupted, and countless dense wounds appeared. Blood is constantly pouring out of it. The left half of the body, which had already been severely injured, deteriorated sharply. It's not as simple as being unable to exert strength. If it weren't for the powerful constitution endowed by Sesshomaru's form, I'm afraid the left half of his body would have been completely destroyed. Without any exaggeration. This is the most dangerous battle since Linley came to this world. The injuries suffered are unprecedented. Since he mastered the silent displacement, since when did he suffer such a serious injury? Constitution's powerful Linley is still like this. How can Rayleigh be intact? At this time, except for his head, he was scorched all over, and he had almost lost control of his body. The behavior of the giant dragon that runs through the blue sky is definitely not without cost. The power of annihilation contained in it. Even if Rayleigh broke out armed resistance with all his strength, it would take a lot of consumption to be safe. Not to mention condensing the only remaining haki in the sea stone long knife. Thus, a body with almost no haki defenses. In the process of passing through the blue sky dragon, it was destroyed almost instantly. Even so, there was still a smile on Rayleigh's face. Ahem asterisk. Although I couldn't kill you. But with such injuries, ordinary people may have died long ago. Even if it is you, it must be uncomfortable, right? Jabba, what are you going to do next? You don't have to worry about that. Linley responded blankly. Rayleigh is dead. For him, Jabba is not a fatal threat. Even if he is seriously injured at the moment. There are no 2 out of 10 in combat power. As long as it is dragged until the injury improves. Jabba is exhausted. Such an achievement at such a young age. Without Jabba's help, I'm not as good as you. This sentence Rayleigh comes from the heart. Speaking of this, he actually couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. Maybe. If we are not enemies, maybe we can still see the day when you change the world. Unfortunately. Maybe it's just maybe after all. This young genius is going to perish here with him today. Hee hee. It seems to hear the meaning of Rayleigh's emotion. Linley smiled lightly, non-committal. Do you regret it? For a piece of iron trash, put your life here. To avenge Kojiki Oden for such a thing. According to Linley. Should never have happened. Once a little careless. For the pirate forces in this world. It is easy to cause extremely bad effects. It may even bring a heavy blow to the great pirate era that Roger set off with his life. Unfortunately, it just happened. If it is not surprising, it is absolutely false. But, who would have thought? In fact, Linley couldn't figure out why the Crusade Alliance would make such a risky move. How would I know? To crusade against everyone in the Alliance, in fact, it is impossible to imagine that his combat power. It is so terrifying, far beyond judgment. It was originally a sure thing. Now it seems. For the best of the best, I'm afraid. There will be a lot of losses too. Regret. Rayleigh shook his head and smiled. Do you regret it? Not at all. Not really. It wasn't that he regretted his decision to avenge Oden. But for a talented boy like Linley, not only can it not help to change the world. On the contrary, it fell early. And feel sorry. He looked relieved and said. Isn't it right to choose revenge when a partner is killed? It's a pity to not be able to witness the beast's pirates being driven from the land of Wano Kuni. I can't even see the world that Roger is looking forward to, coming. While speaking, his tone was full of regret. He is well aware of his situation. Body. The limit has been reached. Such a serious injury is difficult to cure. The reason why he didn't die immediately. It's nothing more than a flashback. Everyone is innocent, but pregnant is guilty. Even without us, Kojiki Oden's incompetence may not be able to hold this land. Sea stone is a strategic material. For this world. Too important. Countless pretenders. Even if the beast's pirates don't want it. Someone is always going to fight. Perhaps it is somewhat self-righteous to say so. But the truth. That's it. There are treasures but no power to protect them. Doom. This is the unchanging truth since ancient times. Maybe. By now, that wasn't Rayleigh's concern. As for changing the world as you said. Linley responded unhurriedly to Rayleigh's emotion. This kind of thing, although not interested. But since the goal is to stand on top of the world. It also means that when that day comes, there will be no existence in this world that can threaten me. Even the world government. Yet. He heard Linley's implication. When people are dying, Rayleigh doesn't mind applauding Linley's courage. What a boldness! What a pity! Seeing that Rayleigh is still steadfast, I believe they will get the ultimate victory. Linley naturally wouldn't compete with a dead man. Any last words? Although the hatred for each other is bottomless. But Linley as the winner still stands. Naturally, he would not be stingy in fulfilling the wish of Pluton before he died. This can be regarded as the last respect for a strong man who can cause him serious injuries. Last words. Hearing these two words, Rayleigh seemed to be out of his mind. For a long time. Just came back to my senses. Although I don't think you need to do it for me, it's okay to say it. If you have the chance, bury me and Roger, together. Good. The word good falls. Although Rayleigh at this moment, still unswervingly confident in his comrade-in-arms Jabba. But no matter who wins or loses, he could be buried with Roger after all. I recalled the scenes of getting along with the partners of the Roger pirates in my mind. In my life, I don't have too many regrets. Rayleigh's eyes, with a contented smile, completely lost their light. Poof! With his fall. It also indicates that crusade against one of the three major powers of the Alliance. Rayleigh. Die. Rayleigh. Vice Captain. That's dead. See this scene. All the members of the crusade against the alliance were full of disbelief. The eyes are about to split, and the heart is as dead ashes. The emotion of regret is becoming more and more intense at this moment. Maybe for everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates, Rayleigh is certainly not as important as Odin. But for the Roger remnants, Odin, how can you compare with Rayleigh? That's their mate. Are we wrong? For revenge, take the vice-captain as well. At this moment, everyone in Roger's remnant group had red eyes. Tears fell like rain. Looking at Linley, he was full of hatred. Jabba watched as Rayleigh fell. The whole person froze in place. He didn't say a word, he didn't move. Scenes of getting along with it, like a slideshow crazily. All those years on Roger's boat. How many times has he fought alongside Rayleigh? They have already formed a deep friendship with each other. Often a look. You can understand the other party's intentions. But now, best friend Rayleigh, just die? If you want to ask him. Before coming to Wano Kuni, did you expect this result? The answer is self-evident. Now, something that I never thought about, actually happened. Asking for flowers. Linley. Endless sadness and anger rushed straight into my mind. His eyes were red and he looked up to the sky and screamed. I will kill you. As he spoke, he clenched his two axes tightly, walking towards Lin step by step with an unwavering will and a killing intent like a stormy sea. Even Rayleigh, Whitebeard, already furious. Pupils constrict violently. There is clearly a flash of disbelief. Such a result. He is absolutely unexpected. While getting more and more angry, it also made his determination to kill Kaido reach an unprecedented level. Kika. Zi la. This moment, Whitebeard faced Kaido who had turned on the 8 trigrams of Wine Dragon. Shock Fruit and 2-color Haki. It broke out completely recklessly. Every move. The three forces are intertwined, regardless of each other. Unimaginable damage has been done. The death of Rayleigh, sons, and friend and foe. Let his anger and killing intent be compressed into ultimate. At this moment, it exploded completely. Kill. The only word popped out of his mouth. Kaido immediately felt unprecedented pressure. For a while, it was like a candle in the wind, or a boat sailing in a storm. So precarious and perilous. Revenge for the vice-captain. Everyone in Roger's remnant group, see Jabba towards Linley's tea party. Nothing but being overwhelmed with anger and sadness. He followed regardless. When Marco and the others saw this, it was naturally impossible to watch them fight alone. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. That guy is injured. .00. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Kill him and avenge my brothers. Kill. For a while, there are less than 100 crusade alliances. Under the leadership of Jabba, he rushed towards Linley frantically. There is a kind of meaning that he will not give up until his head is chopped off. To this, Linley was certainly fearless. Call. This time, I'm really reaching the limit. But, even to the limit, how could it be these elites who don't know the so-called Crusade Alliance can match? Ignoring the sharp pain coming from the almost useless left half of his body. In Linley's eyes, killing intent turned into reality. He was about to avenge the fallen beasts. At this time, a figure suddenly fell in front of him from the sky. Ember. Seeing Yin's restored figure, there was no surprise in Linley's eyes, and he smiled lightly. Brother Jin. Speaking of which, it seems that we haven't fought side by side yet. Good. Yin, who was not wearing a mask, nodded slightly. Him at this moment. It seems to have taken off the shackles of the past. From the inside to the outside, the whole person exudes a sense of ease and determination. Jabba. Leave it to me. Others, can you still handle it? Seeing Linley, who was seriously injured, he offered to face a stronger enemy by himself. Jabba. Linley was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled lightly. Also, Ember Fruit has awakened. Coupled with the racial talent of the Lunaria tribe, Jabba, without the Conquerors, wants to break Yin's defenses. Not an easy task. At least not like facing Rayleigh. Can be easily breached. And he really needs some time to catch his breath. The two chose each other's goals. Yin immediately swung the giant katana, jumped up, spread his dragon wings, and flew towards Jabba. And Linley's eyes were aimed at the Crusade Alliance. Slaughtering the weak, is it enjoyable? That being the case, he wants these people to personally experience the despair of the dying man among the beasts one by one. The words just fell off. His figure suddenly appeared in front of the nearest person. Cut it down with a knife. Even if the armed color attached to it is insignificant at this moment, it doesn't even wrap around the Conquerors. And the demon power is already out of 10. But the second generation, who was constantly nourished by the demon power, was completely ghostly. The sharpness is still beyond their imagination. Coupled with that illusory flash like ghosts and gods. Puff! Caught off guard, the person in front of Linley. In an instant, he was decapitated with a knife. Bleeding profusely. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly appeared in front of another person. Puff! The result was the same knife owl's head was bleeding profusely. Next. Even though he was seriously injured, Linley was still unstoppable. A massacre ensues. He didn't choose captains like Marco, or the elite of Roger's remnant regiment. The reason is simple. He just wants these captains to watch the team members under their banners die without regret, but they are powerless. However, just when he had decapitated more than 10 heads and wanted to continue under the eyes of everyone in the Crusade Alliance, Yin panicked until Ultimate exclaimed, and suddenly came. Brother Kaido. The next moment, he just felt his mind go blank. A powerful aura erupted crazily from the inside out of his body, man. Chapter 96. Time back to a few minutes ago. After Linley and Yin assigned their opponents, each attacked the opponents. Yin used the super high defense of the Lunaria tribe to fight with Jabba. No matter how angry the latter is. After all, armament haki is less than half of its heyday. In a short time, it is undoubtedly difficult to defeat Yin after Fruit Awakening and get rid of the entanglement. After all, the Lunaria clan was once called a god clan. When the body is on fire, cover armament haki again. The defense power has undoubtedly reached an astonishing level. In the original book, Yin's defense is not even inferior to that of Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the world 20 years later. Unless Conquerors winds up. Otherwise, it is extremely difficult to be broken. And Jabba is strong despite his strength. All that's missing is Conquerors. To this, it's not that they don't want to step forward to replace Jabba when they crusade against everyone in the Alliance. After all, if you only talk about the power of a battle, among the Crusade Alliance, at least 5 of them are good enough to fight Yin. The kind that can't tell the winner in a short time. Marco, Jaws, Vista, and the 2 elite members of Roger's remnant group can do it all. Unfortunately, Linley won't let this happen. Even without relying on two-tone haki, enemies at the captain level cannot be instantly killed. But the rest of the team, but not so strong. Relying on the shape of the killing pill, coupled with his unpredictable flash. One person. It is enough to stop nearly 100 people. Whenever anyone approaches Jabba and Yin, will be blocked by Linley. He took this opportunity to continuously regenerate his demon power to repair his serious injuries. Damn it! Marco roared unwillingly. There are dozens of us, and we are being played around by him alone. There's no way to get close to Jabba. Not only him, but Jaws, the captains of Vista, and the elite of Roger's remnant group. With anger on his face, hanging 250 is full of frustration. They finally realized that. Unleashed Linley. How terrifying is it? It also seems to finally understand. Facing the helplessness of opponents far beyond their own level. Just like in the beginning. It is the same as the helplessness of the people among the beasts in the face of them. Puff. Another person was decapitated. Bleeding profusely. Everyone in the crusade against the Alliance is all staring at each other. Eyeballs almost popped out. Teeth were clenched. Linley, if you have the ability, fight me to the death. Could it be that the number one swordsman in the world only hides and hides? Yizo, the captain of the 16th Division, tried to provoke each other with words. Hee. However, Linley just smiled coldly. Why would you care what these people say? Started by accepting Yin's proposal. He had already made up his mind. To seek justice for the fallen hundreds of beasts. Killing team members? Just start. Once he recovers from his injury and the two-color haki. The captain and Luo Tuan elites present. None can escape. Damn. Damn. See, Linley fell on deaf ears. On the contrary, the slaughter was even more enjoyable. The captains were helpless for a while. Can only stand still and growl continuously, unable to rage. I can't believe it. Jaws, Vista. Marco realizes that Linley can't be allowed to run amok. As soon as he spoke, Josie and Vista understood what he meant. Immediately, they charged towards Yin and Jabba from 3 directions respectively. However, puff. Marco flying in mid-air. Haven't reacted yet. Then he was pierced through the body by the second-generation ghost. The whole person was instantly smashed to the ground by a huge force. In an instant, a large pit was smashed on the ground, and the cracks were dense. Immediately afterwards, Linley's figure appeared in front of Vista again. Second-generation Geesh threw it straight at him. Then came another flash. Appears behind Vista. A poisonous flower claw hit his back directly. Zi la. Strong toxins poured into Vista's body in an instant. In front of Linley's vision of the future level. Vista couldn't figure out where Linley was going at all. At this time, it was poisoned into the body. He could only stop and cast armament haki with all his strength to resist the invasion of toxins. Day. Second generation Onitoru started again. Linley's figure disappeared again. Appeared in front of Jaws. Towards his abdomen, he punched out. Strong blow. In an instant, Kiazi was blasted hundreds of meters away by a huge force. In just 2 seconds, the 3 captains of the Whitebeard pirates. They were forced to retreat one by one. Obviously. 3 people from 20 years ago. 20 years later, there is no way that Admiral's strength can be contained in a short period of time. Although the 3 of them except Vista, Marco, and Josa looked embarrassed, but they were actually unscathed. Whether it's Marco's phoenix fruit, or Josa's shiny fruit. Take Linley's current state. Can't kill with one hit. But Vista has no such defense. At this time, he was fully resisting the toxin. Sweating a lot. Obviously, before the toxin is forced out, it is impossible to take any further action. And because he is bursting with armed color, Linley was naturally not interested in making trouble with him. Cover your body with armed colors. Marco, who got up from the pit, reminded loudly. In fact, even if Marco doesn't remind, everyone in the Crusade Alliance didn't care about the consumption of armed colors at this time. Compared with Xiao Ming, how can you be stingy with the consumption of armed colors? B. Not everyone is good at armed color. Linley glanced at Marco, and said lightly. As the price for you to challenge my bottom line. Shua. Puff. Another head flew out, and blood gushed out from the severed neck. This moment, the Crusade Alliance has realized. Linley will never let them pass. But if you don't go, Jabba cannot be replaced back. No one can compete with Linley. Thus, undoubtedly caught in a dead end. Just like the original Beasts pirates. Before Linley came back, no one can beat Rayleigh and Jabba. Therefore, Yin and Quinn have to fight with their lives. Not to mention the people below. From the very beginning, it was all about death. Seeing that the deputy captain is 1 against 100. The beasts and all the beasts who stick to the fortress are all excited. Every time the head of someone in the crusade against the alliance flew up, there will be a burst of cheers. Unknowingly, morale is getting higher and higher. Not that no one offered to help. But both were rejected by Linley. Because, these people. That's enough to give. Just sit back and wait for victory. BD, get out of here. It's not that Jabba, who was entangled by Yin, didn't want to go to contain Linley. The issue is Yin of Fruit Awakening, combined with the talent of the Lunaria tribe. When facing his attack, immediately transform into defensive form. Once he tries to break away, the flames on his body were immediately extinguished. Even faster than him. Want to forcibly break through the containment? Totally impossible. Without any exaggeration. Yin's various abilities, in the case of Fruit Awakening. Undoubtedly, it is the most suitable for pinning Jabba, who lacks Conqueror's powerhouses. Just when everything is turning in the favor of the Beast's pirates. The fight between Whitebeard and Kaido. It's time to heat up too. Whitebeard had completely exploded because of the death of Rayleigh and his son. Watching Linley continue to slaughter his sons. The more angry in my heart. The more ruthless the attack. The area where the two fought. The cracks caused by the force of the vibration are dense. Densely packed. Like a giant spider web. Wrap Kaido firmly in it. With one knife and one punch, Kaido continued to attack Kaido. Explosive attack. It fell on Kaido like a storm. Either Conqueror's haki, or the attack power of the fruit ability. Whitebeard is undoubtedly all above Kaido. For a while, facing the enraged Whitebeard, Kaido could barely parry. Bagzi can still block Kong Yunki. But Whitebeard's fist with the force of vibration. But they can always break through the parry and land on him. Although he didn't have the seriousness of falling into the wind at all on his face. Yes, just extremely excited. It's like a fighting maniac, the madness when he meets an opponent stronger than himself. But the battle between the two. It is becoming more and more unfavorable to him, but it is an indisputable priority. At this point, it can be seen from the blood oozing out from the corner of his mouth. Really? Feeding the head. Every knife from Whitebeard. He used the 8 precepts to block it. But that fist with the force of vibration. Huge damage has been done to his body. And his Conqueror's haki is not as good as Whitebeard. Thus, whether it's haki's consumption, or its hurt, he is undoubtedly more serious. The kid has taken care of Rayleigh. As Lao Zi, how can you be too far behind? Of course Kaido knew he was doomed. Current self. After all, there is still a long way to go before Whitebeard. Even if he is going to lose. It can never be so easy. Let's decide the outcome. Kaido snarled madly at Whitebeard. While the haki is not exhausted yet. He just wants to fight to the death. 1. This battle will completely end with the victory of the beasts. Tox 3. Hope can only be pinned on Linley in the end. But no matter. Before that, he must consume Whitebeard's haki as much as possible. His life for Whitebeard's blow. A showdown. I think so too. Whitebeard smiled coldly, his eyes darkened. Originally, it took some effort to solve Kaido. But since Lord Kaido moved to court death, he doesn't mind fulfilling it either. After all, drag it on. Every little bit more time. At the cost of his son's life. At this moment, he can't wait to show this young man Linley. What a rage to be a father. David Thunder 8 trigrams. I saw that Kaido poured all the remaining 2-color haki into Beiji's eye. In an instant. Around him, countless dark red lightning roared. Even the dazzling streamer. To burst out a powerful roar. Empty shock thousand armies displace ye. More dazzling and explosive roar and vibration than Kaido. Appears around Whitebeard. Zi la. Kika. Just look at it from a distance. Just enough to see. The next blow for the two to decide the outcome. There will be heaven and earth, thunder and lightning. Suddenly. Both sides seem to be saving up to the limit. Then he blasted towards the opponent without hesitation. Boom. The moment when the two sides collide. The whole Ghost Island. It seemed to be enveloped by endless white light. The line of sight is deprived in an instant. Nothing but white, never see it. At the same time, it was as if an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred on the earth. Dragon roars. The tsunami is monstrous. Numerous bottomless cracks appeared in the entire land of Ghost Island. Whether it is the people of the Beast's pirates, or everyone in the crusade against the Alliance. Due to obstructed view. One mistake. A dozen people fell from the cracks in the ground. Even screaming. It was also covered by the astonishing explosion sound enough to make people's ears ring. And Yin and Jabba are entangled. Linley wanted to slaughter everyone in the Crusade Alliance. All of them stopped. A long time. When everything is calm. A figure crashed down. Completely lost consciousness. Not Kaido. Who? And Whitebeard not far from Kaido. At this time, he was half kneeling on the ground. His face was pale, he was spitting blood, and he was out of breath. But no doubt about it. He has not lost consciousness. Become the final winner of this battle. Brother Kaido. See this scene. Yin's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. The whole person's mind went blank. A powerful momentum, uncontrollably from the inside to the outside of his body, exploded crazily. Conquerors. Just about to rush to Linley where Kaido is, he couldn't help being taken aback. This powerful momentum. Isn't it Conquerors? Yin actually awakened the Conquerors at such a time? He ignored the system prompts coming from his ears. Linley had a flash. Appeared in front of Kaido in an instant. Anxiously checked the situation. I couldn't help feeling relieved. Fortunately. It's just that Haki was exhausted and passed out. Although the various internal organs in the body were seriously damaged. But due to the repairability of the phantom beast species. It is slowly being repaired. In a short time, I want to wake up. It is impossible. This also means. Next. It will be up to him alone to face Whitebeard and the rest of the Alliance. This moment. Even he felt an unprecedented experience. Wow! Unlike the Beast's pirates who fell into dead silence. The all-time winner of the raid the Alliance is Whitebeard. All cheered 3.5 cheers. Very good. Papa won. This battle, it seems to be over soon. In their view. Whitebeard once free. Beast's pirates, will usher in a catastrophe. However. Unlike the cheering sons. Whitebeard clenched Kong Yunki tightly, stood up with force, and said expressionlessly. At this moment, the old man's condition is not good, it is fair to deal with you who are seriously injured. Maybe it was to keep Linley from getting caught. Regardless, continue to slaughter his son. Whitebeard said lightly. There are enough casualties for each other. It's better, for this battle, we will decide the final outcome. How? True. They crusade against the current overall strength of the Alliance. Still on Beast's pirates. But Linley was able to defeat the dead with his flash. Whitebeard can be completely ignored. Only for his sons. In his current state. Want to intercept in time? I'm afraid it's a dream. This situation is something he absolutely does not want to see. Oh. Also. After thinking for a while, Linley understood why Whitebeard made such a proposal. But, still nodded in agreement. Because, Whitebeard's proposal. Exactly what he wanted to see. He can really choose to slaughter and attack the people in the alliance regardless of his care. But who will hold Whitebeard in check? Once angry, choose to destroy Ghost Island. I'm afraid everyone else will have to die here. One more. If Whitebeard thinks he's set. How wrong. Recalling the prompt sound of the system just now. Contract target Yin, awaken Conqueror's Haki, return 62 times. Conqueror's Haki, demon god entanglement. And the result of the battle between the two will determine the final outcome of this battle. Chapter 97. Wano Kuni offshore. Queen Mother Anthem. After several days of sailing, with the support of the Big Mom pirates, they finally arrived in the coastal waters of Wano Kuni. The closer he got, the more anxious Katakuri became. He reminded the helmsman again and again. The sea current here is very turbulent, don't choose the wrong one. These days, he's in touch with the beast's pirates almost everywhere. Get alerted by allies. Naturally, there is a certain understanding of this sea current. Know that if you choose the wrong one, it is likely to cause damage to the hull. This is still a trivial matter. Delay in entering Wano Kuni. That would be bad. And not so long ago. The Crusade Alliance has successfully landed on the island, and the two sides have launched a fierce battle. Of course he got it too. Since then, contact with the beast's pirates has been severed. One can imagine. At this time on the Ghost Island, how fierce the battle between the two sides will be. Most likely to catch up. Cracker stood beside Katakuri, clutching the handrail, staring solemnly at the swift current in front of him. Hope so. Maybe the rest of the beast's pirates, Katakuri, didn't care. But Linley and Smoothie are the ones he cares about the most. Cracker and Daifuku are naturally the same. The alliance between the two parties was based on the friendship with Linley. 23. Soon. The prepared Queen Mother Anthem passed through the turbulent current safely and soundly. Came under the Tongtian waterfall. Just climb this waterfall, and enter Wano Kuni. Hurry up. The earlier we arrive, the less pressure Linley will have. Yes. Under Katakuri's orders. Queen Mother Anthem rushed towards the waterfall immediately. The other side. It is in the waters off the coast of Wano Kuni, which is still half a day's voyage. Several warships of marine also sailed towards Wano Kuni at full speed at the same time. Sengoku, Akainu, Tsuru and even Jun are all on the main ship at this time. Received information from CPO. Sengoku stood on the deck, looking straight at the boundless sea ahead. There was an unbelievable look in his eyes, and he said astonishingly. Pluton Rayleigh, dead in battle. His opponent, Linley, is also the #1 swordsman in the world, he was seriously injured. This is the latest news from CP0, which has sneaked into Wano Kuni for a long time. What? Hearing this, Crane's expression changed, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. It was shocking enough when Linley beat Big Mom back then. In this period, if you talk about personal fame, Big Mom obviously can't compare with the so-called legendary Pluton Rayleigh. 2. Rayleigh was not defeated, but killed? These are two completely different concepts. How can this not be shocking? Pluton Rayleigh has crossed the sea for decades. Did not die in the siege of Marine, or in the confrontation of hostile forces. Instead, he died on the road of revenge, at the hands of a young man? Akainu listened, and his face was quite dignified. It seems, the strength of the world's #1 swordsman is beyond Whitebeard's imagination. Original. Marine is not optimistic about the beast's pirates. After all, the hard power of the Crusade Alliance is really much stronger. Just Whitebeard and Rayleigh keep Kaido and Linley at bay. Under the leadership of Jabba, it is undoubtedly easy for the others to slaughter the rest of the beasts. Once the massacre is complete, turn around and besiege Kaido and Linley. Unless you want to run for your life. Otherwise, you will surely die. But I never expected that the situation would develop to the point where it is now. Thinking of this, Akainu's face quickly changed from solemn to excited. Okay, in this way, we can take advantage of the trend to take down Wano Kuni, and hope to take down the two major forces of the New World in one fell swoop. Whitebeard did such a stupid thing, probably because he didn't expect how much impact it would have on New World, right? While excited, Akainu couldn't help but put a smile on his face. Laughing at the stupidity of Whitebeard and Rayleigh inwardly. This news is undoubtedly great news for Marine. Wano Kuni is a closed country. World government has actually been coveted for a long time. Unfortunately. Because New World has always been the territory of great pirates. Whether it's the Rocks era, or after Rocks died. The era of Roger, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard, the three great pirates. Even now. That's all. Therefore, Marine only dared to covet, but did not dare to act hastily. He even made a deal with the pirates aggrievedly. If not, to really take down Wano Kuni, and make a big move into the New World. I'm afraid the great pirates of New World will definitely reach a united front as soon as possible. Fight Marine together. At that time, heavy losses are inevitable, and there is a great possibility that the entire army will be wiped out. Therefore, even if you want to get Wano Kuni again, you want to occupy sea stone resources. Marine will never make such a move to die. Now, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is here. If you follow Marine's initial vision, this crusade, it will definitely end with the victory of the crusade against the Alliance. So what Marine can do is wait until the Crusade Alliance leaves Wano Kuni. Another chance to grab Wano Kuni. Now Rayleigh is dead and Linley is seriously injured. The other combat forces on both sides suffered varying degrees of casualties. There is no doubt that it has been a lose-lose. If the fight continues, I am afraid that even if the crusade against the Alliance can win the final victory, it must be a huge loss. Once the beast's pirates are defeated, the Crusade Alliance suffered heavy losses again. The only remaining Big Mom pirate group of the three major forces. Still in the case of Ant missing. How can it compete with Marine? This made Akainu see the possibility of sweeping away the New World pirates. Jun on the side heard this. I just feel complicated in my heart. Even though Pluton Rayleigh died in battle, she was also shocked. But when it was heard that Linley was seriously injured, I don't know why. There is actually some dull pain. What does it mean to be seriously wounded on the battlefield? The question is self-evident. Even though I know it's wrong. But Jun still couldn't help but secretly prayed for that figure that had left a thick ink color in her heart at an unknown time. We still need more intelligence before we can make accurate judgments. Despite what Akainu said, it was also what Sengoku 863 wanted. But with his cautious character. Unless you are absolutely sure, you will never make a risky move. Anyway, it's all good for us Marine. The smile on Akainu's face grew wider. Tsurumi Jun said nothing. There was still a trace of worry in his eyes from time to time. Did not say anything. He just sighed silently in his heart. This little sister. Wouldn't it be what she guessed? At the same time, Beckman and Smoothie, who left East Blue Shimatsuki village a few days ago, after Kozaburo restored Inma, without the slightest delay, immediately took Yan Emo to the direction of New World. After several days of sailing, finally entered the New World. Even though Master Kosaburo finished Yanmo's restoration 2 days ahead of schedule. We have also chosen the fastest route with the fastest speed. But, I'm afraid it will take at least a week before Wano Kuni. Beckman's expression was extremely solemn at this time. In this way, it is absolutely impossible to catch up. During this time, they also passed newspapers. Saw the news that the Crusade Alliance invaded Wano Kuni. I finally understood why Linley left in such a hurry. But no matter how anxious they are, at the moment it is really powerless. If it's like Linley's, mastering the ability to fly, it would be great. On the side, his eyes were full of worry, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Ability to fly. Beckman was taken aback. Then I thought about it. Chapter 98. World Economic News Headquarters. President's Office. At this moment Morgans was walking back and forth anxiously. While walking, he was still thinking brokenly. Those trash, why hasn't the information been sent back? The battle at Wano Kuni, what is going on now? I should have known that the president would go there in person. He will never miss the big news in the world. Very clearly aware. The big battle that happened at Wano Kuni. It will be since the Atwal Sea battle between the Roger Pirates and the Flying Pirates many years ago. The biggest war among pirates. So what a stir it will cause. Totally conceivable. Moreover, presumably at this moment, pay attention to the forces of all parties in this battle. Can't wait for the first time, the end result. Therefore, he must firmly seize this opportunity. Collect the latest information as soon as possible and publish it in time. Thus, it will definitely make a lot of money. He is a miser. Never concealed his love for Pele. But he is also principled. I will never take dirty money to report something I don't want to report. I don't like other people meddling in my reports. This point, the world government has been extremely dissatisfied with this. After all, there is some news. The world government doesn't want the world to know. But often he privately burst out. Therefore, World Economic News Agency and world government are definitely friends. Bolu Bolu. At this moment, the long-awaited voice of Morgans finally sounded. He immediately pressed the answer button impatiently. Crooked. Have you been to Wano Kuni yet? What? Pluton Rayleigh died in battle. Good. Send the picture back. Morgans clapped his hands excitedly, and after explaining something, he hung up the phone without hesitation. That way, you don't have to wait until the final results appear. With this news, you can publish a newspaper first. Thinking of this, I am preparing to let my subordinates start rushing to work. Just walk away from the seat. The phone bug rang again. Crooked. What? In the waters near Wano Kuni, did you find marine traces? Hearing this, Moore's complexion immediately turned ugly. Since it is an enemy with world government. So naturally I don't like marine too much. He returned to his seat, his eyes full of displeasure. Bastards like marine, they really know how to pick their time. It was chosen at such a time. But that's not surprising at all. Hasn't marine always been like this? It's just, you can't just watch them make money. Thinking of this, Morgans, who wanted to sabotage, immediately called the reporters who had reached Wano Kuni. Request to pass on the news that marine is about to attack. With precautions, whether it is the Beasts Pirates or the Crusade Alliance, it is estimated that it will not be so easy to be recruited. Smiled proudly. Morgans was preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, the phone bug rang again. Who? After receiving 3 calls at once, even Morgans became a little irritable. Crooked. When he heard the voice from the phone bug, and its contents. Can't help but shine in front of my eyes. 100 million Baileys. Cash on delivery. No problem. The screen returns to Ghost Island. when Whitebeard proposed that he and Linley had a final duel to decide the outcome. Including Jabba, everyone stopped at the same time. No matter how hateful Jabba is, no matter how unwilling he is. I want to solve Linley by myself. But also no. Whitebeard does this. Good for them. So everyone's eyes all gathered on Whitebeard and Linley. Yin immediately brought the unconscious Kaido back to the fortress. Whitebeard didn't hold back either. Let Jin take people away. For him. Just solve Linley. Others don't need to worry about it at all. Although this crusade has suffered heavy losses, the ultimate goal has been achieved. Rayleigh's sacrifice was not in vain. As for after this, will the Whitebeard pirates, who have suffered heavy losses, be taken advantage of by the enemy? Now he obviously can't care about it. Hit this point. It's not like you can give up if you give up the crusade. If not achieved, how can those who died on Ghost Island rest in peace? He didn't think he would lose. I'm afraid that Linley will die and the net will be broken. He watched helplessly as his sons were massacred. This feeling is definitely not good. What angered him the most was Linley, that BD, was in the massacre just now. Pick out his son. How does this not bother him? It hurts so much to die, let alone so many dead at once. Only Whitebeard couldn't think of anything. Pick those players to start with. It's just because the captain of the Beichuan and the elites of the Luochuan, in Linley's state at that time, couldn't kill with one blow. Haki, more than 70% consumed. Whitebeard began to figure out his status. Obviously. Even he who is known as the strongest man in the world. Taking down Kaido is by no means an easy task. After all, it can be regarded as a level opponent. Have won without paying the price? Except haki consumption. His internal organs, due to the violent impact, also suffered a lot of trauma. Overall, the current him is only less than 10% of the calendar area in his heyday. Even so, he remains confident. He is in poor shape. Opponents are in worse. And during the Whitebeard self-test, Linley, who was not far across from him, was not idle either. Researching the return just obtained. Conqueror's Haki, Demon God Entangled. When the demon power is released, the cast Conqueror's Haki will transform into the Demon God Conqueror's Haki. The Demon God Conquerors. I have heard a little about Conqueror's Linley, a ghost. It is said that this unique Conquerors comes from the former world leader, Rox. Now, his Conquerors has transformed into a Demon God Conquerors? One word difference. In addition, I have only heard a little about the Ghost Conquerors. 1:30. Linley also had no way of figuring out what was different from regular Conquerors. Only. Except Conqueror's metamorphosis. After obtaining the 62 times return of Yin, the quality and quantity of Conquerors is probably not inferior to Rayleigh's, and even surpasses it. Although Yin had just awakened. Compared with Rayleigh, who has been in the sea for decades, it is incomparable in terms of courage. But Yin's talent and potential are golden. 62 times the return. Not to be underestimated. Combined with the rebates obtained, Conquerors has recovered 50%. But the armed color, now, it's only recovered to 20%. Not to mention the demon power. Even with one enemy against 100, they are fighting against Marco. Let these people experience for themselves what impotent rage is. But the consumption of demon power. But also real. Of course, the recovery speed of his monster power is already different from before. But the frequent, Qian's, casting of silent displacement, as well as the regeneration of demon power, is enough to offset his recovery. That is also only about 20%. Fortunately, the injury on his left half of the body has been recovered after continuous regeneration of demon power. At this time, at the cost of severe damage to the left half of the body, rarely penetrated behind the abdomen. Just a little bit better. But still can't make it work, it seems. Next, we will focus on conquerors. With a clear direction. Seeing that each other is ready to go, Linley immediately started to release the demon power. Immediately afterwards, the demon god conquerors quickly entangled in the second-generation ghost. For a while. Dimmer than dark red, dark as black, with strange green lightning flashing from time to time. It's like exploding on the second-generation ghost. Zi la. The ferocious and strange powerful aura instantly turned into a ferocious beast, and rushed towards Whitebeard. And Whitebeard, with dark red lightning flashing all over him. Seeing this scene, his face changed drastically, and he couldn't hide his composure and exclaimed. Ghost Conquerors! What's your relationship with rocks? Chapter 99. What? Jabba, who personally participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Immediately his face changed greatly. I'm afraid no one out there knows better than him and Whitebeard, and the unconscious Kaido. How terrifying were the Rocks pirates back then? Whitebeard, Kaido, even the famous Big Mom, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, John, Honesty. All from the Rocks pirates. If you think this is the scary thing about the Rocks pirates. How wrong. The real scary thing is Rocks. At first, Roger is at his peak and not yet sick. With the marine hero Garp, who is also at the peak. Only when the two work together can they defeat the opponent. This guy named Linley. Does it have anything to do with this existence? See how strong a person is and how big a threat he is to the world government and even the whole world. The reference value provided by the bounty alone is not enough. Still have to see after he dies. How will the world government treat it? And Rocks, with their ambition and strength. Let the world government, in just over 10 years, try its best to erase his existence from the world and history. Up to now, there are only a few people of the older generation. Didn't know there was such a person. But every time it is mentioned, at least Jabba himself will recall the sense of oppression and the creepy deadly threat that 950 faced back then. Once, he thought about a question. If people like Whitebeard and Golden Lion could unite a bit, I'm afraid the winner. It will never be Roger Pirates and Marine. Rocks? Hey! Knew it. The Demon God Conquerors. This is a distinctly different power than normal conquerors. As soon as it is cast, it is mistaken for conquerors of ghosts and gods. Perhaps Linley had long thought of the possibility of being asked this question. Therefore, it is just an understatement with a deadpan expression. Don't compare me to this kind of loser. No matter how strong it used to be. Since it failed. For him, that is a total failure. Whitebeard and Jabba in the distance heard his answer. I just feel the corners of my eyes keep twitching. This kid. Know what you're talking about? But then Whitebeard frowned. It seems that the old man is thinking too much. Rocks died 17 years ago. And you are only 13 or 14. It really has nothing to do with it. Only. In this world, there must never be another Rocks. As soon as the words were finished, Whitebeard's eyes suddenly turned cold. The killing intent was extremely strong at this moment. If say before, it's just the killing intent generated by anger and hatred. Then this moment, it is to prevent another Rock's murderous intention from appearing in this world. Even as a pirate, I also absolutely hope that there will never be such ambitious people who try to dominate the world again. If we say conqueror's haki, it is a manifestation of a person's courage to try to become a king. Then conqueror's haki, the ghost and god, is such a boldness, so strong that it has undergone a qualitative change after ultimate. In Whitebeard's opinion, anyone who owns this conqueror's, it is bound to bring a huge threat to this world. So today, he will kill Linley here no matter what. It seems, you have another reason to kill me. Linley clearly felt Whitebeard's killing intent. With a raised eyebrow, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Say 1,000 words and 10,000 words. The two sides are fighting to the death. Whitebeard wanted to kill him. Why isn't he like this? To the point where it is now. I'm afraid it's such a small thing to avenge Kojiki Oden. In Whitebeard's mind, it's not worth mentioning. What are they talking about? Who are the rocks? Marco et.al. Obviously did not hear the name from Whitebeard. Can't help but be full of doubts. The elites of Roger's regiment saw this, and several of them had personally experienced the Valley of the Gods. Immediately describe the situation at that time. This. When Marco and the others heard this, their faces changed drastically. Conquerors with a presence on PAR. If you don't die, CDCG. He's only 13 or 14 years old. Think here. Marco and the others just felt their hearts straighten. If you give Linley a few more years. That in this world. Who else could be his opponent? I hope that Dad must kill him here today. Otherwise, but let him escape. With the deep hatred of both sides. Where is the future for the Whitebeard pirates? Think here. Even Marco couldn't suppress the feeling of regret in his heart. At first. It really shouldn't be because of Roger's remnants. Just decided to avenge Oden. Otherwise. The two sides will not lose both sides, and form a death feud that is absolutely impossible to reconcile. Once Linley is not dead today. What will be the consequences? Can imagine. Just when Marco and others were trembling with fear. Linley and Whitebeard, finally engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Broken Army Kong Yunki. I saw Whitebeard suddenly waved Kong Yunki, except for the dark red lightning attached to it. Where the blade is. It must be accompanied by the explosion of air tearing. Kika. Dark red lightning, and an invisible but vibrating force that seems to be able to directly hit the soul. At the moment when the weapons of the two sides collided. And the lightning that was so dark that it was black and flashed a strange green light. Intertwined with each other. Boom. The moment when the energy explodes. There is no need to mention how explosive the aftermath, air waves, and even the resulting air tear are. Because of this blow. Just start. Boom 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 boom. Immediately afterwards, the weapons of the two were in the hands of the two. It seems to have become a living individual. It keeps appearing from various tricky angles. And keep colliding together. Just a few seconds. They fought for at least 10 rounds. At this point, the observation of the two is hacky. Undoubtedly, they have all been cast to an ultimate. Anyone who is careless. It is possible to be hit directly. With the status of the current two people, and the remaining hacky itch. I'm afraid no matter who it is, it will be difficult to resist the opponent's heavy blow. Once hit. Regardless of whether you will be injured or not, you will definitely be at a disadvantage. The situation is collapsing like an avalanche. If Whitebeard and Kaido fight, hard hits most of the time. That moment. This collision of almost unskilled hacky fruit abilities almost ceased to exist. Injury for injury style of play. Linley didn't even think about it. The reason is simple. If you fight Whitebeard again, I'm afraid even if you can win, it is definitely much more damage than that caused by Rayleigh Hwa's death blow. Kaido has fallen into a coma. If he gets hurt more seriously than that again, I'm afraid that Beast's Pirates is really going to end today. Chapter 100. Already on the way back, Linley kept thinking about ways to break the situation. Facing the menacing Crusade Alliance. When the enemy is strong and we are weak. How to deal with it? Straight up to Whitebeard? At that time, he never imagined that Yin would successively awaken the fruits and awaken conquerors. And Yan Mo has never been repaired. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, there is no chance of winning. If you switch opponents with Kaido, you will face Fulai and Jabba. I am afraid that it is also more defeats than victories. After all, Rayleigh in this period, except for defense and vitality, is completely superior in other aspects. As for Kaido, he couldn't take advantage of the absolute advantage of speed like him to forcefully remain undefeated in the pinch attack of Rayleigh and Jabba. Thus, also fell into a dead end. Unbreakable. In fact, the reason why he came back later than expected. It is a preparation for this. But because of Yin's unexpected return. That's why Linley didn't use up this preparation in the first place. Fortunately, Rayleigh was spelled out. Without any exaggeration. If it wasn't for the injury move to kill Rayleigh. Forcibly brought back the unfavorable situation a little bit. The current him is 1 against 3. Where else is there a chance to one-on-one with Whitebeard? Just as Linley and Whitebeard kept fighting, they were very cautious with each other in a short period of time, and neither could gain the upper hand. Father can't get the upper hand. Marco and others obviously cannot accept such a result. I thought that when they faced Linley, they must be Wang Kai-wen. After all, even the Kaido of the beasts were defeated. But now they have fought for at least 20 or 30 rounds. Still anxious. Can't see who is more likely to win. The more this is the case, the more regret they feel in their hearts, the more intense they become. This guy is getting more and more difficult. At this time, Jabba's ugly face also became more serious. He found Linley seemed to be using weirder methods than in the previous fights. At least, the Demon Conqueror's haki, there is absolutely nothing at first. Just now he was briefly stunned by the fact that Linley and Rox may have some kind of relationship. Didn't expect this change. But now, how can it not be found? At the same time, Kaido has been taken to the fortress to be safe. Order medical personnel to treat him promptly. Then he returned to the scene non-stop. What's the situation now? As soon as he walked out of the fortress, Yin asked the subordinates beside him. It's unbelievable, Master Linley, to be able to write a story about a day and a beard. Hearing this, Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The upper echelons of beasts. Now only he and Linley are still fighting. It is also the last hope of all beasts. Counting defeat before seeking victory, he couldn't help but think of the worst possibility. At that time, I'm afraid I can only evacuate Wano Kuni with brother Kaido as soon as possible. Among the beasts, except for Quinn, who cannot fly. He, Kaido and Linley, both have the ability to fly. But now Kaido has fallen into a coma. Once Linley was finally lost. I'm afraid I can only retreat with one person. There is no other way. Just when Yin was thinking of the worst outcome, and the worst plan. Scorching Linley with Whitebeard. Suddenly, he took a few steps back. Putting the knife back into its sheath, he said with sincere emotion. It's a pity, my supreme sword is not here today. Otherwise. After getting Yin's return twice in succession. If Yan Mo, who has been promoted to the supreme sword, is in hand, he even has the confidence to single out Whitebeard in his heyday. And now, though, Conqueror's is catching up. But armed color, there is still a big gap. Advanced and top. There is an almost insurmountable gap. What's more, it is not only the gap between themselves. Even the weapon in his hand, second-generation Geisha, is far from Kong Yunqi, one of the 12 masters of the supreme sharp knife. Now since everyone doesn't want to head-to-head play tricks, try to win with skill. An advanced swordsmanship cannot gain an advantage in front of Whitebeard. Number Baronet. Whitebeard was clearly confused by his actions. I thought he had something to say. Just stop the action, see what tricks Linley is playing, and take a little breath by the way. Perhaps it was the observation that Yin had returned to the battlefield. Linley immediately turned to Jin and asked. The things I asked you to prepare before, are you ready? Yin was stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted. He took out a special sea stone one-handed rifle from his pocket with one hand, and a bunch of sea stone bullets with the other hand. Asking for flowers. Shua. I saw Linley's figure flickering. Disappeared in place, but only for a moment, and reappeared. However, when he reappeared, he had an extra gun in his hand. And the bullets all fell into the hand of the left hand, who was unable to exert force. This moment. Watch the two sides in the battle, whether it is the Crusade Alliance or the Beast's pirates. All were fooled by his actions. Ditch the knife for the gun? What is this operation? Linley is the #1 swordsman in the world. After killing Rayleigh, even Whitebeard and Jabba fully recognized his title in their hearts. But now, the world's strongest swordsman, actually played with guns? But all the top powerhouses. No one plays with guns. 0. In other words, even if it is used, the gun is only an auxiliary. More of a symbolic meaning. Like Roger, for example. In the past, when traveling across the sea, guns were only used when playing rookies. Once facing an opponent like Whitebeard, the shadow of the gun is nowhere to be seen. You can say that the mainstream fighting method among the top powerhouses, either physical or fencing, or its pure fruit ability. There are almost very few guns. In contrast, low-end combat power. Guns tend to go mainstream. Just like the Marine soldiers. Maybe you don't believe, my gun skills are even better than sword skills. After all, he is only advanced in swordsmanship now. But the firearms technique has already reached a level far surpassing Beckman's mastery. Hearing this, everyone on both sides looked like they had seen a ghost, and their faces were bewildered. Are you kidding me? Is gun skill still above swordsmanship? So this is too much. #1 swordsman in the world, #3 with guns? Whitebeard was speechless when he heard this. A sneer quickly appeared on his face. Are you planning to procrastinate? Use that unpredictable flash and firearms skills to fight guerrilla warfare. Well, take advantage of Zoan. Quick recovery of physical strength and injuries? Ja. So what if Linley recovers? While he's in the process, Haki will recover as well. Just when he thought Linley was just playing tricks. Linley's subsequent shot. In an instant, his face changed dramatically. Chapter 101. I saw the bullet fired from the one-handed rifle. Fierce and strange black and green lightning flashed. The trajectory is erratic, appearing and disappearing from time to time. As elusive as a ghost. Even with the top knowledge color mastered by Whitebeard, it is still impossible to accurately determine the impact point of the bullet. Then, forced to helplessness, he could only choose to retreat with an extremely ugly face. As the figure flickered, he retreated to at least 100 meters away from his original position. Thus, in Whitebeard's perception, beyond the original trajectory hundreds of meters away, it is impossible to pose any threat to him. But what he didn't expect was that bullet, it seems, will track. Or in other words, what the hell will follow? In the process of disappearing and appearing, the trajectory was quietly changed. No matter where he hides, there is always a sense of being locked in. Turn the corner and shoot at him. Heart. No. It's the abdomen, no. Seeing the bullet getting closer and closer. Fast as lightning. Like thunder. Obviously Whitebeard's mind at this time has been highly concentrated. Using the 277 color of the foreseeable future, he has judged the bullet's landing point several times. It can be done in an instant. And self-denied. In less than a second. He denied himself several times. Seeing that there is no way to avoid it no matter what, he simply stopped hiding and waved Kong Yunki. The next moment. Boom. In the end the distance is so close. He finally caught the landing point accurately, with amazing reaction speed. Cleave on the sea stone bullets wrapped around the demon god conquerors. The blade that cuts with Kanjiun. They collided exactly. The two strands of conquerors burst into astonishing roars and fluctuations in an instant. It was as if Whitebeard had hit a bomb. Touch it and it will explode. But on the sea stone bullet, attached to the demon god conquerors. Soon it will be like a rootless duckweed. After Haki is exhausted. The blade that was easily cut by Kongyun was divided into two. I see. Judging the power of the bullet. Whitebeard couldn't help but know it. Except for the erratic trajectory. It is almost a must. Maybe other people face it, it will be a headache, even a fatal thing. But for him. But that's all. Why are the powerhouses standing at the top of this world almost all fighting in close quarters? The reason is because of Haki's persistence problem. Good. Two-color Haki can indeed be attached to the bullet. But how much can it attach? This consumable. It can't be made with enough materials to make the supreme sharp knife, right? Even sea stone bullets. The two-color Haki that can be tolerated is also limited. One more. Even luxury can be made with the best materials. Also strong enough to withstand a fair amount of two-tone Haki. So what? Missed. Everything is bullshit. Even if he hits, is it possible that he still expects to kill the top powerhouse with one blow? It seems, you really mean to procrastinate. Having come to his own opinion, Whitebeard is clearly more convinced of the judgment of Linley's actions. It turned out to be like this. Hear Whitebeard say that. Only then did everyone on both sides suddenly realize. Although Linley's firearms technique, in terms of skills, does seem to be stronger than swordsmanship. But there is no threat to Whitebeard at all. Thus, isn't that just procrastination? I guess, this guy, Linley, must be thinking of something. At this time, the two sides unexpectedly came up with the same idea. Knowing Linley's yin, of course, knows that he never fights an uncertain battle. Every move. It's all meaningful. As expected. Not beyond Jin's expectations. Seeing that Linley just smiled. Yet. Not taking Whitebeard's underestimation to heart at all. But in the next. Keep firing sea stone bullets at Whitebeard. Bang bang bang. Boom 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 boom. I saw Whitebeard, with a knife in his hand. Always when the sea stone bullet is about to hit his body. Block it in time, and after exhausting the energy in the bullet, split one into two. In a blink of an eye. At least 20 rounds of bullets were broken into two and fell at his feet. About there. After Linley completes a round of high-speed shooting. The speed suddenly slowed down. A bullet followed. Obviously different. In other words, the Conquerors that has reached the upper limit of the sea stone is entwined. In an instant. The bullet flew like a shooting star. Because Whitebeard didn't intend to hide at all. It appeared in front of him in an instant. Ah! Seeing this, Whitebeard still just sneered. Increased the amount of Conquerors. So what? The words have not yet fallen. Kong Yunqi's blade again accurately cut at the center of the bullet. Boom! A huge energy explosion erupted from between the two. This time, Whitebeard obviously couldn't neutralize the demon god Conquerors attached to the bullet in an instant. This did not exceed his expectations. Attached to so many Conquerors. Consumption of Conquerors. Definitely intense. He even wished Linley could. However, just when he thought he was about to completely cancel out the energy in it, a sense of crisis for no reason suddenly came to mind. Good luck next time. Sensing the source of the crisis, he was about to retreat quickly. It is useless at all. Because the source of the explosion came from Kong Yunqi. Boom! I saw Kong Yun cutting up, and suddenly a strong demon god Conquerors erupted. Whitebeard was caught off guard. It can only quickly cover the body with armed colors. Then, the terrifying aftermath of the explosion swallowed him up in an instant. For a moment, dust and smoke billowed, completely covering his figure. From the outside, people can't see his specific situation at all. The volatility that followed was overflowing, like an invisible wave of air, sweeping towards the surroundings. Wow! Seeing this scene, everyone in the crusade against the Alliance stared wide-eyed. My canthus is tearing apart, I can't believe it. What the hell does this happen? No matter how they think about it, Marco and others can't figure out why Kong Yunki suddenly exploded. Such a weird thing. Even if they are well informed, they have never heard of it. I'm afraid those present. Only Linley himself knew what was going on. After Beckman's firearms mastery, returned 27 times. Got him marked for death. Precepts, great accomplishment, evil mark gun art at its peak. When it hits the target, it is attached with a death mark, and can keep track of the enemy's movements at any time. Once triggered, it will explode with corresponding power according to the energy attached to the bullet. Despite the sea stone bullet, Whitebeard missed. But every time Kong Yun cuts the bullet into two, it was marked with death. Attaches a mark to each bullet. More than 20 rounds of bullets, that is, more than 20 marks. Triggered when Linley chooses. A total of more than 20 marks superimposed damage. It was as if the sum of more than 20 rounds of bullets exploded in an instant. How powerful is it? One can imagine. This kind of firearms technique is simply unheard of, unseen. Yin saw this scene. Even in the same camp as Linley. His eyes were full of inconceivable and horrified. Over the years, he's been watching almost every move Linley makes. Daily practice is either physical or swordsmanship. When did you practice firearms again? Take a walk outside and come back. It's only been half a year. To have mastered this kind of firearms technique? He can almost be sure. Linley's gun skills are definitely at the top level in the world. Just when both sides felt unbelievable and fell into horror, an explosion erupted from the cluster of clouds. Finally returned to calm. When all is gone. 5.4. Whitebeard finally emerged from the explosion. At this time, he was in a panic. He was panting heavily. Even if it doesn't look like it's hurt. But what is to be expected is. It is not easy for him to defend against the explosion just now. At least at that moment, the consumption of armed color is definitely considered intense. Seeing him with a dignified expression, he asked in a very puzzled way. How did you do it? When did the demon god Conquerors attach to Kong Yunki? And how did it detonate? In a short time. He had no way of guessing these puzzling questions. Hee. Linley frowned, obviously not trying to answer his questions. A new round of high-speed shooting started again. Seeing this, Whitebeard's face undoubtedly darkened to ultimate. But there is nothing to do. So next. Facing Linley's gunslinger at its apex. And a death mark beyond imagination. Whitebeard had the hard time not to speak. Armament haki is being consumed rapidly during this process. Chapter 102. Hoo. One after another, they dealt with almost certain bullets. Whitebeard already seemed a little out of breath, unable to do what he wanted. Obviously. Linley's incredible gun skills. It completely caught him off guard. Because he couldn't guess the mechanism of the death mark at all. So even be cautious. It is also inevitable that the imprint of the outbreak will consume a lot of haki again and again. In a short period of time, he was completely in a passive state and suffered a lot. His two-color haki has been consumed to only 20% level. The armed color is even more unbearable. Not even 2%. In contrast to Linley. Thanks to Conquerors after getting returned to the level of 50%. Therefore, every sea stone bullet will be attached with the power of the demon god Conquerors. That leaves Whitebeard, who must also be dealt with conquerors. Otherwise, it must be the power of vibration. But no matter what kind of response. For the current Whitebeard, it is no small burden. And that sudden explosion. But it can consume a lot of Whitebeard's armed colors. EXTO. It can be said. Since the moment Linley unloaded the knife and switched to the gun. The situation then moved in Linley's favor. This is also thanks to the fact that he has not exposed the existence of Dachin guns before. Otherwise, Whitebeard may not be able to achieve such achievements if he is prepared. Even his conquerors are equally draining. If the situation between the two sides continues like this, Whitebeard is bound to run out before him. This point, I am afraid that everyone present can basically see at 23. This is, how to do it. Could it be that even Dad is going to lose? Now, even the three captains who have the most confidence in Whitebeard. Marco, Jaws, Baista. It's hard to hide the despair quietly sprouting in my heart. They are still so. Not to mention others. What's more, the thoughts in my heart are completely uncontrollable blurted out. How about, shall we retreat? Maybe, from the beginning, we shouldn't have come. Is it really worth it for the dead Odin? He is indeed a good family member to us, but I believe that if he sees this scene, he will definitely not want us to avenge him. As soon as the words came out, the people around were stunned for a moment. No one objected in the first place. Be opposed to? What are you against? By now, I am not the only one who thinks that one should not come to Wano Kuni. Good. As a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Odin is very important. But don't other people matter? Can you not care about your own life at all? Anger? Hate? Some. And it will never lose half a point because of despair. Only as more and more people die, they will become more angry and hateful. DJE. Then what? Did you get revenge? Now the reason why Whitebeard chose to single out Linley. In the final analysis, both sides have the confidence to die. For Whitebeard. As long as Linley doesn't fight it head-on, don't blame him for ruining Ghost Island. And the same is true for Linley. Want to take advantage of the combat power and rush forward? Then don't blame him for only staring at the weak carnage. But now, this kind of confidence that both sides are afraid of each other. It is becoming more and more unfavorable to the Crusade Alliance. Once Whitebeard's haki is depleted first. Even if they crusade against the Alliance, there is still Jabba's top combat power. But in case the scene before Whitebeard and Linley played against each other. Even if Linley and Jin would rather die than leave and stick to Ghost Island, they would be consumed to death in the end. I am afraid that there is only the Crusade Alliance left. There will be no 1 in 10. Then it is no longer as simple as heavy losses and injuries. You know, everyone present is the main force of the Whitebeard Pirates. The main force is almost dead. Even if the power underneath is almost intact. What's the use? There are not only 3 major forces in New World. Among them is the existence of Eyeing Tigers. Big pirates like Silver Axe, John, Akoku. Don't turn a blind eye to their weakness. This is just the pirate force. What about Marine? What's more, it's really come to that kind of death situation. Would Linley rather die than leave? This is definitely not optimistic. And once escaped. In a few years. Every time they think of this, everyone feels their hair stand on end, and their backs feel cold. I feel it deeply. This time the action. I'm afraid it is definitely the worst decision ever made by the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco opened his mouth, trying to say something. But after all, still nothing was said. Marshal Teach, who has always been unknown, is also the future Blackbeard. Looking at the father he admired so much. To be suppressed to such an extent. His eyes kept flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He. Hearing this, Jabba couldn't help gnashing his teeth and gurgling. His face was full of dissatisfaction. The discussion of the Whitebeard pirates. Of course he heard it. Compared with the Whitebeard pirates, Roger's remnants obviously don't need to consider the back road. They are people who have long since retired. The moment to choose to avenge Odin. Just be prepared to lose your life if you fail. Not to mention Rayleigh is dead. Retreat? How could he be willing? Day. He had to think of Roger's purpose in going to death on his own initiative. This trip. The hope of achieving the goal has become increasingly slim. And Roger set off the era of the great pirates. In the final analysis, it is hoped that more forces can join the queue to contend against the world government. Even if they are not united. But it can also provide a certain boost for the future Joey Boy. Action this time. In the final analysis, against Roger's will. But such a result. No one could have imagined it beforehand. Minghu starts tomorrow. The combat power of the Crusade Alliance has an absolute advantage. Everyone feels that everything is safe and secure. But it was forcibly brought back to this situation by the monster Linley. Extraordinary flash. The horrible ghost conquerors. Terrible gun art. But among these items of Linley, there is one item that does not exist. It's not going to develop into this situation at all. Most importantly, want to kill Linley? It's just as difficult as heaven. As long as Linley wants to leave, no one can stop him. Just when everyone's hearts were extremely complicated and they wanted to quit. Whitebeard's situation has gotten worse. Kika. I saw being torn apart with the air. Numerous cracks appeared all over Whitebeard's body. He suffered so much, and his energy was exhausted violently. In the end, he did not hesitate to insert Kong Yunki into the ground. With the shock power of shock fruit. Block the attack of the bullet. Bang bang bang. Boom 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 boom. Boom and explosion. Continuously. The bullets attached to the demon god conquerors all hit the shock wave wrapped around Whitebeard. Even the attack power of the demon god conquerors can be called a burst. After forcibly passing through the shock wave, there was no energy left to move on. Even later, Linley was no longer attached to the demon god conquerors at all. And Whitebeard continued to cast this shock wave. Obviously not easy. With the exhaustion of physical strength, the sound of his panting became more and more heavy. A long time. When Linley fired the last bullet, he finally stopped temporarily. And Whitebeard, finally ushered in a respite. No more bullets. Linley sighed slightly. The sea stone bullets that Yin took from his hands have all been exhausted at this moment. Just when he was going to ask Yin to prepare some bullets for him. Seeing Whitebeard let out a few breaths, he said in a deep voice. Jabba, get them back to the Moby DK first. Back to the boat. Have you not? Watching Whitebeard's determined face. Jabba froze for a moment. Then he suddenly understood what he meant. Whitebeard, obviously unwilling to be so passive anymore, this is planning to fight to the death. Before, the reason why Whitebeard has not fully exploded the power of shock fruit. It is because of the Ghost Island. Not only enemies. And my own people. Destroying the battleground of Ghost Island will do no one any good. His sons have also become the shackles that limit his outbreak. And now, because of the tactics used by Linley, completely overwhelm Whitebeard. Go on like this. The game is doomed. Therefore, in response to Linley's change of tactics, Whitebeard will definitely find ways to force Linley to change his tactics and prevent his actions. In this way, the goal is achieved. On the battlefield, facing opponents of the same level, it is basically a matter of seeing each other, and you will come and go until the winner is determined. This. Marco and the others were shocked. Thinking that Whitebeard heard their discussion, and decided to stay behind, his expression changed drastically, and he said anxiously. Father, let's go together. That's right, How can we abandon the captain and board the ship first? However, Whitebeard's decision cannot be questioned at all. This is an order. Perhaps because the tone was a little heavy, he turned to a heroic smile. Don't you have confidence in me, Dad? Chapter 103. If it is before Wano Kuni. If someone asks Marco and others, do they have confidence in Whitebeard's strength? I'm afraid they never even think about it, and they will give an affirmative answer without hesitation. But now, not in peak form after defeating Kaido. Clearly overwhelmed by Linley. Where is that unwavering confidence? Thinking is one thing. Saying it is another thing. Marco and the others will naturally not increase the ambitions of others and destroy their own prestige. See Whitebeard standing firm. Knowing the old man's temper, they had no choice but to exhort one after another. Father, you must be careful. We are waiting for you on board. See Whitebeard nodding. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and followed Jabba to board the boat in 3 steps. Linley, who saw this scene. His eyes turned cold. Where can we not see what Whitebeard is up to? It was nothing more than trying to transfer the sons who were threatened by him. It is not enough to be shackled all the time. As for why it wasn't done in the first place? I am afraid that I have absolute confidence in myself. There is no need to overdo it. Now. But because of his mastery of firearms, he broke the original fantasy. Instead of letting the situation get worse. It's better to fight to the death. This is like 2 countries, both possessing nuclear weapons. But at the beginning, no one dared to use it first. But when you wait until you don't use it, you will have to perish. Then what are the scruples? Realizing this, he saw his purpose. How could Linley fulfill his wish? However, just when Linley was about to make a move, I saw Whitebeard's fists slamming on the air wall in front of him. Kika. The strong vibration passed through the dense cracks in the air wall. With the momentum of thunder, rapidly spread around. See. Linley narrowed his eyes slightly. Can only draw the knife out of its sheath. Instantly appeared in front of Whitebeard. Cut it down. Click. Boom. In an instant, the 2nd generation geisha entwined with the 2-color haki rode wolfishly on the shock wave in front of Whitebeard. Zi la. Dark green strange lightning. Roaring like a burst. Dazzling streamer, in front of this shock wave. The light keeps changing. Even 2nd generation geisha was trembling constantly. But the force of the vibration that spread to the surroundings. Finally it stopped. It seems, you have been forced to do nothing. Linley sneered. Otherwise, they would not choose to break the tacit understanding first. Each other. Whitebeard's face remains unchanged. Let you go on, brat. I'm afraid the title of the world's #1 man will be taken away by you, brat. Even if the old man doesn't care, he doesn't want to fall into the body of a brat like you. 1 imp in 1 bite. Hearing that, Linley felt very upset, and said ironically. In this world, those who achieve first come first. It's not a good habit to tell young people what to do if you rely on your seniority. Be careful, it's not guaranteed at the end of the festival. I won't bother you, you brat. Give you 2 choices. Whitebeard grinned. I chose to escape. Sit back and watch this old man destroy this island. Or fight to the death with the old man. If you win, the old man's life will be accepted by you. The title of the world's #1 man will also fall on your head. But if you lose, I will take your life. It's just that I can promise you, as long as you in Kaido's heads. The rest, let them live. Others, of course, include Yin and Quinn. Obviously. Whitebeard is now forcing Linley to fight him to the death. Moreover, it is the way of the swordsman, not the gun technique. Otherwise, relying on gun skills, I'm afraid it won't be able to prevent him from bursting out of Shock Fruit's calendar area with all his strength. Of course, if you give him some more time. Can't think of the best way to deal with it. But now, he just wants Linley to fight him head-on. Even, in order to force Linley to agree, he even made certain concessions. Choose. Have you ever thought about the consequences if I choose to escape? The killing intent in Linley's eyes surged crazily. Once the Ghost Island is really destroyed. Even before that, some people were able to board the ship and escape. I am afraid that it will be difficult to avoid a large number of casualties. And if he waits for Yan Mo, who has been promoted to the Supreme Sword, there is bound to be a crazy revenge. At this point, Whitebeard will definitely not be surprised. The matter has come to this, the old man has no other choice. Having said that, Whitebeard sighed silently. He really regrets to avenge Kojiki Odin. But so many people lost their lives. Even Rayleigh, who was both an enemy and a friend, fell because of this. Really have to bite the bullet and say no regrets. That is definitely lying to yourself. As for your escape, that's for later. Now, how could he think so far? Only at all costs. Kill Linley here. Otherwise Linley would really have escaped. The Whitebeard pirates, it will be like the end of the day. Waiting to get back to peak condition. Ta. But what about the sons? Who cannot be afraid? Is it? LOL. Linley smiled coldly. Laozi never liked being threatened by others. You are the first. Are you ready to pay the price? It seems, you already have a choice. Linley's words are undoubtedly what Whitebeard wants to hear most. Not afraid of Linley making him pay. I was afraid that Linley would choose to run away without saying a word. Linley suddenly turned his head and shouted at Yin. But he didn't expect that at this time, a man of beasts came to Jin's ear and whispered something. Afterwards, Yin's eyes lit up, and he shouted to Linley. Linley, the reinforcements of the Big Mom pirates have landed in Wano Kuni and are about to arrive in Onijima. Oh. Linley was taken aback for a moment, then sneered at Whitebeard. It seems, even if my choice is what you want, I'm afraid the result may not be what you think. Hearing this, Whitebeard's complexion instantly became ugly. He never expected. The reinforcements of the Big Mom pirates came so fast. Originally, Linley had already fallen into his scheme. You can only be forced to fight him to the death. Thus, he also has the confidence to forcibly fight Linley. But now, even so, wait for reinforcements to arrive. Everyone on the Moby DK will inevitably face a big battle. And the people of the Beasts Pirates on Ghost Island. I'm afraid I will never stand idly by. Thus, there are many more variables in this battle. What? Heard the news? Jabba and the others who had already boarded the Moby DK all changed their faces when they heard of it. Quickly separate some people and stare at the sea area when they came. Be serious. This news. Without a doubt the last thing they wanted to hear. Originally, just one Beast's pirates caused them heavy losses. The Big Mom pirates are here. Is that worth it? You know, the plan made at the beginning. Just plan to get rid of Kaido before the support of Big Mom pirates arrives. Yin, let them board the ship immediately. Then, call Black Maria and tell her it's ready to eat. The order is over. Linley said with a frosty face. Choose. Now, it depends on whether you can survive until the Ghost Island is destroyed. As soon as the words fell, Asahi Beard, who was good at not hesitating, launched a fierce attack. Get people on board. Crusade against the Alliance is fine, so can the Beasts Pirates. Just hurry before Oni Island is destroyed. Let everyone leave the island successfully. Whitebeard's threat is self-defeating. See. Whitebeard is naturally not to be outdone. FK Kong Yunki. Immediately fight back. Boom 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 boom. I saw the fluctuations of countless energy explosions sweeping away. 2 people at this time. No more skills. They fought recklessly with real swords and guns. Whitebeard's haki is consumed again. Linley's situation at this time was slightly better than his, so it was naturally impossible to play any tricks with him. In order not to be found by Whitebeard, directly cast large AoE. Shock Fruit, after all, is called by Sengoku as a force that can destroy the world. There's no way Linley would tolerate him doing whatever he wants. Ghost Island, home to the beast's pirates. If it cannot be destroyed, that is naturally the best result. It's too late to say. A few seconds of effort. The two exchanged more than 10 strokes at each other. And in the process, the people in the beast's pirates quickly gathered towards another port and boarded the ship quickly. At the same time, the unconscious Kaido and Quinn were transferred to the ship one after another. After Yin arranged these, immediately contacted Black Maria through Wanakuni's unique calling snail. Not long after, in Linley's ear, the system prompt sounded as he wished. Contract target Black Maria, eat thunder fruit, 41 times the return. Since the form of Inugu Fruit, Phantom Beast, Sesshomaru has not yet awakened, the return will be converted to the form skill Judgment Control, and, awakening rate of the fruit in the form of Sesshomaru, 6%. Judgment Control, freely create the Thunder of Judgment, which has a deterrent effect. It can be used at the same time as Profound Truth Kanglongpo, which can greatly shorten the time for Kanglongpo to accumulate energy and strengthen the power of thunder. 1. Hear the system beep. Linley's eyes lit up immediately. No doubt. Thunder Fruit is what he prepared for this battle at all costs before he rushed back. It was also the direct reason why he came back later than expected. Even knowing that Thunder Fruit is hidden in Sky Island, he really used a lot of means and took a lot of time to get it successfully. To this end, a promise is also given. At first, the reason why he didn't let Black Maria eat it directly. Just have a little luck. In case you don't need to use it, you can survive this calamity safely. Then wait until the awakening of the Sesshomaru form. He can directly obtain the second fruit ability. But I didn't expect that the skill returned would complement the shape of Sesshomaru so well. Although Black Maria is restricted by the blue exclamation point. 41 times the return, only 6% of the fruit awakening degree was returned. But now, compared with ruling to control this skill, the degree of awakening is obviously not that important. God help me too. If that's the case, then die for me. As he said that, Linley took a few steps back, and the second-generation ghost stood in front of him. That trick! Whitebeard recognized it at a glance. This is the actual move that Linley tried to kill Rayleigh, the Blue Sky Dragon and the Sea of Thunder. Immediately his face changed. His energy accumulation must be stopped. Otherwise, it's not good for me. Thinking of this, he rushed towards Linley quickly. In almost an instant, it appeared in front of him like a thunderbolt. However, but never expected. In an instant, countless streaks of purple-blue giant lightning rose from the ground to the sky. Strong in front of Whitebeard. How can it be so fast? At this time, the speed of this move far exceeded Whitebeard's expectations. Realize something is wrong. Observation haki is warning wildly. Immediately and without hesitation, he quickly retreated. However, the speed of the Sea of Thunder is not much slower than him. At the same time, the blue-purple Sky Dragon. With the Sea of Thunder, they are rushing towards Whitebeard quickly. Speed, even above Whitebeard. See. Whitebeard realized that it might be difficult to dodge. Immediately, Qian Wanghao turned around and inserted Kong Yunqi into the ground. Both fists quickly hit the air wall. Kika. In a blink of an eye, a huge transparent sphere formed around him. Wrap him tightly. At the same time, it can be called endless shaking power, swallowing the surroundings like a violent storm. Then, the Sea of Thunder quickly engulfed it. 03L. And the blue-purple sky dragon also let out a roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth, and rushed towards Whitebeard, who fell into the sea of thunder. Seeing this, Jabba's expression quickly became ugly. "Daddy!" And Marco and the others couldn't help screaming. Just how terrifying is the Sea of Thunder? Jabba knows it all too well. Even if it is only briefly swallowed. It also made him consume a lot of armed color, so he was safe and sound. Witness what happened to Jabba. How can Marco and others not be worried? With Dad's current situation. Unless you use the awakened ability of Shock Fruit, you can fight against it and ensure your own safety. However, in his current state. At this time. On the other side of the Moby Dick, there was an exclamation. "That's the Queen Mother anthem of the Big Mom Pirates." What? When Jabba, Marco, and others heard the words, their already worried faces were instantly filled with horror. At the same time, in the sky of Ghost Island, a bird that looks like a man is flying. There is also a camera hanging on the shoulder. See such a terrifying sea of thunder spreading below. With a look of horror on his face, he said. "It's really terrifying. If you have anything to say, let's wait until the Thunder Sea disappears." Chapter 104. Queen Mother Anthem. At this time, it includes the three main players of Katakuri, Cracker, and Daifuku. And all the elites. All are already standing at the bow. The closer the Ghost Island was, the more urgent the mood of the three leaders became. "Is that Moby Dick?" Looking at the huge ship moored on the shore of Ghost Island. Katakuri recognized it immediately. Without hesitation, he ordered to the helmsman. "Lean over." "Yes." Seeing the two ships getting closer and closer. Katakuri finally saw the situation on the Moby Dick clearly. Jabba, Marco, Jaws. Saw a few familiar faces. Katakuri couldn't help but froze, and then his face changed. Why are they on board? Could it be, the battle is over? No, Kotaku wants you to see. Cracker stared wide-eyed, pointing in the direction of Onijima. That's it. The Sea of Thunder. They witnessed the battle between Linley and Big Mom. How can you fail to recognize such an exaggerated scene? Although the color is different now. But that giant dragon is too conspicuous. It's hard not to recognize it. Who's fighting Linley? Whitebeard? Or Rayleigh? Since they were on the Moby Dick, they could not be seen. Therefore, Katakuri and the others couldn't guess who was in the Sea of Thunder for a while. Soon, the Queen Mother anthem stopped not far from the Moby Dick. Let's figure out the situation first. At this time, too many familiar faces gathered on the Moby Dick. And on Ghost Island, Lin is copulating with either Whitebeard or Rayleigh. Such a weird scene. Let Katakuri etl. He didn't act rashly at the first time. On the contrary, they are consistent with the Crusade Alliance, and they are on guard against each other. At this time, Yin seemed to have seen them coming. Drop from the sky onto the Queen Mother anthem. Yin, who is Linley fighting with? Katakuri, who was eager to know the latest situation, immediately asked impatiently. Is such that? Yin came here naturally to introduce the current situation to his allies. To make a long story short, I told everyone what happened before as quickly as possible. This. That's how it is. Description by Yin. Learn what happened to Onijima. Katakuri and the others were all shocked, their eyes full of disbelief. 640. Pluton Rayleigh. So dead? After being dazed for a while, Katakuri came to his senses. Thinking that I was not late after all. At this time, Smoothie is not on Ghost Island. Can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The big stone in my heart has already landed. Such a result is undoubtedly what he most hopes to see. Yin pointed at the Moby Dick, and said with a serious face. Wait until Linley and Whitebeard decide the winner. I'm afraid a fierce battle will be inevitable. When the time comes, please everyone. Yin was not polite. He looked at Katakuri seriously. Of course, that's what we're here for. They are offensive and defensive alliances, so naturally they have to fight side by side. They have no reason to come to see the show. Therefore, Katakuri answered very resolutely. What's more, even if the two sides are not in an alliance. Just to say that Linley has difficulties. No matter what, even if it is not far away, he will come to help. Hearing the determination in Katakuri's tone, he understood that the friendship between Linley and him was deeper than he imagined. Yin felt relieved. And the crusade against the alliance on the Moby DK. Sejin and Katakuri's successful meeting. In addition to worry and horror in his eyes, his face was almost so gloomy that water dripped out. Thus, the situation is undoubtedly more unfavorable to them. And on Ghost Island. Zi la. Kika. In the Sea of Thunder. A vacuum appeared. I saw a huge transparent sphere. All the thunder that is full of annihilation and judgment. Through the force of continuous vibration, it is forcibly blocked outside the sphere. The Whitebeards were among them. Even if many thunders broke through the transparent sphere. But it is often defended by Whitebeard using armed colors. Therefore, he has not been eroded by the blue-purple thunder for the time being. This transparent sphere. Undoubtedly one of his fruit awakening abilities. Both offensive and defensive. By giving the air the power to vibrate, a vibrating cover is formed. Attacking, the power of vibration can be completely exploded and swept away. Guard, you can also defend against all attacks through the power of vibration like this moment. R. In his current state. Maintain this continuous vibration force for a long time. Obviously not an easy task. So at this moment, he, broke out in a cold sweat uncontrollably. Even the body began to tremble slightly. Fruit awakening. The outside world cannot see the situation in the Thunder Sea. It doesn't mean Linley can't see it. Seeing the Sea of Thunder, it will be impossible to break through the awakening ability of the Whitebeard fruit for a while. Can't help frowning slightly. To know. Due to the new skill Judgment Control, the power of Kang Glongpo has not only increased a lot. Even the speed of casting has been greatly improved. But this way, the consumption of demon power is undoubtedly huge. And cast this trick. The demon power is almost at its bottom. If it weren't for the fruit's awakening degree, it would have increased by another 6%. In his state, he may not be able to perform Judgment Control and Kang Long Break at the same time. But, his consumption must be greater than mine. Be aware of this. Linley frowned. On the contrary, I am not in a hurry. Continue to control the Sea of Thunder, like a wave, continuously washing away the huge transparent sphere wave after wave. As time goes by, Whitebeard only felt that it was getting more and more difficult to resist. He didn't expect that he accidentally and wrongly judged the timing of this move, causing to fall into the Sea of Thunder. In such an embarrassing situation. And this Sea of Thunder seems to be the same as the real vast ocean. It is so dense and continuous. Almost breathless. It can't go on like this. It is better to break the rope than to be boiled in warm water. Deb. It takes a lot of energy. But it's better than boiling a frog in warm water and having to forcefully destroy it in the end. Thinking of this, he immediately supported the entire giant transparent sphere with both hands. Forcibly swept away in all directions. Kika. Boom 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 boom. The sound of air walls shattering. Constantly exploding. Intertwined with the roar of thunder in the Sea of Thunder. In an instant, the entire transparent sphere rapidly expanded. Everywhere. That exaggeratedly high-frequency vibration will shatter and shatter everything around it. For a while, the earth crumbled. The earth dragon roared. The air rips. As the transparent sphere gets bigger and bigger, It gradually swelled to the point that it was comparable to the Sea of Thunder. If you have to describe it, the scene inside the transparent sphere is a vacuum, as if it has been baptized by the super god Luo Tian sign. Not a trace of lightning could be seen. At this time, roar! I saw that blue-purple sky dragon. I don't know when, it will kill all the thunder around the transparent sphere. All inhaled into the mouth. The aura of annihilation and judgment on his body almost turned into substance. Immediately afterwards, without hesitation, it rammed straight towards the transparent sphere. This moment, the huge fluctuations caused by the collision between the two sides, sweeping the whole world in an instant. Endless white light. Ghost Island is recreated again. The sight of everyone who was present at the scene and just saw the giant sphere will be deprived in an instant. Then there was no sight to be seen again. But Linley could clearly see it. The blue-purple sky dragon forcefully broke through the transparent sphere. Boom straight for Whitebeard. How come? Ulaj. Whitebeard certainly had a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't expect that even the fruit awakening ability was forcibly broken through. Even the blue-purple sky dragon has shrunk countless circles. But he still didn't dare to be careless. Towards the incoming Kang Long, he punched heavily. Kika. Another small transparent sphere wrapped his fist. Immediately afterwards, the fist and the blue dragon collided again inside the giant transparent sphere. Boom! Another burst of earth-shattering energy explosion. Due to the sight of everyone present, everything was deprived. Therefore, only the roar of a huge explosion can be heard. And feel as if you are in the stormy sea under your feet, constantly swaying and drifting boats. Take down the blue-purple Kang Long Empress. Whitebeard at the moment. It seemed that the consumption was great, and some of them could not stand still, half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. Hoo! The whole person seemed to be going to collapse, sweating profusely. See? Adhering to the principle of killing you while you are sick. Linley raised the second-generation Kitoru without hesitation. When the transparent sphere was about to dissipate, it instantly appeared in front of Whitebeard. Cut it off. When? Boom! Although Whitebeard noticed it immediately, he raised Kong Yunch in time to block. Still a beat behind Linley. Due to the violent impact, the whole person sank tens of centimeters into the ground. This is not the end. Linley obviously didn't intend to just throw this one blow. The second-generation Onitoru who is haunted by armor color and the demon god Conquerors. Keep chopping at Whitebeard. Boom 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 boom. In a short period of time, the two collided several times. BD. Being hit by Linley at the right time, Whitebeard felt extremely aggrieved. Angrily, the two-color haki in his body exploded suddenly. Finally, Linley was pushed back. Yext. Just as he stood up, just stabilized his figure, Linley's figure appeared again in front of him. Cut off with one knife. Immediately afterwards, just as the transparent sphere and the Sea of Thunder were completely exhausted due to energy exhaustion, they completely disappeared. The three forces present saw the scene where Whitebeard was blown away. Newgate. Daddy. Did Dad lose? Seeing this, Jabba stared wide-eyed, jumped off the Moby DK without hesitation, and rushed towards Whitebeard frantically. Marco and others also made the same action immediately. This moment, the only thought in their minds is to protect Whitebeard, and Linley must not let Linley continue to pursue him. Whitebeard's body hit the ground heavily. Linley's figure also appeared after him. When? Again. Whitebeard barely set up Kong Yunchich to block the slash of second-generation kick. At this time, a bullet came quietly. Linley turned his head and saw the person who shot the bullet. His eyes could not help being cold. To hide. As soon as the words were finished, his body flickered, bypassing the bullets, and appeared in front of Yizang in an instant. Seeing this, Yizang felt that his mind was torn apart, and he desperately wanted to back away. JJ. Too late. I saw the second-generation Geisha entangled with the demon god Conquerors. Straight to hide Yizang, the captain of the 16th Division. Head of a sword. In an instant, the blood flowed profusely, soaring to the sky. To hide. When Marco and others saw this, their eyes were all tearing apart. The eyeballs are about to pop out. But it was also because of the delay for a moment. Let Jabba's figure arrive in front of Whitebeard in time. Very quick response. Seeing this, Linley couldn't help but put a serious face on his face. Now if you fight Jabba recklessly. Probably not a wise move. Just as he was thinking about how to bypass Jabba and continue chasing Whitebeard, Marco and the others obviously didn't care about being hidden by the owl. They all gathered around. Form a circle inside and outside the Whitebeard. Marco leaned down and asked anxiously. Father, how are you doing? Cough cough. Whitebeard spat blood from his mouth uncontrollably. The tone is extremely weak. Nothing serious. He said so. But from his tone, how could Marco and the others not understand that Dad really has reached his limit? So, without hesitation, Marco cast the flame of regeneration to heal Whitebeard. Look across the crowd surrounding Whitebeard to see this. Linley frowned again. If you want to completely solve Whitebeard, you need to surround yourself with people first. Call. Take a long breath. Linley didn't act immediately. After all, Whitebeard was already weak. How much better can he be? And saw that Katakuri and others had arrived. Immediately nodded to several people. Katakuri and the others and Yin saw Jabba, Marco, and other enemies running towards Whitebeard like crazy. Not idle, followed closely behind Linley. Too late to communicate. For a while. Both sides are headed by Linley and Jabba respectively. Confronted up. Each other, tit for tat, ready to go. It seems that next, there will be a fierce battle. However, at this time, when the two sides are in confrontation, a figure flew down from the sky. To be watched by so many eyes at the same time. The person who looked like a bird couldn't help but tremble all over. Perhaps it was his good professionalism that made him endure his fear and said tremblingly. At the request of President Morgans. I have a piece of news for you. Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku, with Vice Admiral Akainu, Crane, and Rear Admiral Jun, is heading towards Wano Kuni. Currently, there is still about 3 hours flight from Wano Kuni. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Immediately his face changed greatly. Even Linley's face at the moment is extremely ugly. Chapter 105. Marine is coming? Only a 3-hour flight. This heavy news was like a thunderbolt. Exploded in the hearts of everyone. Let both sides face drastic changes. 3 hours. This moment. Linley's face was undoubtedly extremely difficult to see. After a lot of hard work, finally defeated Whitebeard. Although not in a coma, he completely declared defeat. But he has reached the limit, I am afraid he can no longer play any role. At least. Wanting to destroy Ghost Island is wishful thinking. Look at the Beast's pirates side. Coupled with the support of the Big Mom pirates. The comparison of the combat power of the two sides. If Linley and Jabba are not mentioned. Even if there is still a gap. But it's not as disparate as it was in the beginning. Or Crusade against the Alliance has gone through a big battle. Physically and mentally exhausted, at least to some extent. But Katakuri and the others, even though they came from afar, are ready to go and are in an unharmed state. Once the two sides start the final battle, the winner will end up with the Beast's pirates. After this battle, casualties must be inevitable. After winning, you will also be exhausted. Thus, regardless of whether these people can be resolved within 3 hours. Even if you can. Next, exhausted, how should they deal with Marine who is waiting for work? Think here. Linley's complexion was undoubtedly even uglier. It's really not the right time. In his current state, Whitebeard's stamina and haki were exhausted just now. Except for Conquerors, armed colors and demon powers have almost bottomed out. Consume Jabba in 3 hours? I'm afraid it's not realistic. You know, no wonder. Even if the armed color is lost, the body is intact and full of energy. The combat power is still at a relatively strong level. During this period of time, the Beast's pirates were all attracted by the Crusade Alliance. He just relaxed his vigilance towards Marine. Otherwise, why is it that people from the World Economic News Agency are required to come forward to report? In this way, he was completely caught off guard. And this time Marine. Even if the scale is not as good as the crusade against the Alliance. But in the current state of the Beast's pirates, Kaido is unconscious. And he is no longer at his peak. Just add reinforcements. Probably not too optimistic. Sengoku. Another strongman at the same level as Whitebeard. As we all know, One Piece Roger and Marine Hero Garp are old enemies. But in fact, the resourceful General Sengoku and Whitebeard are also rivals. Perhaps in terms of combat power, Sengoku is slightly inferior to Whitebeard. But there is no doubt about it, if Sengoku appears on Onijima at this time. If you bring Akainu, I'm afraid it's just a random killing. Linley. Yin shouted solemnly. The Beast's pirates, who are doing Seastone Arms deals with the world government, know best about the world government's coveting of Wano Kuni. Right now, both sides are losing. I am afraid that Marine will never miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, he deliberately discouraged. But the thought of so many people dying. His mouth opened, but he didn't say anything after all. But Linley, how could he not understand what he meant? Did not speak. His eyes were full of killing intent on Whitebeard. It is completely conceivable how unwilling Linley felt. At this time, Jabba spoke with a gloomy face. Let's stop fighting. If you keep fighting, it will only make it cheaper for Marine. I really want to settle the grievances between each other, and wait until Marine is driven away. How? Even if Marine doesn't show up. When Whitebeard is out of combat. Even Jabba is already thinking about quitting. Go on. For them, it can only increase casualties in vain. Even, it is possible to be wiped out. Such a result, no matter how angry he was that Rayleigh was killed, it was definitely not what he hoped to see. As soon as the words came out, all eyes focused on Linley. Right now it's war and peace. Is to continue to fight to the death, cheap Marine. It's better to stop fighting for the time being, and then resolve each other's grievances. It's all in Linley's mind. Linley still didn't speak. Staring into Whitebeard's eyelids, frosted. His eyes narrowed slightly. You should know. Jabba saw that Linley didn't answer. Seemingly seeing the killing intent in his eyes, he continued. It is impossible for all of us to sit back and watch Newgate be killed. I will fight to the death to protect it. Good. I will never let you attack Dad. This moment. Even Marco and others, who had long thought of retreating in their hearts. It's all shouting loudly and resolutely. For them. Whitebeard is the core, the spiritual pillar. Even if you fight to the death, you will be able to protect him completely. It is absolutely impossible to let the old man fall in front of him. Ah! Listen to the crowd shouting. Linley just found it ridiculous. If I knew this earlier, why bother? For a mere piece of gilded iron. Let each other suffer a lot. This action against the Alliance is undoubtedly extremely stupid. I didn't expect that the strongest man in the world would have to rely on the protection of others to survive. Whitebeard, you are not worthy of the title of the strongest man in the world. Ahem asterisk. Whitebeard, who was collapsed on the ground, heard this. Although his face was pale and weak, he still sat up with force. Daddy! Marco wanted to stop his move, but he couldn't help it, so he had to support him. Looking at Linley, Whitebeard let out a long sigh. Old man, defeated. This name, since then, has fallen into your head. As for the old man's head, if you want it, take it. Dad! Marco and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. Dad, you actually intend to keep the promise you just made? Defeated, let Lin Fu take off his head? Oh! Even Linley was stunned when he heard this. Then, he couldn't help but sneered. Father is right. You and Odin, Roger, are one. It's all so innocent. In that case. Seemingly hearing what Linley meant, Whitebeard stood up with Marco's support. Of course you can accept the old man's head. But, they must be let go. Obviously. He also realized that once Linley made up his mind, regardless of Marine's threats, he had to deal with them first anyway. I'm afraid the consequences, unimaginable. EXTO. He simply proposed to exchange his own life for other people's district. Thus, it can be regarded as an explanation for this failed action. The head of the strongest man in the world is completely worthy of the loss of the beast's pirates. Asking for flowers. Dad! Hearing this, everyone including Jabba's eyes were tearing apart, their faces were full of grief and indignation, and they gritted their teeth. Rely on Whitebeard's head to survive? This is undoubtedly a huge humiliation for them. Even if you die, you must not let this happen. I have made up my mind, there is no need to say more. This. Marco and the others gritted their teeth suddenly, and the color of grief and indignation almost overflowed from their faces. But in the face of the resolute father, there is nothing he can do. Unexpectedly, Jabba said. Sorry Newgate, you are not my captain, we people don't need to listen to you. That's right. Our captain is Roger, so I don't want to listen to you. Hearing what the members of Roger's remnant group said in their hearts, Marco and the others couldn't help feeling relieved and grateful. Jabba. Whitebeard opened his mouth and was about to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Jabba. Newgate, put away your poor pride. Don't you know what your life means to the sea and to the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard fell silent. How could he not know? Otherwise, how can the rest of the people evacuate safely? Just when the situation reached a stalemate. Bolu bolu. Just then, the voice of the phone bug rang. Hear this unique sound. Everyone is full of doubts. Now, where did the phone bug come from? Just as someone was about to ask, the reporter who looked like a bird and flinched embarrassedly took out the phone bug from his backpack. Crooked. Oh. As he spoke, he trotted all the way to Linley. Mr. Linley, our president wants to talk to you. Morgans. Linley was taken aback. He didn't remember that he knew the president of the World Economic News Agency. Although, a large part of the reason why his reputation is so loud is because of the hard-working reports of the World Economic News Agency. Doubts are doubts, Linley finally took over the phone bug. I have long admired your name. I'm Morgans. Don't gossip, you know the news of Marine's attack, right? Then what? Give me a face, deal with Marine first. I don't want to see Marine take advantage of. Don't rush to refuse, as a reward. 2 hours later. What? Hear the words that Morgans uttered immediately after. A light flashed in Linley's eyes for an instant. In my heart, I made a decision almost instantly. But he didn't say yes right away. Instead, he turned his head towards Whitebeard and said lightly. How about this? One shot. He raised the one-handed rifle in his hand, there is no doubt. As long as you Whitebeard, take a shot from me, whether you die or not. I will let you go. $7. Whitebeard didn't wait for others to dissuade him, and immediately agreed without hesitation. Seeing what other people wanted to say, his face darkened, and he said angrily, "Don't tell me the old man doesn't even have the right to make decisions. One shot." Seeing this, Jabba stared at Linley's face firmly, as if he could see that this was his bottom line. After all, he still didn't speak to stop him. Then, with the support of Marco and others, Whitebeard walked forward slowly. Then, Linley then took a bullet from Yin's hand, reloaded it, and shot 6, without hesitation. Chapter 106. On the shore of Ghost Island. Linley, Yin, and Katakuri stood side by side, looking at the Moby DK going away together. Yin's face was rather complicated. After a long while, he said quietly, "Perhaps, such an outcome is beneficial to both parties." "Good." Katakuri nodded in agreement. "If Marine doesn't come, even if he pays a heavy price, he supports keeping the Crusade Alliance here. Afterwards, let's carve up Whitebeard's territory together. In this way, the Alliance group will completely take over the New World. DJI. But Marine is here. If you do that again, the risk is too great, and you might be in danger of being wiped out. Besides, he saw it. Linley isn't doing well right now. It's almost the same as when I beat my mother. If you don't recover, wait until the Marine arrives. I'll rest. Whether it's him or Yin. It is impossible to stop the only admiral in Marine, the Sengoku. Even Sakazuki, who is called a monster. The ability of lava fruit is enough for them to drink a pot. Not to mention the equally powerful Vice Admiral. All in all, Marine will always be the biggest threat to the 270 pirates. This, without a doubt. One more. Just now, Whitebeard's body that reached its limit was shot by Linley. Before being carried away, he was seriously injured, and it seemed that his life was not long. As for whether he will die in the end, it depends on him. Obviously. The attitudes of Yin and Katakuri all agree that they should use all their strength to deal with Marine's attack right now. Linley remained expressionless and said nothing. Lost in thought. Whether Whitebeard died or not, this was the end of the matter, he didn't care anymore. He died, although he died a bit of a wimp, but it was an honor to die under his gun. If he survived by luck, the death mark on his body would allow Linley to keep track of his movements at any time. Not only can death marks trigger an explosion, but they can also be superimposed to trigger an explosion. It is also possible to control the movement of the attached object anytime, anywhere. If not dead. The big deal is that after Linley returns to his peak form, he will come to the door again. By then, I'm afraid it won't be as difficult as this time. Linley. The most urgent thing now is to recover as much as possible before Marine enters the Wano Kuni offshore waters. Thinking of the upcoming Marine, the seriousness on Yin's face is uncontrollable. Linley nodded. He thought so too. Going back to the fort to rest. But looking at Jin's face, although it is slightly inferior to him, it is definitely considered a good-looking face, and smiled lightly. I said, Brother Jin, don't wear a mask from now on. It's a pity that she looks so good. Katakuri was stunned, and looked at Yin carefully, only then did he realize that Yin was actually the legendary Lunaria tribe. I see. Now he finally understood why Yin always wore a mask before. Hee. Yin smiled awkwardly. Maybe it was because I was afraid of revealing my racial identity when I first met Brother Kaido, so I put on the mask. After so many years, I've gotten used to it. As long as someone finds out that he is a Lunaria tribe, disclose his information to the world government in time, you can directly get 100 million Baileys. This number. I'm afraid it will attract a lot of people. After all, you don't have to be like a bounty hunter, you can only exchange the bounty after you catch the prey yourself. In this way, Beasts Pirates was just starting. It is easy to invite a steady stream of trouble. Don't wear it. Linley said seriously. Now that you've awakened the Conqueror's vision, look up. No matter how timid you are, worrying about your identity being exposed, it will only become a shackle in your heart. The gains outweigh the losses. Look at the original Zhong 10 years later. It's just Yin whose mask was shattered. It's like being caught in a weakness. It was actually solved by Zoro at that time. Logically speaking, with his racial talent, his achievements shouldn't be like this. What's more, Conqueror's has been awakened now, and both talent and potential have been increased. Achievements should not stop at the cadre level. At least he is the real Emperor's deputy. All right. Yin thought about it, and finally nodded. The three of them discussed the countermeasures again. Together they returned to the fortress of Onijima. While walking back, Linley opened the system interface. Host, Linley. Age, 13. Fruit, Inugu Fruit Phantom Beast Sesshomaru Form, 72.1% Awakening Degree. Skills: Audio Confusion, Judgment Control. Haki, Observation Haki, Foreseeing the Future Passive, Armament Haki, Advanced Emission, Conqueror's Haki, Demon God Entangling. Physical Arts, Swordsmanship, Advanced, Physical Arts, Beginner, Firearms, Dachin Death Mark. Contract Targets: Hancock, Jin, Gold, Quinn, Purple, 10/11. Before returning to Ghost Island. Both Yamato and Jack have awakened the color of knowledge one after another, and each received dozens of times the return. It's a pity that Linley's observation haki is already at a relatively high level. Just returning the most basic level of knowledge and knowledge cannot improve his level of knowledge and knowledge. Return to the banquet hall in the fort. Under Yin's arrangement, food was quickly arranged for everyone in the alliance group. Among them, the one in front of Linley is undoubtedly the richest. Want to regain strength? Eating as much meat as possible is undoubtedly a better way. Yin and Katakuri are still in good condition. It didn't take long to stop. Only Linley was left to eat and drink. While eating, he discussed with Jin and Katakuri about the specific countermeasures. Cracker and Daifuku also added a few sentences from time to time to check for omissions and fill in vacancies. We ate and chatted here, and 2 hours passed quickly. Just as Linley had almost finished eating, he was still discussing tactics. Outside the banquet hall, a figure suddenly walked in and respectfully said to the three of Linley. Master! There is a person from the World Economic News Agency outside, and I want to see you. Let him in. Soon, a figure wearing a green vest, led by the beast staff, walked in. Mr. Linley, your delivery has arrived. Because it has long been known from the mouth of Morgans. Plus after the armistice, Beckman and Smoothie got in touch. Learned what happened. So Linley knew it all at the moment. It's just that in my heart, I'm actually somewhat excited. Quickly took a box from the green vest. Open it and take a look, what is it if it is not Yan Mo? Only. The current Yan Mo has successfully been promoted to a drama of the highest level. Yan Mo. Seeing this scene, Yin couldn't help being stunned. I don't understand which one is Linley and the World Economic News Agency. On the contrary, Katakuri, Cracker and others smiled and said. Congratulations Linley, it seems Yan Mo has been repaired. And it seems to be more sharp than before. Good. The current Yan Mo has been successfully promoted to the Supreme Sword through the hands of Master Kozaburo. I see. Yin suddenly realized. Linley played with it fondly for a while. Quite curiously, he asked the green vest. It stands to reason that the distance from Shimatsuki village to Wano-kuni. Even if it is possible to fly, it will take at least a while to arrive. Yan Mo clearly repaired it not long ago. How did you do it? To know. Linley just didn't think it would be possible to wait until Yanmo's restoration was completed. Then hurried to Wano Kuni. Without any exaggeration. Even if there is no Yan's return in this battle. As long as Yan Mo, who has been promoted to the Supreme Sword, is in hand. The results obtained will definitely be better than now. Hey! The green vest smiled proudly. The fruit I ate next is in the form of the bird fruit sonic bird. Although I am not good at fighting, and the strengthening of constitution is also very limited. But, the flying speed can reach 800 km per hour at the extreme limit. So it's 2.1. If it is this speed. No wonder then. Dry Express, indeed very promising. Yan Mo in his hand. Between Linley's brows, the solemnity has disappeared. Because in this way. To deal with the upcoming marine, you will be sure. After Linley got Yan Mo, his expression relaxed. Yin, Katakuri and the others were a little puzzled. Even if it is the supreme sharp knife. Will it be of great help to defend against the marine's attack in the future? Most of the time. Although the supreme 12 skills of the Great Kuai-Deo is much stronger than the 21 skills of the Great Kuai-Deo. But because of the existence of haki, often for the top powerhouses, the symbolic meaning is greater than the actual meaning. But how do they know? Before Linley mastered the fusion of demon power and two-color haki. How much does Yan Mo mean to him? So. Next, 1 hour before Marine's arrival, we need to recover as much stamina and haki as possible. Chapter 107. Wano Kuni offshore. Several warships of Marine have stopped in front of the turbulent current. Sengoku, Akainu, Tsuru, and Jun. Standing on the bow of the main ship. Behind the first three, there are several members of the Marine Intelligence Department, reporting the latest information collected to Sengoku. So that he can make the best decision. The great war between the Beasts Pirates and their reinforcements and the Raid Alliance, is over. According to information from CP0. This war ended with a truce between the two sides. But judging by the results, it's not hard to see the real winner. Rayleigh dies. Nearly half of the elites of the Crusade Alliance have been lost. Whitebeard is alive or dead. More than an hour ago, the Crusade Alliance has withdrawn from Wano Kuni. Their fleet seems to have withdrawn from another direction deliberately in order to avoid us. Paused. Another intelligence officer answered. As for the Beasts Pirates and their reinforcements, the Beasts had over 1,000 casualties, and the reinforcements were unscathed. Kaido fell into a coma, and has never reappeared in CPO's field of vision, most likely because he never woke up. And Linley was seriously injured. Although he hadn't fallen into a coma before he left their sight, it is speculated that he might not be far away. After all, after killing Pluton Rayleigh, he was already seriously injured, not to mention defeating Day afterward. The last intelligence officer added. In addition, CP0 highlighted a word, Conqueror's haki. It is said that Whitebeard exclaimed after seeing Linley's Conquerors. Asterisk 23 and above. Listen to the detailed information. The four people at the bow all looked at each other in blank dismay, terrified. Full of unbelievable and unbelievable. In addition to Zywin. The faces of the other three were all gloomy. Even Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world. They all lost? Still alive or dead? When? The gold content of the world's #1 swordsman is higher than that of the world's strongest man? This is the end result. Undoubtedly exceeded their expectations. According to the original idea. In the end, it should be a loss for both sides, and it should end in a disastrous victory for the Crusade Alliance. Sengoku at this time, silent. The face full of solemnity was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Undoubtedly, these intelligences set off a turbulent sea in my heart. Linley, this guy. First, in the process of fighting Rayleigh and Jabba with 1 against 2 at the same time, he killed Rayleigh. After being seriously injured, he won a battle against Whitebeard, who was also no longer at his peak. That kid Linley is only 13 years old now. He has such combat power at this age. Is it a bit too monstrous? It's been a long time. Sengoku quietly broke the silence. It's really incredible. I'm afraid the results of the first battle between the two sides will be published by the World Economic News Agency in a few days. When the time comes, how much shock will it cause in the world? It seems that other than the title of the world's #1 swordsman and the world's strongest man, it will fall to that kid soon. One person. There are two strongest titles. Think of the previous measures against Linley. Sengoku suddenly felt a little out of his wits. He actually tried to interfere with Linley's reputation and make it surpass Kaido. To arouse mutual suspicion? If it is an ordinary person, it may still work. But for this monster, it is now clear. Kaido was defeated by Whitebeard. And Whitebeard was defeated by Linley. It goes without saying who is stronger and who is weaker for adoptive father and son. What? After Whitebeard defeated Kaido, it doesn't count if the strength is greatly reduced. So what about Linley killing Rayleigh? In the Beast's Pirates, where might is all that matters. I'm afraid it is inevitable that Linley calls the shots. The key is Ghost Conqueror's Haki. As soon as I heard the word ghosts and gods, he inevitably thought of the Battle of the Valley of Gods that year. Even if he didn't experience it himself. But as support, they rushed to the Valley of the Gods immediately. When he arrives, that kind of scene is like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He still remembers it to this day. The presence of someone from the world government was even more alarming. The God's punishment was directly sent down, and the entire Valley of Gods was completely wiped out from the world. Ito. The one who owns the Ghost Conquerors. Appear again. And it's only been half a year since it appeared. Such an amazing achievement. Defeat the ant who is the leader of one of the three major factions today. Defeat the two monsters of the new generation of Marine, even when others are holding them back. Kill former Roger Pirates vice captain, Pluton Rayleigh. Defeat world's strongest man Whitebeard. Such a brilliant and incredible record. Back then, even the rocks couldn't do it. Thinking of this, Sengoku's heart trembled involuntarily. Eyes, quickly become firm. Never let another rocks appear in this world. And Linley, no doubt scarier than rocks. Otherwise, this sea will never be peaceful. This matter, in addition to reporting to the marshal, you have to report to the 5 elders as soon as possible. Good. After all, Crane and Sengoku are comrades in arms of the same age. Instantly understood. Thinking of the defeated Whitebeard, I couldn't help feeling. Thanks to Whitebeard and Rayleigh for such an unwise move. Otherwise, once we give him more time to grow, let us discover the existence of the Ghost Conquerors. At that time, the threat to us will far exceed rocks. Now is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss this time, I'm afraid you won't find such a good opportunity again in the future. So. Akainu on the side also quickly calmed down. Eyes are getting hotter. For him who implements the concept of radical justice. In any case, never miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sengoku Admiral, should we go directly to Wano Kuni now, or split up to catch up? With the current force. If the troops are divided, I'm afraid it won't have the desired effect. In his opinion, whether it is the Beast's Pirates or the Whitebeard Pirates, they are all evil pirate forces who are eager to destroy them. And the former is undoubtedly the primary goal. Asking questions, his intentions are naturally self-evident. One more. Thinking that Kuzan, who is as famous as himself, and Polisalino were all defeated by Linley. He is the only marine monster who has not yet formally fought Linley. Desperate to find a place for Marine, of course. Something they can't do. It doesn't mean you can't do it. He who always thought he was above the other two. Definitely have confidence in yourself. Garp and Aokiji have been notified to lead the team, and it's up to them to hunt down the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku had clearly prepared in advance, and even made up his mind. Since the Whitebeard pirates have only evacuated for more than an hour, then race against time, before it's too late. Never give them time to breathe. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel extremely fortunate. Fortunately, after learning the news that the Crusade Alliance was going to Wano Kuni, reported to Marshal Kong without hesitation. Bring the team here for the first time. Otherwise, if it is a few days later, 450. Give Linley and the Beast's pirates a break. I'm afraid there will be huge variables. Now, it's just right. It's just that the support of the Big Mom pirates has arrived, we must not be careless. Though Charlotte Linley hasn't been seen for a while. If she also appears in Wano Kuni, I am afraid that the difficulty of achieving the goal will be greatly increased, even if she really appears. Under Akainu's stern face, there is a firm belief. So he said without hesitation. Then leave it to me. Junhu has been silent on the side. See, Wano Kuni is near. He clearly knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is an act of justice. But in my heart, I felt a little contradictory for no reason. Completely wipe out the pirate forces on the sea. It is undoubtedly the unanimous dream of most Marines. She is no exception. Whether it is the Beast's pirates or the Whitebeard pirates, it is undoubtedly a great honor to be able to personally participate in the destruction. But because of that young figure, she actually came up with a wrong idea. Marine this time. More or less taking advantage of others. Even if you know it's wrong to think so. When Marine faces pirates, as long as he can wipe them out, no matter what means he uses, he can't be called despicable. She naturally knows and recognizes this. But the conflict in my heart, no matter what, is uncontrollable. At this point, she can't change anything. I can only think in my heart. At least, I can personally send him off for the last time. Just when she was conflicted in her heart, her eyes were complicated. At some point in the distance, two figures flew towards the warship. Chapter 108. The screen returns to Ghost Island. After eating and drinking, Linley gathered everyone in the meeting hall after taking a break. Various arrangements are arranged in an orderly manner. Above Dengtian Waterfall, the fleet is waiting in full battle, setting up an ambush. Marine must not be allowed to log into Wano Kuni, or Ghost Island. This battle will focus on naval battles. In terms of ship weapons, we are far behind Marine, so we must act first. Of course, we also have advantages, sea stone shells and bullets. Don't be stingy, as long as you see a warship, give me a blast. Yes, Master. Hearing everyone's responses, Linley nodded in satisfaction. He is very clear. Marine is not the same as Raid Alliance. Presumably at the beginning, Kaido considered that Whitebeard and Rayleigh had concerns and would never destroy Odin's home. Will definitely choose to log into Onigashima. That's why they set up various ambushes on Ghost Island in advance. However, Marine has no such concerns. Whether it's Wano Kuni, or Ghost Island, we must find ways to prevent Marine from landing. The reason is simple. Just say Akainu. He who has the lava fruit ability. In order to achieve the goal, it is inevitable to use the fruit awakening ability without hesitation. Permanently change geography. This is not like Sabayati Archipelago, it is the site of celestial dragons. There is simply no such concern as Aokiji and Kizaru. By then, even drive Marine away. The damage to the environment is irreversible. Therefore, the best way to resist naval battles, of course. On the other hand, the crusade against the Alliance is different. Naval battle has the ability of Whitebeard's shock fruit. Naval battle is purely a gift. Ask for trouble. With Shock Fruit's abilities, it's easy to ride the stormy waves. It's easy to destroy the fleet. Obviously, Marine cannot do this. Following Linley's orders, the people among the beasts followed the order and went to various places to take their positions. The spies are also constantly reporting on Marine's movements. Since the crusade against the Alliance left, almost all the spies immediately went to the offshore Wano Kuni to investigate Marine's movements. Master, the information is sent back from the front, and the Marine has entered the Wano Kuni coastal waters. About entering the Uzumaki Sea. The Uzumaki Sea area, that is, the turbulent current. Good. Linley nodded, immediately got up from his seat, and said in a low voice to everyone. Everyone. As long as we survive this battle, New World will be the world of our alliance. Come and don't reciprocate. After driving away Marine, whether it is the Whitebeard pirates or Marine, we will surely usher in our revenge. Let's wait and see. The bitter fruit this time, my father and I will never just swallow it like this. Revenge, revenge. Linley's words undoubtedly excited everyone in the two-regiment alliance. Although the threat of Marine is now coming. But at this moment, confidence in Linley. Obviously beyond the fear of Marine. Linley's record in the battle against the Alliance. Suffice it to say it all. It is more than enough to make everyone's confidence rapidly swell. Let's go, Ember. Linley turned his head and sneered. The so-called visitor is a guest, as the host, how can you not greet him personally? Katakuri, I will entrust you with the command of the specific sea battle counterattack. Don't worry, I know what to do. Katakuri nodded quickly and agreed. Because in the double-team alliance, only Linley and Yin can fly. Naturally, it became the first line of defense to prevent Marine from entering. In fact, in Linley's mind, it is actually the last line of defense. My family has suffered heavy losses. Said it was a naval battle. It's just the last block that can't be stopped. If you can't stop Marine, you will be forced to land, whether it is landing on Wano Kuni or Ghost Island. In fact, it's already lost. Katakuri and other reinforcements are extremely important to the Big Mom pirates. The original alliance with it was to dispel the coveted thoughts of other forces. But now the Beast's pirates can't take care of themselves for a short time. If the support army loses too much, I am afraid that after this, he will be unable to control the huge sphere of influence. This was something Linley didn't want to see. Fly in the air. Linley exhorted. Later you stay farther. Once a fight breaks out, just sit by and watch, and don't interfere. If you run out of energy, take me back. As Linley imagined. In any case, we must try our best to destroy the warship. Thus, don't talk about landing on the island. Whether Marine can go back alive is a question. It's a pity that what Linley thought of, Sengoku on the warship, couldn't be unexpected. Facing the restless Sengoku. In fact, Linley didn't have much confidence. After all, time is running out after all. Just over 2 hours of rest. Although the injury has recovered to 78-88. However, the depleted armed color and demon power obviously cannot be fully recovered so quickly. Especially Yaeli. Because it is necessary to continue to use the monster power to regenerate and restore the injury, even if the recovery is more than the consumption, it is only less than 40% of the recovery. Oh, I see. Yin understood and nodded quickly. During the conversation between the two, several warships suddenly appeared in the sight of the two of them. Walk. As soon as the words were finished, Linley took the lead, a green light appeared all over his body, and he came to the sky above the warship first. Yin was not much slower than him. Arrives almost at the speed of the front and rear feet. At this time on the warship, Sengoku, Akainu and others also found their traces in the distance. Did not wait for them to react. Next second, Linley's figure flickered. unknown when it appeared on Marine's main ship. He sat down comfortably on the armrest not far from Sengoku and others. He ignored Sengoku et al. Instead, he took the lead in saying hello to the complicated Jun. Haven't seen you for a long time. Sword skills, have you improved compared to last time? Ah. Jun was taken aback. Listening to that familiar voice. Looking at the still explosive looks. Scenes on the island where the Donquixote family is headquartered. Quickly come to mind. The heart, I don't know when to speed up the beating speed. Even his cheeks were involuntarily stained with a blush. Sengoku and Akainu turned to look at her. Cast a strange look. Immediately reacted, stammered. Still, okay. Yet. Linley still smiled and encouraged. I said that before long, you will be among the top 5 swordsmen in the world. I'm at the top of the sword hero, waiting for your arrival. Jun didn't have time to reply. Linley is so defiant. Already the anger in Akainu's heart chuckled, and it rose up. Boy! Don't be too arrogant. At his age of 35 years old. If you don't look at the strength. There is nothing wrong with calling Linley a brat. At any rate, he is more than 20 years older than Linley. It seems that Linley was very dissatisfied at being interrupted from communicating with Jun. Frowning slightly, he just glanced at Akainu casually. In an instant. Boom! A well-targeted momentum. Precisely avoided everyone on the warship, and quickly swept every corner of Akainu's body. Conquerors pressed down like a mountain. A little cold sweat broke out involuntarily on Akainu's forehead. Sengoku at the side naturally wouldn't tolerate Linley's presumptuousness. The Conqueror's haki erupted from his body immediately and rushed towards Linley like a huge wave. Boom! In a blink of an eye, the 2 strands of Conqueror's haki, like 2 turbulent waves with opposite trajectories, collided together. Kika. When the 2 sides collide, the entire main ship seemed to be under tremendous pressure, and tiny cracks began to appear quickly. Ah! And if so? Seeing that the conquerors of the 2 sides are at a stalemate, it seems that no one can do anything to the other. Another invisible wave like no other. Quietly joined in. The original evenly matched scene. Changes happen in an instant. I saw one of the huge waves, and a huge wave of the same size rushed from behind. Add 2 by 2. They blend perfectly with each other. Thus, the balance is broken in an instant. There is a completely one-sided trend. The double huge wave that had been perfectly integrated broke through the originally evenly matched opponent and rushed towards Sengoku in a blink of an eye. Next second. It just feels like Sengoku being crushed by a mountain. Also like Akainu. A little cold sweat broke out involuntarily on his forehead. At this time, Linley glanced at Sengoku, and said with a blank face. Buddha's Sengoku. I have long admired my name. Hehe. Sengoku, who suffered a loss when they met for the first time, adjusted his glasses with a serious face and forced a few laughs. Then he raised his voice not to be outdone. How? The #1 swordsman in the world. Don't take good care of your wounds, but come here to welcome the arrival of our marine. A guest from afar, if you don't come out to greet him, it's not justified. Can you tell me, you guys, what do you want to do? Talking. Kang. Linley slowly pulled out Yan Mo. As if playing with some fun toy, he curled his fingers and flicked the blade lightly. A posture that didn't pay attention to everyone at all. Seeing this scene, Akainu, who was sweating coldly, frowned almost into a kaikan. While the anger in his heart grew stronger, his complexion also became ugly. He wanted to make a desperate move. But now, at the top of the table is Sengoku. Out of respect, I still forcibly endured it. Even Crane, his expression is also not good looking at the moment. What do you say? Take a breath. Sengoku took off his glasses, wiped them and put them back on. I heard that the beast's pirates, just passed by the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger remnants. Battle. It just so happened that we were on a mission nearby, so we stopped by and wanted to invite you, the world's #1 swordsman, and the famous pirate Kaido, to visit Impel Down. How? Will you take the initiative to come with us, or do you want us to be polite first? A guest. Linley smiled dumbly and shook his head lightly. Not urgent. The visitor is a guest, how can you not give me a greeting gift? Hearing this, Akainu was obviously a little impatient, too lazy to listen to these nonsense. He snorted coldly. Sengoku Admiral, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Since you have come to seek death, let him be fulfilled. As he spoke, he stared at Linley solemnly. Let you pirates spend too much time in New World. It's been so long, that the world has forgotten that the master of this sea is marine. From now on, Wano Kuni will welcome the asylum of the world government, and no longer need to be harassed by you bastards. Ha 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 ha. Yin, who was flying in the air, couldn't help laughing loudly. It really fits your marine style. Even taking advantage of people's danger, you can say it so righteously and awe-inspiring. Joke. Akainu was non-committal, with a cold and murderous expression on his face, and said, What are you talking about taking advantage of others with you pirates? As long as they are pirates, they should all be damned. Without exception. Chapter 109. As long as you are a pirate, you should die. Hee hee. When Linley heard this sentence, he laughed directly. Finally, he was willing to move his eyes to Akainu. Eyes full of sarcasm and disdain. The slogan is so loud. Speaking as if you Marines are so righteous. Did you forget who you are? Is not it? Akainu asked without answering. If Marine is not considered justice, is it possible that you pirates can still represent justice? Ah! Linley shook his head slightly, not interested in pestering him, but looked at Sengoku. It seems that you Marines have fabricated a set of lies to cover up the truth, and now you even believe it. How pathetic! Nonsense! Sengoku looked solemn, and said coldly. This sea has become so chaotic precisely because of your existence. Catching and even eradicating crimes is the responsibility of Marine itself. Where are the lies? Yet. Not necessarily. Linley said in a light tone. It's okay to say that we pirates are evil. Could it be that the occupants of the escaped ship in the O'Hara incident are also the crimes in your mouth? As soon as the words came out, Sengoku's expression changed immediately. It's like a JC, but the prisoner pointed out his unbearable nature. More importantly, how did Linley know what happened in O'Hara? The O'Hara incident is a top secret. There is no way it will leak out of Marine. B. Could it be that the son of the devil is in the hands of the beast's pirates? Thinking of this possibility, Sengoku's face instantly became cloudy. The O'Hara incident. Akainu, on the other hand, obviously didn't care. Although he didn't know where Linley learned about it. But it doesn't hinder his attitude at all. Since we have decided to destroy the evil place of O'Hara, we must eradicate it. If there are historians who try to spread evil ideas and get on that ship, all the efforts of Marine will be in vain. To deal with evil, there can be no room for compromise. This is what Akainu said 2 years ago to his subordinates who questioned his actions. 2. His attitude is still so firm. Cranes and Jun on the side. Although not visible on the face. But when I heard this, I felt somewhat ashamed. Such behavior. Obviously not in line with their ideas. Akainu on the matter, passed. If it were them, it would never rain on the shipwreck that has been released. In fact, it is precisely because of this that Aokiji questioned the justice he insisted on. Only then did what happened later. Burning justice transformed into lazy justice. In the original book, even the fight for Marshall and leaving Marine are strictly related to this. Papa. Linley clapped his hands lightly. Pretty. So sad for that group of people. Just because of the word "in case," I was sent a sexual cold. Then, he asked the same question again. It's still the same question, have you forgotten your identities? No matter how beautiful the makeup is, in the final analysis, they are just celestial dragons group of miscellaneous watchdogs. What kind of justice? Ridiculous. See what 5 elders said about Marine? Marine is just the outer face of the world government. If you really want to represent justice, it is also the justice of celestial dragons. The starting point is to maintain the world government and the rule of nobles everywhere. The core essence, to put it nicely, is a violent institution affiliated to the world government. To put it bluntly, he's just a loyal dog of the celestial dragons. That's it. Where can I put such a righteous face on my face? Taking advantage of both the Beast's pirates and the Raid Alliance. If you want a wave of double kills, just say it. Is it possible that Linley will still accuse Marine of not taking advantage of others? What are you doing with so many high-sounding reasons? His eyes swept over Sengoku, Akainu, Tsuru and Jun respectively. Linley seems to have thought of an interesting question. I'm really curious about one thing. Since you claim to be righteous, then when Celestial Dragons is doing evil, if the object he bullies is a hard-working civilian, or it's your family, and what are you going to do? Hearing this, the faces of several people changed immediately. No answer. It is impossible to answer. When Jun heard this, his eyes were extremely flustered, and he didn't dare to look Linley directly. Because of this problem. She has been deliberately avoiding it all the time. Understood. The expressions of several people are enough to explain everything. Linley couldn't help chuckling. That laughter was heard in Zaiwan. Points in harsh. Although it's just 2 simple words. Kaido. But in her heart, it was like a strong storm was set off. Totally restless. It was as if the unbearable essence was seen through by the idol at a glance. She was a little ashamed. This problem. Not to mention personal experience. Even thinking about it is enough to make her deliberately avoid it. Well, that's all about justice. Akainu, since you said that anyone who is a pirate deserves to die, then what are you going to do? Shouted such arrogant slogans. There must be enough strength to support it. Otherwise, it's just a joke. Really thought, this era is called Sakazuki? Formerly known as King Marine? To be honest, Linley himself doesn't have much ill feeling towards Akainu. Just this sentence. But it's really ridiculous. How to do it? Then just wait and see. Seemingly hearing Linley's disdain, Yin couldn't help sneering. Linley in his heyday. He may not be sure. Linley, who fought Whitebeard for both losses. Haven't got it yet? Taking advantage of others or something. He doesn't think so. He insists on the concept of radical justice. From the day I became a Marine, I made up my mind to eradicate all evils. In other words, one day, all the pirates in the sea will be wiped out. He's not like Kuzan, Polo Salino, or even Sengoku. No one has a more resolute and thorough attitude towards pirates than him. As long as evil can be eradicated, even at all costs and by any means, it is justice for him. It seems that you are very confident. Aokiji, Kizaru, have all been taught. The 3 marine monsters of the new era, only you have never committed crimes. As he spoke, Linley stood up slowly, looked at Sengoku with regret and said. It seems that the meeting ceremony can only be delivered. The words just fell off. There seemed to be 2 rose petals, which dyed his eyes red. Unprecedented powerful momentum. In an instant, it swept like a violent storm. This moment. Before his demon god conquerors. The entire warship seemed to be sailing in a stormy sea. crumbling. It seems that at any time and anywhere there is a risk of shipwreck and loss of life. Really? Facing this unusually strong momentum, cold sweat kept breaking out on Sengoku's forehead. My heart was even more awe-inspiring. This momentum. Sure enough, it is different from ordinary Conqueror's haki. Only the legendary ghost god Conquerors has such a vicious and killing aura. Realized that what CP0 said was true. While Sengoku confirmed what he thought in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, the beast's pirates and the crusade against the alliance were captured, and it was a time of life and death. Come. This time. If everything goes well, the two huge threats can be eliminated. Just when he was feeling rejoicing, that strong aura seemed to be condensed towards Yanemo in Linley's hand. In an instant, Linley seemed to be a different person. Become invisible. As if is an ordinary person. Abe. The space around Yanemo in his hand. At some point, signs of contraction began to appear. It seems that the surrounding space is moving closer and compressing to Yanemo. Endless black and green lightning, uncharacteristically, gathered on Yanmo's blade from the outside to the inside. Into black particles. Every particle seems to be able to swallow the line of sight. The light shines on the area around Yanmo's body. They all disappeared. Chapter 110. Looking down at everything that happened on the warship, Yin had completely removed the mask from his face. Full of doubts. What kind of move is this? First, the incomparably fierce and domineering shocking momentum. In the blink of an eye, it suddenly disappeared. It seems that everything is condensed in the whole body of Yanemo, who can swallow even his sight. Even he, a bystander, felt a sense of trepidation in his heart. The same is true for the bystanders in the air. Not to mention the 4 people on the main ship at the moment. Obviously, compared to the scene of turbulent waves and overflowing waves. At this moment, Linley seemed so insignificant and unremarkable. But the more so. The sense of crisis that rushed into my heart like a tide became thicker and stronger. Observation Haki's warning. The magnitude of the intensity has reached the level of appalling. Even, for them, it is completely unprecedented. Among them, the feeling of Akainu is the strongest. What's going on? At this moment, under the erosion of this sense of crisis, his face distorted uncontrollably. The hairs on his hands stood up one by one. Puzzle and horror flickered in his eyes for no reason. It seems to have a premonition of the strong crisis that will be faced next. Hateful. Realizing that he lost his composure, Akainu only felt extremely annoyed in his heart. Gritting his teeth, a sentence popped out. Let me see what the world's #1 swordsman is capable of. The words just fell off. Hot magma began to pop out of his body. See, Linley is still gaining momentum. Without hesitation, he blasted out a huge lava fist. Ah! Next second. Eyes have locked on Akainu's Linley. Chuckle. The figure moved. Then. A scene frozen in time. Finally, the long-lost reappears from Linley again. This moment. Objects that are still in motion. It seems that except for Linley and Yanemo. Nothing else. He just swung the knife. An unremarkable knife. Shua sound. It's like letting the entire sea, night falls in an instant, and the sky is dark. The sea in the dark. There is still a starry sky embellishment. But at this moment, everyone seems to be unable to feel a ray of light. Vicious, murderous, desperate. All kinds of emotions are not enough to fill the atrium. The candle in my heart went out quietly. Before they knew it, everyone seemed to have sunk into the endless darkness. Akainu just felt a little dazed. In a trance. It seems to recall the despair he felt from pirates when he was young. In a trance. Kong has Ling Yun's ambition to destroy all pirates, but feels powerless and deeply helpless at the birth of the era of great pirates. Not good. When he woke up suddenly, he realized that his will had become so depressed just now. Can't help but be horrified. Realizing that it can't go on like this any longer, he looked up to the sky unwillingly and screamed. How can you hope for the current you? Seeing Yan-mo in Linley's hands approaching. Lava Fruit's abilities exploded crazily. All of them condensed towards the giant lava fist in front of them. In an instant. Under the full force of Akainu. It swelled several times. With the firm will that he would never give in to a pirate, and even take this opportunity to wipe him out. Akainu took the initiative to meet him without fear. Oops! Sengoku also came back to his senses at this time. It immediately turned into a giant Buddha with golden light. Aware of this move that could affect his will. Never wait! Hastily exclaimed. Akainu, open! Don't hit hard! As he spoke, he blasted a violent shock wave at Linley without hesitation. Try to attack it to save it. Now he obviously doesn't care about the siege or not. King's Landing has been in the sea for so many years. He had never seen such a restrained move before. There is no need to even imagine how terrifying it will be once this restraint turns into an explosion. Akainu. Crane was obviously aware of this, and hastily reminded him from the sidelines. Whether it's Sengoku, or Crane, it's too late to react. In an instant. All objects that touch Yan-mo. For example, the huge giant lava fist. It's like being wiped from this world all of a sudden. In a blink of an eye, in a trance, it disappeared completely. Silently. Not even a trace of warmth. If you look carefully at Yan-mo, you can find those dense black spots. There was a flash of red light. Such an eerie sight. The caster of the giant lava fist couldn't help but freeze in place. Bewildered, he roared. What on earth is it? Before Akainu could figure it out. Hearing the voices of Sengoku and Crane, he also realized that he couldn't fight head to head, so he made a quick decision and quickly retreated. He blasted back the wind blade very fast. However, Yan-mo is faster. The moment when Linley swept over with Yan-mo. Boom! There was a loud bang. The wild waves swept across the world, and the clutter swept the tower officials. Endless energy. The moment Yan-mo touched Akainu, all of a brain burst out. A critical moment of life and death. Akainu finally realized the horror of this move. Thinking that he didn't dodge immediately, but instead took the initiative to attack. Regret is obviously too late. Immediately without hesitation, he turned on the elementalization of his whole body. Trying to avoid this terrifying blow by changing the shape. At the same time, the main ship was suddenly invaded by this energy. There was a violent explosion. Boom! It's like a warship full of explosives that exploded at the same time in an instant. In a blink of an eye, the entire warship was blown to pieces by the killing wave. The broken eaves and broken walls fell into the sea together with everyone on the warship like rain of debris. Poof! Whether it is Sengoku, or Crane, Zaiwan, or other marines on the warship. Without exception. And Akainu, because it is in the center of the energy explosion. It is on the edge of the warship. Almost at the moment when the warship exploded, it had already fallen into the sea. Poof! Even if he bursts out the ability of Lava Fruit with all his strength. Even the surroundings after he fell into the water turned into a sea of magma. But it's just the aftermath of endless energy, as if the entire sea was suddenly poured into the magma sea. Zi la. At that moment, Akainu only felt his elemental body, as if he was about to be vaporized. The body quickly turned black. As if about to solidify into shiny obsidian. The severe pain caused him to let out a flaccid cold snort uncontrollably. Hiss! Akainu! The few people who fell into the water jumped onto another warship not far away in time, even though they stepped on the broken wood wall floating in the sea at the first time. But Akainu's screams were so penetrating. Accompanied by these screams, he completely fell into the sea. The few people who returned to the boat could no longer see him at all. Can't help showing worry. But at this moment, the energy is still exploding. If you go to the rescue so hastily, you will be torn apart by the explosive energy. For a moment, he could only stare at the location of the energy explosion with concern. All is calm. Go down and find him. Asking for flowers. He's a demon fruit power, he might die if he falls into the sea. Anxious Sengoku saw this, and immediately gave instructions to the marines around him impatiently. If it weren't for him, he is also a fruit ability user. I'm afraid I will return to the sea to save people immediately. So under Sengoku's order, many marines who hadn't eaten the devil fruit jumped into the sea one after another, searching for Akainu's courtyard. Akainu Vice Admiral. Where are you? Ahem. At this moment, not far away, there was a sudden coughing sound. I saw Akainu clutching a piece of driftwood, his face was pale, and he was lying on it weakly, panting heavily. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. After falling into the sea. If it wasn't for grabbing a plank in time, I'm afraid it won't float up at all. Oh! Linley, who had just sheathed his knife, couldn't help smiling softly when he saw the embarrassed figure. Looks like good luck. Have to say. Akainu can also be regarded as the son of destiny of the marine camp. Facing him without hesitation, he came up with a blow from the sacred calendar of Kaishin. If it hadn't fallen into the sea, timely escaped from the center of the energy explosion. But on the earth, I'm afraid I have to lose half of my life if I don't die. You really look like a lagging dog. Forbear some tired body. Linley obviously didn't intend to just let Akainu go. A figure flashed. Appeared in the sky above Akainu in an instant. Draw the knife out of its sheath. Getting ready to slash. Boom. At this moment, an extremely strong shock wave hit Linley in an instant. Ah! Turning his head to look, he saw Sengoku, who had transformed into a golden Buddha, staring at Linley. But if he continues to attack, he will mercilessly send out a shock wave posture. Never mind. Linley knows her own situation. Not wanting to tangle with Sengoku. Then, the figure flickered and disappeared again. Appeared on the warship where Sengoku and others were. Just like talent. Sit down as if in no man's land. Sneered at Sengoku. The three marine monsters. But that's all. Now, it is undoubtedly alive. One counts as one, and all of them were defeated by him. With disdain on his lips, Linley couldn't hide the look of pity in his eyes. Because neither haki nor demon power has been restored. In addition, Yan Mo is in hand. Therefore, he didn't intend to fight desperately like he was on Ghost Island. So coming up is the strongest blow. However, it uses a move that combines demon power and two-color haki. Undoubtedly, the consumption is extremely huge. To know. After using that trick on the ant at the beginning, the whole person is about to collapse. Now although the demon power has doubled again. Conquerors, advanced to the demon god Conquerors. The intermediate armed color is also advanced to emission. No doubt about the strength. Compared to when I fought against Big Mom, I cheated a lot. But in his state, it is expected to be cast only twice at most. It has to be consumed. That's why he carried Yin. Just wait for yourself to be exhausted, and let the wife take herself back. Now, one of the two chances to make moves was used up. But it didn't kill Akainu. Although it seems that it has basically lost its fighting power. But how can he not feel sorry? Although he also knew that it might not be an easy task to kill a Logia-capable user. Linley's underestimating words instantly set Sengoku on fire. Even the crane's face is extremely unattractive. But even then annoyed. Akainu is in such a weak state at this moment. Still far beyond their expectations. And the state of Linley. I felt a deep unbelievable knife. Chapter 111. Although Linley's disdain for the three marine monsters in Linley's words made Sengoku and Crane very angry. But the three big monsters were all defeated by him. And Akainu, it's almost a second move. Kizaru and Aokiji, anyway, have been fighting for a long time. Facts speak louder than words. This made the two of them have no face to even refute. Miscalculated. The two looked at each other. They both saw the inconceivable in each other's eyes, and the horror. What kind of monster is this? They never imagined. Linley fought with Pluton Rayleigh and Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. How could he still maintain such a terrifying combat power? Who can believe this? At this moment, Sengoku felt a little bit broken in his heart, and he almost scolded directly in his heart. Suddenly, he seems to be able to relate to the old enemy Whitebeard. Not long ago Whitebeard was defeated. Also very unhappy, right? The most powerful man in the world, even in the face of the One Piece Roger, is not inferior. But lost in the hands of a young man? Say 8432. Others will only think it's nonsense. If he has never experienced it himself, it is just hearsay. The rumor-mongers will inevitably be pulled out to shoot. It's outrageous. It's just off the charts. This world. In the past 800 years, apart from the legendary Joey Boy, where else has such a monster appeared? Looking at Lin Zhong with a relaxed face, he still didn't pay attention to Sengoku or even everyone on the warship. Sengoku was horrified and confused, he didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. It's hard to come across such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I was full of confidence. Even he, who is almost 60, is full of enthusiasm. I intend to firmly seize this opportunity and take away Wano Kuni in one fell swoop. Completely bring Wano Kuni under the banner of world government. Thus, in the future, there is no need to ask others for strategic materials such as sea stone. How can there be any need to make deals with pirates? On the other hand, Garp went to hunt down the Crusade Alliance. Once both sides can achieve their due achievements. New World. It will no longer be a threat to Marine or even the world government. And he, Sengoku, will also establish a feat that the previous generations of Marine admirals could not do. But now, just one Linley completely shattered his fantasy. This feeling of going to the top but falling to the bottom undoubtedly made him extremely uncomfortable. The most important is, he has no way of judging now, how many times Linley can perform the attack just now. And, how many whole cards are there? He couldn't help asking himself. Ruokai's move just now. If it is up to him to deal with it, how will it end? In fact, I already have the answer in my heart. If you don't dodge in time, I'm afraid it won't be much better than Akainu. Crane obviously saw the meaning of his eyes. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Linley is targeting Akainu. Otherwise, just as Sengoku and Tsuru made eye contact, Linley inadvertently glanced at Ji-Yuan out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, this little fangirl is completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Akainu lying on the plank. Can't believe what I saw. Ah! With a chuckle, Linley spoke lightly. I saw that he first gave a command to Yin in the air. Take care of him, whoever dares to go down to save him, kill him. Good. Yin pulled out his giant samurai sword expressionlessly. The figure dropped suddenly. Seeing this, Sengoku was about to stop it. But the piercing gaze made his body stiff and he forcibly stopped his movements. Right now Linley is on the warship. If he made a move on Yin, I'm afraid Linley will never stand idly by. The main ship has been destroyed. If there is one, there are two. In case all warships are destroyed, the whole group of them is afraid that they will be wiped out here. What's more, in Linley's order just now, there was no order to kill Akainu. Although he doesn't think that, except for Linley, other people can pose a threat to Akainu's life. Even Akainu, who has lost his fighting power. Thinking of this, he did not act rashly. Seeing how tactful he was, Linley nodded slightly. It's still the same problem. Now is your chance to reorganize the language. Can you tell me, you guys, what do you want to do in Wano Kuni? The words just fell off. The corners of Linley's mouth turned up slightly. At this point the question is asked again. The mentality of the two sides is completely different. The moment Akainu loses his combat power, Linley's confidence also came up. Before that, his only concern. That is to say, the landing of Marine cannot be stopped. The Fruit Awakening ability was cast by Akainu. But now, this threat is no more. So, even at this moment, he can only use one trick. After use up. Even if you don't collapse, I'm afraid it will be impossible to have fighting power again in a short time. But once cast, definitely for Sengoku. Thus, even if it cannot produce the same effect as Akainu, the threat brought by Marine is basically lifted. Thinking of this, he felt extremely fortunate in his heart. Thanks to Beckman's brain, I thought of entrusting Morgans to use the color of the World Economic News. Let him catch Yan Mo before Marine arrives. Otherwise, diaphragm? I'm afraid it's a dream. Even this time, as long as Akainu had prepared ahead of time, I'm afraid he wouldn't be caught in a second. Hearing this, Sengoku's face froze immediately. I just feel extremely aggrieved. Just now, what was his answer? Invite Linley and Kaido to visit Impel Down. To put it bluntly, the two were caught and thrown into Impel Down. Now, how dare he say that? I'm afraid I dare. But if you ask him to say soft words, it is impossible. Otherwise, what is the face of Admiral? The matter has come to this. What do you think? The old man has never been afraid of any pirates. So, you mean, Marine's next actions will remain the same? That's fine. With that said, Linley waved to Yin. Tell them that the fleet can be launched to meet the enemy. One less marine monster, just one admiral? That's much easier to deal with. Said, couldn't help shaking his head with a smile. Wait a minute. Looking at Linley, it seemed that he really wanted to fight to the end. Crane finally spoke. The two sides just met. Marine has lost a major force. Second only to Sengoku's main force. But they couldn't tell what condition Linley was in. Go on another adventure. Just unwise. Naturally, she could see what Sengoku meant. Also willing to be such a bad face. I'm afraid we have misunderstood each other. Why don't we just stop fighting? Beast's pirates, fighting against the Whitebeard pirates and Roger's remnants soon, and continuing to fight against Marine, I'm afraid it's not a good choice. How? Linley frowned. You Marines can come and go when they want. Maybe it's knowing that Linley won't just let it go. After all, Marine's act of taking advantage of the fire and looting was based on the wrongdoing. And Akainu was seconded, and his momentum and combat power were lost again. Just imagine. If there is no Linley. Even if it was replaced by Roger. I'm afraid Marine can do it. After all, one Whitebeard is enough to give Roger a headache. Therefore, there seemed to be no surprise on Crane's face, and he asked. As the price of truce 3.7, Marine will naturally show you sincerity. Oh? Sincerity. Seeing that there are unexpected gains, Linley couldn't help asking with great interest. What sincerity? Like, warships. If you nod, Marine will leave a warship and hand it over to you beasts. Presumably, whether it is any pirate, even you beasts, they are very interested in Marine's warships, right? As soon as the words came out, Jin, not far away, was obviously moved. Well known. Marine's warships are undoubtedly the best quality among mass-produced ships. If it can break through the technology of warships, forming a large fleet is simply a piece of cake. And for Sengoku, Crane and others, trade a warship for a truce. It's also a good deal. Otherwise, in case Linley can throw that move a few more times, they are afraid that they will be wiped out here. So next, since both sides can't figure out each other's background and thoughts, therefore, things seem to be going in interesting directions. Chapter 112. A warship. A perfect warship. For the pirate forces, it is undoubtedly quite attractive. In the original book, Kurozumi Orokai 20 years later had a similar request. After Doflamingo was defeated, the deal between Beast's pirates and world government was broken. When negotiating the continuation of the transaction, CPO was asked to provide warships as an exchange for the Seastone transaction. It is conceivable that, even 20 years later, warships are attractive to Beast's pirates. Unfortunately, if it was before the crusade to avenge Kojiki Oden, Linley might be very interested. It is estimated that he agreed casually. This time, a mere warship obviously couldn't satisfy his appetite. Just like what I said to everyone in the meeting hall. Whether it's crusade against the Alliance or Marine. $6. Wait for him and Kaido to recover to their peak. We'll never let it go. There will be revenge. Retaliation will inevitably produce a series of problems. For example, the issue of land. Once the territory has been laid, of course it must be occupied. Occupation requires more hands. If you need people, you have to recruit them. Etc., etc. These are all things to fix. Otherwise, after the revenge is over, just leave? Wouldn't it be cheaper for others? If you say before. He didn't really care much about that. The goal is simply to stand on top of the world. Well, now we are getting closer and closer to this goal. It also gradually continued. We all know. Even on the bright side, Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world, that is, the world's sleepiest person. But in fact, even so, it is still impossible to threaten the status of world government. On the contrary, don't look at the Whitebeard pirates calling the wind and rain in New World. Once Marine really has the determination to destroy at all costs. Whitebeard pirates, unstoppable. In the same way, Beast's pirates is not much better. Therefore, this possibility exists. Now that Linley has stood at a certain height, naturally, we have to start thinking about how to prepare. And these 800 years, world government can maintain its rule. Of course, not just rely on Marine and CP0. The owner of that huge void throne. It is the root of everything. I can't imagine what power it has. 20 years after the original book, the kingdom of Lullacia can be destroyed easily. To say it is just destroying a country. Maybe Whitebeard, via shock fruit, can do the same. But it is absolutely impossible to be so easy. It's not the same thing to do it casually and work hard. So, the moment when Linley beat Whitebeard, the character Diane standing on the top of the world has risen from representing the ceiling of this world to a height beyond the Lord of the Void Throne. For a traveler, it makes sense. I don't know. Got it, and still own the system. Who can tolerate an existence that can easily destroy the country, lurking in the dark, and becoming a threat that cannot be ignored? Is he not afraid? Kaido probably isn't afraid either. What about the rest? Therefore, Linley shook his head lightly, and said lightly. Warships are good, but the thing I am most interested in. Oh. He heard Linley's implication. Apparently, there is already a specific goal. Without hesitation, the crane asked loudly. It seems that a warship is not enough to show Marine's sincerity. Mr. Linley, why don't you just speak up? Hehe, that's fine too. Linley doesn't talk nonsense either. Pointing to Akainu, who was still lying in the water, his face was pale and his whole body was weak, he said. Since this reservoir dog said, we pirates have been reckless in New World for too long. Since Sengoku Admiral is here today, I might as well speak bluntly. From today, to a period of time in the future, New World will gradually become the territory of the Two-Regiment Alliance. How can you allow others to snore on the side of the couch? In other words, New World does not allow Marine to appear. As long as you promise me one request. What happened today, just pretend it didn't happen. In the future, if you Marines want to come back to compete with my two-group alliance, you will naturally accompany me to the end. Really? Sengoku heard Linley's words. Heart-pounding. Festy. Once the person with the ghost conquerors reappears, it will definitely bring huge turmoil to this world. New World, mainly divided into 3 days and 5 days. Today, the two forces have formed an alliance. Another force, that is, the Whitebeard Pirates. Maybe not for long. It will usher in the revenge of the Double Regiment Alliance. Atout. New World fell into the hands of the Double Alliance. I'm afraid it's inevitable. To avoid this from happening, B. Marine has the guts to fight one at all costs. But Sengoku knows all too well. What the world government wants is stability. New World was occupied by 3 major forces, and eventually became a two-group alliance. In fact, there is not much difference in essence. What really deserves attention is the next step of the two-group alliance. Settle for New World. Or have bigger ambitions. Any request? Although I was shocked by Linley's arrogant words at the moment. But Crane still suppressed some uneasiness and asked. Revocation of the Marine New World G1 branch. I said that from now on, Marines are not allowed to appear in New World. Start now. If you agree, I will let you go. Otherwise, stay here for me. As soon as the words came out, undoubtedly there was a thunderclap on the ground. Sengoku and others were undoubtedly stunned by his words. Do you know what you're talking about? Cancellation of G1 branch? Linley is probably crazy. How dare you be so arrogant? That's a line of defense against New World pirates. He believes it is absolutely impossible for Marshal Kong to agree. It seems, you can't meet this request. Forget it. After so much gossip, it seems that it is still inevitable to fight to the death in the end. As he spoke, Linley couldn't help shaking his head slightly. Their eyes fell on Marine's warship one after another. I'm thinking about it. If you still have to make a move in the end. How to maximize the effect of this attack? Or leave a death mark? Crane obviously saw his actions. With a tight heart, he pulled Sengoku's arm and said in a deep voice. Even if we promised, would you believe it? Of course not. Linley rightly said. So, in order to prevent you from just dealing with things casually, let's leave a person with enough weight. For example, your great staff officer, or that underdog. As long as what I promised is done, I will release him unconditionally. Presumably, the reputation of the world's #1 swordsman is still worthy of trust. I see. Sengoku and Crane looked at each other, and finally understood Linley's purpose. Said to request the disbandment of the G1 branch. There is this possibility. Want to keep a hostage? I'm afraid that's the key. And look at Linley without Akainu's gaze. I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. I'm afraid even the Crane just makes up the numbers. Probably wanting to keep Akainu and Wano-kuni as a hostage. What a strong killing intent. Sengoku, who thinks he sees through Linley, feels a chill in his heart. In his opinion, Linley just wanted to make an excuse. Leave Akainu alone. In fact, if Linley knew 510 he would think so. I guess I'll laugh Maya off. His real purpose, indeed, is to get Marine to withdraw from the G1 branch. In the near future, of course he can go to destroy. But Marine withdrew himself. For the next expansion of the power of the two-group alliance, it will undoubtedly play a huge role. Just imagine. Even Marine in New World, facing the two-regiment alliance, did not dare to set up a branch and voluntarily withdrew. How much prestige will this add to the two-regiment alliance? How many people can it attract to join? The reputation of the world's #1 swordsman is of course worthy of trust. He walked forward slowly for a few steps, and said calmly, "Why don't you just stay in Wano Kuni and experience the local customs?" She gave Sengoku a look. "It means don't think about whether Marshal Kong agrees or not. Test first and then talk." Unexpectedly, Linley didn't follow their rhythm at all, and nodded without hesitation. "Of course you are welcome. As soon as I receive news of the withdrawal of the G1 branch, I will personally accompany you to naval headquarters." Crane was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Linley really agreed. For a while, he was obviously a little dumbfounded. "A few big question marks can't help popping up in my heart. Is it possible? Linley's target, isn't Akainu really?" Even Sengoku looked bewildered. "Now I also understand. I seem to really think too much." At this time, a pleasant but anxious voice came from behind them. "No. Can't keep Crane Vice Admiral in Wano Kuni. I'm staying." "Mr. Linley, do you think I can?" Looking at that figure, Linley was obviously a little confused by her volunteering. Being a hostage is so active. Chapter 113. The person who speaks, who else can be besides Zaiwan? Seeing the crane, she responded with one gulp. He didn't bother to think about why Sengoku and Crane agreed to such excessive conditions. In a hurry, he immediately offered to replace the elder sisters by himself. Crane is almost 60, how could she have the heart to let him stay in Wano Kuni as a hostage? Ah! If someone else. Linley probably was too lazy to bother. But Jun. What? Can't you? Seeing that Linley was hesitant, Jun's rosy cheeks could not help but add a bit of eagerness. The rosy skin is like a freshly peeled egg. Seeing that Linley had a strange emotion in his heart. With a strange face, he said. Not really. Anyway, it is also the fourth monster, although it is not as good as the first three. But there is still a certain amount of. Besides. Even if the G1 branch did not withdraw in the end. Isn't that also possible? After thinking about it, Linley felt that if it was Jun, Sengoku would be more acceptable. Another one, in terms of appearance, at least it looks more pleasing to the eye than Crane and Akainu. He nodded in agreement. Anyway, his initial goal was just to repel Marine. Who would have thought that Akainu would be so stubborn that he would actually want to resist? Otherwise, things would not develop in his favor, let alone become so weird. He almost laughed out loud. Linley nodded, and it was Sengoku and Crane's turn to be dumbfounded. They looked at each other for a while, not knowing what to do. When did they encounter such an embarrassing situation? All along, Sengoku, who has always been calm, never fights an uncertain battle. This time it is definitely a shipwreck in the gutter. Now it is undoubtedly a dilemma. Number J. Not sure at all. Yes. Even less sure. Crane is also having a headache at the moment. I wanted to test it out, but in the end I guessed wrongly. It's just embarrassing. How about, change the conditions? Since everyone has the intention of negotiating. Obviously, they don't want to fight to the end. And Sengoku and Crane can basically be sure that Marshal Sora will not compromise with a pirate group. We can only change the conditions and continue talking. It seems that you are not sincere. However, Linley couldn't help but sneered when he saw that the good things had changed, and lost his patience in an instant. In this case, let's see the real chapter under my hand. Talking, Linley who is too lazy to talk nonsense. Immediately, Yan Mo was drawn out. It's not a pose. After all, in Marine, except Jun, he doesn't really like anyone else. That being the case, then why talk so much nonsense? After the fight is over, leave a mark of death. It's time to fully recover and then calculate the general ledger. This. Sengoku and Tsuru froze. Seeing that Linley didn't have any room for negotiation, he was very angry and annoyed. Just about to say something. Ji Yuan, who couldn't see Sengoku and Tsuru's true intentions, felt anxious, thinking that Tsuru was worried about her safety, so he had to say. Sister I'll be fine, don't worry. I don't know where the confidence comes from. Perhaps it was the previous contact with Linley that gave her a better impression. Let her have no reason. He just felt that the #1 swordsman in the world wouldn't do anything to her. Although, as a member of Marine, this time it is undoubtedly taking advantage of the fire. Hearing this, Crane felt his eyelids twitch. Is this a problem for you now? It is the G1 branch that has no possibility of withdrawing at all. B. Thinking of this, Crane, who had a terrible headache, leaned over to Sengoku and whispered a few words. The latter listened and nodded. Now it's the only way. So he immediately said to Linley in a deep voice. Please wait. With that said, he walked into the cabin alone. In the cabin. Because it is made of special materials, it is good news. Sengoku slammed into the phone for a while. Soon, a majestic voice came from it. Sengoku. How's it going? Not so good. It's like this. What? It makes no sense. There was a thunderous sound in the air. It caused Sengoku to blush. This time in front of the marshal, what a shame. It's just that, since this is the case, you are like this. Sora's words made Sengoku stunned. Then he couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh fiercely. Wonderful. Then, with confidence in his heart, he immediately walked out of the cabin and nodded towards the crane. The latter understood immediately. Then do as you said. In addition, before the G1 branch withdraws, please ensure her safety. That's natural. Seeing that Sengoku just entered the cabin for a while, he became so crisp when he came out. Linley didn't even bother to think about what they were planning. Not wanting to waste any more time, I reached out to Jun and said. Then let's go. Oh. Jun subconsciously grabbed Linley's outstretched hand. The whole person was caught by Linley at once. He casually took over the slender waist, and immediately soared into the air. Jun, who was in mid-air, hurriedly covered his mouth, for fear that he would cry out. I have never experienced the feeling of flying in the air. Seeing it fly higher and higher. It made her nervous and excited. Maybe it's the fear of falling. Involuntarily clinging to Linley's body. Her actions immediately made Linley go stiff. Think about it. Perhaps it was because of her fear of falling. I didn't think too much about it. Simply hug a princess and pick her up. Jun was surprised. Before she could react, she was already held in Lin's arms. He looked up at that handsome face. The oracle suddenly turned red. And Linley looked down at her from time to time. Every moment when the two eyes meet, Jun will look away hastily like a bunny bumping around. That shy look. It made Linley feel that even if Marine cancels the G1 branch, he doesn't want to let people go. Yin silently followed behind Linley. The wise did not approach. I remember when I first met that female Marine. I noticed something wrong in her eyes. There is no such hatred that Marine sees pirates. Look at the posture of the two of them now. Yin couldn't help smiling knowingly. This kid has grown up. Looks like Yamato has a rival. Soon. The three of them flew back to Ghost Island. When everyone heard the news that Marine, Wang Lizao, had retreated, all cheered loudly. Long live the young master! Linley mighty! Perhaps out of joy, some of the beasts saw Linley and brought Anne Marine back. Just trying to make a joke. Just spoke. But greeted with an inexplicable smile, but full of warning eyes. Realized that there must be something odd about it. After all, I didn't dare to open that mouth. Although Jun has been promoted to Rear Admiral. After all, it's only 2 decades. It is inevitable that there will be some discomfort. But Linley doesn't seem to be taking her hostage. There is no restriction on her personal freedom. After specifically explaining to entertain, it went back to retreat. Until 3 days later. Kaido's laughter was still heard. He just came out of the retreat. Body. Chapter 114. Oh. As soon as he walked out of the retreat room, Linley heard Kaido's hearty laughter. Step into the banquet hall. At this time, there is still a big feast. It's been 3 days. Never stopped. Although the loss was heavy. But the victory obtained is unprecedented. Therefore, Linley is before the retreat. On Tuajin, a 7-day banquet was held. Have a good time celebrating. Just walked into the banquet hall. At this moment, Kaido is happily raising the wine bowl, pouring it into his mouth. Seeing Linley appearing at the entrance of the banquet hall, he couldn't help saying loudly. The hero of our beasts is here. Wow! Seeing his appearance, everyone couldn't stop cheering loudly. For Linley, the new legend, I offer adoring eyes and the highest respect. These 3 days. Under the operation of Morgan's Sao. Everything that happened on Ghost Island, even Marine's attack, was all reported in one go. Caused a stir. Not even inferior to the era of great pirates set off by One Piece Roger. This is really Linley's record, it's amazing. Punches Pluton Rayleigh and stomps world's strongest man Whitebeard. Caused 1 death and 1 injury. Even if Whitebeard is still alive now, it is still unknown. It's over, let's face Marine's attack. Kill Akainu, one of the 3 marine monsters, with 1 move. Not to mention forcibly breaking the momentum of Marine taking advantage of the fire. By the way, he abducted a Marine Rear Admiral as a prisoner. Of course, this is the result of Linley's transaction with Sengoku and Crane, which is not known to outsiders. But, just like this record, may I ask who else is in 463? It can be said. For so many years, the world has never seen it before. Not to mention with the announcement of Linley's age. Only then did the world know that he was only 13 years old. Therefore, how much shock it caused is completely conceivable, and there is no need to mention it. Then, it doesn't even take Morgans to draw conclusions. The title of World's Strongest Man. It naturally fell on Linley's head. Thus, he with 2 strongest titles. It has undoubtedly become the most dazzling star in this era, and it is also the star that others can hardly match. In fact, when Marshal Marine received Sengoku's call from the Bug Queen, immediately reported to 5 elders. And at the command of the 5 elders, almost immediately, the world government made representations with the World Economic News Agency. Ask for the section on Marine. Absolutely not to be reported. However, how could Morgans listen to the world government? Therefore, there is not only no concealment. Instead, the image of Marine is getting darker and darker. Almost all of them were said to be the kind of waste who would only take advantage of the situation and not dare to fight head-on. People in the world tend to have a herd mentality. It's easy to be guided. Therefore, it is completely conceivable how contemptuous I am of Marine's sudden change of opinion. Certainly. Morgans is so shameless. It is bound to cause revenge from the world government. However, people have long been used to it. After reporting, I immediately hid. And when Linley's fame soared at such an astonishing speed, it will also bring, CDCB, a huge threat to the world government. EXTO. What kind of intensive arrangement is naturally indispensable? His name. It even reached the ears of the Lord of the Void Throne. Ballroom. Father, have you recovered? Linley walked to Kaido's side, quite concerned. Even if he knows that his strength has surpassed Kaido. But he is by no means the kind of guy who turns his face and denies anyone with a little ability. Come to this world for so many years. So much cared for by Kaido. Treat him like family. Especially when you just crossed over. To date. He is still unforgettable and even more grateful. Therefore, the attitude towards Kaido has not changed at all. What can Laozi do? Linley's concern undoubtedly made Kaido very pleased. He smiled and said with great emotion. I really don't understand you, kid. How did you grow up? When Ming Ming just left Ghost Island, although he was considered strong, he was no more than yin at most. Even if it's strong, I'm afraid it's too strong. It's only been less than a year now. Only Laozi is no match. This growth rate. It is his relative. Also feel incredible. Said, Kaido was really a little puzzled. Shame. He was strongly defeated by Whitebeard. She was beaten into a coma for 2 or 3 days before she woke up. If there is no adopted son Linley, I'm afraid he's really cold this time. Although from before the war, he knew he was no match for Whitebeard. Even in the battle, he still thought of using his old life to exchange for more chances of victory for Lin Xuet. Maybe, this is talent. Linley replied brazenly. When Linley said the word talent, Kaido, and the fried and bandaged Quinn all around, all showed strange eyes. Number E. Have you forgotten who was pointed out by Kaido himself? Can't even practice haki? On teaching ability. Kaido said number 2, who else in this world dares to claim number 1? JA. It's not talent. What could be the reason? In other words, Linley is one of his own. Otherwise, the 3 of Kaido can imagine how terrified their enemies would be at the moment. Perhaps, maybe you came into being as the times require. Kaido sighed and changed the subject. The original 3-year tour has not yet passed halfway. What are your plans for the future? Are you planning? Let's talk about it when the revenge comes back. Avenged this time. Whether it's the Whitebeard pirates, or the Roger remnants, Marine. After that, still have to continue to travel this piece of sea. From the level of knowledge. In this world, there are too many novel things that he could not have seen before. If you come to this world and only focus on cultivation, your life will be too thin. And from the level of contract objectives. 2 of the most talented young men of this era. Eagle eyes and red hair. None of them are contracted yet. His current strength, strong is very strong. But there is still a lot of room for improvement. The fruit awakens. Armed color. As well as swordsmanship and gymnastics. Even a second fruit ability. Before being able to become the real strongest, that is, stepping on Yumu and ignoring all threats. He still can't stop. And counting the time, Luffy, the son of destiny, has been born. If you have an opportunity, of course you can't let it go. You know, Luffy's talent is even higher than red hair and eagle eyes. If there is a contract, I'm really looking forward to it. If the Nika fruit, the most nonsense in the world, is returned, what will it be returned? Revenge. Kaido raised the wine bowl, took a sip, thought of something, and was a little absent-minded. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, when the time comes, don't make too much noise. Moreover, the top priority now is to replenish the lost personnel. Otherwise, the sphere of influence of the beast's pirates. It will be difficult to maintain stable control. Of course Linley knew this too. When the time comes, we can do it. I'm afraid there is no place on this sea that we can't go to. Good. Only. Kaido was silent for a moment, and a dazzling fighting spirit suddenly burst out in his eyes. Whitebeard. Leave it to me. Next time, I will defeat him with my own hands and cut off his head. His words were loud and firm. Everyone in the banquet hall heard his determination. Good. Linley nodded with a smile. Kaido wants to solve Whitebeard himself, he naturally has no objection. Only. He seems to have thought of a bad idea. I'm afraid Whitebeard, after Kojiki Oden became his cinnabar mole, has more sun-moon light. Although this one has to be somewhat inappropriate. But Kojiki Oden can become a cinnabar mole, why can't there be a white moonlight? In the original book, it is estimated that due to Kurozumi Higarashi's self-assessment, he did not defeat Kojiki Oden uprightly, and Kaido has been talking about it for 20 years. And now, I don't know how long I haven't mentioned it. But after losing to Whitebeard, if you can't fight back, I'm afraid it will repeat the mistakes of the original book. Of course, Linley still has confidence in Kaido. But if he waits for him to grow to the peak, I'm afraid I'll be wasting too much time. Thinking of this, looks like I have to help him. Therefore, the last contract spot, Kaido was contracted without hesitation. In this way, the talent and potential have been increased, and with him as a training partner, I am afraid that it will not be long before he can become the peak. Count us in. Katakuri volunteered from the side. Obviously they came to help, but they didn't help at all. This can't be done. Oh. It's rare that Linley has such a capable son. By the way, how is Linley doing now? Kaido thought of his old friend and couldn't help asking. Just as the guests and hosts were enjoying themselves in the banquet hall. Wano Kuni offshore. A lonely boat. Slowly sailing into the turbulent current. Chapter 115. At this time, somewhere in the corner of Ghost Island, Jun is practicing swordsmanship alone. There is no sense of being a hostage at all. Maybe it was Linley's special explanation before the retreat. Although the people of beasts on Ghost Island are not respectful to her, no one dared to come here to be presumptuous. Anyway, the daily necessities that should be prepared will be prepared for her. Nor did it limit her freedom. Therefore, as long as she does not leave the Ghost Island, she can move freely on the island. For Jun, they come, the security. Now that things have developed to the point where they are now, she quickly accepted the reality. Anyway, if it's Linley, she believes her safety is still guaranteed. One more. The thought that you can see your ultimate goal at all times, and that you can challenge yourself at any time. The remaining trace of uneasiness disappeared. It's nothing to do, just practice swordsmanship. The sentence when Linley and her met again not long ago. Have your sword skills improved compared to last time? In addition, the future is at least the evaluation of the top 5 swordsmen in the world. It made her feel stressed. Unwilling to live up to the expectations of the idol. Changed more and more hard. A long time. She finally stopped panting slightly. However, once you can't concentrate on cultivation, even when resting. Confusion gradually appeared in her eyes. Confused about myself. Be terribly upset. She knows. It's all because of Linley. For Linley's senses. Because of the irreconcilable hostility between the two. She is undoubtedly conflicted. Incomparable contradiction. At first, Linley was just a target she admired and tried to catch up with. This is from Jianhao's point of view. Regardless of each other's position. After first contact. In addition to admiration, but also because of his gentleness and consideration, he added a bit of goodwill and some inexplicable feelings. But later, as Lin Fu made a serious move against Marine's position, Take for example the Celestial Dragons event in Sabayati Archipelago. From here on, it made her start to struggle in her heart. In the past 3 days, while practicing, she couldn't help but think about it. What the hell happened to myself? As a Marine, I am struggling with conflicts in my heart, is it right? She couldn't help asking herself. If facing other people, will she still be so contradictory and entangled? Even if this other person once had the title of strongest in the past, she will because she is afraid of the opponent's strength. And shrink back? I'm afraid not. She is absolutely sure of this. If we talk about the last time, it's because we don't recognize the evil deeds of celestial dragons. So even if Linley offends the celestial dragons, she can't pull out Kimpyro to point at Linley. This time, the mood is even more complicated. Being a Marine. Anyone who can excel in Marine. They all have their own justice in their hearts. Such as Sengoku justice in King's Landing, Akainu round justice. And her justice is reasonable justice. What is reasonable? It is reasonable from the perspective of ordinary people in this world. The invasion of the Beast's pirates by the Raid Alliance. Let Marine think this is a once-in-a-lifetime big opportunity. Taking advantage of the new world's 2 major forces, both losers. So choose to take advantage of the fire. Eliminate 2 threats in one fell swoop. Is this reasonable? Reasonable. Is it an act of justice? It should be justice. But precisely because of this, Linley was involved. This made her, involuntarily, worried about the safety of an enemy. Especially after learning that Linley was seriously injured. Anxiety in mind. There is simply nowhere to tell. Even moved, if in the end Linley couldn't escape Marine's capture. The idea of sending him on his last journey with my own hands. Once that scene appears. Is she really up to it? There was a faint voice in her heart telling her. Cannot. Absolutely not. That's how things are going. Maybe Marine will lose face because of this. BZ. She doesn't have to face that kind of situation that she absolutely doesn't want to face. I felt lucky for no reason in my heart. Ah. This kind of thinking is really not what a Marine should think, but like a traitor. There was a self-deprecating expression on Jun's beautiful face. J.E. She really couldn't help thinking about it. As if it only involved Linley. She no longer has the ability and decisiveness of the past. Become indecisive. Worry about gains and losses. If I wasn't a Marine, maybe. The moment this thought popped up, she herself was stunned. I can't figure out why such a ridiculous idea suddenly popped up. B. She couldn't help fantasizing. If so, maybe she doesn't have to be so entangled and contradictory. At least, you can listen to your inner voice and make a choice without regrets. Maybe wanting to achieve justice in the heart of Marine is a wrong thing in itself. Linley's sentence. No matter how beautiful Marine is, in the final analysis, he is just the guard dog of celestial dragons. To ask her what she thinks. Even though I don't want to admit it. But isn't it true? Otherwise, once the celestial dragons are offended, why let Admiral, who is second only to the Marshal, come forward to deal with it? Even if it is obvious that the celestial dragons regard human life as nothing, and the offenders are forced to resist helplessly after being driven to a dead end. Admiral, who insists on justice, must also be executed for offending the celestial dragons. What kind of justice is this? These years, she has seen too much. My heart has long been numb. I never want to actively think about this kind of thing. I feel like an ostrich. As soon as I bury my head, I think I can escape all the problems that exist in reality. But is it really possible to escape? If not, one day, her justice. Either willingly submit to power and become impure. Become a true celestial dragon's watchdog. Or choose to leave Marine for the sake of purity. She didn't know what the possibility would be. Maybe. It's time to think about how to implement the justice in my heart. Listen to your inner voice. To Marine. To belief. And to Linley. Make a choice with no regrets. When both sensibility and rationality are impacted to varying degrees, following the inner choice may be the best thing to do at the moment. Just when Zaiwan made up his mind, 3 figures came quietly from a distance. Big sister, are you a guest of Big Brother? Hey? Big Brother. Zaiwan looked at the cutest of the 3 little ones in front of him, and couldn't help but wonder about the identity of the 3 little ones. Linley Big Brother. Oh. Only then did Zaiwan suddenly realize. Asking for flowers. It turns out that this cute little mule's younger sister. A friendly smile appeared on his face. Shouldn't you count as a guest? After all, she is just a hostage. But, that's what Yin said, that you are a very important guest of Big Brother. Really? Zaiwan couldn't help but feel warm when he heard the words. Knew it. The man was as considerate and gentle as ever. Obviously he is just a hostage. But treat yourself as an important guest. Since he said so, let it be. Hey, sister, what's your name? Can you tell me about the Big Brother? Yamato naturally held Ji Yuan's delicate little hand, and asked expectantly. Behind her, Black Maria and Jack also showed the same gaze. 3 days ago, after everything was over, the 3 little ones were brought back. It's a pity that when they came back, Linley had already gone to retreat to recover. From the beginning to the end, they also met Linley. It was still when I gave Thunder Fruit to Black Maria. They were pleasantly surprised that Linley came back early. Undoubtedly full of curiosity about Linley's sea adventure in the past 6 months. 0. Now meeting his guest, Yin he couldn't bear it any longer. Ah! Zaiwan was taken aback. I don't understand why Yamato asked this question. But maybe Yamato is too cute, she couldn't bear to say what she didn't know, so she had to tell what she knew. Soon, Yamato became acquainted. If Yin saw this scene, the complexion must be very strange. Yamato. Do you know who the woman in front of you is? And in the banquet hall. Yamato apparently didn't know that Linley was out. Otherwise, if people were in the banquet hall, they would be able to see Linley. At this time, Kaido turned to Katakuri and asked about Big Mom's current situation. Learned that she had lost her memory. My heart is filled with emotion. After all, speaking of it, the ant has a lot of kindness towards him. That's good, if you lose your memory, you can feel carefree. Yes. Mom now is easy to be satisfied. Katakuri said with emotion. It's no longer the unstable factor it used to be. Therefore, the current Wanguo is really different from before. In addition to the lack of top combat power. On the whole, there is no doubt that more and more prosperous. Then, cheers to our alliance. Linley raised his glass with a smile on his face. Cheers to winning the new world soon. Cheers. After everyone listened, they immediately raised their glasses and drank it down. At this moment, everyone believes. In the near future, as the Beast's pirates expand, New World will be completely under the control of the two-group alliance. Because in the banquet hall, people come and go. At this moment, someone walked up to Linley's ear and said in a low voice. Sir, the patrol spotted a small boat entering Wano Kuni. The owner's name is Dracula Mihawk. He said that he came to Ghost Island to see you. Linley was taken aback. Can't help but wonder who this person is. Jet immediately reacted. Dracula Mihawk, isn't that Hawkeye? Now that you have taken the initiative to find the door? Realizing this, a huge surprise burst out uncontrollably in my heart. To know. Hawkeye is one of the 2 people he most wants to make a contract with. Chapter 116. Not only that. They are the two young people with the most potential in this era. Except for the Destiny Child King Luffy of the next era. I'm afraid there will be no one who has more benefits than contracting Hawkeye and red hair. However, after the great surprise, Linley's face froze. Because his current 11 contract places, all full. Originally before returning to Onijima, his quota is quite generous. After returning, Yin and Quinn, in order to resist Rayleigh and Jabba, each was seriously injured. Without any hesitation, he contracted even 2 quotas on the 2 of them. And the last one, just now, the contract was given to Kaido. To say sorry. That sure is impossible to regret. Whether it is Kaido, or Yin and Quinn, even if there is no return, they are worthy of the choice of the Linley contract. So, what he was thinking at the moment was not regretting that he shouldn't use the quota casually. 2. How to get a new quota. For more than half a year. Finally, they searched for Yinghong and Yinghong all over the world. Lang is not found. Now one of them took the initiative to come to the door. How could he not seize the opportunity firmly? Hawkeye, already 24 years old. It is in a stage of rapid strength improvement. The earlier the contract is signed, the greater the return will be. Seeing that subordinate staring at him blankly, he had no choice but to say, "Bring him to see me, be polite." "Understood, young master." Wait for the subordinate 413 to leave. Linley took a sip of his drink helplessly. Dracula my hawk. Kaido and Katakuri beside him also heard the name. The latter seemed to suddenly remember something, and said casually, "I know this guy. Not long after you left 10,000 Kingdoms, he came looking for you. He seemed disappointed to learn that you had left. Later, because Wanguo was too busy with affairs, I forgot to tell you." In his opinion, this guy probably heard that Linley had the title of world's #1 swordsman on his head. This is the plan to come to challenge. This kind of thing is too common in this sea. He didn't take it to heart. But now look at Linley's reaction. Seems to take that guy seriously? Oh. Linley was taken aback when he heard that Hawkeye had taken the initiative to go to Wanguo to find him. Then he shook his head and sighed. If I had left Wanguo later. Maybe he has contracted Hawkeye long ago. Why is it so embarrassing now? People are coming. The quota is gone. Is there something unusual about this guy? Kaido asked curiously. Can be valued by the current Linley. It is definitely not easy for him to think of it. Linley said with emotion. This guy, may be one of the most promising young people of this era. If I hadn't appeared, I'm afraid the world's #1 swordsman would fall on his head. In fact, it is true. Without Linley, it might not be a few years, or within 10 years. Hawkeye will surely become the world's #1 swordsman. What? Linley's evaluation undoubtedly surprised everyone. Him now. There are 2 strongest titles on his head. The world's #1 swordsman, the world's strongest man. Standing at such a height, how could he give such a high evaluation to such an unknown guy? This kind of evaluation is Katakuri and Jin present. Never got it. Interesting. Since this is the case, then I have to see what this guy is capable of. Picking up the wine bowl, Kaido laughed out of curiosity. Katakuri and Yin looked at each other. It was from the eyes of the other party that they saw the color of dissatisfaction. Linley's review. Of course they won't argue. It is impossible not to approve. But as a young man, how can you not be competitive? Linley is beyond compare. Linley wasn't even technically a contemporary. But this guy named Dracula my hawk. They really want to see whether they deserve Linley's evaluation or not. Just when everyone was waiting for Hawkeye's arrival with great interest, Linley's eyes suddenly fell on Quinn. Among the 11 people currently contracted by him, except for Kuina and Hancock, almost everyone else is on Ghost Island, or is about to come to Ghost Island. Yamato, Gold, Black Maria, Blue, Jack, Purple, Katakuri, Gold, Smoothie, Purple, Beckman, Gold, Jin, Gold, Quinn, Purple, Kaido, Red. A total of 9 people. And want to get a new place. I'm afraid it will not be an easy task. Among them, the 3 little ones have only recently awakened the color of knowledge and knowledge. Black Maria just ate thunder fruit a few days ago. Whether it's fruit ability development, or 2-color haki. Want to have a greater improvement? I'm afraid it's not realistic. After all, age is here. The oldest, Black Maria, is only 10 years old now. The same is true for Katakuri and Smoothie brothers and sisters. A breakthrough was made only recently. In a short time, it is equally impossible. Not to mention Kaido and Yin. For the former, Linley didn't expect to get a refund in a short time at all. Kaido is already considered a top powerhouse. Another breakthrough improvement was achieved. I am afraid that the strength will have to be raised to the level of the world's strongest creature 20 years later in the original book. He's all about enhancing Kaido's talent and potential. I didn't expect to get a refund in a short time. And the latter, successively awakening the fruit and awakening conquerors, breaking through again in a short period of time is not realistic. In this way, the only ones who can be counted on are happy to see the end and Quinn. Beckman wants to improve. It's actually really easy. If his wishes are not considered. Eat any devil fruit and get your money back instantly. B. If you really want to eat, with Beckman's talent and potential, it is naturally impossible to eat casually. At least it has to be a Logia, or a phantom beast. No matter how bad it is, it must be the strongest fruit in Paramecia. One more. I'm afraid he wants to get a place now. It has to be returned after the fruit is awakened. Or Taijutsu, armament haki goes one step further. And just eating the return of devil fruit may not be enough to awaken him. B. There is hope for the return of the fruit awakening of the contract target. Just with that in mind. His eyes fell on Quinn. Quinn, who was eating and drinking, suddenly felt a chill down his back. Turning his head hastily, he met Lin Yang's intriguing gaze. For no reason, I just feel panicked. He always felt that Linley's eyes were a bit malicious. Have I offended the young master? I think should not be. What does this look mean? Gurgling. Frightened, he swallowed the food in his mouth in one gulp. Quinn asked weakly. Young master, what are you? Ahem. Linley said with a straight face. Brother Quinn, I suddenly remembered something. This battle, although we won the final victory. But it also exposed a lot of problems. For example. Brother Quinn, you. Look. After the Battle of Yin, not only the fruit ability has been awakened, but Conquerors has also been awakened. Look, shouldn't you also work harder? Hearing this, Quinn couldn't help but froze. Work harder? How to add? With the skill of cultivation, he might as well study more transformation techniques. Unexpectedly, when Kaido heard it, he immediately echoed. Yes, Linley is right. Quinn, in these years, you have put too much energy on mechanical transformation, but on the contrary, you have been negligent in cultivation. That's not okay. Whether it is mechanical transformation or living inventions and creations, they are all foreign things after all. One's own strength is the foundation, and we must not let it go. How about this? It doesn't require you to make many achievements in the field of haki, at least the fruit ability must be developed to awaken it. Good. Linley nodded immediately. He's not asking for much. Fruit awakening is enough. Anyway, no matter what, a new quota must be obtained before Hawkeye leaves. Otherwise, Then play an egg. Quinn was sullen and was about to say something, but Linley didn't give him a chance. Okay, deal. Soon, our two-regiment alliance will sweep the entire new world. How can you be missing from it? Let's put it down, don't worry about not being firm. Brother Jin and I will supervise you. Do not know why. Quinn felt like crying a little bit. The cigars that have just been lit feel bad in an instant. Why did you suddenly bring the topic up to yourself? When I think of the expectations of several people. He was under a lot of pressure. Fruit awakening? How could it be so easy to wake up? Didn't you see him being beaten half to death, didn't he wake up? It was only when Yin was about to be stabbed to death by Rayleigh that he woke up by chance. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's already cold. Facing the unanimous opinion of Kaido and Linley. No matter what he thinks. Supervise his practice and develop his fruit ability to awaken. It is destined to be impossible to change. It has become an ironclad fact. Just as Quinn was grimacing, feeling that the days to come would be difficult. Mostly half an hour later, Hawkeye finally came to the banquet hall under the leadership of the Man of Beasts. The moment I saw Hawkeye, Linley saw the red exclamation mark on his head. The color is much darker than Kuina. And extremely stable. It seems to be telling what kind of talent and potential this person under the exclamation point possesses. Hawkeye just walked into the banquet hall. Seeing that there are so many great people present. Can't help but be sluggish for a moment. But soon, with Linley's question, he came to his senses. I heard you want to see me. Good. Hawkeye nodded without hesitation. Looking at Linley, his gaze was full of excitement and anticipation. What do you find me for? At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Hawkeye one after another. I wanted to see how he would respond. Among them, the eyes of Yin and Katakuri are the most anticipated. Mr. Linley. In the next visit, 5.0 has only one purpose. I just want to test the distance between myself and the world's #1 swordsman and the world's strongest man. 11. That's it. Linley picked up his wine glass and pondered for a moment. Thinking about how to fool Hawkeye to stay for a while. For a long time. Only then said. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't promise you. I just had a big battle a few days ago, and my injuries haven't recovered yet. If you can't respond in the best condition, it will be disrespectful to you. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Haven't recovered yet? Why do you still need recovery? See Linley's serious nonsense. Realized that he must have a plan. Therefore, there is no opening to dismantle it. However, Hawkeye really believed it. Then he said solemnly. I can wait. Okay. Linley waved his hand, smiled lightly and said. It just so happens that our Shuangtuan alliance held a banquet, if you don't mind, let's go together. Hawkeye obviously didn't expect Linley's attitude to be so kind. There is absolutely no air of being the strongest. I can't help but feel a lot of emotions. This is completely different from what he envisioned. He was even prepared to be deflated. But he never expected that not only did he not suffer, but he was warmly received. Then, naturally, it was impossible for him not to lose face. I nodded in agreement. Chapter 117. When I first took the seat. Hawkeye is a newcomer, somewhat cautious. After all, isn't he the strongest swordsman 20 years later in the original book? There is not enough confidence yet. It's just that Linley got such a high evaluation. It is impossible for everyone to underestimate him. Of course, the temptation between words must be indispensable. Among them, Jin and Katakuri are the most eager. Maybe it was because he was eager to know what kind of abilities Hawkeye had that made Linley value him so much. Talk to him from time to time. Basically, it's all in the name of clinking glasses and fighting for wine. trying to get some useful information. Because both of them are older than Hawkeye. Katakuri is 29 and Yin is 28. In this period, the fame is bigger than Hawkeye. Even though Hawkeye is in the field of swordsman, he is considered polite. But it is not yet possible to compare with the two. Therefore, the enthusiasm of the two really exceeded Hawkeye's expectations. It made him somewhat flattered. He is a calm personality and a person who does his own way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this kind of act of rushing to find Linley regardless of the consequences. To know. But Linley, or Kaido don't like him. I'm afraid that from now on, there will be no such person as Hawkeye in this world. Even so, he didn't have the nerve to refuse. Drink 3 rounds. A toast staggered. Feeling the enthusiasm of everyone, coupled with not knowing how to refuse Jin and Katakuri's wine competition, Hawkeye's vision gradually began to blur. In the end is too young. As soon as the alcohol comes up, he quickly let go of his guard, and gradually let go of his restraint. Although 23 is still taciturn, at least it's not like at the beginning, like a stuffy gourd, unable to fart for a long time. When the gate is opened, naturally, the conversation came about what he did for a living. Marine hunter. Unlike bounty hunters, marine hunters only target marines. Since not so long ago Marine just tried to take advantage of the fire, the resentment towards Marine has not disappeared to this day. Hear about Hawkeye's career. Almost the vast majority have developed a somewhat favorable impression of him. It was only then that Linley remembered that in the original book, before becoming a Shishibukai, Hawkeye used to hunt and kill Marines for a living. This gave him some interesting thoughts. Just now, before everyone was waiting for Hawkeye to arrive. While chatting, I knew that he had retreated for 3 days and didn't know what happened outside. Then someone brought up the nearest newspaper. Because of this, he also learned about the huge shocks that have taken place in the world in the past few days. Among them, the reputation, title, and marine prestige will not be mentioned. His latest bounty has also come out. 4,580,000,000. It is tens of millions less than Kaido 10 years later in the original Zhong-er. It is much higher than the current Kaido. This has already doubled his bounty twice. After coming out of Cake Island, his first bounty was 1.28 billion. Then in the Sabayati archipelago, after the Celestial Dragons event, the bounty jumped to 2.48 billion. Now, it's almost doubled again. Only, Linley wasn't like everyone else, feeling smug about the bounty offered to him by the world government. On the contrary, he was quite upset. World government and marine can issue rewards to pirates, so why can't pirates? 20 years after the original book, Buggy, Hawkeye, and Locke did just that. Posted a bounty on marine. But that's how Linley sees it. It's a little bit of a small fight. What's the point of disparity between cats and dogs? Even if there is a huge disparity, it is still at the admiral level, and there is no upper limit. I'm not thinking about it for now. That is a person who will drop a nuclear bomb if his existence is discovered. There is no certainty of addressing him's threat. But the various high levels of the world government, even the 5 elders. It's totally possible to offer a reward. Of course, this requires a lot of Bailey, and it has to be considered in the long run. Thinking of this, Linley smiled and said, "The career of the marine hunter is very promising." How to say? Everyone was quite surprised by Linley's words. After all, how many people would dare to offer a reward to marine now? It's all a joke. Have you seen my bounty too? Of course. I didn't expect the bounty offered by the young master to surpass Kaido's boss. When everyone heard the word reward, they couldn't help laughing and teasing. Kaido listened, not only did not have any dissatisfaction, but also laughed quite proudly. Oh. So, I'm going to do the opposite. Marine and even the world government can offer rewards to us, why can't we offer rewards back? That's right. Katakuri thought about it and came to a conclusion. But that requires a lot of funding. Taking New World, are you afraid that there will be no Pele? Makes sense. The blurred eyes of Hawkeye froze. Only then did he realize that Linley's ambitions were so great. The New World has never fallen into the hands of a certain force. At least 3 points New World. However, in front of his face, there was no intention of concealing his ambition. It's as if he wasn't considered an outsider. This made him feel better about Linley, and even the people in the Double Alliance. Eat and drink enough. After the guests have enjoyed themselves, Hawkeye stayed on Onijima for the time being. Linley, big brother, Yamato misses you so much. Yamato and the other 3 little ones soon learned the news of Linley's exit. Immediately, he rushed towards Linley. It was as if he wanted to tell him what he had missed for the past half a year. Yet, how much do you want? Linley naturally hugged Yamato like a child, listening patiently to her talk. Want it so much. Hehe, is that so? Big brother misses you too. Linley pinched Yamato's little face after a long absence. I just feel warm in my heart. Black Maria and Jack, sensible ones, did not compete with Yamato. However, Linley naturally wouldn't neglect them. It seems that you have grown a lot. In the past 6 months, you must have worked hard, right? Of course. In order to become your crew member of Big Brother, we are all working hard. As they spoke, they showed him the latest cultivation results. Hope to get Linley's affirmation. Although Linley has already known the progress of the 3 by returning, but still not stingy with praise. For a while, the 4 people who reunited after parting for more than half a year, let alone how warm they are. Jun watched the scene not far away, looking at the pampering on Linley's face. It seemed to be infected, and a smile appeared on his face. Correct. Yamato, who was being held by Linley, suddenly pointed at Jun Road. Big brother, sister Jun is so beautiful, and Yamato will look as good looking as her in the future. Hehe. Glancing at Jun, Linley said with a smile. Yes, Yamato when he grows up may be even more beautiful than Jun. And Black Maria too. Linley didn't mean to coax the children. That's exactly what it is. Whether it is Yamato or Black Maria, the beauty when they grow up is not inferior to Jun at all. Number AE. Both are at the same level as Hancock. Hey! Hearing what Linley said, Black Maria and Yamato couldn't help but smile with joy. Black Maria and Yamato, maybe they haven't been separated from him for such a long time, cling to him until the night. Reluctantly returned to the room. Linley looked at the cleanly made bed. It seemed like it was cleaned every day. My heart warmed up. I wanted to sleep well. After all this period of time. Haven't touched the bed yet. Looking at the bright moon outside the window. He has always liked to appreciate the full moon, but he still didn't take a rest directly after all. However, wait until he comes to the place where he often admired the moon. Located on the highest point of Ghost Island. But saw an unexpected beautiful figure. If not Jun, who else? I don't sleep at night. Is it because I can't sleep? Jun froze for a while when he heard a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Turning around and seeing Linley, he lowered his head a little embarrassedly. No, it's just that the moonlight is so beautiful. I want to come out and have a look. Not only is the moonlight beautiful, the wind is also very gentle. 893. Everything is just right. Okay. Blown by a gust of warm wind, Jun felt a little cramped and seemed to float away with it. Couldn't help but narrowed his eyes comfortably. Linley came to her side, shoulder to shoulder, looking up at the bright moon together. The two fell into silence. Linley was immersed in the bright moon. It seems that the bright moonlight shining on his body can make him feel comfortable. Jun is different. Originally, when a person admired the moon alone. Also quite proud. Once Linley appeared, he would not feel restrained or uneasy. Bang bang bang. She found that her heart beat suddenly faster. It was so fast that she didn't expect it, and so fast that she was overwhelmed. On such a quiet night. Like a moving note. It kept lingering in the ears of the two of them. I can't help but recall in my mind, the beauty in the sky a few days ago, I can't help but blush. Dyed by the bright moonlight. Added a bit of holiness. It's really unbelievably beautiful. Maybe it was attracted by the moving notes. Linley's gaze finally retracted from the bright moon. Moved to Jun's face. This moment. His pupils dilated unconsciously. Breathing becomes rapid. The reflection of the beautiful figure deep in the pupil is so clearly visible. AFAB. He seemed to understand his own voice. Without the slightest hesitation. Approaching Jun. Although slowly. But so resolute. Jun didn't know what he wanted to do. I only know the speed of my heartbeat, faster and faster, faster and faster. It's not just the cheeks that get flushed. Even the auricles were stained with a blush. Seeing Linley getting closer. Her mind suddenly went blank. There is no intention of retreating at all. She shyly closed her charming eyes. The moment your lips touch. Time, as if at this moment. At this moment. I just want to sink into the dreamlike illusion of this kiss. Chapter 118. A relationship begins with a heartbeat, a desire for S**x, and the first sight. The sun is very good, the breeze is not dry, and there is joy without words. Linley was indeed moved. I also admit that it is indeed a matter of color. That being the case. Then there is nothing to hesitate. If you come to this world, you have already stood at a certain height, and you still cannot follow your heart. What does it mean to be stronger? The moment he chose to post it. I made up my mind. No matter what Jun's identity is. No matter what position the two sides are in. Gotta get her. At all costs. Haven't considered this question before. Just because people who care about are by my side. Whether it's Yamato, or Black Maria. All these years, he has always been by his side. It's too young. The next door has a daughter who has not yet grown up. Jun, but just right. Like a ripe apple. In the prime of tasting. So next. Everything is so natural. Now that the first step of launching an offensive has been taken. It is impossible to stop here. The most beautiful thing in the world is. I like you, and you happen to like me too. It doesn't get any better than this. The beauty behind. Needless to say. The moment Jun understood what Linley wanted. It was doomed to never turn back. Just want to sink in. Early the next morning. It was still dark. Jun shyly walked out of his room quietly. Hey! By the time Linley walked out of the room, the sun had set. Black Maria and Yamato came to the door early and waited. Maybe it's a girl's intuition. The difference in Linley was immediately apparent at first glance. It seems that the original sharp-edged momentum. It has become a little more restrained. Or in other words, it was so strong that it felt like ultimate, but now it is a little softer. What's wrong? Looking at the strange eyes of the two little cats, Linley asked with a light smile. That is. Yamato scratched his head in confusion. I think big brother, you are very different today. But I can't tell what is different. Yet. Linley rubbed his nose. Did not continue this topic. Some children are somewhat unsuitable. Although the two of them have already been determined to be that. But the current Black Maria and Yamato are still too small after all. Don't worry about it if you can't say it, let's have breakfast first. Okay. Still a child after all. He just changed the topic casually, and Yamato seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Miyaiza took Linley's hand and walked out. Black Maria on the side is not so easy to fool. Staring thoughtfully at Linley's profile, a trace of puzzlement flashed in his eyes. Master, what's the matter? Seems in a great mood? After breakfast. This is the beginning of a good day. It's a good start for others. But for Quinn, undoubtedly the beginning of a nightmare. Linley naturally wouldn't forget what was decided yesterday. Urge Quinn to practice and awaken the fruit ability as soon as possible. This is arguably the most important thing right now. If you can't get a new contract quota as soon as possible, you can't keep Hawkeye on Ghost Island and not let anyone go, can you? And want Zoan to wake up. The easiest and most effective way is of course to fight. Endless, limit-breaking battles. Exactly. At this time, there are quite a few people on Ghost Island, whether they are of equal strength or stronger than Quinn. Want to sparring? There are many. In this way, Quinn's hard days came. At this time, on the training hill on Ghost Island, Linley and the three little ones, Yin, Katakuri, Cracker, and others, even Hawkeye also came after hearing the news. Linley looked at Quinn in front of everyone, and said with a smile, "Brother Quinn, you should also know that the best way to cultivate is to fight, right? Look at a few of us, pick whatever you want." When Quinn heard this, his face as green as a bitter gourd was about to cry. Bah! Quietly lit a cigar. Take 2 deep breaths. A cigar that I once felt extremely enjoyable. It was really boring at the moment. Bah! Where did the inferior goods come from? As he spoke, he threw away the cigar angrily, and stomped the cigar under his feet. Looking at the people in front of me, I just feel bad for the baby. Pick an opponent? Linley, get out of here. What? When did you develop a hobby of bullying the weak? Asterisk? Katakuri? If it was Yin from before, he still had some confidence. Ask yourself that even if you are inferior, you will not be inferior too much. But now, forget it. He didn't want to seek abuse. And Katakuri? The new Lord of Nations. After thinking about it, I felt that I couldn't take risks. As for Hawkeye? Don't make trouble. To be valued so much by Linley is not easy to imagine. He is even less likely to take risks. Then, finally, the eyes fell on Cracker. Cracker, please give me more advice. It's easy to say. Cracker responded politely. Naturally, he would not refuse Quinn's challenge. See. Linley and the others looked at each other. When Quinn and Cracker officially started to fight, we chatted. As expected, he picked Cracker, the weakest of us. Yin said with emotion. Partnered with Quinn for more than 10 years. As soon as the buttocks are raised, you know what you want to do. How could he not have thought that he would be opportunistic? What's this? Linley said disapprovingly. F#YF+. We just take turns. In order to familiarize him with various fighting styles. You can't be stingy with advice. What's more? Let's start with Cracker, who is the weakest among them, but is comparable to him in strength. Undoubtedly the best choice. If you get beaten, you have to gradually increase the level, right? The status of Cracker and Quinn in their respective pirate groups is basically equal. Undoubtedly the most suitable opponent at the beginning. Hawkeye on the side heard this, and a strange expression quickly appeared on his face. This Quinn. It's so miserable. Several people lined up to beat him up. Think here. Can't help but feel sad for the miserable days after Quinn. Just as several people were appreciating the battle between Quinn and Cracker, Jun quietly appeared at some unknown time. After all, Ghost Island is only that big. It was hard not to notice the movement of the two fighting. And not long after she appeared, Black Maria and Yamato noticed her almost immediately. Yamato pulled Black Maria and ran to her. What I originally wanted to ask was, did you sleep well last night? However, as soon as he opened his mouth, his eyes were full of confusion and he said, Sister Jun, how do you feel that you are more beautiful than yesterday? Yeah, I think so too. The whole person looks radiant. Like a ripe peach. It's so mouth-watering. When Jun heard this, he subconsciously touched his face. Remember what happened last night? A blush was quickly stained on the cheeks of Ma Zhao. His heart was running around like a deer, and he even stuttered when he spoke. Where is there? Isn't it the same as yesterday? It is true. Yamato said in a rather determined tone. Black Maria also nodded in agreement. She believes that as long as the eyes are not blind, the changes in Jun can be seen basically. Hearing this, Jun pretended to casually glance at Linley in the distance. A trace of embarrassment and annoyance flashed in his eyes. However, at this moment, Linley's eyes drifted over. The moment the two looked at each other, Jun quickly lowered his head like an electric shock. On the face, the blush is more vivid. Sister Jun, what's the matter with you? Why is your face so red? Are you sick? No, no. Facing Yamato's continuous questioning, Jun was really overwhelmed at the moment. Seeing this scene from a distance, Linley couldn't help but smile, and walked over. Pong. Chapter 119. What are you talking about? Big brother, look at Jun-san, she's getting more and more beautiful. Hee. Hasn't she always been this good looking? But today is very beautiful. Okay, she's embarrassed by your praise. Yamato, you go over there first, I have something to ask you Sister Jun. What's the matter? A secret that can't be told. Okay. Waiting for Yamato to pout and pull Black Maria away in an angry voice. Linley talked about something. But he just stared straight at Jun. While seeing the latter's complexion becoming more and more rosy. The heartbeat is getting faster and faster. Why are you looking at me like this? Jun couldn't bear to be seen so flustered that he finally couldn't help but speak. However, just said a few words, listening to what Lin Fue said almost at the same time. She lowered her head shyly again. It sure looks better than yesterday. Bad guy. With her face flushed, she muttered. But the sound is not much louder than the sound of mosquitoes. What? Didn't hear clearly. Linley joked with a smile all over his face. Of course he heard clearly. It's just intentional. No, nothing. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, there is indeed something. As he said that, he could not refuse to turn around and walk away. When Jun heard it was true. Without thinking too much, he obediently followed. Go to a no man's land. Linley turned around suddenly, his face straightened, and he said in a surprising way. You quit the marine. Ah. Jun froze for a moment. She didn't expect what Linley said. It turned out to be something she didn't want to face yet. Good. She has indeed decided to think about how to realize the justice in her heart. You have also chosen to listen to your inner voice. Otherwise. Last night, facing Linley's approach. She won't be in such a panic. Still have the courage to stay where you are. Because. In fact, from the first time she met 550, she already had a good impression of Linley. It already has the blessing of idol halo. Coupled with such an explosive appearance. Even if it's just an insignificant little detail. It was enough to make her heart flutter. Just then. She didn't understand what this emotion was. With the second and third meeting later. This emotion, intertwined with the contradictions of positions and senses, became more and more intense in my heart. Finally last night. She understood what she wanted. Decide to listen to your inner voice and make the most correct choice. But obviously. She wasn't ready to quit Marine just yet. Even she understands that Marine is so corrupt. There is even a faint premonition. Marine probably won't withdraw the G1 branch because of her. But there must be a picture. However, Linley's tone was extremely strong. Obviously already made up his mind. Now that she has become her own woman. How can I get involved with the enemy again? Brainwashing as an undercover agent? Come and cooperate with the outside? He's not interested in doing this. Jun didn't say what he wanted to refuse. Mouth is blocked. The whole body went limp. Lie directly in Linley's arms. A moving hum sounded. For a long time. Linley raised his head contentedly, and said with a smirk. What did you want to say just now? No, nothing. Even with what happened last night. Jun was still too shy to look him in the eyes at this moment. Like a weak and helpless little white rabbit, he kept shaking his head. Well, then I'll take it as your consent. But... There was another pleasant hum. For a long time. Who? Looking at Jun, who was panting slightly, his eyes blurred. Linley said softly. I know what you're worried about. Although I don't know what kind of justice you insist on. But when we take down New World, a new set of rules will be established. Maybe I dare not say how reasonable and fair it is. But at least, it won't be worse than a world government with rotten fish and shrimp like celestial dragons. As for Marine, the contradiction is irreconcilable. I can only promise you that I will never do anything to the crane. Now, give you two choices. Either nod, or buy. As he spoke, Linley lowered his head to her ear. When you don't reject me right away, there's no chance. You are mine all your life. Don't even think about escaping from my palm. At this moment, Linley was really domineering. Actually, he could have waited for a while, waited for Jun to get used to life on Onijima, and then asked her to quit Marine. That might be easier to accept. But he didn't. The reason for choosing such a quick showdown? It's completely because I don't want Zaiwan to entangle himself. How could he not see the struggle and contradiction in Jun's eyes the last two times they met? Nothing more than the same as Aokiji in the original book. I just got confused about what Marine did. Put yourself in that shoes and think about it. If Linley was a Marine, originally full of passion, he planned to realize the justice in his heart in Marine. Unexpectedly, Marine, who had high hopes in the end, turned out to be the watchdog of the celestial dragons. Even the dignified admiral has to wipe his A for the celestial dragons. Or the worldview collapses. Or abandon the original intention. Maybe someone will say something to bear the humiliation. Crucial Marine's position is inherently wrong. Choosing to endure humiliation in Marine is nothing more than incompetence in the final analysis. If you can't see it, you have already started to make troubles to try to overthrow the world government. For example, Wang Luffy and Lao Zi. It is said that it was also a Marine. Jun regained his composure and listened to these words. Still doesn't seem to make up his mind. Look hesitant. Dobi. Linley almost said the key to her hesitation. The first, naturally, is the notoriety of pirates. Maybe Linley wouldn't do anything cruel. Hard to say, beasts pirates, others won't. It's not that everyone in pirates is a villain. But almost the vast majority are. If the time comes, she becomes Linley's wife, what should she do if she sees those unbearable evils? As for Marine, what worries her the most is the crane. Since graduating from Marine College, he has been taken care of by the crane. The two even became close friends. There is a few rounds of age difference between Ming and Ming, but they are called sisters. Otherwise, things that have been worrying about before. If there is no shelter of the crane, I'm afraid I have encountered it many times. Where else can she escape until now? It's just that Maybe she will be able to see the darkness of marine earlier. CDDG, don't talk. Do you regret it? Linley looked at her tenderly. Seriously? Ah. Jun was taken aback. Regret? Regret choosing to replace Crane as a hostage? Or do you regret that you shouldn't have sunk last night, but you should have escaped in time? The moment you hear this question. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart. He could hear the seriousness in Linley's tone. Also in an extremely firm tone. No. Never. Next second. Linley couldn't help lowering his head again. This cannot be blamed for his lack of willpower. Which man can withstand this temptation? Besides. After all, it was the first time to open up wasteland when I came to this world. Next, Linley didn't press any more. When Jun uttered the word never. In fact, he had already told him the answer. He couldn't help thinking. If Marine gets the news that Jun is going to quit, what will be his expression? When I think about it, I find it very interesting. As for the G1 branch, what is it compared to Jun? It doesn't matter now. Whether the Marine voluntarily evacuates, anyway, there will be no such thing as a Marine base in New World in the near future. At this time, Kaido seems to pass by here. Looking at two people who are so close. The eyeballs are about to pop out. Ah, this kid was a Marine to take the lead. Oh, my son is too big to stay. The other side. The battle between Quinn and Cracker has also reached a fever pitch. Regardless of the fact that the devil fruit Quinn ate was an ancient species. It seems that if you fight a protracted war, you should have the upper hand. But Cracker's biscuit fruit is not ordinary. Confront his cookie soldiers. With Quinn's attack, it couldn't be easily cleaned up. Therefore, it is him who has the disadvantage. Tat. Maybe it was too big, he finally stopped out of breath, and shouted. Let's stop here. Hoo, I'm exhausted. Although there is no winner. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that Cracker's fruit ability somewhat restrains Quinn. However, he hadn't waited for 2 breaths. Yin suddenly opened his mouth and said. 10 minutes of rest, then it's my turn. Quinn, prepare yourself mentally. What? Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, Quinn suddenly provoked and cursed angrily. Let no one live. Let me fight again, I will lose weight. Hee. Yin didn't care if he was angry or not, and said lightly. If you have an opinion, tell it to Brother Kaido, tell it to Linley. Can you tell me? Besides, don't blame me for not reminding you. The fruit ability has not been awakened for a day, I am afraid that Kaido and Linley will not let you go. Tell them? Quinn is brave enough. God. So, he had no choice but to look up to the sky and shout. Save my big baby! Puff! Hearing this, the onlookers almost burst out laughing. Just don't say it yet. With Quinn's body size, it's really nothing to say that he is a big baby. Sick. So for the next period of time, Quinn is in the hands of Yin, Katakuri, Cracker, even Linley, and Hawkeye. He was tortured in every way. Of course, as much as you suffer, you will inevitably get as much reward. It seems that he is getting closer and closer to the moment of fruit awakening. During this period, Hawkeye did not fail to ask whether Linley's injury was repaired. Only. They were all fooled by Linley. In the end, it's not enough to directly point out Hawkeye's strength, why not take advantage of the fact that there are many strong people in Ghost Island, and compete with each other first, and then talk about fighting him after their strength has improved. Hawkeye thought about it, and felt that he was right. After all, there is no place where so many strong people can gather. And don't look at Linley's calm surface. In fact, I was quite anxious. Because when I saw Hawkeye for the first time, the red exclamation mark reminded him that his recent armed color is about to be promoted to a senior level. That is, a level similar to emission. Don't look at the per capita emission of the Red Sheath 9 heroes. But in fact, it's just that the skills have reached the level of emission. Quality can't be beat. Therefore, the system's armed color prompt will be Armament Haki, Advanced Emission. But Hawkeye is different. That's a real high class. This point, even Katakuri did not do it. Besides, during this period of time, the relationship between Linley and Jun undoubtedly warmed up rapidly. Originally, he wanted to disclose the relationship between the two. But under the strong request of Jun, still chose to keep it a secret for the time being. It's just that in this way, the two of them undoubtedly felt a little more exciting at night. It's somewhat of an illusion of cheating. And Beckman and Smoothie finally arrived at Wano-kuni by boat. Chapter 120. Is this the Ghost Island? It's finally here. Just logged in. There are already 100 beasts and people are waiting on the shore. Under their leadership, Smoothie impatiently walked ahead. With a cigarette in his mouth, Beckman followed unhurriedly. Looking at Smoothie's back, I was really relieved. This way. His ears were almost calloused from the nagging. This little girl is talking about Lin Shuet. What is Linley going to be all right? If there is a wound on that handsome face, she will be very distressed. What else can't be by his side? I'm really not reconciled. Although he was not blind to this little girl's attitude towards Linley, he naturally saw it. B. Is the frequency of feeding dog food too frequent? You can't catch him alone, can you? To be honest, it's really a bit tight. If it wasn't for the phone bug when they sailed to the Grand Line, they would have known that beasts had escaped the predicament in the first place. And she has no wings. It is estimated that I can't wait to fly directly to Ghost Island. Speaking of, I am somewhat regretful that I was not able to participate in this battle. Now that I have chosen to join Linley's team, I have become a partner. Wouldn't it be a pity not to be able to fight side by side? Dr. The opponent is still the legendary pirate who is famous in the sea. It's a pity, it's a pity. Things have come to this, I can only make up my mind, I will never miss it next time. And now it has come to Ghost Island. Just in time to meet the equally famous Kaido. Let's see what kind of person he is. At this time in the banquet hall, the banquet was held again. This time, of course, for the arrival of Beckman and Smoothie. On the main table, all of them, including Hawkeye, were arranged here. But few people moved their chopsticks. On the contrary, they chatted with great interest and anticipation. The conversation was undoubtedly centered on Beckman. Kaido asked curiously. Is the Beckman your kid was talking about finally coming? IQ is extremely high, is it an admiral talent? Everyone knows that the Admiral Kaido is talking about is not the other admiral. Katakuri said, I'm really curious about the ability of the person you invite first. Linley has only been out at sea for more than half a year. But only one person was invited to be a partner. Then the gold content of this person is enough to imagine. After all, his sister Smoothie was not considered Linley's initiative. You will know later. Yin suddenly asked, how is your strength? Forward. Linley thought about it and concluded. I'm afraid above you. In the original book, Beckman has the strength to shoulder the red hair. In the Sabayati archipelago not so long ago, despite being under wind, he was able to entangle Kizaru. That's still under the condition that the firearms technique has not been mastered. And now, even if Yin Fruit is awakened, I'm afraid it is still impossible to be Beckman's opponent. Unless you master the tyranny. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. After all, the whole beast's pirates, before Linley even grew up. Yin is a well-deserved number 2. Now if you pull out one casually, is it stronger than Yin? Moreover, it is so unknown. Anyway, Hawkeye is famous in the field of swordsman. During this period, Beckman was really not well known. While everyone is chatting, a figure suddenly rushed in from the door of the banquet hall. Look around for a moment. Until Linley was found. Immediately brightened. Jumping up regardless. Who is it but Smoothie? Obviously present, and her brothers and sisters. Katakuri, Daifuku, Cracker, etc. At the moment, she completely ignored it. Straight into the... Oh no! Hold Linley in your arms. Unlike Jun's perfectly proportioned figure, Smoothie is undoubtedly much higher. More than 2 meters tall. It's more than a head taller than Linley's height of 1.8 meters in half a year. But in this way, it looked like Smoothie was holding a doll, held tightly to his chest. This inevitably made Linley a little embarrassed. Ah! Yin beside him was stunned. Another one? During the time you co-authored Linley, have you been flirting around? Flirting everywhere, can it be so exaggerated? Kaido, who also ran into Linley and Zaiwan, also had a strange look on his face. If we say that including Kaido and others, they all have the mentality of watching the excitement. Zaiwan on the side was stunned. Could it be that Linley and Smoothie? Is it that kind of relationship? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but turn pale. Tears loomed in his eyes. However, before she thought she was a third party, she continued to simmer her emotions. Yamato, who was present, couldn't bear it immediately. Who are you? Let go of me, Linley big brother. As he said that, he ran to the side of the two angrily, trying all his strength to pull away the two who were about to be joined together. Ahem. Linley followed the trend. Smoochie, let go. I can't breathe. Smoothie reluctantly let go. Then I also realized that I was saluted by so many people. The whole face turned red all of a sudden, looking very embarrassed. He only had eyes on Linley just now, and he didn't pay attention to so many people in the banquet hall at all. It's just that her personality is different from Jun's. First he smiled generously at everyone, then squatted down and smiled at Yamato. Are you Yamato? I'm also your big brother's partner, he always mentions you to us. Ah, really? Yamato, who was originally furious, didn't think too much when he heard this, and seemed to have forgotten the scene just now, and said cheerfully. Asking for flowers. So you are also a partner of Big Brother. As he spoke, envy inevitably appeared in his eyes. If it wasn't for her lack of strength, she actually wanted to be the first partner of the Big Brother. Black Maria, who was following Yamato, saw that Yamato was so easily changed from the topic. Can't help but hold his forehead and smile wryly. Number book. It's obvious that he has plans for the young master. How easy it is to be fooled. D. Katakuri and the others looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Although I agree with Smoothie's move. After all, it was an attempt to increase the marriage between the two parties at the beginning, and it was only after Kong Siji boarded Linley's boat. Seems to be making some progress? But should I say hello to my brothers first? After hearing their sighs, Smoothie finally noticed the existence of Katakuri and the others, and said quite unexpectedly. Hey, you are here too. Katakuri, who deeply felt that the women's university did not want to stay, said that he did not want to talk. Because everyone knows her identity. Therefore, even though he was surprised by her actions, at any rate, several big brothers were present. It also gave enough face and did not make any jokes. I saw Smoothie holding Yamato and sticking to Linley's side like coaxing a child. The words are full of concern. At the same time, I was chatting with Yamato about some interesting things that happened during the voyage. Linley was really surprised by her actions. Subconsciously looked at Jun. This look. Immediately it will be fatal. That look, although it didn't explode on the spot, it was clearly full of resentment, and I felt pity for it. I don't know, I thought I was watching some heartless man. This made Linley's scalp tingle a little. Shura Field, this is it. There will be this day. But because of Smoothie's actions, it exploded ahead of time. Thinking of this, I took a deep look at Jun. Maybe it was during the period when the two of them determined their relationship. A certain tacit understanding has been established, seeing Linley's gaze. He was clearly saying that he would explain to her tonight. Jun feels better. The expression on his face finally returned to normal. Just at this time, Beckman also walked in. Everyone's attention was immediately shifted to him. Linley breathed a sigh of relief now. Originally, it was nothing. The Kijun one is in. The nature has changed. In other words, Black Maria and Yamato haven't grown up yet. Otherwise, I can't imagine that scene. Chapter 121. I'll go. Looking at so many people in the banquet hall, Beckman felt Linley's attention. Really was surprised. Almost most of the high-level executives of the Shuangtuan Alliance were present, obviously waiting for his arrival deliberately. Let me introduce to you. Linley walked to Beckman with a smile, and pulled him to sit down at the main table. He's Beckman, technically my first mate on board. After all, Smoothie is family, right? Originally, Smoothie felt a little uncomfortable when he heard it. After all, this is the public. Obviously he was the first person to board the ship. It is not recognized. How does this make her feel better? But when he heard the second sentence, his face was filled with joy. Kaido, Yin, Katakuri, and the others immediately understood Linley's intentions. They enthusiastically echoed. Linley has nothing but praise for you. Please give me more advice in the future. It seems that we have added another blessing to our double regiment alliance. I am overflattered. Beckman is very humble. Because of Linley's meaning, the 847 map is obvious. It is to let everyone see the importance he attaches to Beckman. To accept his existence as soon as possible. To this. With Linley's strength and status today, no one will not lose face. Even Yin, although I don't really believe that Beckman is stronger than him. But not only without any provocation. On the contrary, he communicated with him very friendly. So next, under the deliberate friendship of everyone. Plus Beckman himself is pretty gregarious. It didn't take long to become one with everyone. Toast and stagger, chatting. It is inevitable to mention the goal of the next two-group alliance. That is to conquer the New World and win the New World. When I heard that Kaido was still worrying about recruiting, Beckman seems to have thought about this issue long ago, and laughed immediately. I have an idea. If it was before, this suggestion might not have been made. But now. Ordinary crew, I believe there are as many as you want. But often strength is king. Presumably what the beasts care about is not ordinary people, right? Good. Kaido and Yin nodded immediately. Recruiting minions is one aspect. On the other hand, the most important thing is naturally the elite. This crusade against the Alliance's attack. It also made them aware that the mid-level of Beast's pirates was seriously missing. It seems except Kaido, Linley, Yin, and Quinn. The people below will no longer be able to take it out. Unlike the Whitebeard pirates, both the upper, middle, and lower tiers are quite sufficient. Even the current double alliance. This situation has not changed much. Because the situation of the Big Mom pirates is actually similar. And in Wano Kuni this acre of 3-point land. In other words, in a short period of time, not many middle-level combat forces can be recruited. In this sea, there is a place where a large number of powerful people have gathered. As long as it can be conquered, the strong? There are plenty. Oh. As soon as Beckman finished speaking, Linley actually had an answer in his mind. Can't help feeling how I ignored it before. Where? Impel down. Beckman replied without hesitation. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. At first, everyone felt that this idea was really insane. Want to rob prison? Is it true that Marine is dead? But later, I thought of. Is not it? Now the young master has returned to his peak condition. But is it difficult to rob a prison with impel down? With the strength of Linley and Kaido. Very mobile. Can run and fly. Want to go jailbreak and impel down? Seem. It's really not impossible. But Linley thought so. Now this time. Impel down is imprisoning a lot of powerful people. If you can make these people surrender. The fighting power of the two-regiment alliance has undoubtedly risen to a higher level. What about disobedience? Then there is no need to ask. Impel down? Fun. There is no doubt that this proposal has aroused Kaido's interest. Started to think about the feasibility. This night. Linley waited until Yamato, Black Maria, and Smoothie had all left. Then quietly came to Jun's room. Originally, she thought that Linley would explain to her immediately. However. But it didn't. But coming up is eating the marrow to know the taste, and it is as sweet as a sugar. Hoo. Big mouthfuls of fresh air. After Jun calmed down a little. Maybe he couldn't bear it anymore, and asked with firm eyes. Who are you? Of course Linley understood what she meant. Of course, it doesn't refer to any crew members, any alliances, or other relationships. I just laughed and said. Now, you can treat her like a younger sister, right? Although she is still older than me. But in terms of age. He is afraid that he is almost the same as Yin. And for the Smoothie feeling. Although very favorable. But at least I haven't been moved. It is different from the default ones like Black Maria and Yamato. Jun is his first crush. As for the future. Then let it be. Hearing this answer, Jun was really relieved. His mouth was still strong and he said. If you have someone else you like, just tell me, I will be very conscious. What are you talking about? Do you think you can still leave me? Didn't I tell you? The moment when you didn't say no in the first place. There will be no more chance. Talking. Don't give Jun the chance to object at all. Accompanied by a pleasant sound. After more than an hour. Jun seems to have discovered a fact. I can't seem to handle it myself. Not that kind of. Linley. Jun, whose breathing was still not steady. Seeing that Linley was finally willing to bypass her. Seems to have thought of something, quite worried. Are you really going to impel down? The detainees there are all extremely vicious people. If you let it out, it won't be a good thing for the sea. In any case, even if she has promised to quit Marine. But I still don't want to see this scene happen. Worry too much. Linley stroked her hair gently. If you want to be free, you must surrender. Since you surrender, you have to do things according to my rules. What our two-regiment alliance wants is not some uncle, but fighting. If you don't obey, he is not a good person. Not surrender? Die. Surrendered, disobedient. Is also dead. Hearing that Linley seems to have plans. Jun finally felt a little relieved. For this, I have been to various places in Wano Kuni to experience the customs during this time. Only to find that the people of Wano Kuni do not seem to be as miserable as imagined. On the contrary, some common people are proud of the work of beasts. This made her unbelievable, but also changed her view of beasts a lot. Didn't bother with this anymore. Instead, she was worried now. Will that land be plowed? After all that cow. It's too fierce. Time flies. From the arrival of Beckman and Smoothie. Nearly another month passed. Even if the goal of going to impel down is determined. But in a short time, Linley is still not ready to act immediately. Now for him. There are more important things than the awakening of the Quinn fruit. However. even though Quinn was beaten in every way. 1.1 But there is still no sign of awakening. Hawkeye. Judging by Linley. In these few days, the armed color has to be trained to an advanced level. This inevitably made him quite anxious. Even did it himself. How tragic Quinn is because of this is completely abstract. But this fat man. Rough skin and rough flesh. How to fight is not awakened. This left Linley speechless. Anyway. He didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The advanced armed color will be returned by the contract axe with the red exclamation mark level. This is the first time. And Kuina only comprehended the elementary swordsmanship, and let him be promoted to the advanced level in one fell swoop. Can imagine. If you can seize this opportunity, how fruitful the return will be. But things often backfire. Just when Linley felt that he would probably miss this opportunity. While chatting with Yin, a piece of information turned things around. Chapter 122. Wait, what did you say? I said it's no wonder that fat man hasn't awakened yet. No, the previous sentence. If you're not active in cultivation, you'll be watching geisha weather the storm. One more sentence. Aren't you afraid of crushing that geisha named Xylo to death? Little Green. Automatically ignoring the last two words, Linley was attracted by the name. Seems to see his doubts. Yin patiently explained. A geisha is a kind of occupation in the Fenjiho place in the capital of flowers, where you perform art without selling your body. The one named Xylo seems to be the top card in the near future. I don't know if it's really selling art but not selling body. Anyway, some time ago, Quinn often asked her to serve her by name, but it's a pity that she was always rejected. Oh. Hearing this news, Lin Fu's eyes suddenly brightened. In the original book, Quinn has this hobby. At first, quite obsessed with Kojiki Hiri disguised as Murasaki. Later, after Kojiki Hiri faked his death, he fell in love with a geisha named Erin. Maybe it's the size. Just fell in love. Often these geisha would ignore him. A powerful dog licking just like nothing. And this period of Wano Kuni geisha. It is quite similar to a star. Just relying on performances, you can get a large number of so-called fans. Of course, if there is any inside story here, then the beholder sees benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. Thinking of this, Linley suddenly had an idea. Since physical stimulation is not enough, how about some mental stimulation? Go and bring me that little green. Tell Quinn that as long as the fruit awakens, take Xylo down and serve him only in the future. Otherwise, let Hagora issue an order that all romantic places in Wano Kuni from now onwards are not allowed to open to him. This. Yin's expression was extremely strange. The young master wanted to awaken Quinn. It's really a mother who took great pains. He knew Quinn's character. I don't know how to do things, I like to have fun, I am sometimes timid, and all in all, I am not very reliable. As for hobbies, they are also weird, either body modification or biochemical research. Or it's awkward dancing and howling ghosts and howling wolves. The only thing that can be called a man's hobby. Also enjoy the performance of geisha. And also to the point of being quite obsessed. Linley's trick. Really wonderful. But with Quinn's temperament, if you don't stimulate it, it may be really difficult to wake up. After thinking about it, I feel that it is indeed necessary to stimulate it. Anyway, it wasn't him who suffered. Immediately gloated and left. At this time, Quinn, in addition to sleeping, has 2 hours of rest every day. At the dinner table, he was feasting wildly. No matter what food is in front of him, he just keeps stuffing it into his mouth. Weeping while eating, his expression was miserable. Do you know how I've been living the past 2 months? 2 months. Quinn gnashed his teeth as he ate. Those bastards are really not human. Especially Yin. There's no mercy in beating Laozi. Hold a chicken feather as an arrow. Laozi has lost more than 100 caddies. Wuo Beijia Road. Quinn, who had a snot and a tear, didn't dislike the snot flowing to his mouth. With a ghoul sound, he swallowed the food together. At this moment, a voice froze him who was feasting on the meal. Yo! It seems that Brother Quinn has recorded us in a small notebook. Gurgling. Forcibly swallow the food in the mouth. Quinn turned around and said with a sneer. Linley, what's the matter with you? However, when he saw Jin beside Linley, his expression changed immediately, and he cursed angrily. What are you doing here, UBD? Affect Laozi's appetite. Laozi gets angry when he looks at you. As he said, if he couldn't beat him, he probably wanted to do it directly. Not long ago. He and Yin are still in the same echelon. Even if it's a little worse, it won't be too bad. It's a pity that after the first battle with the Crusade Alliance, Jingguo awakened, and also awakened conquerors. He is no match at all now. Linley and Yin looked at each other with smiles on their faces. His dissatisfaction with Quinn was clear. After all, no one will be dissatisfied if they change it. The former pretended to casually say. It seems that Brother Quinn is very dissatisfied with us. Forget it, let's go, so that he doesn't even have to worry about eating. Not bad. Yin continued, it's a pity, we still thought about how hard this fat man has been working so hard recently, so we invited Xiaolu over here. After finishing speaking, he turned and left without hesitation. Little Green. When Quinn heard it, his eyes lit up. Hastily stood up and trotted, pulled the two of them, and said expectantly. Is that the geisha Xiaolu? If not. Yin said in a bad mood, I wanted to reward you, but since you have this attitude, let's let it go. Do not. Quinn said flatteringly. Little Green, I've never been able to get an appointment. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Nonsense. Yin thought to himself. The person Linley wants to meet, is there anyone in Wano Kuni who will refuse? It is really a waste of ideological education. Quinn was different. After all, the body is too huge, more than 6 meters in length. The average geisha is no more than 1.6 or 7 meters tall. Seeing Quinn like a mountain, I was scared to death. How dare you do his business? Moreover, the current strategy of beasts is to seek stability. People among the beasts are not allowed to run to the capital of flowers to make trouble when they are full. Naturally, Quinn will also restrain himself. Jin snorted coldly, ignored him, and continued walking forward. So Quinn had no choice but to look at Linley with a smirk on his face. Young master, don't, it's been a long time since I asked Xiaolu to come here. Don't miss this opportunity. Oh. Linley smiled and said, it seems that you like Xiaolu very much. Of course, the whole Wano Kuni is the best looking little green. When were you blind? Hobbies are so unique. Linley was speechless for a while. Okay, I'll let you take a look. As he spoke, he called Xiaolu in from the door. Originally, when Xiaolu saw Linley and Yin, she had a gentle smile on her face. But when he saw Quinn, his face immediately turned pale. Obviously frightened by the image of Quinn. Quinn, however, acted as if he hadn't seen it, and happily said. Little Green. It's so beautiful. Can you put on a show for me? Before Xiaolu answered, Linley spoke first. Just give him a random show. Anyway, there will be no chance in the future. For what? Quinn was taken aback. What do you mean no chance in the future? Linley smiled and said. Because I decided. As long as you don't wake up for a day, Fenjiao Capital will not exploit you. On the contrary. If you wake up, Xiaolu will perform for you alone in the future. What to do, think about it for yourself. Said, and Jin Yaitong walked out the door. Seems to suddenly think of something, Linley's voice came again. By the way, although it's your last time, if Xylo doesn't want to, you can't force it. When Quinn heard this, he sat down completely disregarding his image, and said with grief and indignation on his face. I can't live anymore. The big baby doesn't want to live anymore. Isn't it just that you just want to lie flat, do research on technology, and listen to ditties by the way? Is it that difficult? Puff. Originally, Xylo was still afraid of Quinn's external image. But his ugly behavior immediately made her laugh out loud. Don't you think this big fat man like a mountain is not that scary? In addition, thinking of Linley's explanation, he said with a gentle face. Hey, big fatty. I'm not ashamed to cry at such a grown-up man. What's the matter? Sister will put on a show for you. Obviously Xylo is younger than Quinn. But it seems that they really regard Quinn as a big treasure. Really? When Quinn heard it, his eyes were full of disbelief. After all, Xylo had always refused to serve him before. But on second thought, I thought this was the last time. I can't help but feel sad. Hey, fat man, why are you crying again? Isn't it just awakening? Can't you just do it? He looked at Xylo with a serious expression on his face. Although I don't know what fruit awakening is. But those eyes seemed to say, if it were you, you would definitely be able to do it, right? I understand the eyes. Quinn seemed to feel that he had great ambitions in an instant. That's right, the mere fruit awakening, how can it be difficult for Uncle Quinn? Outside. Originally, Yin felt that it was necessary to stimulate him. But listening to Quinn's howling ghosts and howling wolves, he was quite worried. Is this really good? This old sea man probably doesn't know what it's like. It's not easy to have a little hobby. But was so ruthlessly deprived. Is it too cruel? Well. Linley sighed slightly. This is also impossible. If Hawkeye is not there, or if Hawkeye doesn't have an exclamation point. That might not be such a rush. But now, it doesn't matter if you don't want to be in a hurry. Besides, since it is contracted, how can the talent and potential of the increase be wasted? Simply take advantage of the situation to stimulate it, killing two birds with one stone. Isn't it beautiful? For the next 3 days, Quinn seemed to be on a tear. Whenever he was beaten, he kept talking about Xylo's famous minister. Finally, after 3 days, in Linley's ear, he remembered the system's prompt. Contract target Quinn, fruit ability development to awakening, 64 times the fruit awakening degree in the form of killing pills will be returned, 28.5%. In an instant, Linley only felt full of strength. In mind. Gradually, 2 knives appeared faintly. Take a closer look. What is it if it is not natural teeth and broken teeth? Chapter 123. The other side of Onijima Training Hill. Linley looked at the 4 people who were practicing with great interest. At this time, Smoothie is patiently accompanying the 3 little ones to practice. Maybe you think Yamato is Linley's sister. Or firmly believe that the 2 are brothers and sisters. In addition, Yamato at this age is too cute. It's hard not to be liked. So Smoothie is very concerned about Yamato. Since this month, it quickly became a piece. Although not to the point where there is nothing to talk about. But in the final analysis, the age difference between the 2 is no more than 6 years. Not too big of a generation gap. The natural friendship is getting deeper and deeper. Logia's strength is not in improving physical fitness, but Thunder Fruit is undoubtedly better than ancient species. Looking at the 3 little ones who are developing their fruit abilities, Linley's eyes fell on Jack. There was a trace of regret in his eyes. If Jack eats devil fruit later, he will definitely prepare a phantom beast for Jack. And now, although the mammoth form is said to be an ancient species, it is much inferior to the true god form and thunder fruit. The latter two, in terms of preciousness, should be considered at the same level. Almost the same. However, for the improvement of the combat power in the early stage, Logia's Thunder Fruit undoubtedly has an absolute advantage. Therefore, among the three little ones, Black Maria is the most powerful. In addition, she is also the first to practice the color of arms and the color of knowledge. If it is guided, Admiral's strength may be expected in the future. Certainly. This is the most ideal state. Looking at the three little ones, he couldn't help but think of his pre-appointed disciple, Kuina. What phantom beast should I find for her? Although Kuina is extremely talented in swordsmanship, incredibly high, but the physical fitness is too poor. Falling down the stairs can kill you. The way to make up for it is naturally to eat devil fruit. Moreover, since he is his disciple, he must be the best phantom beast. Of course, the best is not necessarily the most suitable. So, which phantom beast species is suitable for the source of the picture? After thinking about it, Linley can only think of the two phantom beast species that appeared in the original book for the time being. Nine-tails fox form, or vampire form. Try to launch Doflamingo and the underground forces to find it first, and then launch all the forces to find it after the new world is taken down. When it comes to Doflamingo, I have to say that I am quite discerning. The danger of the beasts more than 2 months ago did not make him obey the orders of the beasts. I have been trying my best to play my role as a middleman. Sea stone business, so thriving. This made Kaido very satisfied. Thinking of this, Linley was about to go to the other side of the training mountain. Check out Quinn's masochistic progress. However, he had only taken 2 steps. There was a system beep next to my ear. 64 times, 28.5% awakening. Realizing that the degree of awakening has exceeded 100%, Linley couldn't help but shine. Next second, the body quickly begins to undergo dramatic changes. He can clearly feel the vitality, physical strength, and monster power, which are rising in a straight line. Original. Almost every 20% of his awakening degree is enough to double his constitution. 100%, that is 5 times. What is this concept? I'm afraid it's a concept that 5 Jun can't stand. The previous awakening degree was only 72.1%, which is more than 3 times. His constitution has reached an astonishing level. But now, it almost quadrupled again all of a sudden. At this time, in terms of constitution, I am afraid it has already surpassed Kaido. Even the Sesshomaru form is not like the Qinglong form, which is good at defense and vitality. Of course, vitality and defense are not the key points. Even the skyrocketing demon power doesn't count. 2. The phantom of 2 knives suddenly appeared in his mind. Take a closer look. What is it if it is not broken teeth and natural teeth? He was right. Awakening in the form of Sesshomaru, you will definitely get broken teeth and natural teeth. Finally awakened. At this moment, Linley said he was not excited, it was absolutely false. Although the previous form of Killing Pill is already very strong. But without natural teeth and broken teeth, can it still be called Sesshomaru? He suddenly thought of a question. How to transform these 2 knives? Because broken teeth and natural teeth are essentially knives. Not a skill. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the system interface. Host, Linley. Age, 13. Fruit, Inugu Fruit Phantom Beast Sesshomaru Form, Awakened. Skills. Audio Confusion, Judgment Control. Awakening, Natural Teeth, Not Pregnant, Burst Teeth, Not Pregnant. Haki, Observation Haki, Foreseeing the Future Passive, Armament Haki, Advanced Emission, Conqueror's Haki, Demon God Entangling. Physical Arts, Swordsmanship, Advanced, Physical Arts, Beginner, Firearms, Dachin Death Mark. Contract Targets. Hancock, Yin, Quinn, Kaido, 11/12. Unborn. What does it mean? Looking at the words after the names of the two knives, Linley was really puzzled. He tried to condense the shape of the broken teeth through the demon power. Undoubtedly, a failure. Could it be that these two knives are going to be bred from the body? He thought of the process when Sesshomaru obtained the burst tooth. When Sesshomaru really let go of his obsession with his father's relics, that is to say, his obsession with Tetsuya and his hatred for Inuyasha. When you become a big monster on your own. Baku's Heya, the knife conceived by his demon power and hidden in his body, finally came to life. It is not only a powerful leap of abandoning his father's shackles, but also a full manifestation of Sesshomaru's own powerful strength. And Linley. I am afraid that what is missing is a process of gestation. Thinking of this, I immediately fumbled. After a while, it seems to have some insights. If you want to breed these two knives, you must use demon power to nourish and breed them. After confirming this basic premise, Linley immediately chose to take the lead in breeding Blast Tooth without hesitation. 2. He quickly discovered something was wrong. When starting to breed the broken teeth, 40% of his own monster power was immediately taken up. At the same time, recovery efficiency was also taken up by 40%. That is to say, when he was in the process of conceiving burst teeth, can't help but 40% of the total amount of demonic power, as well as recovered demonic power, will be forcibly used to breed Bang's Heya. Until the breeding is complete. If natural teeth are conceived at the same time, wouldn't that be 80% of the monster power and the recovered monster power were directly occupied? Thus, in a short period of time, even if his monster power has nearly quadrupled, his strength will undoubtedly decline. If you want to conceive two knives at the same time, it's a bit too reluctant. After all, the next step is not only to go to Impel Down, but also to conquer the new world. The strength does not increase but decreases. That's a bit of a disadvantage. It seems, you have to make a choice. Originally thought that after the awakening of the Sesshomaru form, get two knives at once and be able to unleash the power of both knives ultimate. Unexpectedly, there is actually a process of breeding. You can only give birth to natural teeth first. Linley undoubtedly pays more attention to natural teeth than broken teeth. Because once you get this knife, it means that all the people he cares about have an extra life. Number. Become a god who can decide the life and death of others. When it is not possible to determine how long the breeding process will take, natural teeth are undoubtedly the best choice. Although the broken teeth are very strong and burst, destructive power reaches an ultimate. But with his current strength, walking on this sea, even 60% of his monster power is stronger than before. After all, it has almost quadrupled, but it is enough. Let's breed the natural teeth first. Just as he made his choice. And when I can't wait to find Hawkeye to make a contract. Suddenly, he felt the demon power in his body, which resonated with the second-generation ghost Toru and Yan-Emo respectively. What happened? Subconsciously draw out second-generation Toru and Enma respectively. Linley felt it suddenly. 40% of the monster power in the body was immediately taken up. At the same time, the system beeps again. Broken Tooth Phantom resonates with second-generation ghosts, and Natural Tooth Phantoms resonate with Yan-Emo. If second-generation ghosts and Yan-Emo are bred through the medium, it will reduce the degree of demon power occupation and speed up the breeding speed. I see. Hearing this, Linley's eyes lit up. Originally, he also considered a problem. If burst teeth and natural teeth are conceived, I am afraid that no matter if it is second-generation Gish or Yan-Emo, they will be favored. Because even Yan-Emo, who has the ability to fuse demon power with two-color haki, cannot be stronger than Baku's Heya. But if they can be combined together, these two knives can't help retaining their original characteristics, but also get the power of burst teeth and natural teeth. This way, just perfect. R. Why is Tianchenja compatible with Yan Mo? After all, natural teeth are a knife of mercy. Linley, who couldn't figure it out, talked to Smoothie and Sanzaiazai who were in training. Immediately jumped up, stood on a high place and searched for the trace of Hawkeye. Over there. Hawkeye, who was practicing swordsmanship, couldn't help being stunned when he saw Linley suddenly falling in front of him. The contract is successful. After the awakening of Sesshomaru's form, the new quota contract obtained by Hawkeye will be placed on Hawkeye's body. Linley was really relieved. In this way, the most wanting contract is also the best contract object. Only redheads left. Wang Luffy should be counted too. Without thinking too much about these nonsense, Linley smiled lightly at Hawkeye. Lend me your knife. Hearing this, although Hawkeye's face was full of puzzlement, but he immediately handed the big sharp knife in his hand to Linley. At present, he has not obtained the supreme sword yet. Instead, he used an unknown big sharp knife. Next second, Linley had such an expression on his face. I thought to myself. Sure enough, it doesn't fit. Only second-generation ghosts fit together explosively. Broken teeth. And only Yan Mo fits the natural teeth. Other knives, no response at all. Even if he tried to do the opposite, using Yan Mo to incubate the broken teeth, he still couldn't succeed. What is going on? After returning the big sharp knife to Hawkeye, although Linley still had some doubts about the knife, he was in a good mood and said with a smile. Prepare well, 3 days later, I will accept your challenge. What? Hawkeye was stunned for a moment, and then a huge joy burst out of his eyes. He waited for this day for more than 2 months. 3 days later, I finally got my wish. Good. Seeing Hawkeye nodding, Linley jumped up without any hesitation, soaring into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the whole person stayed in the clouds. Continue to explore the breeding process of broken teeth and natural teeth. The sky gradually darkened. Stayed in the clouds for a few hours. He finally got something. If it is simply breeding in the body, whether it is broken teeth or natural teeth, they will directly occupy 40% of the demon power. And if the compatible Yan Mo and second-generation Onitoru are used as the medium, the occupied demon power is directly reduced by half. In other words, after occupying 40% of the demon power, only one of them can be bred. Now I can conceive 2 at the same time. But there are new problems. The process of gestation can't be interrupted. Once interrupted, you have to start all over again. And if it is Yan Mo and second-generation Geisha, they are in the process of being conceived. It is absolutely unusable. Because once used, Get Zhao Hao is attached to armament Haki, it will be affected, thereby interrupting the process of gestation. In this regard, he is not very surprised. It seems that during this period of time, I need to find a knife to make do with it. Thinking of this, Linley actually had a goal in mind. Certainly. Apart from these limitations, not without comfort, he found. When Yan Mo and second-generation Gitoru were in the process of breeding, he was able to have a feeling of spiritual connection with it. It was as if these 2 knives had become his arms, able to use his fingers like arms. Even if he dropped second-generation Onitsu from the clouds, as soon as he thinks about it, the second-generation Onitsu will automatically appear in his hands. Presumably, once second-generation Geisha and Bang's Heya are completely fused, and Yan Mo and Tianchenja are completely fused. Even if you are thousands of miles away from these 2 knives, they can quickly appear in his hands. Not only that, he had a ridiculous idea. Once the breeding is really completed, maybe these 2 knives can be directly integrated into his body. After all, at that time, these 2 knives will be far superior to the Supreme Kuai Knife 12 works, and even in essence, they will become different. That night, since Linley's physical fitness has strengthened again. This made Jun extremely contradictory, and at the same time, a ridiculous idea came into being. Maybe, she needs more people to share with? Time flies by. In a blink of an eye, it was the third day. That is the day when Hawkeye challenged Linley. This news spread 2 days ago. Therefore, early in the morning, everyone gathered at the East Island Training Mountain. Even Kaido has heard the news. Chapter 124. Before the people arrive, the sound has arrived. Kaido, who turned into a green dragon, landed on the training mountain of Inugeo Island, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Even brother Kaido, are you interested in their fight? Yin greeted him with a smile. Of course. Kaido showed a look that should be taken for granted. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, the others inevitably smiled knowingly. Without any exaggeration. During these 2 months, maybe Linley wasn't paying attention to Hawkeye. But for others. But he was really shocked by the speed of his progress. If we talk about when we first came, except for Linley and Kaido. Whether it's Katakuri, or Jin, or even Beckman, who came a month late. The strength is above Hawkeye. That now. I'm afraid except Linley and Kaido. Beckman, Katakuri, and Yin can no longer win against Hawkeye. Of course, Beckman's odds are a little higher. But it is far inferior to the steady win at the beginning. It is also because of this that everyone truly understands how terrifying Hawkeye's talent and potential are. I'm afraid their battle will only be inferior to that between Kaido and Linley. Yin said with emotion. During this time, life on an island was simple and passionate. The basic program is to torture Quinn in turn. The exciting program is that Hawkeye takes turns challenging everyone except Linley and Kaido. The most important program, of course, is the battle between the strongest father and son in Onijima. Although the final result often ends in a tie. But everyone knows, Duque. However, even if the water is released, it will not affect the excitement of the battle at all. Being able to often witness the battles of the world's top powerhouses is undoubtedly a fatal attraction for Yin and the others. If you can keep watching like this, I am afraid that even if you don't practice, your strength will be improved a lot under the influence of your ears and eyes. Don't talk about them. Kaido, who fought fiercely with Linley, also made rapid progress in the process. Towards the peak strength in the original work. Therefore, all the powerhouses present have improved their strength to varying degrees during this period of time. Katakuri, it wasn't easy for you to win the battle a few days ago, right? Beckman asked Katakuri beside him. Since Linley opened his mouth, he agreed to Hawkeye's challenge. For the past 3 days, Hawkeye has been recharging his energy and preparing for the battle wholeheartedly. And the object of his last challenge is Katakuri. Yes. Hearing this, Katakuri nodded with lingering fear. Not only is it not easy, I almost lost. As long as he observes Haki, or Fruit Awakening, one of them has not reached the current level. It will be a 100% defeat. With no doubt. The issue is, now, his strength can almost be said to have fallen into a bottleneck. It is basically impossible to improve knowledge, color and fruit ability. Armed with conquerors. Especially the latter, although Linley and Kaido are often seen fighting against each other during this period. There has also been great understanding and progress. But want to master it thoroughly. I'm afraid it will not be an easy task. Most likely Yin is in the same situation. Kaido once commented. Conqueror's winding. It is a skill that only a few top experts can master. This statement is by no means false. On the other hand, Hawkeye, Conqueror's haki, swordsmanship, basically none of them have reached the limit. Growth is not the same. I have a hunch. Katakuri gave a curious look. He knew that Beckman, who was a master of firearms, had an extremely vicious vision. It is easy to see through the phenomenon and see through the essence. I'm afraid after the battle between Hawkeye and Linley, the strength will definitely grow rapidly. Maybe it won't be long before Hawkeye will catch up with me, or even surpass me. I think so too. Katakuri shook his head and sighed. Talent is such a thing that I really can't even envy it. Obviously, he, Yin, and Beckman are considered the supergroup in this world. Compared with Hawkeye, it is undoubtedly much dimmer. And Linley, he doesn't even have a fishing net for comparison. Thinking of this, his gaze unconsciously turned to Quinn. Finally, there was some comfort. At this time, Quinn's face swept away the anger of the past. Reverted to that out-of-tune look. =XAJ. His miserable life came to an end with the awakening of the fruit. Kfi, it's not that he didn't think about revenge on those who had tortured him. It's just that, even if the fruit has been awakened, why can't it be defeated? Simply give up counting the ball. Anyway, they have no reason to abuse him anymore. Just lie flat. It's okay to listen to ditties, engage in scientific research, and live a happy life. Not far away, Jun watched the two who were about to start fighting. There was a complicated look in his eyes. I'm afraid after this battle, beasts are about to officially start to move. The communication every night makes them understand the goals of the beasts incomparably. Some programs are not accredited. It's not like she didn't say a word to remind her. But in the end, I still choose husband and wife to follow along and believe in Linley. This morning, a note appeared inexplicably in my room. An order above. It made her heart complicated. Although Linley was informed immediately. But that's exactly what it is. Only then had to sigh. I'm afraid that Marine's plan, finally will come to nothing. Hearing the cheerful voices beside him. It was Smoothie and the three little ones. Jun's gaze shifted to Smoothie's body. Judging by the expression on her face, she seemed to have something to say to Smoothie alone. After a while, he couldn't make up his mind. At this time, the two people who were about to fight on the field were also communicating. My hawk, how do you feel about living in Ghost Island for more than 2 months? Linley asked with a smile. Hearing this, Hawkeye's eyes were undoubtedly full of gratitude. Can't help but sincerely sigh. These 2 months or so have been the period of my fastest progress. Your Excellency Linley's kindness, I will keep it in my heart. He knows. If Linley doesn't want to pay attention to him, simply reject it. With his temperament, even if he is eager to know the gap between himself and the world's strongest swordsman. But if Linley can't be persuaded to fight with him, it is naturally impossible to stay on the East Island with the cheek. Who would have thought that Linley not only did not refuse? Instead, it seemed like he was one of his own. Let him challenge the strong who was rarely encountered in the past. Not even the plans of the beast's pirates. Not stingy in front of his face, just say so. Of course he couldn't tell the truth. But for everyone in the Shuangtuan alliance, they didn't treat him as an outsider at all. My heart is naturally very moved. In fact, who is changed, who can't be moved? They have never met each other before, and although they are well known, they are undoubtedly insignificant in front of top forces and powerful people. In the end, he was treated with such a high standard. Except for the unfamiliar white-eyed wolf like Blackbeard, no one can remain calm. What kind of kindness is this? Linley shook his head and smiled. I'm a good judge of people. In the future, you will definitely become a top powerhouse who is famous all over the world. Stand on top of the world. Compared to that, what kind of kindness is it to just let you stay on Ghost Island? Perhaps for Lord Linley, this is nothing. But I can't feel at ease. Hawkeye said solemnly. Hee. Linley smiled. His eyes couldn't stop admiring. He knows. Hawkeye isn't a scumbag like Blackbeard. He is also an emotional person. Perhaps in the end, he might not be able to join 100 beasts as he wished. But at least, he will never be an enemy of beasts. Such a result is completely worthy of his current insignificant investment. Of course, it would be even better if he could join 100 Beasts. Wrong. From the very beginning, he admired Hawkeye very much. He had plans to recruit Hawkeye. However, it is not too hopeful. Thinking of this, he said lightly. Then let's get started. Let me see your progress over the past 2 months. Good. Hawkeye's expression changed and became serious. Test the distance between yourself and the world's strongest swordsman. This is the ultimate purpose of his coming here. At this moment, he finally got what he wanted, and he must go all out to get the long-awaited answer. Kang. In an instant, their weapons were unsheathed. Because of second-generation Onitoru and Inma, they are in the process of breeding. So Linley just randomly found a good sharp knife instead. For temporary use, it is enough. Dang 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 dang. Soon, the weapons of the two kept colliding with each other. In terms of swordsmanship, Hawkeye is obviously not only at the advanced level at this moment. Therefore, in terms of swordsmanship alone, Linley may not be comparable to Hawkeye. Certainly. Because the comprehensive strength is too strong. There is an insurmountable gap between the two sides. Even if 40% of the monster power is occupied. But still surpassed before the awakening of the Sesshomaru form. Not only the quantity beyond. The most important thing is the quality beyond. This is the scariest part. One more. The demon power is occupied, but the physical fitness is not affected. This makes Linley's reaction speed reached an unmatched level. Therefore, no matter how good Hawkeye's swordsmanship is, every move was aimed at Linley's weakness. Densely packed, like an impenetrable wall. But still none of them could pass through the defensive net of Linley's long knife and fell in front of him. Hawkeye was obviously not surprised. Can't help but not depressed, but more and more emotional. Arc. Moment. In an instant, a dazzling knife light lit up. Hawkeye seemed to blend into it. Carrying an indomitable momentum, he appeared in front of Linley in the blink of an eye. I saw the big sharp knife attached to the armed collar. Under the blessing of strong storm-like air waves. The momentum is amazing. And the lethality, of course, is by no means taken lightly. Well done, Linley. On his face, it was undoubtedly extremely relaxed. No doubt. No matter how strong Hawkeye is in this period. Not into the imperial class. Obviously, it is impossible to bring any pressure to Linley. So it's just a good sharp sword with an armed collar. Suddenly, as fast as lightning, Hawkeye's powerful blow was instantly blocked. Boom! Powerful air waves and waves erupted where the weapons collided. But it soon subsided again. Come again. From Hawkeye's point of view, it was only natural that he could not make achievements. Therefore, I couldn't help being discouraged, but full of fighting spirit. In a blink of an eye, the two sides fought at least a dozen moves. Without exception, Hawkeye focuses on attacking all the way. Unleash all the skills to launch a fierce attack. And Linley was just passively blocking from the beginning to the end. What a powerful attack! Watching the two keep fighting. The onlookers, Beckman, Katakuri, and even Yin, couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Hawkeye now is undoubtedly stronger than before. It seemed that as time passed, the attack on Linley became stronger and stronger. This is real genius. If my Hawk had this level a few days ago, I'm afraid I would be the loser in that battle. Clearly aware of this, Katakuri undoubtedly has a lot of emotion. At this moment, Yin also walked over. Looks like Beckman is right. After this fight, my Hawk will really be with us, and even surpass us by a lot. Good. With regard to Beckman's prophecy, it seems that several of them have unanimously approved it at this time. As for Linley fighting Hawkeye, they are not interested in commenting at all. Not to mention among their usual discussion objects. Not on the same level anymore. If you go to discuss it again, you will find yourself unhappy. Why bother? Tat. Time flies by. An hour passed in a blink of an eye. The two people on the field did not know how many moves they fought against each other. And the light in the eagle's eyes became brighter and brighter. From the beginning like the bright moonlight at night. Gradually turned into the morning sun. Finally. The frame is as dazzling as the noon sun. But also at that moment. Next to Linley's ear, the system's prompt sound came again. Contract target Hawkeye, armament Haki is advanced, 59 times the return. Armament Haki, Demon God Ultimate Compression. Chapter 125. Hoo. Another 2 hours passed. Hawkeye finally stopped. It's just that there is not only no frustration of defeat on the face. Instead, it is full of excitement and hope. Because just 2 hours ago, he was in the process of fighting constantly. Successfully promoted armament Haki to senior. And for the next 2 hours. In such a high-intensity battle, you can master it quickly. Without any exaggeration. In a short period of time, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. At this time, if it weren't for the physical strength and Haki were almost exhausted. I'm afraid he will never stop there. Don't look at just playing for 3 hours, almost exhausted. I thought Hawkeye's physical strength was no match for Haki's. In fact it is not. No matter in any battle, the attacking side will always consume more energy than the defensive side. There is almost no suspense about this. One more. In order to test the gap between himself and the world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye almost pulled out all the stops. Various powerful moves and slashes. As if he didn't want money, he slashed at Linley. This undoubtedly made him hardy. No one has ever been able to dispel his astonishingly powerful slash so lightly. I'm afraid. Only when I become a black knife and master swordsmanship, can I really be qualified to make Linley serious? He knows. During these 3 hours, Linley wasn't serious at all. It's all about being a top sparring partner in the world. No matter how powerful the attack is. Or it is an understatement to resolve. It is precisely to collide with a force slightly stronger than him. Therefore, he was able to grow rapidly under such pressure. If Linley puts too much pressure on you, it will inevitably lead to his rapid defeat. If it is too small, it will not be stimulating. Only when it is so strong that people feel that there is hope to catch up can it really have an effect. It's like the tortoise in some games. It is impossible to widen the gap with the local tyrants. It will only always be a little bit stronger than the local tyrants. Stimulate local tyrants' consumption. Maybe the reality is different. But Linley's sparring training this time is almost the same reason. If you want to become a black sword, you have to go a step further in arming, but the swordsmanship is great, soon. It won't take a few years. Clarified the gap between himself and Linley. In other words, knowing what level to reach is the real qualification to compete with Linley. Hawkeye was no doubt content. The purpose of this trip to Ghost Island can be regarded as a successful completion. Let's call it a day. Linley put the knife away with a smile. Hawkeye was content. So is he. In Conqueror's Haki, the originally relatively backward-armed color has finally caught up after Hawkeye's return. Thus, there are basically no weaknesses. Or there is no weakness. Forward. It's not entirely true if there is no. Swordsmanship has not yet reached its limit. As for gymnastics, he has only just started. And now that the form of Sesshomaru has been awakened, it means that he can obtain the second fruit ability. And these are closely related to the contract quota. He still needs to contract at least 2 people. Redhead and King Luffy. So quota is essential. Another one. Even if the pillow people like Zywin don't consider the return, the contract is still necessary. Blah blah. Seeing the 2 people stop, the crowd applauded one after another. Congratulations to the two for their wonderful battle. At the same time, they all surrounded them. My hawk, the purpose of your trip has been achieved. What are your plans for the next step? Katakuri asked curiously. Intend. Hawkeye hesitated when he heard this. His goal in life is naturally to become the #1 swordsman in the world. In fact, basically every swordsman has this goal. There is still a dream, what if it comes true? It's just that, now it seems that the first is probably not possible. But second, it's still achievable. In this way, go to various parts of the world to find different sword masters to fight, and in the process, integrate all the comprehensions and gains, and practice the swordsmanship to a great level. It has become an essential process. But, this was just his previous thought. Now, there are so many strong people in Onijima. Those who use swords are Linley and Yin. And he is also here, and he has made great progress that he has never had before. In a short time, if possible, he doesn't want to leave like this. After all, apart from Kaido, there were no other places where there were so many strong men who were both suitable and strong enough. Seeing Hawkeye's hesitation, Yin seemed to have understood what Linley was thinking, so he simply proposed. Or just stay. Be a part of our two-regiment alliance. Besides Yin, Beckman could clearly see Linley's intentions, and echoed. Good idea, stay here, we will be partners in the future. Although we have only met each other not long ago, you are very suitable for me. What do you say? Indeed. Katakuri also nodded and smiled. Besides, you didn't join any forces in the first place. Hunting marines for a living again. It just so happens that Linley has the intention of offering a reward to the top officials of the world government. Just hit it off and hit it off. Even the not-so-reliable Quinn, at this time, is also very troublesome. Don't worry, I've already forgotten about being pressed and rubbed by you before. As soon as this remark came out, everyone laughed. Seeing that everyone sincerely hoped that he would stay, it was impossible for Hawkeye to say that he was not moved. It's just that I never thought about joining any force. This made him hesitate for a while. At this moment, Linley spoke up. Don't rush to answer. Anyway, our beasts, no, the door of the two-group alliance is always open for you. Next we're going to start conquering the new world. When we are not here, you can continue to travel the world. Wait until you feel that you want to settle down, and then give me an answer, whether you want to join us or not. However, even if you don't join, we are still partners, aren't we? Yes, what Linley means is what I mean. Kaido also nodded solemnly. For him who cherishes talents extremely, how could it be possible not to want Hawkeye to join? Conquer the new world, and I can help. Hawkeye hurriedly said. I ate and drank here for more than 2 months, and received super high standard hospitality. The strength is also advancing by leaps and bounds. If you don't make a little effort to repay, it will be unreasonable in his heart. No. Linley shook his head, it's just new world, there's no need to waste your time. You are different from them. Now you have too much room for growth, let alone stop in one place. In the original book, Hawkeye can become the world's #1 swordsman. Not just relying on talent and potential. His life experience is also essential. Therefore, even if you want to join Hawkeye again, nor hope it is now. At least it will have to wait until the night after he has mastered his swordsmanship and obtained the 12 skills of the Supreme Sword. But don't get entangled. Linley laughed. I have a hunch that in the next few years, you will let the whole world know your name. Lord Linley. At this moment, Linley's approval really touched Hawkeye's eyes. If it wasn't somewhere in the dark, I feel that there are some places in this world that I have to go. I'm afraid I wanted to agree to join on the spot. Only. Therefore, he made up his mind. Wait until you feel you should stop asking for flowers. We'll definitely go back to Ghost Island. Give Jun the new contract quota. Lin Xiao began to study the promoted armament haki. Armament haki, Demon God, Ultimate Compression. When the demon power is released, the cast armament haki will transform into the Demon God armament haki. Ultimate Compression, on the other hand, is a higher level technique that is different from internal damage and space attacks. Well known. In terms of skills, the quality and quantity of armed colors are not mentioned. Hardening is the basic skill of armed color. Winding is intermediate. And the internal destruction is considered advanced. These four techniques can be applied independently or mixed with each other. But there is no doubt that these techniques will not change the quality of haki itself. But ultimate compression is different. By compressing the quantity of the armed color and increasing the quality of the armed color, a more powerful armament haki can be obtained. That is to say, if the quality of the armor color is 100, the attack can only be 100. Then through ultimate compression, the quality can be raised to 120 or even higher. Use this technique once Linley is in the liberated state. The armed color changes to the Demon God armed color. It is completely conceivable how terrifying the power will be. 0. As expected of a top skill. Knowing what ultimate compression is, Linley is undoubtedly quite satisfied. Night. Before sleep, Linley and Jun chatted about the note in the morning. Have you figured it out? Officially announce the withdrawal from Marine. Well, think it over. Although Jun's eyes were a little blurred, his tone was firm. During this time, they have been silent, and the G1 branch has not been withdrawn for a long time. And the order in the morning made me blend in with the beasts and become an undercover agent. I'm afraid I have already predicted that you will not do anything to me. Although the guess is accurate, I can't bear to take advantage of your trust. Their plan is doomed to be impossible. Announcing earlier is also a good thing for them. You don't blame me, do you? Jun's eyes were filled with apology. In fact, if Linley asks, she can do whatever she wants. Pretending to promise to become a pawn buried in the beasts. In fact, it was reported that they learned about Marine's information, and even deliberately delivered false information and so on. But she couldn't do it after all. How come? You can tell me about this for the first time, and I am very touched. It's fine if you don't get angry. After a few days, everyone began to make final preparations for the Impel Down operation, which is the first step to conquer the new world. Because it is not simply to destroy, but to rob a large number of criminals. Therefore, a relatively large and extremely strong ship is required, and the chassis must be made of sea stone. This allows for free navigation on the Com Belt. To participate in this operation, Kaido was almost bound to participate. But Linley thinks Wano Kuni must keep a top player. Kaido can only give up. Stay home on Onijima. In the end, it was decided that Linley would lead the team, with Beckman, Yin, Katakuri, Cracker, and others assisting. After reluctantly saying goodbye to Jun, Smoothie, and the three little ones, the giant ship sails towards the Com Belt. Before entering the Com Belt, everyone on board bid farewell to Hawkeye. After Linley explained, he took a step ahead and went to Asuka Island on the edge of the Grand Line alone. There is a sword in there. It's called 7-Star Sword. Chapter 126. Originally, during the period when Yan Mo and second-generation Onitsuka bred the natural teeth and the broken teeth. Regarding the alternatives, Linley actually thought of two options. The first thing that comes to mind, of course, is the Heideo Kyushui stolen by Gecko Moria a few years ago. And it is a national treasure of Wano Kuni. Even if you wait until the gestation is complete, you can also stay at Wano Kuni. It is a return to the original owner. Has a strong symbolic meaning. But who knows where is Gecko Moria now? Anyway, since losing to Kaido a few years ago, The crew was slaughtered by beasts. Gecko Moria has not pouted since then. It is still unknown whether the thriller bark has been obtained. As for the other famous knives in the original book, like what Griffin, Ace, Knight, and so on, there is no way to find it. On the contrary, the goal of this trip, the 7-star sword, has the greatest possibility of obtaining it. Moreover, the 7-star sword is a monster sword, which is undoubtedly more suitable for Linley. To be honest, ordinary swords, even the supreme sword, may not be his eyes. Since the order was given to Doflamingo a few days ago, let him go through the underground world and find the location of Aska Island. This is not too difficult. So after getting feedback, just in time to say goodbye to Hawkeye, the ship sailed into the calm belt. Linley didn't delay, and 840 rushed to Aska Island immediately. Perhaps it is because of the quality of the demon power, which has now reached an astonishing level. After casting light flight, his speed, compared to before, has at least increased several times. 3 days later, arrived at Aska Island smoothly. In the original book, the 7-star sword was sealed in the ruins at the center of Aska Island. Linley, who was in mid-air, quickly locked the position. Because it is night now. Without any hesitation, let alone the slightest interest in experiencing the local customs, Linley flew straight towards the center of Aska Island. However, just landed and haven't taken a few steps, more than a dozen people rushed out from the ruins, armed with all kinds of weird weapons, and surrounded Linley. "Who are you? What do you want to do when you break into the ruins?" "Hey? Guardian of the ruins." He glanced at everyone with interest. Linley didn't bother to explain to these minions. The voice was instantly full of bewitching. "Can you take me to the place where the 7-star sword is sealed?" While he was talking, the skill of audio confusion was then deployed. With his current strength, controlling these people is easy. The eyes of the people surrounding him suddenly changed, and then returned to normal. It seems that his words were taken on the spot. He led him respectfully to the depths of the ruins. 10 minutes later, a group of people came to a quaint stone temple. At this moment, it seemed that they heard the movement outside, and a stumbling figure walked out from it. "Stand firm at the entrance of the stone palace." The moment he saw Linley, his expression changed drastically, and he asked solemnly, "Young man, what are you doing here? Isn't the purpose obvious?" Linley obviously had no interest in talking nonsense. He had to rush to impel down after getting the 7-star sword. "I've been short of a handy weapon recently, and the 7-star sword is just right." You know what you're talking about. Once the 7-star sword is born, it will definitely bring slaughter and destruction to this world. Put the world in darkness. I will never allow this to happen." As he spoke, he hurriedly took 2 steps forward, and shouted, "Get him down!" And at this moment, Linley saw the figure's face clearly. Eliza. That is, the grandmother of Maya, an important character in the Cursed Holy Sword. Obviously, like Maya, Eliasa's family has been witches for generations, and she also bears the mission of preventing the resurrection of the 7-star sword. "How do you know my name?" Yiliancha froze for a moment, her old face was full of disbelief. "Hee." Linley smiled faintly. "Bring killing and destruction to this world. There are so many things that can do that. The 7-star sword is just one of them. As for bringing darkness to the world, you really think highly of the 7-star sword?" To know. In the original book, the 7-star sword is combined with Ka. It was cut off by Zoro, who didn't know Haki yet. This shows that the 7-star sword is not as exaggerated as Yiliancha said. Certainly. There are many factors here. For example, it was precisely because of the integration into Sokka's body that the regiment was cut off. Does this mean that the 7-star sword is garbage? It can only be said that Sokka is rubbish. You know, when there is no fusion, nothing happens. Another one, the 7-star sword has been sealed for so many years after all. Moreover, the blood and hatred were eliminated by the Miko. The demon power contained in it has long been weak. But unfortunately, demon power? He is plenty. Nonsense. Eliance's gloomy face was almost dripping with water. Just as she was about to say something to refute, but seeing that everyone was motionless, they didn't take her words seriously at all. Can't help but stunned. Take me to the place where the 7-star sword is sealed. At this time, Linley's bewitching voice sounded again. Yiliancha's eyes became dull in an instant. Then it went back to normal. He nodded respectfully to Linley and said, "Yes." So, under the leadership of Yiliancha, Linley quickly entered the stone hall. In the depths of the stone hall, there is an altar. A long, dull sword protruded from it. Is this the 7-star sword? I didn't think much about it, let alone any vigilance. Linley casually held the hilt of the 7-star sword. He pulled it out of the altar suddenly. Next second, a demonic force full of violence and killing rushed straight into Linley's mind. It seems to want to seize control of this body. However, Linley just smiled lightly without changing his face. With the quality of his demon power today, 7-star sword wants to control him through demon power? I'm afraid it's not that the mayflies shake the tree and are overwhelmed. Therefore, he simply allowed the demon power contained in it to invade his body. That's it. The demon power that invaded his body was swallowed up by his own demon power the moment it entered his arm. It took less than a minute. The monster power overflowing from the seal in the 7-star sword was completely absorbed. It seems that the time of being sealed is too long. The superficial monster power is really running out. If you wait until the red full moon breaks the seal, you might be more optimistic about recovering your demon power. But Linley obviously can't wait for that time. So, he simply poured the monster power in his body into it crazily. He rushed towards the position of the seal. Kika. There is no doubt about the quality of Linley's demon power. Even compared to the heyday of the 7-star sword, it is only stronger than weaker. Therefore, the seal that has been sealed for hundreds of years can't stop the impact of this level of monster power at all. Jump! Accompanied by a sound, the 7-star sword seemed to have finally been unshackled, constantly emitting a dazzling green light. It's just that the green light is full of weirdness and ominousness. And the unsealed monster power rushed straight into Linley's mind through Linley's arm holding the sword. It seems that they want to turn against customers again. Turn Linley into a slave to the sword. In response, Linley just smiled lightly. Not only did he fully absorb the 7-star demon power pouring into his body, even after devouring it, it did the opposite. The demon power in the body poured into the 7-star sword again. In just a few minutes, the original monster power in the 7-star sword was all replaced in this process. This moment, the demonic power contained in it has all become Linley's demonic power. This gave him a feeling of being in control. At this moment, although the green light was still there, the light turned into pure green. As the input of demon power continues to increase, the pure green light is getting brighter and brighter. It seemed that after reaching a limit, Linley finally stopped. Waved a few times casually. He flicked his fingers again. The 7-star sword full of monster power is almost as sharp as Yan Mo. That is to say, it is comparable to the peerless sword. The 7-star sword can not only control its master, but it can even control other people. Thinking of this, he suddenly moved the 7-star sword in front of Yiliancha. The latter's eyes suddenly turned red. Already controlled by the 7-star sword. And as the owner of the 7-star sword, Linley can also control Elaine with a thought. Interesting. Only, I'm afraid the 7-star sword can only control the weak. The strong, I am afraid it is impossible to be controlled at all. However, this point is quite similar to a certain sword in the world of Inuyasha. Moreover, that sword and Sesshomaru have a certain relationship. After walking out of the stone hall, Linley did not leave immediately, but began to test the power of the 7-star sword. With a wave of 3.3, the monster power in the sword burst out. Bursts of demon fire shot out from it. In addition to controlling people's souls, does the slash also come with demon fire? From this point of view, Linley's 3 knives each have different characteristics. Second generation Ghost Toru, strengthened by continuously absorbing demon power. It surpasses the rank of the 12 crafts of the supreme sharp knife. Just a matter of time. In terms of growth, second generation Onitoru is undoubtedly the strongest. Yan-Emo, on the other hand, has the ability to fuse demon power and 2-color haki. Therefore, it is the most practical in battle. Of course, with the future Linley masters this skill himself. When that day really comes, Yanmo's role will be greatly reduced. As for the 7-star sword, it controls the soul and demon fire. The demon fire transformed from his demon power of this quality. How powerful it is, there is no need to describe too much. Looking at the ground not far away. In addition to being cut into a gully, the green demon fire is constantly burning on the edge. And it shows no sign of going out at all. After the test, Linley didn't delay any longer. He jumped up, emitting green light all over his body, and flew in the direction of Impel Down. Chapter 127. It was a few days later. Because Linley left a death mark on the giant ship, even the giant ship sailed in the calm belt. Still successfully merged with Beckman et al. Seeing him come back again, there was another sword around his waist. I can't help but feel how efficient Linley is. Especially when it is learned that the 7-star sword is comparable to the Supreme Quaseo. That feeling is even worse. For other people, even if they are also famous and powerful, it is a rare thing to get a supreme sharp knife. Linley found one in just a few days. The efficiency is so fast, I have to admire it. Of course, the 7-star sword is comparable to the Supreme Quaseo, all because Linley supplemented the demon power. Otherwise, unless you wait until the once-in-a-century red full moon comes, only the 7-star sword could fully recover its strength. But even if the red full moon comes, it may not be as good as it is now. After all, the quality of Linley's demon power is really too high. From Wano Kuni want to go to Impel Down. There are 2 paths. One is to go to Mermaid Island. After coating, pass through the 10,000 meter channel under the sea and enter the first half of the Grand Line, which is the Paradise 23 Marine Headquarters Marine Ford, Impel Down, an ice lobby, not far above after crossing the passage. It can be said that this route is the fastest. But considering that this is somewhat fanfare, under Beckman's suggestion, I chose the second way. That is the road that Linley took from North Blue to East Blue. When Linley returned to the giant ship, it happened that the giant ship was about to enter the upside-down mountain. After passing the reverse mountain, we entered the calm belt in the first half of the Grand Line again, heading towards Impel Down. Since it's on the calm belt, generally speaking, no ship would dare to sail in the calm belt at all. Therefore, there are very few ships seen along the way. It can be said that sailing in the calm belt is undoubtedly the most concealed and convenient for a specific ship. Of course, there are countless sea kings encountered. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that they will become the rations of sea kings in minutes. But with the strength of the few people on board, the mere sea kings obviously couldn't pose any threat to everyone. Instead, it became the food for everyone to eat. More than 10 days later, it's getting closer and closer to Impel Down. And the closer they got, the more and more warships they encountered. Boom! Seeing that Linley waved his hand, a warship was bound to be destroyed. Beckman on the side pointed to the front and said, "It is estimated that it is less than half a day's flight away from Impel Down." There will inevitably be a large number of warships patrolling the nearby waters. Well, it will go according to plan then. It is said to be a plan, but in fact there is no plan. After arriving at Impel Down, destroy all warships as soon as possible. Beckman, Katakuri, and others responded outside. Enter Impel Down with Linley and Yin and free the prisoners from the prison. Of course, even a huge ship cannot hold all the criminals in Impel Down. Therefore, Linley's goal was placed on the last 3 floors from the very beginning. Soon, the giant ship sailed into the Impel Down waters smoothly. At least 20 warships were destroyed along the way, which will definitely arouse Marine's vigilance. Their arrival may be faster than we expected. Beckman reminded from the side. Although sailing all the way in Calm Belt, his whereabouts are extremely hidden. But it's also impossible to be completely silent. Especially the warships encountered will be destroyed by Lin Fu without hesitation. And just now, 10 patrolling warships were destroyed at once. And Impel Down is quite close to Naval Headquarters. With Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, and Ice Lobby, in the same triangular current. Marine can quickly go back and forth between the 3 through specific ocean currents. If Marine reacts immediately, they are likely to be surrounded. Well, don't worry, I know what's going on. Linley nodded. This prison robbery will inevitably cause a huge shock. After all, Impel Down is somehow. It can be regarded as the report card of Marine in recent decades. Now Linley wants to do it all. A fight with Marine is inevitable. He had expected this in his heart. Unless he is alone, just to rescue a specific target, he will immediately dodge after saving